The young man awakened the unprecedented 9-star divine martial soul, yet at a moment when all eyes were on him, he chose the unknown grade beautiful Monkey King. Little did anyone know, this seemingly reckless decision concealed the time traveler's grand ambition for the Monkey King. In Class 3A, Qingfeng has awakened the beautiful Monkey King as his martial soul. The soul star level is unknown. The voice of the education commissioner echoed coldly and authoritatively from the podium on Lingzhou's second high school's field. Immediately, the thousands of students and teachers erupted in astonishment. Didn't he just activate the 9-star divine martial soul? The first divine-level soul in the school's century-long history, gone just like that? Look, their homeroom teacher's face is turning green with anger. Amidst the overwhelming chatter, the young man in white, standing at the center of the formation, remained calm. Even the most arrogant individuals couldn't fathom someone willingly giving up a godlike 9-star martial soul in a world where humanity relied on martial souls to traverse the void and compete with myriad races. Yet, Qingfeng, after simultaneously awakening an 8-star beast martial soul, a 9-star divine martial soul, and an unknown martial soul, chose the least favored one. Qingfeng. A furious shout pierced the sky as a tall, middle-aged man with thinning hair homeroom teacher Wu Tian stormed onto the stage like thunder. This teacher, possessing a 4-star shadow leopard martial soul, had devoted most of his life to nurturing a 9-star soul master. Now, just as his dream was within reach, it was shattered by his most prized student. Qingfeng, however, secretly smirked. As a time traveler from Earth, he knew what the beautiful Monkey King represented. When he checked the martial soul information, the vision before him was enough to shock the world. A terrifying giant ape with a primordial aura roared at the sky, its colossal frame standing tall, shattering the vast world into countless stars with its bare hands. The martial soul information revealed a stone monkey born from a celestial stone, with its first soul skill being the limitless heaven and earth transformation. Even a mere 0.01 fusion drastically increased his arm strength by thousands of pounds. How could such a martial soul be compared to a mere 9-star? Upon returning to his group, his classmates avoided him as if he were a plague. At that moment, the aloof and stunning school beauty, Nangong Liua, unexpectedly walked through the crowd, her starry eyes piercing. Why? Qingfeng casually crushed a pebble underfoot and replied indifferently. I chose it because I liked it. Why overthink it? Nangong Liua observed the crushed stone thoughtfully. I see. She then entered the formation, and 3 towering silhouettes appeared. A 7-star swan and eye, an 8-star white fox, and an 8-star red-scaled python. Ultimately, she chose the 8-star 9-tailed heavenly fox, which, though not a 9-star, was enough to make her the center of attention. Regret it now? Wu Tian reappeared beside Qingfeng, his tone mocking. If you had chosen the 9-star divine martial soul, you could have matched her. Now she shines brightly, and you're just a mere spectator. Come with me to the principal's office. The deputy education commissioner is there too. Don't say anything foolish. Qingfeng's decision to forego the 9-star martial soul caused quite a stir at Lingzhou No. 2 High School. The concerned authorities were on edge, worried that this young man might have been coerced or misled into making such a foolish choice. The matter was significant enough to warrant a face-to-face inquiry. A few minutes later, led by his homeroom teacher, Wu Tian, Qingfeng entered the principal's office. The air was thick with tension. Principal Duanmu Ji, a portly man in his 50s, sat rigidly behind his large desk, his expression as grim as iron. Next to him, lounging casually on a leather sofa, was a middle-aged man in black with a delicate face. Qingfeng immediately recognized him as the deputy director of the Education Bureau, whom Wu Tian had mentioned. Duanmu Ji cast a complicated glance at Qingfeng, then quietly asked the man in black, Director Liu, would you like to ask the questions, or should I? His tone was obsequious. Had Qingfeng awakened the 9-star martial soul, Duanmu Ji would have had the confidence to stand tall instead of appearing so servile. The man referred to as Director Liu waved his hand impatiently, signaling Duanmu Ji to proceed. He maintained his chin-in-hand posture, his piercing gaze cutting into Qingfeng as if trying to see through the young man's soul. Clearing his throat, Duanmu Ji spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. Qingfeng, your parents were heroes of the Salvation Army, sacrificing themselves on the abyss battlefield for the human race. During today's awakening ceremony, you were expected to choose the 9-star martial soul to honor them. Why did you make such a foolish decision and bring shame upon them? As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Ji felt a sense of relief. When he first heard the bad news, his initial reaction was to contact Qingfeng's parents to complain. However, upon checking the records, he realized Qingfeng was an orphan. Left with no other option, he resorted to leveraging Qingfeng's parents' honor to morally pressure him. Qingfeng listened to the principal's questioning with a calm demeanor. Images of the human ancestors leaving their home planet with 3 divine artifacts, Traversing the starry sea to this powerful domain flashed through his mind. The enmity of starry races like dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins towards humans, and the unceasing warfare over millennia, also crossed his thoughts. Had humans not mastered the secret of awakening martial souls in battle, they might have faced extinction long ago. The Abyss battlefield, the front line of contention with myriad races, was akin to an unending meat grinder. Su Qingfeng's parents met, fell in love, and ultimately sacrificed themselves in this perilous place, becoming role models of heroism. Su Qingfeng held deep respect for his heroic parents, but this was not enough to alter his decision. The choice of martial soul is my own affair, unrelated to my family, Su Qingfeng stated calmly, his tone steady but resolute. Duan Muji hadn't expected the boy to be so unyielding and felt a sudden dizziness, as if his blood pressure had spiked. However, with the deputy director present, he dared not lose composure and suppressed his anger to continue probing. Let me ask you, before you awakened your martial soul, was there any individual or force that misled, coerced, or provoked you to abandon a high-star martial soul? No, Su Qingfeng replied succinctly. Duan Muji pressed on. Do you have any grievances against the school, teachers, or any policies or personnel of the Lingzhou Education Bureau? With this question, Wu Tian, standing to the side, broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, if Su Qingfeng harbored any ill intentions and casually mentioned his name, Wu Tian would face dire consequences. What alarmed Wu Tian even more was that Su Qingfeng seemed to cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Just as Wu Tian was drenched in sweat, Su Qingfeng shook his head and answered truthfully, no. Before the awakening ceremony, although teacher Wu Tian appeared somewhat self-serving, he was generally a competent teacher. Su Qingfeng stood in the principal's office, facing Principal Duan Muji, teacher Wu Tian, and deputy director Liu. The air was thick with tension, and everyone's expressions were unusually grim. Su Qingfeng, are you sure you weren't set up? Principal Duan Muji asked again, his brows furrowed. Su Qingfeng replied firmly, no, Principal. This was entirely my own choice. Hearing this, Principal Duan Mu's face darkened. If Su Qingfeng had indeed voluntarily given up the 9-star divine martial soul, as the principal, he would find it hard to escape responsibility. Deputy Director Liu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, with a hint of barely noticeable anxiety in his voice. Su Qingfeng, if you had the chance to choose again, would you still stick to your current decision? Liu Hui, the deputy director, was a 6-star soul master who had been stuck in his position for over a decade. If he didn't get promoted this year, his career would be over. Worse, his rival at Lingzhou No. 1 High School had seen great success, with 2 students awakening to 9-star divine martial souls. In past years, the number of high-star soul masters awakened at the 2 schools was roughly equal. But now, the other side was celebrating while his side had nothing to show. If it was merely due to inferior student quality, Liu Hui might have accepted it. But Lingzhou No. 2 High School had a potential 9-star soul master, and because of Su Qingfeng's caprice, they missed the chance. How could Liu Hui accept that? Despite his intense dissatisfaction, years of leadership experience allowed Liu Hui to maintain a calm exterior. He continued, if you're willing to give up the great sage martial soul, I can help you undergo a second awakening. Though it requires a substantial cost, you still have a chance to reactivate the 9-star divine martial soul. Duan Muji and Wu Tian were both shocked by this proposal. They knew that helping Su Qingfeng with a second awakening would cost at least 100 million. Liu Hui was clearly desperate for the political achievement of a 9-star divine martial soul to secure his career. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Qingfeng shook his head without hesitation. Thank you for your offer, Deputy Director Liu, but I won't change my mind. I have no reason to give up the great sage martial soul. Liu Hui's face instantly darkened, his voice laced with obvious anger. Do you know what awakening an 8-star or higher martial soul means? Direct job placement, exemption from military service, tax reduction, and guaranteed admission to either Capital Martial University or Starry Sky Martial University. Are you really going to give up these opportunities? Su Qingfeng remained resolute. There's no need to say more, Deputy Director Liu. My decision won't change. Liu Hui finally lost his temper, glaring at Duan Muji with cold sarcasm. Principal Duanmu, this is the kind of student you've taught. Duan Muji opened his mouth to explain, but found no words. Liu Hui shot a fierce look at Wu Tian, then stormed out of the office in anger. After a long silence, Duan Muji sighed deeply. He felt incredibly unlucky, but with things as they were, he didn't want to blame Su Qingfeng further. Principal Duanmu. Wu Tian started to say something, but Duan Muji interrupted him. Just go, all of you. Duan Muji waved his hand wearily, signaling them to leave. Wu Tian had no choice but to leave with Su Qingfeng. Once outside the administration building, Wu Tian looked at Su Qingfeng with a complex expression and said earnestly, Su Qingfeng, I don't know why you made this decision, but I want to tell you, young people always think they're different. Maybe the unknown martial soul you've chosen is truly special, but prejudice is like a mountain. No matter what you achieve in the future, people will remember the mistake you made today. One day, you'll regret today's choice. Saying this, Wu Tian seemed drained, as if he had aged several years. His words were a gesture of gratitude for Su Qingfeng's previous mercy. If Su Qingfeng had casually mentioned his name in front of Deputy Director Liu, Wu Tian would have been in a world of trouble. Su Qingfeng listened to his teacher's advice, but remained unwavering. How could he possibly regret it? For the great sage, moving mountains was no big deal. After saying goodbye to Wu Tian, Su Qingfeng stepped out of the administration building and saw a familiar figure approaching excitedly, exclaiming, "Feng, your decision to give up the 9-star divine martial soul has gone viral online." As Su Qingfeng was about to leave the campus, a familiar voice called out to him. He turned to see his desk mate, Luo Ping. Luo Ping was tall and had a kind face. He was one of the few classmates who hadn't distanced themselves from Su Qingfeng because of his recent behavior. "Qingfeng, you have to see this," Luo Ping said, breathless as he hurried over and thrust his phone into Su Qingfeng's hand. Su Qingfeng glanced down at the screen, which was playing a video. The title boldly stated, "Is the 9-star divine martial soul that impressive? I, Su Qingfeng, choose not to. Just for fun." The video had astonishing metrics: 1.08 million likes, 40 million views, and 3 million comments, with numbers rapidly climbing. "Someone recorded your awakening ceremony," Luo Ping explained, "and now it's the top trending topic." Without even opening the comments, Su Qingfeng could see numerous harsh remarks flashing by. "Staged, right? Who would be foolish enough to choose a trash, unknown martial soul over a 9-star divine martial soul? Unless he's really out of his mind. Obviously fake. How could a genius with a 9-star divine martial soul activate a trash, unknown martial soul at the same time? Is Lingzhou second high school faking videos to save face again? Hilarious. If my son was this stupid, I'd break his legs myself." Reading these scathing comments, Su Qingfeng frowned. Although he had a strong mental fortitude, being exposed to millions of people online and enduring collective cyberbullying was unsettling. "Who posted the video online?" Su Qingfeng asked, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Luo Ping shook his head, "No idea. But after this video went viral, dozens more from different angles also blew up. This situation might be hard to contain. Soon, probably billions across the Human Alliance's resource planets will know." Su Qingfeng sighed helplessly. He never expected to become an overnight sensation this way, suddenly famous all over the internet. "Oh well, a few mocking comments won't hurt me," he said, trying to appear nonchalant as he handed the phone back to Luo Ping. "A few? It's millions." Luo Ping marveled at Su Qingfeng's composure. "If it were me, I couldn't handle such online attacks." After pausing for a moment, Luo Ping asked, "So, Qingfeng, what are you going to do next? Do you want to try the Tongtian Tower trial? I awakened a 5-star martial soul, the Golden Bull, so we could team up and explore the foreign battlefields." Just as Su Qingfeng was about to respond, Luo Ping added, "Oh, and you know about the Tongtian Tower, right? It's one of the 3 divine artifacts brought from the ancestral planet by humans. It's a world unto itself, with endless space and incredible uses. For soul masters, Tongtian Tower has 3 practical functions. First, it can scan a soul master's body to generate a data panel, helping to identify and address weaknesses. The Tower of Babel, a towering symbol of human civilization, stands proudly at the center of Lingzhou City. It is not only a sacred place for soul masters to cultivate, but also the core hub of the Human Alliance." Su Qingfeng stood before the teleportation array of Lingzhou No. 2 High School, his mind filled with countless thoughts. This towering giant tower contains countless mysterious spaces inside, teeming with alien enemies and various monsters. Soul masters hone their soul skills here, enhancing the fusion of their martial souls. Even more astonishing is that the Tower of Babel can directly transport soul masters to foreign battlefields for real combat training. If danger arises, the emergency teleportation system will immediately bring the soul masters back safely. Su Qingfeng's gaze swept over the bustling crowd around him. He knew that the Tower of Babel was not just a training ground. It was the nerve center of human civilization. The quantum communication system ensures real-time global communication, while the vast database records every citizen's military achievements, residency, financial, and archival information. Every public high school and university has an entrance to the Tower of Babel, Su Qingfeng pondered. No wonder it's hard for soul masters to quickly grow strong outside the traditional education system. At that moment, Luo Ping enthusiastically approached, inviting Su Qingfeng to team up. Su Qingfeng felt a warmth in his heart, understanding that Luo Ping was worried he wouldn't be able to protect himself after choosing an unknown martial soul. However, he politely declined the offer. "You're a 5-star soul master. You can definitely go solo in the mysterious spaces to enhance your martial soul fusion. There's no need to team up with me," Su Qingfeng said with a smile. Luo Ping sheepishly scratched his head. It's just that I'm afraid of going into the Tower of Babel for the first time without experience, so I wanted to team up with you, Feng. Thanks for the offer. Su Qingfeng waved goodbye nonchalantly. I'm not as fragile as you think. I'm off now, let's keep in touch. As Su Qingfeng walked away, Luo Ping's face showed a hint of embarrassment, unsure of how to convince him otherwise. Su Qingfeng approached the teleportation array, guided by a patrolling administrator to the counter to swipe his card. He took out his student card and gently swiped it on the reader. Beep. Su Qingfeng, Class 31, can teleport for free. The announcement from the smart card reader instantly drew everyone's attention. Curious glances were cast his way by students and staff alike, and discussions buzzed around. That's Su Qingfeng, he's quite handsome, but a bit clueless. How could he give up a 9-star divine martial soul? If he were a 9-star soul master, I'd marry him even if I had to pay, but not now. He doesn't match my noble 3-star soul master status. Su Qingfeng paid no heed to the idle chatter. Having endured the trials of online harassment, such direct commentary was insignificant to him. Just then, a gentle yet firm female voice called from behind. Su Qingfeng. Turning around, he saw the flawless, exquisite face of Nangong Liua. Since awakening her 9-tailed fox martial soul, her eyes held a seductive allure, contrasting with her cold and aloof demeanor. What a coincidence! Su Qingfeng exclaimed in surprise. Nangong Liua shook her head slightly. It's not a coincidence. I waited here for you on purpose. Shall we talk? When Nangong Liua suddenly appeared and actively spoke to Su Qingfeng, the girls who had previously been commenting on Su Qingfeng with an air of superiority fell silent immediately. Nangong Liua's cool voice echoed in the air. I specifically waited for you. This statement hit like a hammer, causing the girls to withdraw into themselves instantly. They looked on in disbelief at the scene before them. Nangong Liua, an 8-star soul awakener with fair skin and stunning beauty, was actually initiating a conversation with Su Qingfeng. The difference was like night and day. Nangong Liua was known for her aloof and silent demeanor, yet she broke her usual pattern, drawing the attention of their peers. Su Qingfeng was also surprised. He raised an eyebrow and curiously asked, shall we talk here? Nangong Liua gave a slight nod. That's fine. Su Qingfeng shrugged, speaking casually. All right, we're just waiting for the teleport anyway. His attitude was relaxed, as if she were just an ordinary classmate. Having been a wealthy heir before crossing worlds, he was used to beautiful women showing interest, so even in front of someone as stunning as Nangong Liua, he remained composed. Nangong Liua got straight to the point. You know, I've always felt a bit competitive with you. This caught Su Qingfeng off guard, but before he could ask further, Nangong Liua continued. Before the awakening ceremony, in the comprehensive exams, you ranked first in every subject: humanities, sciences, physical fitness, combat, equipment, and tactical theory. I pride myself on being excellent and disciplined, yet I couldn't figure out why I couldn't surpass you. Su Qingfeng remained silent. He clearly remembered that before regaining his memories as a traveler, he was indeed an exceptional student. Nangong Liua's competitive nature seemed perfectly normal to him. After all, she was a top student herself, with her own pride. You're an 8-star soul master now. You've already won. Su Qingfeng reassured her with a smile. After enduring a massive online backlash, his mindset had grown stronger, and he was able to remain calm even when questioned directly. However, Nangong Liua showed no sign of amusement. She bit her lips slightly and said in a low voice, no, I've still lost. You activated the 9-star divine soul, and even if you ultimately gave it up, I'm still not as good as you. For her, failing to awaken the 9-star divine soul was a significant defeat, causing a substantial psychological blow. Su Qingfeng felt a bit helpless. You're overthinking this. Just then, the 100 people required for the group teleportation had gathered, and he turned to leave. Nangong Liua suddenly called out to him. Su Qingfeng, I have a favor to ask. Her tone was unusually serious. Prove to everyone that you're not inferior to any 9-star soul master. Only then will my loss to you not feel so painful. With that, she slipped a black card into Su Qingfeng's hand. Su Qingfeng instinctively took the card, but when he looked up, Nangong Liua had already turned to leave. He glanced down at the card, which had Nangong Commerce black card, embossed in gold letters on the front, along with a snow lotus flower design. The back had a line of raised text, free spending limit of 50 million star coins. This card left Su Qingfeng stunned. He had heard of the prestigious Nangong Commerce, a top-tier company in the Summer Nation specializing in soul master weaponry and equipment. Its trade network spanned hundreds of resource stars, tens of thousands of exotic battlefields, and the Abyss main battlefield, with an annual turnover exceeding 10 trillion star coins. Su Qingfeng knew exactly what a black card from such a colossal commercial empire signified. The connection between Nangong Liua and the Nangong Trading Company wasn't surprising, given that the surname Nangong is quite uncommon. However, the black card with a limit of 50 million left Su Qingfeng puzzled. He couldn't help but wonder if this was an advance investment or some form of patronage. Su Qingfeng's emotions were mixed. He was used to being the one transferring money to girls, and this role reversal was a first for him. He wanted to ask Nangong Liua for clarification, but realized he didn't even have her contact information. Shaking his head, Su Qingfeng decided not to dwell on it. If she can give me the card so casually, then 50 million must be nothing to her, he thought to himself. I'll return it to her when I get the chance. Confident in the potential of his great martial soul, Su Qingfeng didn't want to be preoccupied with such trivial matters. He understood that for a soul master to rapidly enhance their abilities, a significant investment of resources was necessary. Beyond weapons and equipment, there were expenses for scrolls, elixirs, vehicles, and teleportation. Even for a 9-star soul master enjoying various discounts, starting from scratch to fully fuse with a martial soul, an investment of 50 million star coins wasn't excessive. Although Su Qingfeng was clearly not a 9-star soul master, Nangong Liua seemed unfazed by this, offering 500 million without hesitation. As Su Qingfeng's mind raced with thoughts, the teleportation array suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. Attention everyone, teleportation is about to begin. Next stop, the personal space of the Skyward Realm, a mechanical voice announced. Standing at the center of the teleportation array, Su Qingfeng watched as the magic circle beneath him burst into brilliance, and the scene before him shattered into countless fragments. Streams of light rushed past his vision, and he felt a strong sense of weightlessness beneath his feet. When everything returned to normal, Su Qingfeng found himself in a small, metallic-feeling room. The room was not large, about 30 square meters. It was squarely arranged with basic living facilities like a bed and a bathroom. The walls were made of a special alloy that shimmered with a silver-blue glow, etched with intricate runes, through which faint light streams occasionally passed, giving it a mysterious aura. Beside the bed extended a transparent touch screen, which could be activated with a touch to reveal various functions, from environmental control to item summoning. The bed appeared soft but was filled with intelligent gel that adjusted its shape according to the user's physique, providing just the right amount of support. The table beside the bed seemed to float in midair, with an adjustable transparency surface and concealed storage space underneath, easily accessible with a wave of the hand. On the opposite wall hung a large dynamic star map, displaying the shifting universe, with each star labeled with its galaxy's name. In the corner stood a small intelligent robot, the room's butler and cleaner, responsible for maintaining the space's tidiness. The bathroom entrance was a light blue curtain, with all interior facilities emitting a gentle glow. The mirror not only reflected one's appearance, but also displayed the room owner's health status. This was Su Qingfeng's exclusive personal space within the Skyward Tower. As the first artifact of the Human Alliance, the Skyward Tower provided each citizen with such a safe haven. Within this room, Su Qingfeng's safety was absolutely assured. Suddenly, a notification sounded. The Skyward Tower has automatically scanned your physical condition and is generating your personal attribute panel. Immediately following, another prompt appeared. Your personal attribute panel has been generated. Display now? Yes, no. Two text dialog boxes floated before Su Qingfeng's eyes. Su Qingfeng chose yes, and the content on the room's walls changed instantly. His eyes quickly scanned the displayed information, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Name, Su Qingfeng. Soul Spirit, Monkey King. Unknown star level fusion degree, 0.01. First soul skill, Divine Power, Heaven and Earth Transformation. Effect. Upon activation, gain a colossal true form of the Soul Spirit, significantly enhancing attack power and speed. Cost, all mana. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown none. Basic attributes. Single arm, pull strength, 2,400 kilograms. 1 fusion degree 1-star soul master is 200 kilograms. Reaction rate, 21 fusion degree 1-star soul master is 1. Perception ability, 31 fusion degree 1-star soul master is 1. Abnormal resistance, 101 fusion degree 1-star soul master is 1. Life, 101 fusion degree 1-star soul master is 1. Mana, 101 fusion degree 1-star soul master is 1. Combat power level, 61 fusion degree 1-star soul master is 1. Su Qingfeng stared at the attribute panel, his eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, unable to speak for a moment. His hands subconsciously clenched and relaxed, feeling the surging power within him. Although he had anticipated being strong, the data before him far exceeded his imagination. This is unbelievable. Su Qingfeng muttered to himself, his voice tinged with unmistakable shock and excitement. His mind raced, analyzing these astounding figures. Combat power level determines physical strength. The higher the soul spirit's quality, the higher the combat power level limit. He calculated internally, with only a 0.01 fusion degree, my combat power level is already 60. This means my combat power level limit could potentially reach 600,000. The number made Su Qingfeng gasp. Even legendary 9-star soul masters have a level cap of around 10,000. And this is just the difference in basic attributes, not accounting for the power of soul skills. Thinking of his heaven and earth transformation skill, Qingfeng couldn't help but smile confidently. Soul skills of this caliber could easily crush any 9-star soul master's ultimate move. The terrifying potential of the great sage soul spirit was fully revealed in Qingfeng's mind. It felt like discovering a treasure others had discarded, filling him with indescribable joy. However, past ridicule and scorn made Qingfeng more cautious. He decided not to reveal his strength to anyone, quietly accumulating power until the day he became truly invincible. After reviewing the attribute panel, Qingfeng couldn't wait to test the power of his soul skill. Initially, he planned to train in a relatively safe secret realm, but he changed his mind. With my current combat power level, I can go directly to the alien battlefield for real combat training. Qingfeng thought confidently, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. He walked quickly to the door, already having a plan in mind. First, I'll get some Soul Master-specific equipment, then head straight to the alien battlefield. Qingfeng resolved silently, ready to embark on his path to greatness. Qingfeng left his personal space and instantly appeared in the central square of Tongtian Realm No. 1. This massive square spanned over 100 square kilometers and was bustling with people, as if hundreds of thousands had gathered there. The edges of the square were lined with various shops selling a wide array of items and services for soul masters. The central area featured entrances to secret realms of different combat levels, as well as teleportation channels leading to major resource stars, foreign battlefields, and the Tianyuan battlefield. Looking up, a huge holographic screen hovered above the square, flashing various news reports. Qingfeng's attention was caught by a striking headline. Tianyuan Battlefield Report. Today, the 9th Corps of the Salvation Army captured Heishan City, annihilating 160,000 enemies. Major victory. Immediately after, another piece of news piqued his interest. New resource star announcement. The Nangong Chamber of Commerce has invested 2 trillion star coins to hire a large number of high-star soul master mercenary groups, completely occupying the number 10086 foreign battlefield and developing it into the 298th resource star of the Human Alliance. Now open for business. All major merchants are welcome to settle in. Seeing these astonishing reports, Qingfeng couldn't help but marvel. The Tongtian Tower truly deserves to be called the strongest artifact. He thought to himself that there were as many as 100,000 such giant squares within the Tongtian realm. When fully operational, the Tongtian Tower could accommodate over 1 trillion people freely moving within the realm, a feat of infrastructure that would be unimaginable in the real world. Just then, the image on the holographic screen above the square suddenly changed, and a news flash appeared. Human Alliance Daily News. Today marks the official awakening day for a new batch of Soul Masters. In the Lingzhou area of Lanqing Xiagua, a student has sparked heated online discussions for giving up a 9-star divine martial soul to choose an unknown martial soul. Qingfeng was momentarily speechless, surprised that this matter had made it to the news broadcast. Now, avoiding recognition would be difficult. He sighed inwardly, deciding to ignore it. Looking around, Qingfeng's gaze fell on a shop with a rather long name. Honestop Weapon and Equipment Flagship Store for Soul Masters, with combat power levels 50,100. Welcome to Blackheart Trading. He stepped inside. Inside, a sweet-looking young lady in a sales uniform greeted him with a bright smile. Hello, sir. I'm delighted to assist you. What kind of weapons or equipment are you looking for? Our store has a full range of hot and cold weapons, and we can even customize them for your martial soul. Qingfeng immediately disregarded the words customize. Custom weapons at this combat level couldn't be had for less than 5 million star coins, a price he couldn't afford. I'm looking for staff-type weapons, Qingfeng stated directly, with a weight around 500 gene and the highest possible material hardness. Having awakened the great sage martial soul, a staff was naturally his weapon of choice. Although Qingfeng's single-arm pull strength reached 2,400 kilograms, considering stamina, heavier wasn't always better. A 500 gene staff was somewhat heavy, but he made this decision anticipating a rapid increase in strength as his martial soul fusion improved. Using a weapon requires getting accustomed to it, and sticking with one weapon for a longer time saves on time costs. A 500 gene staff. The sales lady's eyes lit up, her smile sweet as honey. That's impressive. Your martial soul star level must be very high. Qingfeng just nodded, saying nothing more. What did the young girl do wrong? She just wanted to make a sale. As soon as the female sales assistant learned of Qingfeng's needs, she immediately went to communicate with the store manager. Moments later, she reappeared in front of Qingfeng, pushing a long flat cart. Draped over it was bright red silk, with several sticks of various colors black, brass, and silver neatly arranged on top, gleaming coldly under the store's lighting. Let me introduce these to you, the sales assistant said enthusiastically, parking the cart and pointing to the black stick. This is a meteor stick made from interstellar meteorite iron. weighing 630 pounds, incredibly sturdy, priced at 3 million star coins. Wait, how much? Su Qingfeng questioned, frowning in disbelief. While the material was impressive, the price seemed outrageous. Was interstellar meteorite iron really that expensive at 5,000 star coins per pound? Su Qingfeng remembered the market price should be around 200 star coins per pound. This wasn't a store from the Nangong Commerce Association. A 3 million star coin black meteorite stick was way out of his budget. The original price is 3 million. The sales assistant maintained her smile. But if you're genuinely interested, I can offer you the best discount possible. What's the best discount? Su Qingfeng asked, hoping it might be like those stores where the listed price of 3 million could be bargained down to 50,000. My personal max discount is 5 off, she replied, her smile still bright. Su Qingfeng's hope dwindled. This was clearly a ripoff. And what about the prices of the other two weapons? He couldn't help but ask. The brass one is forged from refined brass, weighs 600 pounds, and costs 7.8 million. The silver one, made from celestial star steel, weighs 550 pounds and is priced at 9.8 million, she explained, her enthusiasm waning as she realized the young man might not afford them. She was puzzled. An average soul master should be able to afford a decent weapon after a year or two of training. Sorry to bother you, Su Qingfeng said, turning to leave. Even if he could afford it, he wasn't willing to be ripped off. No wonder the place was called a Black Heart Trade Association. They were ruthless. Su Qingfeng continued to visit several nearby weapon shops, only to find that all the sticks meeting his requirements were severely overpriced. He asked a friendly-looking sales assistant why it seemed like everyone was conspiring to rip him off. The young woman was straightforward, explaining, "Handsome, it's because the weapon you need uses a lot of material. If they were made into regular weapons, they could be packaged a bit and sold at a higher markup. Heavy weapons like these just can't be cheap." Su Qingfeng finally understood. He hadn't wanted to shop at the Nangong Commerce Association store, but now it seemed he had to accept the wealthy lady's generosity. He sighed, wandered around the square a bit more, and eventually found the Nangong Commerce Association's #1 square flagship store in the busiest area. Surprisingly, the store wasn't very crowded. "Hello, sir, what are you looking for? Weapons, equipment, or consumables?" A young man with gold-rimmed glasses approached with a smile. "I'll start with weapons," Su Qingfeng said after a moment's thought, pulling out the black card Nangong Liua had given him. He handed it over, asking, "Wait, can I use this card?" Su Qingfeng didn't want the embarrassment of picking out a bunch of items only to find he couldn't pay. It was better to check beforehand. The young man's expression shifted from relaxed to respectful as soon as he saw the black card. "Of course, this card can be used. Please follow me to the VIP room, where we can discuss over tea." Huang Teng, the deputy manager of the flagship store at Nangong Chamber of Commerce Plaza #1, is an ambitious 2-star soul master. Realizing that he might not achieve much on the battlefield, he poured all his energy into the business world, hoping to make a name for himself there. With a sharp mind and keen insight, Huang Teng's path to promotion had been quite smooth. However, he hit a bottleneck and couldn't find the right opportunity to replace the current store manager. Just as Huang Teng was worrying about his future, fate seemed to smile upon him. He found himself holding a special Nangong Chamber of Commerce black card unlike ordinary black cards. This one had no numerical identifier. Huang Teng's heart raced, knowing exactly what this meant. Only the family of the president of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce was entitled to hold a black card without a number. Instantly, Huang Teng's attitude took a dramatic turn. His smile was as sweet as honey, and his tone became exceedingly warm as he greeted the handsome young man in front of him, Su Qingfeng, with boundless enthusiasm. Regardless of whether this distinguished guest obtained the card through skill or connections, anyone who held such a card was undoubtedly extraordinary. Su Qingfeng, however, was not surprised. In his past life, he had seen many salespeople's dramatic change in demeanor, especially the female salespeople who would transform from cold to beaming with smiles the moment he pulled out luxury car keys. Huang Teng eagerly led Su Qingfeng into a lavishly decorated VIP room. He first carefully inquired about Su Qingfeng's drink preferences and then presented him with a chilled soda. To show professionalism, Huang Teng even took out a notebook, ready to meticulously record the guest's needs. Su Qingfeng casually listed his shopping needs: approximately 500 pounds of staff-type weapons, leather armor sets suitable for soul masters around level 60, and various consumables, 1 set of each. This felt familiar to him, reminiscent of his past life where all he had to do was ask, and everything would be arranged, sometimes even with home delivery service. He knew that all of this was thanks to the special black card from Nangong Liua. However, it also piqued his curiosity. What exactly was the relationship between Nangong Liua and the Nangong Chamber of Commerce? Given such a strong background, why was she in a small place like Lingzhou? Seeing that Su Qingfeng didn't even inquire about prices, Huang Teng was secretly delighted. This must be a young master of significant standing. If he could establish a good relationship and gain his support, ascending to the position of store manager would be a breeze. Of course, the premise was to handle this transaction well. Please wait a moment. I'll make the arrangements. Huang Tung immediately picked up the intercom, instructing the staff to bring over a dozen display cabinets of varying sizes. As for weapons, I personally recommend this Tianlong staff. It's primarily crafted from Tianqing steel, meeting your requirements, though it's slightly heavy at 680 pounds. But don't worry, I've prepared this set of Fatian mouse leather armor for you. It can enhance your agility, perfectly offsetting the inconvenience caused by the weapon's weight. Huang Ting confidently presented the carefully selected weapon and armor to Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng, understanding that weapons are a matter of life and death, couldn't just take Huang Ting's word for it. He stepped forward, grasped the Tianlong staff with one hand, and gave it a light lift. Buzz, the Tianlong staff sliced through the air, emitting a faint hum, like a true dragon softly singing. Su Qingfeng grasped the Tianlong staff and was surprised at how well it fit his hand. He swung it gently a few times, feeling the power in his grip, and couldn't help but gain a new understanding of his own strength. This weapon is impressive. How much does it cost? Su Qingfeng asked, intrigued and reluctant to let go. Huang Tung, smiling broadly, respectfully explained, the original price of the Tianlong staff is 25 million star coins. However, as a black card VIP of our guild, you can enjoy a 70 discount, bringing it down to just 7.5 million. He further elaborated, the Tianqing steel essence is an alchemical product of the dwarven race, extremely rare and priced by the gram. Its high strength makes it naturally valuable. Su Qingfeng was startled, not expecting the privileges of being a black card VIP of the Nangong guild to be so significant. The discount almost offset the entire markup of the weapon. It was as if the guild was making friends with black card VIPs at cost price. I'll take this weapon, Su Qingfeng decided decisively. Since he had already accepted a favor from Nangong Liua, there was no need to be stingy with himself. He resolved to choose top-tier equipment for all his gear. Setting down the Tianlong staff, Su Qingfeng's gaze shifted to a set of leather armor. After examining it for a moment, he shook his head, swapped the leather armor for something with stronger defense. Since the weapon is handy, I don't need this light armor that enhances agility. Understood. Huang Tung responded, not at all inconvenienced, but rather excited. He quickly instructed other staff members, who soon brought over a new set of armor. This armor was a bright black, emitting a noticeable glow, clearly not an ordinary item. Huang Tung explained earnestly, this is black dragon armor. In addition to its strong defensive capabilities, it also offers high spell immunity, making it ideal for you. Su Qingfeng was a bit surprised. This was no ordinary equipment, but rare armor with special effects. He thought to himself that an adult dragon, at a minimum, was a legendary level 500 powerhouse, naturally possessing spell immunity, making it extremely difficult to slay. This black dragon armor was evidently hard to come by. For a soul master with a combat level of 500, wearing this armor would not seem outdated. At this level, the equipment typically had no downsides other than being expensive. And its price. Su Qingfeng was a bit worried that his 50 million star coin limit might not be enough. Huang Tung smiled and replied, the original price of the black dragon armor is 30 million star coins. You can also enjoy a 70 discount, bringing it down to just 9 million. Su Qingfeng felt relieved. The price was within his acceptable range. All right, I'll go with this armor. Great. Huang Tung responded enthusiastically, then began recommending various battlefield-appropriate items like energy pills, healing elixirs, and recovery potions. Su Qingfeng spent another 1 million star coins, acquiring a large batch of top-quality consumables. In total, he spent 17.5 million star coins during this shopping spree, a true display of opulence. Huang Tung had the staff pack all of Su Qingfeng's purchases and then handed him a small jade ring. Dear customer, this is a complimentary beginner-level Sumeru ring from our store. It has 10 cubic meters of storage space inside, allowing you to carry your equipment easily. Su Qingfeng was slightly taken aback by the Sumeru ring. Even the most basic ring with its own space was worth at least several million star coins. And they were just giving it away? Was the Nangong guild being too generous to black card VIPs? What Su Qingfeng didn't know was that the Sumeru ring wasn't truly a free gift. Huang Tung had gone out of his way to curry favor with Su Qingfeng, using his maximum authority and even dipping into his own pocket to cover a significant amount of star coins, just to secure this lavish gift that typically required spending over 1 billion star coins to receive. This was why Su Qingfeng found it hard to believe. Luckily, Su Qingfeng had some understanding of these nuances. Noticing Huang Tung's slightly awkward expression, he realized the other had mistaken his identity and was trying to curry favor. I'm just an ordinary person. This card was given to me by someone else. Don't worship the wrong temple. Su Qingfeng proactively clarified. He wasn't sure what Huang Ting wanted, but knew he probably couldn't help. He had a good impression of the young man and didn't want him to suffer a massive loss. You're joking, dear customer. This is indeed a gift. Huang Tung's awkward expression vanished as he listened to Su Qingfeng's explanation. He had intentionally done this to earn Su Qingfeng's gratitude. As for Su Qingfeng claiming to be an ordinary person, Huangting didn't believe any ordinary person could receive such a prestigious black card. All right, if you're insistent on giving it, I won't refuse, Su Qingfeng said, accepting the Sumeru ring. Following Huang Tung's instructions, he activated the ring with a touch of mana, easily storing all the goods from the floor. With the Sumeru ring now on his finger, Su Qingfeng left the flagship store of Nangong Guild's #1 plaza in high spirits. Meanwhile, at home soaking in the bathtub, Nangong Liua suddenly received a transaction notification. Your anonymous black card account has been used to make a purchase of 17.5 million star coins at Nangong Guild's #1 plaza flagship store. Remaining balance, 32.5 million star coins. When Nangong Liua received a text message about Su Qingfeng's transaction using the black card, a hint of excitement stirred within her. She was soaking in the bathtub, absent-mindedly playing with the bubbles in front of her as she pondered the significance behind such a massive expenditure. The spending amount of 17.5 million star coins made her furrow her brows slightly. With the black card offering a 70% discount, Su Qingfeng's total expenditure exceeded 50 million star coins. Nangong Liua murmured to herself, "That's the price for a full set of high-level equipment with a combat power rating of around 200. She lightly tapped her fingertip on the water's surface, creating ripples. Has he just awakened and already uses such advanced gear? Or has he purchased other valuable items, like a Shumi ring or teleport scroll? Regardless of the situation, this substantial investment confirmed her suspicion Su Qingfeng's martial spirit was anything but ordinary. Her curiosity swelled like the bubbles around her, almost compelling her to check the detailed list of that transaction. However, reason quickly prevailed. Nangong Liua gently shook her head, dismissing the thought. She was well aware of the Nangong Commerce Guild's commitment to the privacy of its VIP users. Even the president's granddaughter couldn't casually access such information. More importantly, she had gifted the black card to help Su Qingfeng regain his spirit, not to pry into his secrets. With a swipe of her finger across the phone screen, she decisively deleted the transaction notification. She didn't want this message to cause any trouble for Su Qingfeng. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the bathroom door. A gentle female voice called from outside. "Liua, are you done? The ceremony to enhance your martial spirit star level is ready. Don't miss the timing." "Got it, Mom," Liua responded, standing up as water droplets cascaded down her flawless body. Her skin was as white and translucent as jade, pure as glass, and radiant like the moon, perfectly embodying the name Liua. Meanwhile, after leaving the Nangong Commerce Guild store, Su Qingfeng headed straight for the teleportation portal to the alien battlefield. Standing before the virtual screen, he scanned the prompts. Please enter the alien battlefield number you wish to teleport to, or select conditions to filter target locations. Without a specific target, Su Qingfeng opted for an alien battlefield suitable for Soul Masters with a combat power level between 50 and 100. He randomly selected the first available teleportation location that appeared and, after confirming, stepped into the portal. You are being teleported to alien battlefield number 17173. The cost of this teleportation is 0. As the system notification sounded, Su Qingfeng felt himself enveloped by countless streams of light. When he regained his footing, a sudden heaviness struck him. Su Qingfeng moved slightly, sensing that his weight had at least doubled. Double gravity, he mused. It seems this planet has significant mass. Surveying his surroundings, Su Qingfeng understood the situation. The so-called alien battlefield was a high-value planet where the human alliance and various cosmic races vied for sovereignty. He took a deep breath, ready to face the challenges ahead. If a foreign battlefield like number 10086 were completely controlled by human forces, it would be considered a resource planet. As Su Qingfeng stepped out of the teleportation array, a rough male voice boomed in his ear. "Newcomer, come over here and register your information." He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a fully armed man staring at him. The warrior was clad in heavy armor, with a long sword on his back and an automatic rifle in hand, exuding a stern demeanor. From the style of his armor, it was clear he was a member of the Salvation Army. As Su Qingfeng walked out, he carefully observed his surroundings. The teleportation array was located on a plateau, surrounded by rugged, desolate mountains. The cold wind howled, and the air was dry and biting. Hidden sentry posts and bunkers were positioned on the peaks, creating an atmosphere of impending danger. The situation on battlefield number 17173 is indeed perilous, Su Qingfeng thought to himself, feeling a hint of anticipation. He hadn't traveled hundreds of light years to this planet just to find no worthy opponents. Following the instructions of the Salvation Army soldier, Su Qingfeng completed his identity registration at a machine. The soldier frowned slightly at the screen. A high school student who just finished the awakening ceremony? His tone suddenly turned serious. "Listen, kid. Compared to the vast plains occupied by countless cavemen, our human forces here are insignificant. If the cavemen's strong ones suddenly attack, we could be wiped out. This isn't the place for you. While you still can, leave quickly." As he spoke, he blocked Su Qingfeng's path. Su Qingfeng hadn't expected to be sent back as soon as he arrived, and he felt a bit annoyed. Just as he was considering how to respond, a voice called out from the sentry post above, "Pei Xiaojun." Here. The Salvation Army soldier in front of Su Qingfeng stood at attention. "The captain wants you to bring the newly teleported young man to the sentry post to see him." "Understood." Pei Xiaojun's gaze softened considerably after receiving the order. "Sorry, it seems I misunderstood you. Our captain wants to see you. Please follow me." Su Qingfeng was puzzled. It was his first time on this planet, so why would someone specifically want to see him? Pei Xiaojun explained, "I'm a member of the teleportation array guard team. The captain is a 5-star soul master named Li Fuxing. He's very approachable, so you don't need to worry." The two climbed the stone steps to the main sentry post of the teleportation array guard team. Before they even entered, a competent-looking soldier in his early 30s with slightly dark skin came out with a cheerful smile. "Are you Su Qingfeng?" he asked warmly. "I saw your family information in the registration system's backend and couldn't resist asking you to come over for a chat. Don't worry, I'll have you teleported back to the Tongtian Tower soon. It won't take too much of your time." Su Qingfeng frowned when he heard that Li Fuxing was also planning to send him back. These garrison members of the teleportation array were certainly overstepping their boundaries. However, considering Li Fuxing's relatively friendly demeanor, Su Qingfeng decided to probe further. "What does Captain Li want to talk to me about? We haven't met before, have we?" Su Qingfeng asked curiously, his gaze fixed intently on Li Fuxing's expression. Li Fuxing skillfully brewed tea while responding with a cheerful smile. "Of course not. You're from Blue Star, and my hometown is in a remote corner of an obscure resource planet. We couldn't be more unrelated." He pushed a steaming cup of tea towards Su Qingfeng and continued. "Blue Star is quite special. As the first habitable planet humanity settled on after traversing the stars, it's not only the capital of the human alliance, but also a spiritual home for everyone. Today, with the ancestral planet a distant legend, Blue Star holds a sacred status." Su Qingfeng pondered for a moment and then considered a possibility. "So, is it because my parents were once soldiers of the Salvation Army?" Li Fuxing's smile vanished instantly, his expression turning serious. He nodded. "That's right. Because your parents were martyrs, I wanted to meet you. Moreover, you're their only bloodline, and I don't want you risking your life on this unfamiliar planet. We can't let their lineage end." Hearing this, Pei Xiaojun, who was standing nearby, suddenly became solemn. He realized Su Qingfeng's unique status and understood why the captain was so concerned about this young man. The Salvation Army was vast, with over 1 billion active and reserve troops from various planets. Yet, all Salvation Army soldiers shared a common belief: to fight for the future of humanity. This belief fostered deep bonds among soldiers, and even if they were strangers, they would lend a hand if they learned that a fellow soldier's family was in trouble. As an orphan of heroic martyrs, Su Qingfeng would receive special care wherever he went. Realizing this, Su Qingfeng felt a mix of emotions. He had come here to improve his skills, not to live a comfortable life due to his status as a martyr's descendant. "I understand. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Li. But I refuse to accept such arrangements," Su Qingfeng stated firmly, meeting Li Fuxing's eyes. "If you force me to leave, I'll simply teleport to another battlefield and won't register my identity to avoid the hassle." You can't act recklessly." Li Fuxing was taken aback by Su Qingfeng's determination and was momentarily speechless. After weighing his options, he decided it was better to keep the young man at battlefield 17173, where he and his team could keep an eye on him. "Fine, since you're so insistent, you can stay." Li Fuxing's tone suddenly became gruff, perhaps revealing his true nature. "But you can't wander around freely. I'll assign a team member to help you get acquainted with the environment. After you've experienced a real battle, you should leave." He turned to Pei Xiaojun and commanded loudly, "Pei Xiaojun, this kid is your responsibility. Make sure he doesn't run off, or you'll answer to me." "Understood." Pei Xiaojun replied promptly, though he was inwardly troubled. How did this challenging task end up falling on him? Su Qingfeng sighed inwardly, regretting the troublesome task he had taken on. If he had known, he would have switched shifts with a colleague today. Despite his grievances about being paired with Li Fuxing, Su Qingfeng decided to go along with it to avoid further conflict. He planned to find a chance to ditch Pei Xiaojun later. After leaving the main guard post, Pei Xiaojun's attitude unexpectedly softened. The young man seemed to realize Su Qingfeng's dissatisfaction with him and Li Fuxing. To prevent the newcomer from leaving abruptly, Pei Xiaojun adopted a more conciliatory tone, saying, "You're alone on this unfamiliar battlefield, practically clueless about the situation here. Having a guide familiar with the environment can save you a lot of time. What do you think?" Su Qingfeng raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had expected Pei Xiaojun to be dismissive, even preparing for a heated argument before leaving on his own. To his surprise, Pei Xiaojun was more accommodating. Since the other party had extended an olive branch, Su Qingfeng saw no need for confrontation. He nodded and said, "You have a point." Encouraged, Pei Xiaojun began to describe the unfamiliar world, This planet hasn't been officially named yet. Because of its rich mineral deposits, we've nicknamed it Treasure Star. Although its size is similar to Blue Star, its density is much greater, and gravity is twice as strong. There's almost no vegetation or liquid water, making it unsuitable for human habitation. This is why our forces can't expand here. He paused, his expression growing serious. Our main adversaries on this planet are an intelligent species called the lizard men. Despite their name, they're monsters to us. Lizard men live underground, feeding directly on minerals, with low water and oxygen needs. For them, this planet is an ideal habitat. Pei Xiaojuan's voice became somber, as if recounting a nightmare. Male lizard men can reach lengths of 8 to 10 meters. Their skin is extremely tough, impervious to regular weapons. More terrifying is their speed. They can run at 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. Their claws can easily tear through armored vehicles, and his voice trembled slightly. To lizard men, humans are a delicacy. Pei Xiaojuan's eyes briefly reflected sorrow and anger, suggesting painful memories. Su Qingfeng remained silent, allowing Pei Xiaojun to regain his composure. Once Pei Xiaojuan's demeanor returned to normal, Su Qingfeng asked, "Are our bases on this planet limited to these outposts near the teleportation array?" Pei Xiaojun shook his head, pointing to a winding mountain path. "Not at all. Follow this path about 5 kilometers, and you'll find a basin. There, we've established our first fortress city on this planet, home to about 30,000 people. Besides 10,000 stationed soldiers, the rest are adventurer soul masters like you. However, most come in groups. It's rare to see someone like you, who arrives alone and unprepared." Hearing this, Su Qingfeng glared at Pei Xiaojun, who quickly offered a sheepish smile. All right. You're not a foolhardy lone wolf. You're a brave warrior, okay?" Su Qingfeng, not wanting to waste more time, said directly, "I'm heading to that fortress city." Pei Xiaojun immediately offered, "I'll go with you." He silently calculated that he'd need to ensure Su Qingfeng's safe return. "No need." Su Qingfeng declined firmly and activated the storage ring on his hand. A pile of equipment and weapons appeared out of thin air, which he began to don. A storage ring. Pei Xiaojun was dumbfounded, suddenly realizing he had underestimated Su Qingfeng from the start. A storage ring, valued at no less than 10 million star coins, is not something an ordinary soul master can afford. The ring on Su Qingfeng's finger glinted with a daunting brilliance in Pei Xiaojuan's eyes. It was not just a piece of equipment, but a symbol of status and prestige. Pei Xiaojuan's gaze was fixed on Su Qingfeng's hand, his mind in turmoil. He watched as Su Qingfeng skillfully retrieved equipment from the ring, his movements fluid and natural, as if he had been born with this ability. A high-grade dragon leather armor unfurled on Su Qingfeng, shining with an indestructible luster. Then, a long weapon forged from high-purity celestial steel, the Tianlong staff, appeared in his hand. Pei Xiaojun gasped, realizing that this set of equipment was worth at least 500 million star coins. Didn't Captain Li say this guy was a martyr's dependent? Pei Xiaojun wondered, what kind of martyr's dependent is this wealthy? I feel like he's a rich scion in disguise. However, Su Qingfeng was unaware of Pei Xiaojuan's internal musings. He gripped the Tianlong staff, feeling the gradual awakening of the great sage martial soul within him. Various staff techniques surged into his mind. Flower staff, stabbing staff, upright staff, splitting staff, blocking, wind-splashing staff, retreat inch advance foot, phoenix through flower staff technique. It was as if countless versions of himself had been honing these skills in his mind over time, and he could now reap the benefits effortlessly. This was the advantage of a powerful martial soul. Even inheriting just a tenth of the great sage martial soul's martial insights was enough for Su Qingfeng to reach heights unattainable by ordinary people. Holding the staff in one hand, Su Qingfeng's eyes gleamed with confidence. "Old Pei, do you think my gear qualifies me to stay and train on Duobao Star?" Pei Xiaojun nodded with a wry smile. "More than enough. Even our regiment leader's equipment might not be as good as yours. And he's a 7-star soul master with a 100 martial soul fusion rate." Su Qingfeng nodded slightly and was about to leave when Pei Xiaojun hurriedly stopped him. "Wait. Our captain told me to keep an eye on you. If you just run off, I'll be confined for at least 3 days. Let me tag along. I promise I won't interfere." Su Qingfeng frowned. "But I don't need your protection." Pei Xiaojun replied confidently. "That's exactly why I want to follow you. Consider it a vacation for me." With no other choice, Su Qingfeng set down the Tianlong staff. The double gravity on Duobao Star made the weapon exceptionally heavy, and his arms were already starting to ache. Striking a pose was truly exhausting. The two reached an agreement and formed a temporary team to embark on their journey. As they followed the winding mountain path, Su Qingfeng eventually saw the fortress city Pei Xiaojun had mentioned. The so-called basin was no longer there, replaced by a massive stone mountain that rose slightly. The entire stone mountain served as the fortress city's outer wall. While not particularly beautiful, its strength was enough to deter any siege weapon. Pei Xiaojun proudly introduced. The lizard people's siege weapons are completely powerless against these walls. Su Qingfeng's face showed a peculiar expression as he asked in surprise. Wait, did you say the lizardmen use siege weapons? He recalled Pei Xiaojun's earlier descriptions of the lizardmen, assuming they were just beasts relying on their bodies and claws for combat. He hadn't expected them to possess the capability to create and use complex weapons. Pei Xiaojun replied with a hint of impatience. Haven't I been emphasizing that? Lizardmen are an intelligent race. His tone became serious. Although they are cruel, bloodthirsty, and reckless, and not as intelligent as humans, they do have their own civilization. They create murals, have developed a simple language and writing, and can even mimic human speech. If their physical limitations didn't hinder their technological development, they would have already taken over this planet completely. Suddenly, Pei Xiaojun's eyes sharpened as he stared at Su Qingfeng, saying, I know you're well off, and your martial soul rank is certainly high, but remember this. On the battlefield, never underestimate the enemy at any time. Otherwise, you might be the next to die. As he spoke, a hint of sorrow and anger flashed in his eyes, as if recalling some painful memories. Su Qingfeng nodded earnestly. Thank you, I appreciate the lesson. He understood that this was a valuable lesson Pei Xiaojun had learned through life-threatening experiences and didn't dare take it lightly. Just then, a question suddenly popped into his mind. I want to know, Su Qingfeng asked cautiously. Did we discover this treasure star first, or did the lizard men? Do they have interstellar travel capabilities, or are they native to this planet? As he said this, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. Pei Xiaojun saw right through Su Qingfeng's thoughts and said bluntly, You're wondering if we're the invaders, right? Su Qingfeng hadn't expected such straightforwardness and could only nod in acknowledgement. Pei Xiaojun's expression turned serious. Remember, this is a brutal war between species, with only victory or defeat, no right or wrong. If given the chance, the myriad races of the stars would not hesitate to wipe out humanity entirely. Our stance towards hostile alien races is the same. We don't act now because we can't. Except for a few alien civilizations with good relations with humanity, the rest being wiped out wouldn't matter. Accepting this mindset is the only way to adapt to the harsh battlefield. He paused, then continued. Now, back to your question. There's no doubt we discovered this planet first, and we've been conducting small-scale mining operations here for over 1,000 years. But starting 500 years ago, a more powerful hostile alien civilization began deploying lizardmen here to drive humans off the planet. Now, the lizardmen population has grown to tens of millions, and the enemy's strategic goal is close to succeeding. At this point, a hint of helplessness appeared in Pei Xiaojun's eyes. Su Qingfeng tentatively asked, Can't we use technological weapons? He knew the human alliance possessed strategic weapons far more advanced than Earth's technology, capable of wiping out hundreds of thousands of lizardmen on Treasure Star with a single strike. We can't use them, Pei Xiaojun answered briefly, then explained. Although the lizardmen's technological level is low, they are essentially slave species of the three-eyed god race. Using a large-scale weapon would be like prematurely revealing our hand to the three-eyed god race, which doesn't align with our strategic planning. The most important point is that the planet's resources are of low to medium value, not worth deploying significant strategic forces. The three-eyed deity race. Su Qingfeng furrowed his brows as memories from the universal knowledge classes on various star races surfaced in his mind. This race, resembling humans but with green skin, had a slightly larger physique and a striking vertical eye on their forehead capable of emitting lasers. This third eye not only expanded their vision, but also served as a formidable weapon. Though their individual prowess wasn't particularly remarkable, the three-eyed deity race's technological advancements, especially in biotechnology, far surpassed that of humans. They excelled at modifying organisms, creating slave races like the lizardmen. Su Qingfeng recalled the brutal interstellar war from centuries ago, where humanity had to deploy numerous high-ranked soul masters in suicide missions to counter the advanced fleet of the three-eyed deity race. Although the war had reached a temporary halt, the three-eyed deity race never ceased their harassment of humanity. They supported human adversaries, dispatched spies to sabotage resource-rich planets, and even resorted to assassinating powerful human figures. The lizardmen on this treasure star were yet another threat they had cultivated. So these lizardmen have such a significant background. No wonder we're at such a disadvantage. Su Qingfeng resolved silently, determined to take down more lizardmen in the upcoming battle. Who wouldn't agree with that? Pei Xiaojun responded with a wry smile. As they walked and talked, they soon arrived at the entrance of the fortress city. After undergoing rigorous identity verification and passing through 2 layers of security doors, they finally entered this unique underground city. What greeted them was a massive bunker, with a dome over 100 meters high, densely packed with floodlights that illuminated the entire space as bright as day. On the ground, a maze of shops and bustling crowds gave the small city a somewhat chaotic appearance. Su Qingfeng wrinkled his nose slightly as a foul odor permeated the air. Covering his nose, he followed Pei Xiaojun into the throng. Voices selling goods and engaging in conversation filled the air. Freshly crafted lizardman hard armor shields, discerning buyers welcome. Hunting lizardman team mission, recruiting a control-type soul master. Requirements: at least 5-star soul power, combat level over 150. Damn lizardmen. Found a massive sky star steel ore in the underground mine yesterday. Was about to move it when they snatched it. Save your army, recruiting warriors. Just 1 month of simple training and you're ready to go. Excellent benefits, apply now. Despite the less than comfortable environment, Su Qingfeng could feel the city's vibrant energy. If you just want to experience fighting a lizard man, Pei Xiaojun suddenly suggested, you can go to the arena in the city center. For 100,000 star coins, you can pick a lizard man for a duel. Since money isn't an issue for you, right? Su Qingfeng immediately understood the hint. If money was involved, this so-called duel clearly wouldn't be a genuine fight to the death. In the arena, a group of elderly, sick, and disabled lizard men were pushed onto the stage, becoming the sacrificial victims for the rich who spent lavishly to experience the thrill of slaughter. This cruel scene made Su Qingfeng frown. He turned to Pei Xiaojun, a hint of disdain in his voice. A life for just 100,000 star coins? I think we'd be better off looking for some legitimate work at the bounty hall. The two made their way through the bustling streets to the bounty hall. Su Qingfeng pointed to a building not far away and explained, that's the mission broker hall, where anyone can post or take on tasks. I'm short on cash right now, so it's a good chance to earn some extra money. A gleam of approval flashed in Pei Xiaojun's eyes as he nodded to himself. His earlier suggestion had actually been a test of Su Qingfeng's character, and it was clear now that his new friend was not someone who reveled in bloodshed. As they stepped into the hall, a small man approached them with a broad smile. Pei Xiao, is there something important happening? Su Qingfeng keenly noted the address, Pei Xiao, and, recalling Pei Xiaojun's demeanor, realized that his companion likely had a significant background. Pei Xiaojun explained calmly, no need to worry, old Zheng. I'm just here with a friend who's visiting Duobao Star for the first time. The small man, relieved, turned to Su Qingfeng and introduced himself as Zheng Kuei, the manager, and inquired about his needs. Su Qingfeng got straight to the point. What's the task with the highest bounty right now? Without hesitation, Zheng Kuei replied, that would be the assassination of the lizardmen leader Munkdo in Ghost King Valley, with a bounty exceeding 20 million star coins. All you need to do is bring back his heart-guarding armor plate. Hearing this, Pei Xiaojun frowned, then explained the task's danger to Su Qingfeng. Ghost King Valley is the headquarters of the Lizardmen army, housing tens of thousands of troops. Munkdo's combat level is over 500. Taking the head of a general amidst such an army is no easy feat. However, Su Qingfeng seemed intrigued by the task. How far is Ghost King Valley from here? With this question, both Pei Xiaojun and Zheng Kuei were taken aback, looking at Su Qingfeng in disbelief. Seeing their reaction, Su Qingfeng laughed and explained, don't get me wrong, I just want to see Ghost King Valley for myself. Only then did they relax a bit. Zheng Kuei briefly introduced the situation in Ghost King Valley. It's only about 10 kilometers from here, an hour's walk. As long as you don't directly enter the valley, there's a chance you'll survive. Su Qingfeng took the opportunity to check other tasks related to Ghost King Valley and noticed a commission to recover the belongings of human warriors, silently noting the location information. After bidding farewell to Zheng Kuei, Su Qingfeng headed straight for the city gates, preparing to go to Ghost King Valley. Pei Xiaojun followed, teasing in a complex tone. You're really going to Ghost King Valley just like that? Aren't you afraid of dying? Su Qingfeng took out his Tianlong staff and replied with a smile. If you're afraid, you can head back to the garrison. I didn't ask you to come along. Pei Xiaojun snorted, then seriously warned. From now on, we could run into lizardmen adventurers or even an army at any moment. Don't let your guard down. Before he finished speaking, Su Qingfeng suddenly leaped towards a large rock by the roadside. With a swift swing of his staff, there was a loud bang, and a massive lizard man hidden behind the rock fell to the ground, green blood splattering everywhere. Su Qingfeng turned back to the dumbfounded Pei Xiaojun and asked with a smile, what were you just saying? Pei Xiaojun's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, that was a lizardman assassin, known for its stealth. Not only did you spot it, but you also took it down with a single strike. A few seconds ago, Su Qingfeng suddenly heard a warning from the great sage in his ear, there's a demon aura. His gaze immediately locked onto the unnatural bulge on the rock. His body reacted faster than his mind. Instinctively, Su Qingfeng leaped high into the air, gripping his staff tightly, as he struck down with thunderous force. With a loud boom, the rock shattered, spraying nauseating green liquid. The hidden entity finally revealed its true form, transforming from a gray-brown boulder into a massive, 5 to 6 meter long lizard with an enormous head. Su Qingfeng suddenly realized that after awakening his martial soul, He not only acquired the basic attributes of the great sage martial soul, but also gained enhanced battlefield awareness and combat instincts. This powerful sensation was as exhilarating as effortlessly leveling up in a game. He quickly analyzed the enemy before him. The hider was a special type of lizard man, possessing a camouflage ability far superior to that of a chameleon. Although its combat strength was average, its exceptional stealth capabilities made it a favored scout and assassin in lizard man armies. The creature Su Qingfeng had just killed was relatively small for a male lizard man. My full force staff strike must unleash at least 10,000 pounds of force, Su Qingfeng thought to himself. This creature's combat level is probably around 30, and without armor for concealment, it had no defense against my strike. It would be surprising if it wasn't killed instantly. Su Qingfeng didn't explain how he detected the lizard man, fearing it might frighten old Pei. However, Pei Xiaojun confidently remarked, "Your martial soul star level must be very high." This was quite evident. Su Qingfeng was just a high school student who had recently awakened his martial soul. Even with training in the secret realm of the Tongtian Tower, his performance was extraordinarily strong. Su Qingfeng responded with a smile. "Heh, you're the second person to say that." The first person to praise his martial soul's high star level was a saleswoman in a shady shop. Pei Xiaojun laughed as well. "Otherwise, what? Does anyone think your martial soul is weak? If so, then many people must be blind." Su Qingfeng was about to reply when he noticed a faint green light emerging from the lizardman's corpse, flying straight toward his forehead. This was the soul power of the lizard man, which could only be absorbed by a soul master who inflicted a fatal blow and was near the corpse. The soul power could enhance the martial soul's fusion, allowing the soul master to grow stronger quickly. As the light entered his forehead, Su Qingfeng felt a noticeable increase in his fusion with the great sage martial soul, and his arm strength significantly improved. The heavenly dragon staff, which had felt heavy due to doubled gravity, now seemed weightless. He instinctively checked his martial soul information and found that the fusion had increased from 0.01 to 0.015. Killing one monster only increased the martial soul fusion by 0.0005. Su Qingfeng calculated. These lizardman souls are indeed weak. But fortunately, the great sage martial soul is strong enough that my single-arm pull strength increased by at least 1,000 kilograms. Su Qingfeng set a small goal for himself. Today, I'll aim to kill 200 lizard men, boost my martial soul fusion to 1, and break through a single-arm pull strength of 200 tons. With this ambitious goal, Su Qingfeng pressed forward, ready to embrace more challenges and opportunities. Pei Xiaojun's reminder made Su Qingfeng stop in his tracks. He turned to look at his companion with a slight frown. Lizardman leather and chest armor plates are top-notch materials, worth at least 1,000 star coins. Pei Xiaojun said urgently, his eyes glinting with regret. Su Qingfeng waved dismissively. "If you want them, they're yours. I'm leaving." With that, he grabbed his Tianlong staff and strode towards Ghost King Valley. Collecting materials is too troublesome, a waste of time, and makes you filthy, Su Qingfeng thought, completely indifferent to the small amount of money. His goal was clear since the enemy was already alerted. The priority was to kill more lizard men. Pei Xiaojun stood there, stunned, watching Su Qingfeng's retreating figure and shouted, "Hey, if you don't wait for me, how am I supposed to collect materials?" He had intended to recover the valuable chest armor plates, but Su Qingfeng had already walked away, and he couldn't abandon the mission for such a minor matter. With no other choice, he reluctantly followed, calling out after him. As they continued their journey, Pei Xiaojun finally understood why Su Qingfeng had no interest in collecting materials. Following closely behind, he witnessed a jaw-dropping massacre. Su Qingfeng seemed to possess a sixth sense, effortlessly spotting the hidden lizardman scouts along the path. Even more astonishing was how swiftly he dispatched them with a single strike of his staff. The lizardmen didn't even have time to react before meeting their demise. In just half an hour, Su Qingfeng efficiently took down 7 lizardmen. If they were collecting materials, they'd probably still be dealing with the first corpse. The difference in efficiency was worlds apart. "You're not here for training. You're practically sweeping the battlefield." Pei Xiaojun couldn't help but remark enviously. Su Qingfeng's combat skills were incredibly sharp, each move fluid and decisive, demonstrating the most efficient way to eliminate enemies. Pei Xiaojun knew he couldn't achieve such prowess and could only watch with envy and admiration. What was even more frightening was Pei Xiaojun's realization that Su Qingfeng's combat power was rapidly increasing with time. Initially, Pei Xiaojun felt he could barely match his strikes, but soon, each of Su Qingfeng's blows grew more formidable, as if they could split mountains, unstoppable. During the last encounter with a lizardman scout, Su Qingfeng split the enemy in half with one strike. Such extraordinary destructive power was beyond Pei Xiaojun's imagination. "He's a human monster," he thought. Suddenly, Su Qingfeng stopped and turned to Pei Xiaojun. "Old Pei, you're the local expert. Let me ask you, is it normal for so many lizardman scouts to be hiding along the road?" Su Qingfeng sensed something was off. The density of lizardman scouts was too high. Although they were skilled at stealth, this was still human territory. With so many Salvation Army warriors and soul adventurers coming and going, how could there still be so many enemy scouts? Pei Xiaojun paused, thinking carefully, his expression turning serious. Now that you mention it, it's unusual. Scouts are a scarce resource in the lizardman army. They wouldn't send so many to their deaths without a significant operation. He pulled out a special communication device, continuing. The sudden deployment of so many lizardman scouts suggests a large-scale attack might be imminent. I need to report this to the Corps immediately. Su Qingfeng nodded, signaling Pei Xiaojun to contact their superiors. The continuous travel and battles had drained his energy, and he took this opportunity to rest. Finding a clean rock to sit on, he took out a stamina recovery potion from the Nangong Commerce Guild and drank it in one go. These potions were rich in nutrients, quickly alleviating fatigue and providing sustenance. Despite their high cost, for Su Qingfeng, who owed millions, a few thousand star coins for a potion was trivial. After a while, Pei Xiaojun finished contacting his superiors and returned to Su Qingfeng. Gratefully, he said, "Thank you for the tip. If this intelligence proves valuable, I'll make sure to recommend you for a commendation." "No problem," Su Qingfeng replied, standing up and looking at Pei Xiaojun intently. "We're nearing Ghost King Valley. Are you sure you want to continue with me?" He explained seriously. "If we're surrounded by the Lizardman army, I can't guarantee your safety." Su Qingfeng knew he wasn't worried about being surrounded, thanks to his protective divine abilities. His concern was that in the heat of battle, he wouldn't be able to ensure Pei Xiaojun's safety. Worse, if he accidentally harmed his companion, it would be even more awkward. "Are you really going into Ghost King Valley alone?" Pei Xiaojun's voice was filled with concern. His gaze was fixed on Su Qingfeng, as if trying to see through his intentions. There are many powerful fighters among the lizard men with combat levels over 100, and there are so many of them. Pei Xiaojun continued to persuade. "Even though your spirit power level is high and your combat level is rising rapidly, you shouldn't take such a risk." Pei Xiaojun struggled internally. As a 5-star soul master, his spirit fusion was just over 30, with a combat level of only 160. Such strength seemed insignificant in the face of the impending danger. He wanted to retreat and was trying hard to convince Su Qingfeng to abandon the mission. However, he knew Su Qingfeng was a determined person, difficult to sway. Su Qingfeng gave a confident smile. "If danger comes, I can run, as long as you don't follow." His tone was relaxed, as if he were about to embark on a casual outing rather than a life-or-death mission. At this point, Su Qingfeng's spirit fusion had increased to 50.05. His single-arm pull strength exceeded 10,000 kilograms, and his combat level was approaching 300, with further rapid growth. "As long as I'm not surrounded by thousands of lizard men, I can cut through them like grass," Su Qingfeng said confidently. "If I do get surrounded by a large lizard men force, it'll be time to test my first soul skill, the heavenly phenomenon." Pei Xiaojun was silent for a moment before making up his mind. "Then I'll head back. If the lizardmen army makes a move, their first target will surely be the teleportation array. I need to hold the line with the others." "All right, take care," Su Qingfeng said solemnly. After exchanging farewells, Pei Xiaojun turned and left. Watching Pei Xiaojun's departing figure, Su Qingfeng felt a heaviness in his heart. Though they hadn't known each other long or formed a deep bond, the thought that Pei Xiaojun might soon be killed or even devoured by lizard men ignited an anger within him. "If it's the lizard men who sparked this rage, then I'll extinguish it with their lives." Su Qingfeng gripped his Tianlong staff tightly and resolutely moved forward. Before long, Su Qingfeng found himself at the front lines of the battle between humans and lizard men. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and blood, a cacophony of sounds surrounding him. The blasts of hot weapons, the clashing of cold steel, and the agonized cries of lizard men from all directions. In most cases, humans overwhelmingly dominated the battles against the lizard men. However, when a human soul master was defeated, they were often devoured completely by the lizard men. This planet was just too suitable for the lizard men to thrive, allowing their population to grow continuously. The humans faced a troubling dilemma. The more lizard men they killed, the more there seemed to be. Worse still, the lizard men were learning during the battles, gradually increasing their overall combat strength. The situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable. Su Qingfeng briefly sensed his surroundings, confirming that no humans in distress needed assistance. Without further delay, he headed straight for the lizardmen's base in Ghost King Valley. Ghost King Valley, as the name suggests, is a valley. This valley wasn't naturally formed, but was a result of human mining for high-value ores on the planet Duobao, leaving behind an abandoned mine. Later, the lizardmen occupied the abandoned mine, consuming the ores and expanding the mine, which eventually caused significant changes in the terrain, creating this semi-sunken giant valley. The valley was home to nearly 500,000 lizard men, resembling a ghostly realm, hence the name Ghost King Valley. In contrast, humans had only about 10,000 troops stationed on this planet. a relatively small force. Su Qingfeng continued for several more kilometers, and whenever he encountered a lizard man in hiding, he struck them down with a single blow. His movements were swift and precise, each strike hitting its mark with unerring accuracy. This bold advance finally drew the attention of the lizardman's main force. Su Qingfeng made his way through the forest, only to suddenly find himself surrounded by a horde of lizardmen. Ahead, hundreds of lizardmen archers had their bows drawn, arrows aimed directly at him. On both sides, over 300 fully armed lizardmen warriors watched him intently. Behind him, more lizardmen were quickly closing in, forming an unbreakable circle. Such a formidable ambush would strike fear into anyone's heart, even the local Liberation Army Corps leader. However, Su Qingfeng was different. He could feel the great sage martial soul within him roaring with excitement, and his hands, gripping the Tianlong staff, trembled slightly with anticipation. At last, a worthy challenge had arrived. In the center of the formation, a massive lizardman leader, nearly 9 meters long and as large as a truck, roared in clumsy human language. "Wretched human, how dare you slaughter our divine scouts? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Once you fall, I will devour your body and hang your head from a flagpole." Su Qingfeng smirked disdainfully and retorted, "A slave species not even worthy of being called sewer rats dares to claim divinity? How utterly laughable." With that, he slammed the Tianlong staff into the ground, causing the earth beneath him to crack. In the next moment, Su Qingfeng shot into the air like a cannonball, heading straight for the massive lizard man. The lizard man leader, shocked and furious at Su Qingfeng's audacity to attack, while surrounded, shouted, "Release the arrows." Instantly, hundreds of arrows whistled through the air, encircling Su Qingfeng. "Attack!" Su Qingfeng roared, and behind him appeared the towering phantom of the great sage martial soul, holding a Rui Jingu Bang and clad in golden armor. This was the hallmark of a soul master resonating fully with their martial soul. With the great sage's support, Su Qingfeng's movements seemed almost superhuman, and he easily evaded the rain of arrows unscathed. The astonishing scene left the lizardmen dumbfounded. The giant lizard man, panicking, urged his subordinates to charge while discreetly retreating behind them. "Quick, attack! We outnumber him, cut him down." The simple-minded lizardmen warriors, emboldened by their numbers, rushed at Su Qingfeng. "Bring it on." Su Qingfeng landed in the densest cluster of lizardmen and swung the Tianlong staff with the force of a hurricane, cutting down 20 to 30 lizardmen at once. The air was filled with green fluid as the dying lizardmen let out piercing screams. Whoa! The giant lizardman was so terrified by this display that he cursed aloud, losing all courage to rally his forces. Su Qingfeng's eyes were sharp as lightning, instantly grasping the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the giant lizard man like an arrow released from a bow. The surrounding hundreds of lizardmen posed no obstacle for him, as the first wave of enemies fell and his great sage martial soul greedily absorbed their soul power. Su Qingfeng felt a surge of power within him, with his martial soul fusion rate skyrocketing to 0.2 in mere moments. His single-arm strength exceeded 40,000 kilograms, and his combat power level broke through the 1,000 mark. This astonishing rate of progress filled Su Qingfeng with joy, reminding him of the legend of the great sage mastering the great celestial technique in just a few years, and he felt his growth trajectory was that of a true genius. "Don't even think about running," Su Qingfeng shouted, his Tianlong staff transforming into a golden light. He merged with his weapon, enveloped by the golden aura of the great sage's phantom, and pierced through the encirclement like a sharp spear, aiming to take the life of the giant lizard man. The giant lizard man didn't even have time to plead for mercy before Su Qingfeng struck with the force of a mountain-splitting blow, causing its head to burst like a watermelon. As this strongest enemy fell, a vast soul power surged into Su Qingfeng, pushing his martial soul fusion rate from 0.2 to 0.3, with his single-arm strength surpassing the 60,000 kilogram threshold. Su Qingfeng was somewhat surprised, thinking that this seemingly cowardly opponent still held some value. However, he had no time to ponder as the other lizardmen, sensing the dire situation, began to flee in all directions. Unwilling to let these experience points escape, Su Qingfeng wielded his Tianlong staff in a frenzied pursuit. Despite not having mastered the hair clone technique or the cloud somersault, limiting his ability to cover everything, he still managed to slay nearly 400 lizardmen. This exhilarating battle raised his martial soul fusion rate to 1.1, with his single-arm strength breaking through an astonishing 220,000 kilograms. However, when Su Qingfeng calculated carefully, he found the results somewhat disappointing. Based on his previous estimates, a single lizard man should have increased his fusion rate by 0.005, theoretically allowing him to reach 2. Yet in reality, after his martial soul fusion rate surpassed 1, the soul power from these lizard men offered minimal enhancement. Seeing this situation, a gaming term surfaced in Su Qingfeng's mind experience decay. The fusion level of a soul master's spirit increases significantly with each stage, requiring much greater soul power. Su Qingfeng understood this well, a glint of determination in his eyes. To increase from 0 to 1 might require hunting 200 lizard men, but to jump from 1 to 2 could demand as many as 2,000. This meant that the soul value of a single lizard man had diminished to a tenth of its original worth. Su Qingfeng chuckled softly, murmuring to himself, just like in games, when the monster's level is low, the experience points naturally drop. Clenching his fist, a flash of resolve appeared in his eyes. Continuously hunting these low-level lizard men won't help me restore the glory of the great sage's spirit. He estimated his own strength. My combat level must have surpassed 6,000 by now. It's really pointless to keep picking on small fry here. Su Qingfeng's gaze shifted to the distance, where stronger foes awaited him. Next, I'll head straight for Ghost King Valley. After testing my soul skills, today's battle will come to an end. With that, Su Qingfeng swiftly cleaned the filth off his body, his movements crisp and efficient. He took several stamina recovery potions from his bag and drank them in one go, feeling the energy flow through him. Having done this, he pressed on without hesitation, his steps firm and powerful. However, Su Qingfeng was unaware that his seemingly brief encounter with the lizardman troops had already stirred up a storm in the hearts of both humans and lizardmen. Rewind to 3 minutes earlier, Feng, the commander of the vanguard camp of the Human Salvation Army on Duobao Star, was handling routine matters. Suddenly, a scout rushed in, breathless, to report. Commander, traces of large-scale lizardman troop activity have been discovered near Ghost Shadow Forest. The enemy numbers exceed 500, and we suspect a human adventurer has wandered into the danger zone and is surrounded. Feng's brows furrowed instantly at the news. He cursed under his breath. These adventurers really know how to create trouble for us. The Ghost Shadow Forest is just a step away from Ghost King Valley, and being surrounded at that location is practically a death sentence. Yet, as the Salvation Army bore a heavy responsibility, they couldn't stand idly by while humans were in peril. Reluctantly, Feng ordered, "Instruct the scouts near Ghost Shadow Forest to continue monitoring the battle situation and to rescue our fellow humans if the opportunity arises." He knew well that this order was essentially a matter of doing their best and leaving the rest to fate. The chances of those adventurers surviving were slim. Feng was also unwilling to sacrifice the elite scouts of the Salvation Army for such a near-hopeless task. His underlying message was clear: check the situation, and if possible, collect any remains. However, just 2 minutes later, a message that shocked everyone came through. The scout's urgent voice crackled over the communicator. "Report, Commander. The Lizardman troop in Ghost Shadow Forest has been annihilated. It seems a powerful human warrior passed by and dealt with the trouble." Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, repeating, "A force of 400 to 500 elite lizardmen was completely wiped out in such a short time." He suspected false intelligence. Yet, soon, reports from other channels confirmed this astounding fact, that lizardman army, nearly 500 strong, had indeed been obliterated in just 2 minutes, and their opponent seemed to be a single human. Feng was so stunned he could hardly speak, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be that a 9-star soul master has passed by Duobao Star? With this in mind, he immediately ordered, "Dispatch more scouts towards Ghost King Valley. I have a feeling something significant is about to happen there." While the humans rejoiced, the Lizardman army in Ghost King Valley fell into unprecedented panic. They had just lost an elite unit, and their adversary appeared to be just one human warrior. This news exploded like a bomb within the Lizardman ranks, sparking waves of terrified murmurs. In the Valley of the Ghost King, the leader of the Lizardman army, Monk Duo, was leisurely enjoying his meal when a subordinate suddenly rushed in with alarming news. "Leader, something terrible has happened. Our vanguard, a squadron of 500 elite troops, has been defeated by those despicable humans." Monk Duo's face turned ashen upon hearing this, and in a fit of rage, he hurled his food at the subordinate, demanding sharply, "What happened?" The subordinate, trembling, replied, "Our forces were almost completely wiped out. According to the brothers who escaped, they were attacked by just one human. One person." Monk Duo widened his eyes in disbelief. "Are they all useless? They couldn't even handle a single enemy." The subordinate stammered, "Leader, that human is incredibly strong, likely a powerful 9-star soul master." Monk Duo was taken aback. If the opponent was indeed a 9-star soul master, the situation was indeed serious. He had originally planned to gather his troops to launch a surprise attack on the Salvation Army's base today, but now that the enemy had reached the Valley of the Ghost King, this plan had to be shelved. After a moment's consideration, Monk Duo decisively ordered, "Relay my command. The entire vanguard will attack in full force. Even if it costs lives, we must exhaust that human soul master." He chose without hesitation to sacrifice the pawn to save the king. The vanguard consisted of nearly 200,000 elite lizardmen warriors, and as long as they performed normally, they should be able to overwhelm a 9-star soul master. As for Monk Duo himself, being the brains of the entire army, he adhered to the principle of a wise man keeps out of danger. He quickly retreated to an underground bunker, preparing to await the battle's outcome before making further plans. The Lizardmen army, upon receiving the order, sprang into action. Nearly 200,000 Lizardmen warriors surged out from all directions of the Valley of the Ghost King, gathering in a chaotic but spectacular mass. At this moment, Su Qingfeng stood on a high mountain outside the valley, overlooking the intimidating scene below. The sheer number of over 200,000 lizardmen, much larger in size, appeared to him like a sea of writhing maggots. Su Qingfeng sighed, then took out his phone, found the right angle, and opened the camera. He recalled how a video of him giving up the 9-star martial soul had gone viral online, yet he hadn't earned a single penny from it. This time, he was wiser, deciding to film himself before testing his heavenly transformation skill, planning to anonymously post it online for some extra cash. With everything ready, Su Qingfeng, holding the dragon staff, leaped off the cliff, diving straight into the sea of lizardmen below. With his current 1.1 martial soul fusion rate, a single-arm pull strength of 220 tons, a physique as strong as a Kryptonian, and a combat power level over 6,000, jumping from several thousand meters high posed no problem. However, the situation below was more complicated than expected. Strong individuals within the Lizardmen army quickly noticed Su Qingfeng's presence and immediately commanded their ranged units to attack. As Su Qingfeng descended, thousands of arrows and spells flew towards him, densely packed with no room for evasion. Although with Su Qingfeng's current physique, such ranged attacks couldn't harm him, he couldn't casually sacrifice the dignity of the great sage. So he silently chanted in his heart, "First soul skill, heavenly transformation, activate." In the next instant, the phantom of the great sage's martial soul appeared behind Su Qingfeng, with its weapon rapidly solidifying and enlarging. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a terrifying giant, standing thousands of feet tall, with a head like Mount Tai, a waist like a towering ridge, eyes like lightning, a mouth like a blood basin, and teeth like swords and halberds. On closer inspection, the giant vaguely resembled a stone ape. Below, countless lizardmen warriors were dumbfounded by this astounding scene. Su Qingfeng successfully unleashed the mighty transformation of heaven and earth manifestation, and in an instant, his body expanded to a towering height of 1,000 feet. Immense power surged through his being like a tidal wave, making him feel as though he commanded an entire realm. He could clearly sense that with a single punch, he could shatter mountains, and with one step, dry up vast lakes. Such invincible strength would make even deities hesitate to confront him. Surprisingly, despite this astonishing power, Su Qingfeng felt an unusual calmness within. His mind was focused on one thought: to inflict maximum damage on the lizardmen within the 10-minute time limit of his transformation. He bore no psychological burden about killing. He believed firmly that if he didn't kill, how could hatred cease? If he didn't kill, how would strength differ from weakness? If he didn't kill, how could humanity rise? If he didn't kill, how would other races know to retreat? With eyes as sharp as lightning, Su Qingfeng quickly targeted the densest area of the Lizardman army. He lifted his enormous foot and stomped down fiercely. Boom! A thunderous crash reverberated as the ground shook violently, and a cloud of dust mixed with green blood soared into the sky. When the dust settled, a massive crater with a diameter of 100 meters appeared. In that instant, tens of thousands of lizardmen perished. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the surviving lizardmen completely lost their will to resist. The front ranks of 200,000 soldiers collapsed in an instant, and even those within Ghost King Valley abandoned everything and fled for their lives. The only thought in their minds was to survive. Su Qingfeng showed no mercy, controlling the powerful giant form to mercilessly slaughter the fleeing lizardmen. His fists and feet rained down like a storm, each strike claiming hundreds, if not thousands, of lives. He even grabbed half of a mountain peak and hurled it at the dense crowd of lizardmen. In just a few minutes, over 200,000 lizardmen were killed, their souls turning into green light that nearly dyed Su Qingfeng's giant body emerald. As the slaughter continued, Su Qingfeng felt his martial soul fusion, strength, and combat level soar, fueling his battle frenzy. However, noticing the time left for his transformation was only 3 minutes, he decided to change tactics. Su Qingfeng suddenly remembered the bounty task he received before setting out. Assassinating the lizardman leader Monkito would earn him a reward of 20 million star coins. He looked down at the tens of thousands of lizardmen fleeing like cockroaches. Although he couldn't identify Monkito, he deduced that the leader must be the strongest among them. Using the keen perception granted by his great sage martial soul, Su Qingfeng easily locked onto the strongest lizardmen below. He grabbed and crushed them one by one, removing their heart-protecting armor plates. Unfortunately for Monkito, he couldn't escape this fate either. Su Qingfeng extracted him from his hiding place in an underground pit and crushed him. After completing this, Su Qingfeng finally stopped, though reluctantly. He quickly returned to the mountain peak where he had started, carefully retrieving the phone he had set up earlier, saving and backing up the recorded video. He then swiftly left Ghost King Valley, disappearing into the mountains. Su Qingfeng's earth-shattering assault happened as quickly as it ended. He left the lizard men with a terrifying and painful memory, prompting them to withdraw from Ghost King Valley and never dare to provoke humanity again, bringing years of peace to the entire treasure star. However, Su Qingfeng was unaware that his terrifying feat not only intimidated the lizard men, but also shocked the human Salvation Army. Being close to Ghost King Valley, Captain Duan Feng of the Vanguard camp witnessed the entire massacre. The scene of Su Qingfeng unleashing his powers in Ghost King Valley was like a breathtaking painting unfolding before Duan Feng's eyes. The colossal figure towered over everything, and each wave of its hand sent massive waves crashing down, obliterating the ranks of the lizard men with ease. Duan Feng's eyes widened, his heart pounded, and his throat went dry. This wasn't just any 9-star Soul Master, this was like the legendary 999-star Soul Master. Even as he was shocked, Duan Feng's mind raced. Where did such a formidable warrior come from? Why had he never heard of him? Filled with questions, he immediately sent an urgent report to the Corps headquarters, requesting an investigation into the mysterious figure's identity. However, even before Duan Feng's report, the Salvation Army's 17173 Corps had already noticed the anomaly in Ghost King Valley. The Corps leader, Pei Wuji, uploaded images of the giant figure into the internal system for comparison, but found nothing. The identity of this powerful individual was shrouded in mystery, impossible to decipher. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng quietly returned to the fortress city on Duobao Star. The aftermath of the battle in Ghost King Valley spread like ripples, causing a small-scale panic. Many adventurers chose to make a hasty retreat, leaving the once bustling fortress city noticeably quieter. As Su Qingfeng entered the bounty hall, he found it still open for business. Manager Zheng Kuei was sitting alone in a corner, engrossed in his phone. The screen showed a video of the Ghost King Valley battle, filmed by other adventurers. Despite the blurry, shaky footage and the terrified shouts of the photographer, the terrifying power of Su Qingfeng's abilities was clear. "Old Zheng, are you still doing business here?" Su Qingfeng suddenly spoke, startling Zheng Kuei. "Huh? It's you." Zheng Kuei recognized Su Qingfeng, put down his phone, and looked around. "Where's young Master Pei?" There was an emergency, and he went back to the teleportation squad. Su Qingfeng casually fabricated, since the so-called emergency was caused by him. "Figures." Zheng Kuei sighed in relief, jokingly saying, "I remember you saying you wanted to go to Ghost King Valley to see for yourself. Lucky you didn't go. Now you know how dangerous it is, right? The lizard men in Ghost King Valley must have really angered one of our top human warriors. They're in big trouble now. If you had been there, you might have been caught up in it. What a stroke of bad luck that would be." Su Qingfeng watched the smiling Zheng Kuei and nodded slightly, casually replying, "I went." "What? You went? You're bluffing." Zheng Kuei didn't believe it at all. After all, Su Qingfeng and Pei Xiaojun had been asking about tasks here less than 2 hours ago. A full-speed trip to Ghost King Valley would take over an hour one way, not to mention any battles along the way. Su Qingfeng said no more, simply taking out a few pieces of the lizardman's heart-protecting armor from his storage ring and the black card given by Nangong Liua, saying, "These should include the heart armor of the Ghost King Valley leader, Monkdo. The other pieces are from minor lizardmen leaders and should also have bounties. Here you go, transfer the bounty to this card." Zheng Kuei's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Su Qingfeng, like he'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. His expression froze, as if time had stopped. Upon hearing Su Qingfeng's words, Zheng Kuei was thunderstruck. He stared in disbelief at the young man before him, who looked no older than a high school student. His mind raced with the rumors of the legendary figure who had demonstrated immense power in Ghost King Valley. His Adam's apple bobbed as he fought the urge to ask about the truth, but reason ultimately triumphed over curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Kuei forced himself to remain calm. Whether this Su Qingfeng was the mysterious powerhouse himself or someone connected to him, it was not someone he could afford to provoke. The mission hall had a duty to protect client privacy, and even if he learned more, he had to keep it to himself. Rather than risk asking questions, it was better to focus on the task at hand. Silently, he took the heart-guarding scales from Su Qingfeng and began examining them with a special device. The machine emitted a faint hum as Zheng Kuei closely watched the data on the screen. Soon, the results confirmed that the scales matched the combat level of several minor leaders and the chief Monkdo from the Lizardman army. Zheng Kuei's heart raced as he realized the items were genuine. This meant that the highest bounty tasks in Ghost King Valley were about to change hands. Struggling to keep his voice steady, he picked up the black card Su Qingfeng handed him and asked, "Everything checks out. The bounty totals 22.5 million star coins. Should I transfer it all to this card?" At that moment, Zheng Kuei noticed the prominent Nangong Commerce logo on the black card and felt relieved about his earlier caution. He recalled the recent news about Nangong commerce spending 2 trillion star coins to acquire an entire resource planet, marveling at the twists of fate. Su Qingfeng nodded calmly, yes. He offered no further explanation, as if this were just another routine transaction. Zheng Kuei quickly processed the transfer, moving the bounty into the black card account. After completing the transaction, he carefully returned the card to Su Qingfeng. Just as Zheng Kuei thought the deal was concluded, Su Qingfeng retrieved a rusty short sword from his storage ring. Handing it to Zheng Kuei, he said nonchalantly, I also took on a task to retrieve relics from the front mountain of Ghost King Valley. This is the only remaining relic, so please return it to the task issuer. As for the bounty, it's not necessary. Zheng Kuei accepted the short sword, his mind in turmoil. Unable to hold back, he blurted out, you seem to have a good relationship with Pei Xiao. Why not return the relic to him directly? Instantly, he regretted the question, realizing he might have touched on a sensitive subject. Su Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing unconsciously. He hadn't expected that the task of retrieving the relics was issued by Pei Xiaojun. Whose relics were they? Family? A brother? A lover? Any of these would explain Pei Xiaojun's deeply wounded demeanor earlier. Su Qingfeng had his suspicions but deliberately feigned difficulty as he said to Zheng Kuei, I can't easily explain the origin of this item. Understood. Zheng Kuei nodded repeatedly, a hint of reverence in his expression. In his view, given Su Qingfeng's strength and background, unless he knew Pei Xiaojun well, it would indeed be hard to explain the source of this short sword. I'll handle it properly for you. Changing the topic, Su Qingfeng casually asked, by the way, I heard you call Pei Xiaojun Pei Xiao earlier? Ah, you don't know about this? Zheng Kuei looked surprised, then explained, Pei Xiao is the only son of Pei Wuji, the commander of the Salvation Army here. He was originally the elite scout captain. A few months ago, he failed a reconnaissance mission in Ghost King Valley, and dozens of teammates risked their lives to save him. After his injuries healed, he seemed a bit broken, so he was reassigned to guard the teleportation array. With just a few words, Zheng Kuei conveyed Pei Xiaojun's story. Su Qingfeng suddenly understood why Pei Xiaojun had emphasized living and dying with his brothers when they parted ways. Fortunately, you avenged him. Zheng Kuei glanced at Su Qingfeng, his eyes full of relief. Su Qingfeng just waved his hand without saying more and turned to leave. Meanwhile, near the teleportation array, Pei Xiaojun was busy maintaining order. The news of intense battles breaking out in Ghost King Valley had frightened the members of the Fortress City's merchant guilds and adventurers, causing chaos around the teleportation array. Amidst his busyness, Pei Xiaojun couldn't help but worry about Su Qingfeng's safety. However, in his mind, the image of that giant stone monkey figure kept appearing, giving him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Soon after, Su Qingfeng joined the bustling crowd in the teleportation array, returning to Tongtian Realm's No. 1 Plaza, ending this practical combat trial. He didn't linger in the plaza area but went straight back to his personal space, eager to assess the changes in his strength after killing hundreds of thousands of lizard men. Su Qingfeng quickly focused on the detailed attribute panel. Name, Su Qingfeng. Martial Soul, Great Sage equal to Heaven Sun Wukong. Unknown Star Level Fusion Degree, 4. First Soul Skill, Divine Ability Heaven and Earth Transformation. Effect, upon activation, gain the true form of a colossal martial soul, greatly enhancing attack power and speed. Consumption, all mana. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown none. Basic attributes. Single arm pull strength, 900 tons 1 fusion degree, 1-star soul master at 200 kilograms. Reaction rate, 8001 fusion degree, 1-star soul master at 1. Perception ability, 12,001 fusion degree, 1-star soul master at 1. Anomaly resistance, 40,001 fusion degree, 1-star soul master at 1. Life, 40,001 fusion degree, 1-star soul master at 1. Mana, 40,001 fusion degree, 1-star soul master at 1. Combat power level, 24,083 1 fusion degree, 1-star soul master at 1. My combat power level has exceeded 24,000. My physical strength should surpass most 9-star soul masters with full fusion. Su Qingfeng thought to himself, truly worthy of the great sage martial soul. With just 4 fusion, I'm practically invincible. Thinking about possessing such a powerful martial soul, yet having faced so much ridicule and online abuse, Su Qingfeng shook his head. As Pei Xiaojun said, most people in this world are indeed blind. Seeing this result, Su Qingfeng was no longer inclined to bother with them. It wasn't that he had suddenly become saintly, but rather like an elephant not deigning to argue with ants. The plan ahead was simple: rest for a day or two, update his equipment, and then head to the otherworldly battlefield for training. But before that, he needed to earn some extra money. Su Qingfeng opened the largest short video platform of the Human Alliance and registered an account named Exclusive Scoop. He edited the video he had captured earlier, added a catchy title, HD and censored, watched the god-level soul skill crush lizardmen up close, and clicked publish without hesitation. Su Qingfeng stared at the newly edited video, and only one word came to mind: impressive. This high-definition footage documenting the Battle of Ghost King Valley far surpassed the chaotic videos others had posted, which were filmed from low angles, at a distance, and often on the move. Despite their shaky frames, obstructed views, and accompanying noise, those videos still managed to captivate countless viewers. After all, the giant form of the transformed deity was an unprecedentedly awe-inspiring sight. In contrast, Su Qingfeng's video boasted near-perfect quality. Shot from a high, fixed position, the footage was clear and stable, and was sure to cause a sensation upon release. He couldn't help but wonder how many star coins this destined video might earn him. If the earnings are substantial, I might just become a full-time video guy, Su Qingfeng mused. To streamline managing the earnings, he linked the video revenue account to the bank account associated with the Nangong Chamber's black card. After uploading, Su Qingfeng decisively chose to send it, spending 1,000 star coins on promotional services. Even the best wine fears a deep alley, he thought. This promotion cost should pay off quickly. With everything done, Su Qingfeng closed the short video app and lay on the small bed in his personal space. Although he had barely gotten through the continuous battles with the help of stamina recovery potions, the mental fatigue was unavoidable. He soon drifted into sleep, dreaming of the great sage. The great sage, taking the form of a stern teacher, meticulously reviewed the previous battles with Su Qingfeng, pointing out every area for improvement. Meanwhile, a very different conversation was taking place at Nangong Liua's home in Lingzhou of Blue Star. Liua, your soul ascension ceremony was a great success. Qin Yusin excitedly announced to her daughter lying in bed. The nine-tailed heavenly fox soul is temporarily dormant, but once it awakens, you'll be a true 9-star soul master. Starting tomorrow, you need to work hard and make your mother proud. However, there was little joy on Nangong Liua's face. She recalled why she had forsaken the more powerful red-scaled python soul for the nine-tailed heavenly fox. Her family had a way to elevate it to 9-star quality through the soul ascension ceremony. Completing this ceremony had cost Qin Yusin at least 5 billion star coins and incurred significant social debts. Qin Yusin's expectations were clear. She hoped that once Nangong Liua became a 9-star soul master, she could stand out among her cousins and eventually win the position of heir to the Nangong Chamber. Whether to fulfill her mother's expectations or out of a desire for power, Nangong Liua had no reason to refuse this soul upgrade. However, when all was said and done, she found she didn't feel the happiness she had anticipated. Okay, Mom, I understand, Nangong Liua replied softly before pressing her smooth forehead and saying, I'm tired, I want to rest. All right, I'll leave you to rest, Qin Yusin said, not suspecting anything. To her, Nangong Liua had always been an obedient daughter who never lied. Once her mother left the room, Nangong Liua immediately picked up her phone. She had heard notification sounds earlier, but couldn't check them with her mother present. With a touch of her jade-like finger, she verified her fingerprint, and the phone screen unlocked. Several transfer notification messages appeared, and Nangong Liua's eyes lingered on the screen as she carefully read each message. The screen of Nangong Liua's phone lit up, revealing a series of transfer notifications. Your anonymous black card account received a transfer of 20 million star coins. Remaining balance 52.5 million star coins. Your anonymous black card account received a transfer of 1 million star coins. Remaining balance 53.5 million star coins. Your anonymous black card account received a transfer of 1.5 million star coins. Remaining balance 55 million star coins. Nangong Liua's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her mind filled with questions. Besides her, only Su Qingfeng knew about this black card account. It was unlikely that anyone else could transfer such large amounts. How did Su Qingfeng acquire such a huge sum in such a short time? And was he transferring money so urgently to avoid indebting himself to someone? Her fingers glided over the screen as she pondered whether to directly ask Su Qingfeng. But she quickly dismissed the idea. Asking outright would reveal her ability to see the transaction records. After a moment's thought, she decided to feign ignorance for the time being. With a light tap, Nangong Liua deleted the transfer messages one by one. She remembered that tomorrow was the weekly class meeting day, and according to school regulations, unless a student had secured early admission to a prestigious school, those who had awakened their martial spirits had to attend these meetings. Su Qingfeng should be in class, and she could subtly inquire about his recent activities then. Just as Nangong Liua felt pleased with her decision, familiar footsteps approached from outside her room. She immediately realized it was her mother, Qin Yusin, returning. A flicker of distress passed over Nangong Liua's flawless face before she put down her phone and lay quietly on the bed, closing her eyes. Soon, the door was gently pushed open, and Qin Yusin walked in lightly. Nangong Liua felt a thin blanket being softly draped over her. It was a small, tender gesture, unless her mother took the opportunity to check her phone. Rest well, Liua. Mom's counting on you to help fulfill her dreams. Qin Yusin murmured almost dreamily before finally leaving the room. Once the room was completely silent again, Nangong Liua opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. She began to reflect on why she impulsively gave that black card to Su Qingfeng. Now she seemed to understand it was a thrill to do something forbidden by her mother's orders. This realization left her feeling lost, and she couldn't help but wonder, am I inherently a bad girl? Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng woke up from a short rest. His physical condition was exceptionally strong, requiring only a brief deep sleep to fully recharge. After stretching, Su Qingfeng immediately picked up his phone to check the data on the video he had posted earlier. 1.1 billion likes, 9 billion views, 1.2 billion comments. At first glance, Su Qingfeng thought the single-digit numbers meant his video had no impact, which startled him. Upon closer inspection of the units, he realized his video had gone viral. The video released by Su Qingfeng was like a bombshell, exploding across the platform within just a few hours. His display of divine powers and the brutal slaying of the lizardmen dominated the top spot on the trending list, sparking an overwhelming reaction from viewers. Wow, is this a soul skill? The effects are just too cool. A giant avatar, towering over everything. It's beyond amazing. I thought it was special effects, but turns out it's real. His power level must be off the charts. Could he be the legendary 10-star soul master? Watching him slaughter those disgusting lizard men is so satisfying. To kill millions and be a true hero, that's what a man should be. Is this a selfie? I'm really curious about the identity of the person who posted this. Come clean. Is the person wreaking havoc in the video you? That's incredible. I want to train hard and become a badass like that. Sadly, my soul quality is only 2 stars, not even good enough for the Salvation Army. Boo-hoo. These comments, with over 100,000 likes, flooded in like a tidal wave. Su Qingfeng glanced through them casually, feeling the viewers' fervor. Interestingly, no one connected the giant avatar in the video to Su Qingfeng, who had recently abandoned a 9-star divine soul. Knowing this, Su Qingfeng felt free to post the video for profit, without worrying about his privacy being exposed. With curiosity and anticipation, Su Qingfeng checked the back-end data. When he saw that his net earnings after tax had reached 9 million star coins, he couldn't help but smile. A rough calculation showed that every 10,000 views brought in over 100 star coins, a level of revenue only top-rated quality videos could achieve. Not bad. Su Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction. Considering the video had only been up for a few hours and more traffic was expected, the final earnings could likely exceed 30 million star coins. This sparked an idea in him. Filming videos during every combat training session could easily cover his equipment costs. With this thought in mind, Su Qingfeng withdrew the video earnings. Combined with previous bounties, his black card account balance should now be at 64 million star coins. Just enough to upgrade my weapons, he calculated silently. At this point, Su Qingfeng's single-arm strength had reached an astounding 900 tons. The Tianlong staff he once cherished, weighing over 600 pounds, now felt like a toy in his hands. If only I could have the Rui Jingu Bang of the great sage, he mused. With a base weight of 13,500 pounds and the ability to change length and thickness at will. Unfortunately, such a treasure probably doesn't exist in this world. With a hint of regret, Su Qingfeng got up and left, heading to the central square of Tongtian Realm 1. This time, he didn't waste time in the smaller shops, but went straight to the flagship store of the Nangong Commerce Guild. Inside, Deputy Manager Huang Teng was preparing to leave, handing over work to a colleague. Just then, Su Qingfeng walked in. Huang Teng, who was in a hurry to leave, suddenly perked up and said to the employee taking over, "You go take a break. I've got an old customer here. I'll finish this transaction, then you can take over." With that, he approached with a welcoming smile. Su Qingfeng stepped into the flagship store of the Nangong Trading Company, his eyes sweeping over the luxurious decor. He immediately recognized the young salesperson, Huang Teng, with glasses, recalling how Huang had enthusiastically attended to him when he was mistaken for someone else, even gifting him a sumaru ring worth millions. "Do you have a weapon recycling service here?" Su Qingfeng asked bluntly, his tone casual. Huang Teng was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow slightly. While Nangong did offer second-hand equipment recycling and refurbishing, it wasn't part of the services at this flagship store located at the #1 Central Plaza of Tongtian Realm. The operating costs here were extremely high, and they primarily dealt in luxury-grade high-end weaponry. However, faced with a VIP black card holder like Su Qingfeng, Huang Ting quickly adjusted his attitude. He put on a professional smile and replied warmly, "If you have weapons to sell, we can certainly make special arrangements for you." Su Qingfeng caught the hint of special treatment in his words, feeling a bit pleased with himself. He casually retrieved the Tianlong staff from the sumaru ring and handed it to Huang Teng. "Whoa, this weapon is too heavy. I can't lift it with my small frame," Huang Teng exclaimed, quickly bringing over a flat cart for loading goods. Realizing his oversight, Su Qingfeng promptly placed the Tianlong staff on the cart, silently reminding himself to be more mindful in the future. Ting carefully examined the Tianlong staff, a knowing smile appearing on his face. Sir, if you're only looking to sell this Tianlong staff, we could actually process it through our free after-sales return and exchange policy. Su Qingfeng felt a bit embarrassed since the Tianlong staff had traces of use, having been stained with the bodily fluids of hundreds of lizard men. But Teng's words relieved him. All right, help me return this Tianlong staff, and I'll choose a more suitable weapon. Of course, please follow me to the VIP room for further discussion. Teng gestured invitingly, leading Su Qingfeng through the opulent hall. In the luxurious VIP room, Teng skillfully served Su Qingfeng his favorite soda before asking, "Do you have any specific requirements for the new weapon? Our Nangong trading company boasts a wide array of weaponry. In theory, whatever type of equipment you need, we can find it." Listening to Teng's somewhat exaggerated sales pitch, Su Qingfeng's lips curled into a slight smile. He looked Teng in the eye and said, "Is there a staff-type weapon that weighs over 10,000 pounds, can be controlled by mental power to change length and size, shrinking to the size of a needle and extending to become a sky-piercing pillar?" Teng's smile froze upon hearing this. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he replied with a slight tremor in his voice, That's practically a divine artifact. To be honest, even if our Nangong trading company went bankrupt, we couldn't afford such an artifact. Could you possibly lower the parameters a bit?" Su Qingfeng stood inside the Nangong Commerce Guild shop, his eyes flickering with a mix of reluctance and curiosity. Although he couldn't buy a legendary artifact like the Rui Jingu Bang as he had hoped, he wasn't discouraged. He understood well that such mythical treasures couldn't be casually found in ordinary shops, and even if they were available, his current financial state likely wouldn't suffice to purchase them. Turning to Teng beside him, Su asked with an inquisitive look, "Have you heard of any artifacts with similar properties?" He figured that with the Commerce Guild's extensive network, they might have some valuable information. If he couldn't buy an artifact with money, he'd have to emulate the great sage's legendary methods and acquire it through other means. Ting shook his head slightly, looking a bit regretful. "I haven't heard of any." But then he added, "However, if such artifacts do exist, they would certainly come from the Abyss battlefield." The Abyss battlefield? Su Qingfeng's eyebrows furrowed at the mention, showing a hint of surprise. In school, there wasn't much information about the Abyss battlefield, and he had assumed it was merely a place of combat. But now it seemed that the situation was more complex. Su Qingfeng fell into deep thought, quickly organizing the information in his mind. Whether it was the commerce guilds or the official forces like the Salvation Army, their actions followed a logical pattern driven by interests. If there wasn't enough profit, even a complete planet like Duobao Star, on the verge of being taken over by lizard men, wouldn't prompt the human alliance to act. Conversely, if the profits were substantial, even private entities like the Nangong Commerce Guild wouldn't hesitate to invest trillions of star coins in interstellar wars to seize a resource-rich planet. So, why does the human alliance invest such massive resources and manpower in the Abyss battlefield every year? Teng's earlier words seemed to have unveiled part of this mystery. A flash of surprise crossed Su Qingfeng's eyes as he blurted out, "Is it really possible to obtain artifacts from the Abyss battlefield?" He quickly added, "Even if they're not top-tier artifacts like the Rui Jingu Bang or the Tontian Tower, that would still be impressive." Turning to Teng, he asked curiously, "Have you ever been to the Abyss battlefield?" Teng gave a wry smile, a hint of embarrassment on his face, and replied, "You're joking, brother. With my small stature, I don't qualify for the Abyss battlefield. The Salvation Army recruits there with a minimum requirement of a 4-star Soul Master. My soul quality is only 2-star. Su Qingfeng shook his head gently and shifted the conversation. "Let's talk about weapons then. I need a truly heavy weapon, the heavier the better." Teng's eyes lit up at this and suggested, "In that case, I recommend using a weapon mixed with white dwarf material." Su Qingfeng raised his eyebrows in surprise. Has our technology advanced to that level? Can we actually mine white dwarf material? In his mind, white dwarfs were aged stars with extremely high temperatures and densities, and he thought the Human Alliance's technology wasn't advanced enough for such mining. Teng smiled and explained, "We don't need such advanced technology. We have the Tontian Tower artifact and can send a 9-star God Soul Master to mine on the white dwarf directly." A 9-star God Soul Master, mining in person? Su Qingfeng realized the truth. He couldn't help but marvel at how money indeed made the world go round. Who would have thought that even the exalted 9-star God Soul Masters would risk becoming miners on a white dwarf for the right price? Su Qingfeng couldn't resist asking, "Does your guild really employ 9-star God Soul Masters as miners?" Such extravagance. His tone was full of surprise and curiosity, clearly gaining a new understanding of the Nangong Commerce Guild's power. Teng was startled by Su Qingfeng's question and hurriedly explained, "The senior soul masters of the Human Alliance have been exploring the universe, collecting material samples from various celestial bodies. We merely spend a fortune purchasing these materials from the explorers to craft high-grade weapons. Su Qingfeng nodded thoughtfully. I see. Then let me see how powerful a weapon mixed with white dwarf material can be. He didn't ask about the price, speaking directly. Huang Teng apologized. Please wait a moment. White dwarf weapons are quite rare, so I need to go to the warehouse to retrieve them. With that, he quickly left the VIP room. A moment later, Huang Teng returned with several rings bearing tags. He placed the rings on a red silk tray and brought them to Su Qingfeng, explaining, white dwarf weapons are generally very heavy, and ordinary staff can't handle them, so they're stored in storage rings. I hope you understand. Su Qingfeng casually browsed the tags and noticed that the names of weapons containing white dwarf material were prefixed with platinum, and the weight was measured in tons. He carefully reviewed the information on 3 weapons. 1. Platinum Star Iron, 20 tons, priced at 2 billion star credits. 2. Platinum Black Dragon Staff, 38 tons, priced at 4 billion star credits. 3. Platinum Celestial Staff, 150 tons, priced at 18 billion star credits. Even with the 70 discount for Black Card VIPs, Su Qingfeng could barely afford the cheapest, the Platinum Star Iron. However, he unhesitatingly took out the Star Iron and lifted it effortlessly with one hand. Hey, be careful! Huang Teng exclaimed, fearing Su Qingfeng might get hurt by the 20-ton weight. But to his astonishment, Su Qingfeng not only lifted it with ease but also casually tossed it in his hand. Su Qingfeng carefully felt the texture of the weapon and praised. I must say, white dwarf weapons have a great texture, with high hardness and terrifying strength, emitting a dazzling white glow. He paused and added, it's just a bit pricey. Huang Teng was dumbfounded, wondering how this customer could handle such a heavy weapon so easily. What shocked him even more was when Su Qingfeng remarked, it's a bit light. Just as Huang Teng was about to recommend the 38-ton Black Dragon Staff, Su Qingfeng spoke again. I think the 150-ton Celestial Staff is quite nice, but what if I don't have enough credit? Huang Teng quickly adjusted and explained, as a Black Card VIP, our association offers up to 24 months of interest-free installment payments. The 18 billion weapon, after discount, is 5.4 billion, with the first installment only requiring 22.5 million star credits. Su Qingfeng quickly calculated his financial situation. His black card had a limit of 64 million star credits after receiving bounties and withdrawing part of the video earnings. Returning the Dragon Staff would give him 71.5 million, enough to cover 3 months of installments. Considering future video earnings, the pressure wouldn't be too great. Alright, let's go with your plan. I'll opt for the installment payment, Su Qingfeng said easily. Huang Teng swiftly handled the return of the Dragon Staff and the installment purchase of the Platinum Celestial Staff for Su Qingfeng. In the end, Su Qingfeng's black card had a remaining credit limit of 49 million star credits and a 5.175 billion installment bill. As Su Qingfeng left the flagship store of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, he felt confident that his black dragon armor and great sage martial spirit were enough to handle any typical threats. Just as he was about to choose his next battlefield in a foreign realm, his phone alarm suddenly went off. The screen read, Friday, class meeting. Su Qingfeng chuckled to himself, thinking, I'm over level 20,000 in combat power, and I still have to go back to school for a class meeting. He was about to dismiss the reminder when he suddenly remembered Nangong Liua. She might be going back to school too. I should let her know I used over 5 billion on her black card limit and get her contact information. Moments later, Su Qingfeng appeared at the teleportation array of the Soul Master Training Hall at Lingzhou No. 2 High School. Around him, classmates were laughing and playing in a scene of complete peace. This stark contrast struck Su Qingfeng as odd. In just one day, the gap in power between him and his classmates had become insurmountable. If I activate my divine ability, I could flatten the entire Lingzhou No. 2 High School in 3 minutes, he thought. Realizing he was getting carried away, he reminded himself that anyone who gained over 20,000 levels in a day might have similar thoughts. It was only human. Su Qingfeng gently touched his Sumeru ring, dispelling these distracting thoughts. High school was a place worth cherishing, and some people and friendships shouldn't be easily abandoned. Feng, you're back, a familiar voice called out. Su Qingfeng saw his deskmate Luo Ping waving at him. Why is it you? I thought it was a pretty girl calling me. Su Qingfeng teased as he approached. Luo Ping laughed and nudged Su Qingfeng with his shoulder. I was worried you'd have no one to greet you, and that wouldn't look good. Having just you here doesn't make it look good either. Su Qingfeng retorted without mercy. Damn, am I being too sentimental? Luo Ping laughed at himself. Well, not entirely. I'm still happy to see you, Su Qingfeng replied, then asked, what's your soul fusion rate now? How's your soul skill? And your combat level? This was a conversation they often had. Feng, you're grilling me as soon as you get back. It's a lot of pressure. Luo Ping complained, then reported, I cleared 3 secret realms suitable for new 5-star soul masters yesterday. My soul fusion rate is 2, combat level is 11, and my first soul skill is Savage Charge, which has a body-enhancing effect and is quite practical for both offense and defense. After hearing Luo Ping's stats, Su Qingfeng felt a twinge of sympathy. He realized he could now easily defeat 100 soul masters like Luo Ping with just a flick of his finger. No wonder I felt arrogant. The gap is just too vast, Su Qingfeng mused, gaining a deeper understanding of his earlier thoughts. As a newly minted 5-star soul master, Luo Ping's achievement of raising his combat level by over 10 levels in a single day was commendable. Even a 9-star divine soul master could typically only increase their level by about 100 in a day. However, Su Qingfeng was an anomaly, skyrocketing his combat level by over 20,000 in just one day. Such an astounding rate of improvement was unprecedented in the soul master realm. Su Qingfeng's remarkable progress was due to two key factors. First, the innate high potential of his great sage martial soul, and second, his mastery of the top-tier divine ability, heaven and earth transformation. This formidable combination allowed him to wreak havoc on the battlefield, swiftly absorbing the soul power of hundreds of thousands of lizard men. Such a feat was nearly impossible for other soul masters to achieve. Seeing Luo Ping looking slightly dejected, Su Qingfeng patted him on the shoulder and sincerely said, "I'll take you under my wing when there's a chance." Luo Ping's eyes lit up, misunderstanding Su Qingfeng's intention, thinking Su needed him to lead the way into a secret realm and was just being polite. He eagerly replied, "Sure, Brother Feng. When do you want to go? I'm available anytime." Su Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, then explained with mild exasperation, "I meant I'd guide you." He thought to himself that while Luo Ping might be a bit slow on the uptake, he was a good guy overall, just sometimes missing the nuances in conversation. Luo Ping blinked, still not grasping Su Qingfeng's true meaning, and nodded resolutely. "That's exactly what I meant." He thought to himself that Brother Feng was just too proud to admit it. Seeing this, Su Qingfeng could only sigh and say, "Forget it, let's head to class." He had intended to occasionally help his friend out of kindness, but being misunderstood, he decided it wasn't worth the effort to explain further. He figured Luo Ping's lower combat level wasn't a big deal since he didn't need to go to the battlefield and could gradually train in the secret realm of the celestial world. As Su Qingfeng turned to leave, Luo Ping thought his acting had hurt his friend's pride and felt a bit regretful. To ease the awkwardness, he quickly changed the subject. "Brother Feng, after you left school yesterday, a few things happened that involved you." Su Qingfeng didn't turn around, his attention caught by a pretty junior passing by. Although these beautiful juniors couldn't quite match Nangong Liua in looks, each had their own charm, and Su Qingfeng never missed a chance to appreciate beauty. He casually asked, "What happened?" Luo Ping continued, "First, the special admissions teachers from both Capital Martial University and Starry Sky Martial University came to our school yesterday afternoon. They were surprised by your decision after hearing about you. After reviewing your file, both universities said they'd welcome you to apply. Capital Martial University even announced that if your martial arts exam results were in the top 10 of Lingzhou, they'd lower their admission requirements and accept you directly, even if your martial soul grade didn't reach 6 stars. Su Qingfeng merely responded with a nonchalant, "Oh," clearly unimpressed. He thought all top martial schools should adhere to a uniform standard and admit students based on merit. Capital Martial University's discrimination against martial souls was wrong, and slightly lowering the bar didn't earn his gratitude. He wasn't interested in Capital Martial University at all. Seeing Su Qingfeng's reaction, Luo Ping grew anxious. "Brother Feng, pull yourself together. Don't give up on yourself." Su Qingfeng found it amusing and asked, "What makes you think I'm giving up on myself? Stop talking nonsense. What else happened that's related to me?" Unfazed, Luo Ping continued, "Our school's principal was ordered to step down and reflect by the education department because of what happened with you. Now Vice Principal Lu is in charge." Hearing this news, Su Qingfeng paused slightly. He thought to himself that Principal Duanmu was unfairly scapegoated. Although he had been criticized by Principal Duanmu before, Su Qingfeng could distinguish between good and bad people. Principal Duanmu was a decent person, and it was unfortunate he suffered such severe consequences. Doesn't the principal have any backing? Is all the blame falling on him? Su Qingfeng frowned, pondering over Principal Duanmu's predicament, feeling it was unfair, yet he felt no guilt. He recalled the frenzy of slaughter on the foreign battlefield after awakening the great sage martial soul, and that power convinced him that his choice was the right one. A 9-star divine martial soul? He didn't need it. "I'm not sure about that," Luo Ping shrugged, looking helpless. "Is there anything else related to me?" Su Qingfeng asked. Luo Ping hesitated for a moment before cautiously speaking. "Yes. Both the Capital Martial University and the Starry Sky Martial University have sent invitations to Nangong Liua after she awakened an 8-star martial soul." He glanced at Su Qingfeng's expression, worried about triggering any sensitive nerves. "Oh, that's normal," Su Qingfeng responded calmly. He was already aware of Nangong Liua's business background and thought that even if she had only awakened a 3-star martial soul, those prestigious schools would still find a way to highlight her talents, even if it was just aerobics. Also, Luo Ping continued, Teacher Wu is reportedly trying to transfer to Lingzhou First High School. It's uncertain if he'll succeed. Su Qingfeng almost laughed at this. Old Wu wants to switch schools. Is he out of his mind? He's about to become the grade director here, and he wants to go to First High as a regular teacher? What's he thinking? Luo Ping joked. Probably aiming for the good students at First High. This year, they have 2 students with 9-star divine martial souls, and the martial arts exam in 3 months is sure to be spectacular. By then, even a regular teacher's salary at First High might surpass that of a grade director at Second High. Well, I wish him success, Su Qingfeng chuckled. Luo Ping excitedly talked about a video he saw online, describing a mythical 10-star soul master wreaking havoc on the foreign battlefield. The martial soul manifestation was incredible, towering over the sky and standing on the yellow springs. I've saved it. Do you want me to share it with you? No need, I've seen it. It's indeed very cool, Su Qingfeng replied, unfazed, feeling secretly proud, as he was the one who edited that video. As they chatted, they soon arrived outside the classroom of Senior Class 1. Through the window, Su Qingfeng noticed many empty seats, indicating that quite a few students had dropped out. This was expected. Those who awakened low-star martial souls, knowing their future was bleak, chose to seek other paths early. By all rights, Su Qingfeng should have dropped out too, as the benefits for an unknown martial spirit are equivalent to a 1-star martial spirit. Su Qingfeng felt the unusual stares from his classmates as soon as he stepped onto the campus. Many students, who considered themselves outstanding, whispered among themselves. Although their voices were low, Su Qingfeng could hear them clearly. Why is Su Qingfeng still coming to school? Does he still want to sign up for the martial exam? Exactly. A trashy 1-star martial spirit hoping to make a comeback? It's just a waste of time. These words were like sharp needles piercing Su Qingfeng. He frowned slightly, inwardly sighing at the narrow-mindedness of these classmates. However, he ignored them and continued walking. Luo Ping, on the other hand, couldn't contain his anger. He glared at the gossiping students and shouted, "What are you guys mumbling about? Want to start a fight?" Luo Ping's sudden outburst silenced the boys instantly. Although their martial spirit quality was higher than Luo Ping's, they didn't dare to make a sound in the face of his aggressive demeanor. After all, they were all newly minted soul masters, and losing in a fight would be quite embarrassing. Su Qingfeng was about to praise Luo Ping's loyalty, but then Luo Ping turned to him with a sincere look and said, "Brother Feng, don't mind them. The school will always be your home, and you can come back anytime you want." This statement made Su Qingfeng chuckle silently, thinking that even Luo Ping probably thought he should drop out early. He shook his head, deciding not to bother with Luo Ping either. Just then, a tall male student suddenly blocked Su Qingfeng's path, holding out a hand to stop him. Looking down at Su Qingfeng with arrogance, he said, "Su Qingfeng, stay away from the class monitor from now on. You're not worthy of her anymore. Stop entangling with her and making a fool of yourself." Su Qingfeng glanced at this unwelcome guest, but found the face unfamiliar. He turned to Luo Ping and asked, "Who is this idiot?" Luo Ping's expression was a bit strange as he quietly explained, "Brother Feng, you don't recognize Yang Wei? He's our class's vice monitor and a newly minted 7-star soul master. Since you gave up the 9-star divine martial spirit, he thinks he's qualified to pursue the class monitor now." Though Luo Ping's tone carried a hint of sarcasm, Yang Wei listened with pride, straightening his back. To him, the once genius Su Qingfeng had now fallen to a has-been scholar who should bow to him. Yang Wei. Su Qingfeng deliberately misinterpreted Yang Wei's name, casting a meaningful glance at his lower body. Such a shame at such a young age. This provocation completely enraged Yang Wei. He cursed furiously, "You son of a," and rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach Su Qingfeng a lesson. However, Su Qingfeng was quicker. With a swift kick, Yang Wei flew back 5 or 6 meters like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily on the ground. This scene caused a gasp among the surrounding students. Su Qingfeng looked disdainfully at the fallen Yang Wei, thinking to himself, what a weakling. To avoid seriously injuring him, he had used less than 1% of his strength. Even so, if Yang Wei hadn't awakened his martial spirit and used its power to heal, he might not have been able to get out of bed for a month. Luo Ping witnessed the entire event, frozen in disbelief as he stared at Su Qingfeng. He couldn't understand how Su Qingfeng dared to take on Yang Wei. Even more shocking was that Su Qingfeng managed to knock Yang Wei to the ground with a single kick. Could it be that Yang Wei had been slacking off yesterday and hadn't improved his combat skills at all? That would be the only way to explain why his physical strength was no match for Su Qingfeng. With the help of a few classmates, Yang Wei struggled to his feet. He cast a complex glance at Su Qingfeng and left without a word. Even though he couldn't figure out how Su Qingfeng had such strong physical abilities, a loss was a loss. As the instigator, Yang Wei felt too embarrassed to report it. Su Qingfeng ignored the shocked stares of his classmates and walked straight into the classroom. Inside, Nangong Liua was sitting at her seat, engrossed in a book, seemingly indifferent to the commotion outside. The morning sunlight slanted across her, casting a soft halo around her. Without hesitation, Su Qingfeng walked over to Nangong Liua and sat down in the empty seat next to her. Hey, he greeted casually. Yang Wei had warned him to keep his distance from Nangong Liua, but Su Qingfeng deliberately sat close to her. It wasn't just rebellion, it was a challenge. The classmates present, including Luo Ping, were stunned by Su Qingfeng's bold move. After all, Nangong Liua was known for being unapproachable. Hardly any boys dared to talk to her, let alone sit next to her. That was practically asking for trouble. Nangong Liua was startled to find someone sitting beside her. When she turned and saw it was Su Qingfeng, she relaxed. "Oh, it's you," she said, gently patting her chest, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Do you need something?" In truth, Nangong Liua had a good idea of what Su Qingfeng wanted to discuss, having seen the notifications about the changes to the account linked to that black card. But she had to pretend to be unaware. Su Qingfeng gazed at Nangong Liua's delicate features and suddenly asked, "It's strange, but you seem to have gotten stronger." His extraordinary perception had picked up something unusual. Huh. Nangong Liua was taken aback. Her recent advancement in her martial spirit hadn't been made public yet. So how did Su Qingfeng notice? Continuing to observe her, Su Qingfeng added, "You also seem more beautiful. Has something changed with your martial spirit?" It had only been a day, and typically, a person's appearance and aura wouldn't change so drastically. Yet, Nangong Liua's aura had indeed shifted, as though she had undergone a transformation from the inside out. It felt as if her martial spirit had undergone a qualitative leap. Nangong Liua was utterly shocked. She hadn't expected Su Qingfeng's perceptive abilities to be so formidable. Was her secret about to be uncovered? "Thank you for the compliment," she said, slightly lowering her head to skillfully avoid Su Qingfeng's question. Seeing that Nangong Liua was intentionally avoiding the topic of her martial spirit, Su Qingfeng wisely refrained from pressing further and instead addressed his purpose. "What did you mean by suddenly giving me that card last time?" "Well, consider it." Alone, Nangong Liua stammered, her expression suddenly flustered. She didn't dare delve too deeply into her feelings for Su Qingfeng, as it might lead to an embarrassing revelation. "That's a lot of star coins to just loan out. What if I can't pay it back?" Su Qingfeng teased, thick-skinned. Nangong Liua couldn't meet his gaze, slightly biting her lip as she softly replied, "Then, you don't have to." Their seemingly ordinary conversation left the eavesdropping classmates stunned. Were Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua secretly involved with each other? Did they have financial dealings? Was Su Qingfeng being supported? What the heck? Is Nangong Liua blind? What's she even seeing in him? Exactly, Su Qingfeng's martial spirit is so weak. What future does he have? She should just dump him. I wouldn't mind being supported. Despite the whispers around them, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua seemed immersed in their own world, oblivious to the gossip. The whispers of the weak do not sway the thoughts of the strong. Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua ignored the gossip, their eyes firmly set on the future. "Not repaying a debt isn't my style," Su Qingfeng stated in an almost commanding tone, his gaze resolute. "Give me your phone number, so I can pay you back later." Nangong Liua smiled slightly and gracefully pulled out a notebook from her bag, writing down a series of numbers. She tore off the piece of paper, her fingertips lightly brushing Su Qingfeng's palm as she handed him the number. At that moment, the eyes of countless male students were filled with envy and jealousy. Su Qingfeng took the paper, quickly memorized the number, and returned it to Nangong Liua. He was surprised at how smoothly their conversation flowed, as if she understood his situation and plans perfectly. He felt a sense of delight in her company. "I heard you received direct admissions from 2 prestigious universities," Su Qingfeng continued. "Have you decided which one to choose?" Instead of answering immediately, Nangong Liua gazed into Su Qingfeng's eyes and asked, "What about you? Which martial arts university do you want to attend?" Su Qingfeng pondered for a moment. Since he awakened his martial spirit only in his senior year, his high school education focused primarily on tactical theory, knowledge of various races, and humanities and technology. However, what truly transformed Soul Masters and set them apart was the specialized combat training at martial arts universities. Even for someone with an invincible martial spirit like Su Qingfeng, these courses held significant value. More importantly, the status of a top martial arts university was a ticket to society, saving him from many troubles and effectively silencing those who mocked him. "Starry Sky Martial University," Su Qingfeng replied. "It's located in the Moon Palace, one of the 3 divine artifacts, offering various space battlefield environments, surpassing the capital Martial University." The Moon Palace, as one of the 3 divine artifacts of the Human Alliance, was tasked with monitoring deep space and defending the capital star. Students at Starry Sky Martial University could engage in practical exercises in a real space environment, an advantage that the ground-based capital Martial University could not match. "Great. I'll choose Starry Sky Martial University too." Nangong Liua expressed her desire to attend the same martial university as Su Qingfeng without hesitation. Su Qingfeng was surprised by Nangong Liua's straightforwardness, yet also puzzled. She seemed unconcerned about his ability to gain admission to Starry Sky Marshall University. Even though out of nearly a billion high school graduates each year, fewer than 10,000 made it into Starry Sky Marshall University, excluding those with high-star martial spirits and those with connections. The actual number of students who truly earned their place at Qingfeng Martial University is estimated to be around 5,000. Qingfeng calculated this in his mind, realizing how difficult it was to get admitted. He expected others to be surprised or skeptical when they heard about his ambition to attend Qingfeng Martial University. However, Nangong Liua showed no such reaction, which felt like blind trust to Qingfeng. Reflecting on his brief interactions with Nangong Liua, Qingfeng quickly guessed a possibility. She must have seen the purchase records from the black card and deduced my combat level from the equipment I bought, he realized. With this understanding, Nangong Liua's behavior made sense to him. Even though his privacy had been invaded, Qingfeng wasn't upset. After all, the black card belonged to Nangong Liua, so it was normal for her to see the records. However, one thing still bothered him slightly. So, her special treatment towards me is just because of my strong martial spirit? Not because she likes me, just a simple investment in a potential ally. Having met countless people in his previous life, Qingfeng wasn't too concerned about such trivial matters. Let's just see it as a mutually beneficial cooperation, he consoled himself. Alright, I understand. Let's keep in touch, Qingfeng said to Nangong Liua, waving as he returned to his seat. Luo Ping immediately leaned over with a grin, asking, Hey Feng, tell me, how did you win the heart of the campus belle? Qingfeng glanced at Luo Ping and corrected him sternly. First of all, I need to clarify, Nangong Liua and I are just friends. Stop spreading rumors. Just friends. Luo Ping chuckled, clearly not buying Qingfeng's explanation. He had never seen Nangong Liua chat so animatedly with any other guy. Plus, rumor had it she even lent Qingfeng money. Fine, if you say so, Luo Ping said, not arguing further. He continued, then tell me, Feng, what's your secret to being friends with girls? Qingfeng earnestly shared his wisdom. It's simple. As long as you're good-looking, have good grades, and are strong, making friends with any girl is easy. Having money makes it even easier. Luo Ping listened, but was skeptical. Feng, I admit you're handsome, and your grades are good, but you're not that strong, and you definitely don't have more money than the campus belle. I admit I'm not rich, but saying I'm not strong? Maybe you should get your eyes checked, Qingfeng suggested seriously. Luo Ping wanted to continue the conversation, but then a graceful figure hurried into the classroom and stepped onto the podium. It was a woman in her early 20s, with bright eyes and flowing hair, very beautiful. Who is she? Luo Ping wondered, but before he could think further, the woman picked up a piece of chalk and wrote 3 elegant characters on the blackboard. Pei Qingyu, your former homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu, has resigned. From today, I'll be your acting homeroom teacher until the martial exams are over. Pei Qingyu announced succinctly. Qingfeng and Luo Ping exchanged a peculiar glance. They hadn't expected Wu Tian to act so quickly, finding a new job in just one day. And he didn't even say goodbye to the class before leaving so abruptly. Feng, you really hurt Mr. Wu deeply, Luo Ping teased, nudging Qingfeng. He knew that Wu Tian's resignation was largely because Qingfeng had given up the 9-star divine martial spirit. Get lost. Why say such disgusting things? Qingfeng pushed Luo Ping away, feeling a bit amused. Old Wu left so decisively, but he might regret it once he learns the true power of the great sage martial spirit. At that moment, the new homeroom teacher Pei Qingyu called out, Who is Qingfeng? Before Qingfeng could respond, all his classmates turned their attention to him. Many of them had a look of schadenfreude, thinking the new teacher was going to reprimand him. Qingfeng, right? Come to the office with me, Pei Qingyu said briskly. The rest of you can start your self-study. With that, she quickly left the classroom. This teacher seems very straightforward, Luo Ping said with a worried expression. Feng, do you think you'll get scolded? I don't think so, Qingfeng replied, shaking his head. He then stood up to follow Pei Qingyu to the office. Since Pei Qingyu was new and hadn't shown any hostility, he decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. But if she crossed the line, he wouldn't hold back. Pei Qingyu, a recent graduate from Tian'an Martial Arts University and now an intern teacher, is facing an unexpected challenge. She has been appointed as the acting homeroom teacher for Class 31 at Lingzhou Second High School, a position that was once desirable but has now become a hot potato due to Qingfeng's choice of a seemingly useless martial soul. In the office, a few veteran teachers feigned concern as they inquired about Pei Qingyu's first meeting with the students. Their words were laced with probing intent, worried that this young newcomer might abandon the challenging position. Despite her youth, Pei Qingyu was keenly aware of their motives. She responded politely and then returned to her seat. Although her colleagues' attitudes were unpleasant, Pei Qingyu did not reject the position. She loved being a teacher, and as a newcomer, she felt her responsibilities were limited. More importantly, she was deeply intrigued by the special student, Qingfeng. Through careful study of Su Qingfeng's records, Pei Qingyu, utilizing her knowledge of educational psychology, painted a surprising portrait of him: intelligent, focused, self-disciplined, a perfect academic achiever. This left her pondering why such an outstanding student would make such an unexpected choice at the critical moment of martial soul awakening. Pei Qingyu speculated that the unknown martial soul Su Qingfeng chose must have some unique characteristics. However, most people only saw his decision to forego the 9-star divine martial soul, failing to delve into the reasons behind it. To confirm her hypothesis, she decided to have an unknown conversation with Su Qingfeng. Just then, Su Qingfeng gently knocked on the office door. The teachers who had been engaging with Pei Qingyu suddenly changed their expressions. The martial arts teacher, Li Daqian, did not hide his disdain, harshly questioning. Su Qingfeng, what are you doing here? I thought you dropped out by now. Yet here you are, still hanging around. Li Daqian's reaction was almost comparable to Wu Tianxiang's. If Su Qingfeng had chosen to awaken the 9-star divine martial soul, it would have been a highlight of his career. Now, having taught Su Qingfeng was seen as a disgrace. Before Su Qingfeng could speak, Pei Qingyu stepped in decisively. Her voice was firm and calm. Mr. Li, please calm down. I called Su Qingfeng for a talk. I understand your feelings, but right now, you're just the martial arts teacher, and I'm the homeroom teacher. If you're unwilling, would you like to take over as homeroom teacher? Pei Qingyu's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly quelling Li Daqian's anger. He was left speechless and could only step aside silently. Pei Qingyu didn't expect her firm stance as an intern teacher would put a veteran like Li Daquan in such an awkward position. She was adamantly against Li Daquan taking over as the class teacher. How could someone close to retirement handle such a challenging role? Li Daquan's face darkened as he reluctantly muttered, "Ahem, Teacher Pei is right. I overstepped. You all continue your discussion." With that, he grabbed his water cup and stormed out of the office. Other teachers, who previously had some complaints about Su Qingfeng, wisely kept quiet seeing Pei Qingyu stand up for him. They exchanged odd glances with Pei Qingyu before leaving in small groups, clearly seeking a quiet place to discuss the incident. Only Pei Qingyu and Su Qingfeng remained in the office. Pei Qingyu apologized. "I'm sorry, Su Qingfeng. I didn't realize the teachers held such a deep bias against you. It was thoughtless of me to call you here for a talk." Su Qingfeng calmly replied, "It's okay, Teacher Pei." His demeanor remained unaffected, though he was surprised by Pei Qingyu's courage to stand up to her colleagues for him. Pei Qingyu gestured towards the sofa, inviting him. "Shall we sit and talk?" Su Qingfeng nodded, choosing the most comfortable spot. Pei Qingyu sat next to him, slightly turning her head to look at him. Her hair fell naturally, emitting a faint fragrance that freshened the air around them. "You probably know what I want to discuss, right?" Pei Qingyu asked. Su Qingfeng shook his head. "No, I don't." With other teachers, he might have expected criticism for his choice of martial spirit, but Pei Qingyu's attitude was different. Pei Qingyu earnestly said, "Su Qingfeng, there's no need to be on guard with me. I know you had issues with your previous class teacher, Mr. Wu, but he is he, and I am I. I just want to understand your academic life and future goals. With 3 months left until the martial arts exam, which university are you aiming for? I'd love to hear your plans." She closely observed Su Qingfeng's reaction, noting his consistently calm demeanor, a sign of absolute self-confidence. If he were truly giving up, he wouldn't be so composed. "Star Martial Arts University, I suppose." Su Qingfeng casually stated his goal. Seeing Pei Qingyu's sincerity, he decided to trust her this once. After all, it wasn't a secret, although Pei Qingyu had suspected it. Hearing Su Qingfeng mention the top university of the Human Alliance still surprised her. She could tell he wasn't joking and was genuinely planning to apply, seemingly with confidence. "Did I guess right?" Pei Qingyu murmured to herself. "What?" Su Qingfeng didn't catch her words. Pei Qingyu looked at Su Qingfeng, half smiling, and asked, "So, Su Qingfeng, your martial spirit isn't useless, and you've fooled everyone, haven't you?" Facing Pei Qingyu's expectant gaze, Su Qingfeng smiled slightly and retorted, "Teacher Pei, when did I ever admit my martial spirit was weak? Or rather, which teacher truly cared about the strength of my martial spirit? They only care about its star rating. Instead of saying I deceived them, isn't it more accurate to say they're only interested in their own benefits?" Though Su Qingfeng's words subtly criticized certain teachers, his demeanor remained calm, as if he had long accepted this reality. Pei Qingyu paused for a moment before continuing. "I'm still young and not quite like them. If you're willing to trust me, I can provide the guidance and support you need until you successfully get into your desired martial arts university. How about that?" Starry Sky Martial University is not easy to get into. As the undisputed top academy of the Human Alliance, its admission criteria are notoriously stringent. Aside from students with reserved spots, regular applicants must meet 3 rigorous requirements: perfect scores in the comprehensive exams before the awakening ceremony, a combat power level exceeding 200, and passing the 70th floor or higher in the Stairway to God, within the Tongtian realm's secret space. However, even meeting these criteria, candidates must still rank in the top 3 of the Martial Arts Challenge in Lingzhou, as Starry Sky Martial University only has 3 regular admission slots in this city of millions. Pei Qingyu did not doubt Su Qingfeng's ambition and offered her assistance proactively. However, Su Qingfeng politely declined. "Thank you, Teacher Pei, but I can handle the entrance exam to the Martial University myself." He was concerned that accepting help might slow down his progress. This was no exaggeration. Su Qingfeng's current combat power level was an impressive 24,083, allowing him to excel in both the Tongtian realm's secret space and the foreign battlegrounds. Even the Abyss battlefield was within his capabilities to explore. Apart from having a slightly fewer number of soul skills and his martial soul being less renowned, Su Qingfeng had virtually no weaknesses, making the martial arts exam a minor challenge. Pei Qingyu, unaware of the specifics, might create a training plan based on intuition that could be counterproductive. She said somewhat disappointedly. "All right then, if you need any help, feel free to let me know." Su Qingfeng thanked her politely before leaving. It wasn't until he had walked away that Pei Qingyu regretfully realized she had forgotten to ask about his martial soul. She decided to inquire another day to avoid displeasing Su Qingfeng. Back in the classroom, Luo Ping approached Su Qingfeng with a mischievous grin, asking, "Hey Feng, how did it go? Did the new beautiful class advisor give you a hard time?" Su Qingfeng glanced at Luo Ping's expression and knew his thoughts had gone astray. "You should read less trash and more world classics with your tomato app," he retorted without hesitation. Feigning innocence, Luo Ping said, "Feng, what are you talking about? I'm just concerned about you." "Yeah right. I'm heading home." Uninterested in further conversation, Su Qingfeng quickly packed his things and prepared to leave. He had accomplished what he came to school for, and skipping the upcoming class meeting was no big deal. In his view, whether it was getting into a prestigious university or standing out on the battlefield, it all ultimately came down to strength. Before Luo Ping could react, Su Qingfeng had already left the classroom. To his surprise, Nangong Liua also got up and followed him out. As Su Qingfeng reached the campus grounds, he heard Nangong Liua calling out from behind, "Su Qingfeng." He turned to see the stunning girl standing in the gentle spring breeze, raising an eyebrow slightly. Nangong Liua approached him, curiously asking, "Aren't you attending class?" Su Qingfeng stood at the entrance of the office, a teasing smile playing on his lips. He observed the graceful figure of Nangong Liua and couldn't resist making a joke. "Already had a session in the office, huh? And with the new head teacher giving you special attention." Hearing this, Nangong Liua's lips curved slightly upward. With her hands behind her back, she spoke softly. "There's something I need to apologize to you for." Su Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Why? Did you do something to wrong me?" Nangong Liua nodded gently, meeting Su Qingfeng's gaze as she carefully explained. "About that black card, I forgot to unbind my phone number. Your shopping notifications from the past few days were automatically sent to my phone, and I accidentally saw them." Su Qingfeng couldn't help but smile slightly. He was well aware that Nangong Liua's words carried a hint of playfulness. Though she might have genuinely forgotten to unbind initially, the accidental viewing was clearly a euphemism. However, he didn't mind these minor details. "I see. And then?" Su Qingfeng asked casually. Nangong Liua tentatively said, "I contacted the staff earlier, hoping to change the black card's information to yours, but they said it would reduce some benefits." Su Qingfeng immediately refused with firm conviction. "That's unnecessary. As long as the account works, it's fine." He thought to himself, anyone who dares to cut the black card's 30 shopping discount would be his enemy. Nangong Liua nodded in understanding. "I thought so too. To make up for it, I asked the staff to slightly increase the limit. You should receive a notification soon." With that, she waved and left. Watching Nangong Liua's departing figure, Su Qingfeng pondered. "She applied for an increase in my limit? The black card originally had a 50 million star coin limit. How much more can it go?" Just then, his phone buzzed slightly. Su Qingfeng took it out, and a message appeared on the screen. "Dear Black Card VIP, hello. The limit on your account ending 8888 has changed. Your current available limit is 1.049 billion star coins. Thank you for choosing Nangong Chamber of Commerce. Enjoy your card." Su Qingfeng's eyes widened in shock. She increased it by 10 billion? That's called a little? He couldn't help but marvel at Nangong Liua's incredible generosity. A thought crossed Su Qingfeng's mind. So, did she see my installment purchase for the Platinum Tianji stick and feel embarrassed by the installment record? Is that why she increased my limit by 1 billion? Although this idea seemed absurd, Su Qingfeng quickly realized that the only reason Nangong Liua was willing to invest more in him was that he showed potential for greater returns. After all, true geniuses never worry about cultivating resources, as is widely known. Su Qingfeng's distinction among other talents was that he had only Nangong Liua as his investor. He couldn't help but mock himself, thinking, "Is she trying to trap me in a debt pit? I wonder what she wants from me. Is she attracted to me?" With that thought, Su Qingfeng fell into contemplation. If that's truly what she means, should I go along with it or go along with it? As Nangong Liua stepped through the gates of Lingzhou Second High School, she had only one goal in mind: to meet Su Qingfeng. Everything else and everyone else seemed to blur into the background. Just recently, Nangong Liua had reviewed Su Qingfeng's latest spending records, and the staggering amount of 5.4 billion star coins had left her wide-eyed. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, she examined the list of expenditures. When she discovered that Su Qingfeng had purchased a weapon made of 150 tons of white dwarf material, she felt a wave of dizziness, almost losing her balance. This is unbelievable, Nangong Liua murmured to herself, her mind racing. She understood that being able to wield such a formidable weapon meant Su Qingfeng's physical strength was at an unimaginable level. A quick mental calculation led her to conclude that Su Qingfeng's combat power rating must be no less than 5,000. However, more shocking than this impressive combat rating was Su Qingfeng's rapid growth. He's only awakened his martial soul for a day. This realization struck her like lightning, making her instantly aware that Su Qingfeng's potential far exceeded her initial estimates. Faced with such a top-tier genius, and given her already favorable impression of Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liua decided without hesitation to support him fully. Raising the black card limit to 1 billion was the extent of her capability. At that moment, a strong desire emerged from within her to become the controller of the Nangong Business Association. If she could achieve this, she would spare no resources to forge a close alliance with Su Qingfeng. This alliance was not romantic in nature, but rather a long-term strategic consideration. Nangong Liua firmly believed that with Su Qingfeng's immense potential, any goodwill he showed her in the future could offer her significant assistance. She had complete faith in Su Qingfeng's character and was resolved to invest herself in this relationship wholeheartedly. A boy who remains calm in adversity, never losing his composure even in the face of ridicule from millions, surely has an impeccable character, Nangong Liua mused to herself. Because of this, when Su Qingfeng asked for her contact information, she felt no aversion, only genuine delight. This feeling of joy lingered with Nangong Liua until she returned home and saw her mother, Qin Yusin. "Xiao Liua, where did you go today?" Qin Yusin's tone was gentle, but her expression was as cold as ice, as if Nangong Liua had committed a grave mistake. Nangong Liua bit her lip lightly and replied softly, "I went back to school to take care of some things." Qin Yusin raised her eyes, a hint of displeasure in her voice. "If I remember correctly, you've already secured a spot at the Starry Sky Martial University?" "Yes," Nangong Liua nodded in confirmation. Qin Yusin's tone suddenly turned harsh. "I spent a fortune to help you raise your martial soul quality from 8 stars to 9. Shouldn't you be in the heavenly realm, diligently practicing soul skills and maximizing your martial soul fusion? For a new soul master, having a strong martial soul is one thing. But if the fusion doesn't keep up, not only will your strength be weak, but you might even face the risk of an early demise. Surely you understand such a simple truth." Qin Yusin's words came faster and faster, her voice filled with dissatisfaction. "Besides, why are you going back to Lingzhou Second High? That trash school is a quagmire for you. If it weren't for your father insisting on sending you back to the ancestral family grounds for study, you would have entered Starry Sky Martial University long ago. Once you grow, none of your current teachers or classmates will be worthy of befriending you. You shouldn't waste your precious time on such ineffective social interactions." In the face of her mother's reproach, Nangong Liua chose to remain silent. She knew that any rebuttal at this point would only result in more scolding. Since her father fell at the Tianyuan battlefield, Nangong Liua's mother, Qin Yusin, became a thorough pragmatist. Nangong Liua often disagreed with her mother's views, constantly reminding herself not to become so extreme. Regarding Lingzhou Second High School, Nangong Liua had already made up her mind. Although most people might just be passing figures in her life, there was one boy who was different. That was Su Qingfeng, the one she secretly supported. Qin Yusin rambled on for a while, and only stopped when she noticed Nangong Liua becoming increasingly silent. She sighed softly. "Little Liua, you must understand, everything I do is for your own good. How could I ever harm you?" Nangong Liua shook her head. She knew her mother wouldn't harm her, but she was also acutely aware of her mother's urgent desire for her to grow up quickly to help seize control of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. In this process, Nangong Liua felt more like a tool than an independent person. As a living, breathing individual, Nangong Liua couldn't help but want to rebel. Her significant financial support for Su Qingfeng was her boldest act of defiance. It should be known that her mother strictly forbade her from having close interactions with any boys. Nangong Liua thought she had covered her tracks perfectly, but soon realized she was gravely mistaken. Qin Yusin asked casually, "I heard you increased the credit limit on an anonymous black card to 1.05 billion star coins? What expensive item are you planning to buy? Why do you need such a large sum?" Hearing this, a trace of disappointment flickered in Nangong Liua's eyes. She gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "That's my personal privacy." Qin Yusin's tone turned cold. Personal privacy is not an excuse to squander resources. Give me a reason not to revoke your credit limit. Although a 1 billion star coin limit wasn't a significant amount, Qin Yusin couldn't tolerate Nangong Liua using shareholder privileges to make such decisions without reporting. I have shares in the Chamber of Commerce, Nangong Liua replied in a low, firm voice. As the eldest legitimate daughter, although she didn't hold many shares, she was nonetheless a shareholder in the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. Qin Yusin's face showed a mocking expression. You think you're clever enough to do math with me now? Don't forget, you're still a month away from turning 18. According to family rules, your shares are still managed by me as your guardian. In any case, the limit cannot be closed. Nangong Liua met Qin Yusin's gaze, her eyes gentle yet resolute. She realized that at this moment, she was truly risking everything to invest in Su Qingfeng. For the first time, Qin Yusin felt the strength of Nangong Liua's determination. In the past, Nangong Liua was always obedient and never contradicted her. Qin Yusin was momentarily at a loss, quickly overcome by an irrepressible anger. You shouldn't challenge me, my dear daughter. Qin Yusin sneered, reaching for her phone. Nangong Liua calmly spoke. If you do that, I will publicly announce that I will permanently forfeit the right to compete for the Chamber of Commerce's inheritance. This statement left Qin Yusin momentarily stunned. Qin Yusin's husband had already sacrificed himself on the battlefield. Her only hope of reaching the pinnacle of power was through Nangong Liua. This was why Qin Yusin was so intent on crafting the perfect masterpiece. But she never expected that this perfect masterpiece would defy her, and so swiftly. In an instant, Qin Yusin realized a clear fact. Her ambition could only be realized with her daughter's cooperation. Qin Yusin steadied her emotions and began explaining the benefits of inheriting the business association to Nangong Liua. Her words were like a sharp knife, dissecting the pros and cons. As Nangong Liua listened, there was no trace of joy on her face. She had long realized that her mother prioritized benefits over personal feelings. I'll do it, Nangong Liua said, looking her mother in the eyes. If you think I'm too selfish, I can even give my life back to you. Qin Yusin frowned deeply. Initially, she only wanted to control her daughter's spending. But now, seeing Nangong Liua's willingness to fight to the bitter end, Qin Yusin realized things were not as simple as they seemed. Is this girl hiding something? Alarm bells rang in Qin Yusin's mind. Is she spending the money herself, or is she spending it on someone else? If there's someone else, who could it be? Various suspicions swirled in her mind, eventually settling on a frightening thought. Could it be a romantic partner? Qin Yusin clenched her fists. She would not allow her daughter to be consumed by romantic entanglements at such a critical time. But for now, with Nangong Liua having lost her composure, Qin Yusin had to calm her down first. Liua, you win. Qin Yusin forced a smile. I won't block that black card. But remember, this is a one-time exception. Nangong Liua was stunned. She hadn't expected to win so easily. But soon, she became wary. Her mother's sudden acquiescence likely harbored ulterior motives. I understand. There won't be a next time, mother. I'll return to my room now, Nangong Liua said respectfully before turning to leave. Qin Yusin watched her daughter's retreating figure, feeling that something was off. Moments later, it dawned on her Nangong Liua's tone was clearly an act. Realizing this, Qin Yusin's expression became conflicted. But soon, her gaze turned resolute again. The Nangong Business Association's influence spanned hundreds of resource-rich planets, with total assets exceeding trillions of star coins. The control of this enormous entity was an irresistible temptation for her. My daughter must become the new leader of the Nangong Business Association. I will spare no cost for this. Qin Yusin took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello? Is this the marketing department of Nangong Business Association? I am the 9th-ranked shareholder. I want to review the transaction records of an anonymous black card account. Her voice was as cold and hard as iron. I don't care about customer privacy. I just want results. Get back to me within half an hour. Meanwhile, in the flagship store of the Nangong Business Association at the central square of Tongtian Realm, Deputy Manager Huang Tung was idly on duty. Although the store was crowded with customers, most were ordinary passers-by, unworthy of his attention. He loathed such mundane days and yearned for a bigger stage. If he could only serve ordinary customers, his ambition of becoming the store manager might have to wait until the current manager was promoted and transferred. Huang Tung gazed out the window at the hurried pedestrians, sighing inwardly. Such a mundane life feels like a waste. I crave more excitement. Just then, his work phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Glancing at the caller ID, Huang Tung's eyes lit up Nangong Chamber of Commerce Marketing Department. He quickly answered, speaking respectfully. Hello, this is Huang Tung, Deputy Manager of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce's Central Plaza flagship store. May I know who's calling? A serious voice came from the other end. This is Li Sansi, Deputy Minister of the Marketing Department. I've been tasked by a major shareholder from Sequence 9 to investigate the spending records of an anonymous black card from your store. Huang Tung was taken aback, realizing this shareholder must be significant. He cautiously replied, "Understood. May I know which black cards records you need?" However, Li Sansi didn't answer directly and added meaningfully, "I've also received another request. The 12th ranked major shareholder wants you to completely erase any trace of that card's spending records." This left both Huang Teng and Li Sansi in a moment of silence. They both knew that as employees, they couldn't afford to offend any shareholder. Faced with such conflicting orders, they had to make a choice. Huang Teng cautiously probed, "Manager Li, I'm a bit confused about this situation. Could you give me some guidance?" Li Sansi spoke with a hint of helplessness. "Huang Teng, I can only remind you that this decision is yours to make. Don't try to play both sides, or no one will be able to help you." He then provided the account number of the black card. After hanging up, Huang Teng entered the account number into the store system. When he saw the results, he was stunned. It was the black card used by Qingfeng. Recalling that handsome, mysterious, and incredibly powerful young man, Huang Teng made up his mind. Although the Sequence 9 shareholder held a higher rank, the Sequence 12 shareholder was aligned with that mysterious customer, influencing his decision. Huang Teng decisively deleted all the black cards spending records from the store system and called Li Sansi back. "Manager Li, I'm sorry, but I can't find any spending records for that black card in the system." Li Sansi was momentarily surprised, but quickly understood Huang Teng's implication. The young man dared to offend a more significant shareholder, which truly surprised him. But he quickly responded, "I understand. Carry on with your work." And so, Huang Teng made his choice between two major shareholders, planting a seed of uncertainty in his career. Qin Yusin's face was as dark as a stormy sky, her fists clenched tightly. She never imagined that using her shareholder privileges in the guild to request the marketing department to review the anonymous black cards transaction records would lead to such a ridiculous outcome. "No records of this account's transactions?" she scoffed, a flicker of anger in her eyes. "Isn't this an outright farce?" Her mind raced. If the black card had never been used, why would her daughter specifically increase its spending limit? Clearly, the marketing department was lying. This realization made her seethe with rage. "I'm a shareholder of the Nangong Guild," she muttered through gritted teeth. "Even with just 2 of the shares, I'm not someone those employees can casually insult." Just as she was about to lash out, something struck her as odd. She narrowed her eyes, analyzing calmly. How could the marketing department dare to deceive her so boldly? Unless Liua. She abruptly stood up, a terrifying thought crossing her mind. Her daughter, Nangong Liua, another shareholder of the guild, had likely anticipated her actions and preemptively made arrangements. That girl. Qin Yusin was livid, her face pale with anger, yet she felt helpless. She didn't dare storm into Nangong Liua's room to confront her, nor did she dare bring up the matter, fearing a severe backlash from her daughter. However, Qin Yusin was strong-willed, with a vengeful streak not to be underestimated. She silently vowed to uncover the user of that black card and make them pay. Her gaze sharpened as she began to mentally draft a plan. "Start with Liua's small social circle," she murmured to herself. "Investigate her close friends at school, and with a bit of filtering, I should find the answer." Meanwhile, Nangong Liua was pacing in her room. The feedback from Li Sansi, the deputy manager of the marketing department, confirmed a worrying fact. Her mother, Qin Yusin, was indeed secretly investigating Qingfeng. This discovery left Nangong Liua both furious and ashamed. She rubbed her temples in frustration, thinking, "I've gotten Qingfeng into trouble." Yet, just as Qin Yusin dared not confront her directly, Nangong Liua was also at a loss on how to persuade her mother to abandon the investigation. The relationship between mother and daughter grew ever more complicated in this silent struggle. Elsewhere, Qingfeng went straight home after school. It was a modest 3-bedroom apartment in a school district, conveniently located near Lingzhou No. 2 High School. In this world, living in a school district not only facilitated a child's education, but also provided a sense of security. Standing by the window, Qingfeng gazed at the nearby school and imagined a terrifying scenario. If Blue Star were suddenly invaded by a powerful foreign race, residents living near schools could quickly evacuate to the Tongtian Tower through teleportation arrays set up at the school. The Tongtian Tower, the first divine artifact of the human race, could sustain the lives of over 1 trillion people for more than a year under extreme circumstances. With continuous resource replenishment, the entire human race could even live long-term within the Tongtian realm, though life there would be relatively monotonous. In contrast, those living too far from schools might struggle to escape in the face of an apocalyptic crisis. However, not everyone subscribed to this view. Some firmly believed in the power of the human alliance to fend off the myriad races of the stars, while others were naturally optimistic, unwilling to spend more on housing for a seemingly distant threat. Qingfeng shook his head, pulling his thoughts back. His parents had bought this school district apartment over a decade ago, a wise decision at the time. Now, it seemed even more significant. In this regard, his parents truly loved him deeply. As Qingfeng pushed open the door, he was greeted by a warmly decorated living room. On the wall by the dining table hung a large photograph that caught his attention. The photo depicted a young, attractive couple standing side by side, the woman cradling a baby in her arms, with the massive corpse of a 100-meter-long dragon behind them. The caption below the photo read clearly, Su Xiong and Lin Fengming slay a dragon to take a first birthday commemorative photo for the cutest baby under the stars. Even though he had seen it countless times, every time Su Qingfeng read those words, he could feel his parents' deep love and immense confidence. His parents were both 7-star soul masters, and even in the harshest environment of the Tianyuan battlefield, they were undoubtedly elite members of the Salvation Army. He recalled his mother telling him the story behind the photograph when he was a child. On that day, his parents were on leave in a small town near the camp to celebrate his first birthday. Suddenly, an unseeing dragon attacked the town. His parents had to take the young Su Qingfeng and bravely fend off the dragon, ultimately defeating it without any injuries. Friends who arrived later took this precious photo, and the words on the photo were penned by his mother, Lin Fengming. This dragon attack made his parents realize the instability of the Tianyuan battlefield. As a result, Su Qingfeng was sent back to Blue Star for education as soon as he turned 6. However, just a year later, his parents disappeared in a terrifying battle that remains classified. The Salvation Army did not disclose the details of the battle to Su Qingfeng, only sending someone to tell him that his parents were heroes of the human race. Since then, Su Qingfeng became withdrawn and quiet. He refused the military and government's offer of care, choosing to live independently, which he has done ever since. Initially, Su Qingfeng thought his parents' disappearance was merely an accident. But later, through online channels, he discovered a shocking truth. Over a decade ago, a divine conflict erupted on the Tianyuan battlefield, causing devastating losses to human forces. Not only did over 1 million elite Salvation Army soldiers perish, but nearly 1 million elite adventurers and members of major trade guilds also lost their lives. This revelation enlightened Su Qingfeng, helping him understand why the Salvation Army kept the battle details from him as a family member. After all, the involvement of divine-level entities meant that ordinary people, even if they knew the truth, would only suffer without being able to do anything. Unless Su Qingfeng gains the power to surpass all the divine beings of the starry races, the Salvation Army's intelligence will remain closed to him. When that day comes, he will finally learn the real reason behind his parents' disappearance and avenge them. Mom, Dad, don't worry, that day will come soon. Su Qingfeng whispered to the photo, then prepared to head out for a meal. As he stepped over the threshold, a sweet voice called out, Xiaofeng, you're back? We just finished cooking, come over and eat. The voice was filled with joy and sincerity. The speaker was a beautiful young woman around 20 years old, with a slender figure, fair skin, and bright eyes like a lake. Her name was Ruosu, Su Qingfeng's neighbor and the social worker responsible for looking after his well-being. When Su Qingfeng was 7, his parents disappeared, leaving him all alone. The Salvation Army and the Human Alliance attempted to arrange for him to be adopted or sent to a welfare institution, but he firmly refused. Respecting his decision, they assigned a dedicated social worker to handle administrative matters and provide regular care. And Ruosu is Su Qingfeng's second social worker and has been looking after him for nearly 10 years. Being the child of a Salvation Army veteran herself, she shows special care for Su Qingfeng and often invites him over for meals. Su Qingfeng wanted to return the favor, but was always politely declined, gradually becoming embarrassed to accept her invitations. One day, Su Qingfeng wanted to decline Ruosu's invitation again. Sisterin, I have something to do and need to go out. And Ruosu saw through his excuse immediately. Don't lie to me. At this time, what else could you be doing besides going downstairs for noodles? Is my cooking poisonous? You'd rather eat at a shabby place than come over? With that, she grabbed Su Qingfeng's arm and pulled him toward her home. Su Qingfeng, though strong enough to break free, was worried about hurting Ruosu or upsetting her. He made polite excuses but followed her into the house anyway, finding her cooking more enticing than a small eatery. And Ruosu's cozy 2-bedroom apartment was warm and inviting. The dining table was laden with a feast of hot dishes, cold plates, and a hearty soup, clearly showing the effort she put into this lunch. Su Qingfeng wondered to himself, this setup doesn't seem like an ordinary meal. Does sister and have something important to discuss? Sit down, Xiaofeng. And Ruosu warmly invited him. Try the braised ribs I made especially for you. Su Qingfeng didn't hold back and took a big bite of the ribs from his bowl. The rich aroma, tender texture, and perfect seasoning were delightful. How is it tasty? And Ruosu asked nervously. Perfect, Su Qingfeng praised. Sister An's cooking skills just keep getting better. And Ruosu playfully complained. Good to know. You always eat fast food at small restaurants and never come to keep me company. Eating alone is so boring. Su Qingfeng smiled without saying anything, thinking to himself, it's hard to refuse such kindness from a beautiful woman. Spending too much time together like this could lead to trouble. He changed the subject and asked, Sisterin, why did you make so many dishes today? Is it a special occasion? and Ruosu paused slightly upon hearing this, looking at Su Qingfeng with a complex expression. She took a deep breath, her voice tinged with a bit of reluctance. Xiaofeng, have you forgotten? Today is March 9th, 3018, in the Star C calendar your 18th birthday. It's also the last day I can take care of you as a social worker. Her gaze softly swept across Su Qingfeng's face, as if reminiscing about watching him grow up over the years. Seeing you grow day by day until you turn 18 and can live independently, it's like raising a child. And Ruosu remarked softly, time flies so fast. Su Qingfeng's expression turned a bit odd after hearing this. Ever since merging with the memories of a traveler and awakening his martial spirit, he had focused on enhancing his strength, forgetting that today was his birthday. He thought to himself that a man's birthday was just like this. Having a beautiful neighborly sister treat him to a meal was quite a nice deal. Moreover, there was a wealthy woman who had increased his card spending limit by 1 billion. If every birthday came with such perks, he wouldn't mind at all. Noticing that Ruosu seemed a bit down, Su Qingfeng smiled and comforted her. Why does it seem like Njia is a bit unhappy? Even if you're not my social worker in the future, you'll always be my Njia. Upon hearing this, Ruosu's face immediately brightened with a radiant smile. As she poured Su Qingfeng a drink, she said, you're right. Today is a happy day. I shouldn't have said that. Njia apologizes. Su Qingfeng felt Ruosu was being too serious, but he didn't refuse and took a sip of the drink. After setting down the cup, Ruosu's eyes suddenly grew complex. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xiaofeng, I saw a video about you online. Su Qingfeng instantly understood that Ruosu was referring to his decision to forego the 9-star divine martial spirit in favor of an unknown one. He was secretly surprised that he had become so well known that even those around him were aware. At the same time, he felt annoyed at those who posted videos without his consent and decided to investigate who was behind it. So, what does Njia want to say? Su Qingfeng looked at Ruosu curiously, wondering what this gentle sister, who had cared for him since childhood, thought about his seemingly wayward decision. Ruosu gazed at Su Qingfeng and said solemnly, what I want to say is that the quality of a martial spirit doesn't mean everything. Everyone can choose their own way to live. Your parents were heroes of the human alliance. You could easily apply for an exemption from military service. As long as you feel happy and content, your sister will always support you. Hearing these words, Su Qingfeng felt a warmth in his heart. Compared to the many doubting and mocking strangers, Ruosu's support touched him. He smiled and said, thank you, Njia. However, if the human alliance requires me to serve, I will fulfill my duty. Besides, I'm not that weak. In front of someone he truly trusted, Su Qingfeng didn't feel the need to be overly modest. He knew that even if Ruosu knew his secrets, she wouldn't harm him. After hearing Su Qingfeng's words, a complex emotion flickered in Ruosu's eyes. She had always had a special affection for the brother she watched grow up. Su Qingfeng was not only outstanding academically, strong-willed, and emotionally stable, but also very handsome. If it weren't for the age gap, Ruosu might have considered Su Qingfeng as a potential date. Even with the age difference, Ruosu couldn't help but feel fond of Su Qingfeng. Despite his shocking actions, she believed he must have his reasons. She guessed that maybe Xiaofeng felt too pressured to be a hero and just wanted to be an ordinary person. This thought made Ruosu a bit excited. She felt that Su Qingfeng choosing a relatively common, unknown martial spirit brought them a bit closer. Although she knew this thought was somewhat selfish, she couldn't help thinking it. After all, aren't people inherently selfish? Su Qingfeng noticed that Ruosu's gaze was somewhat unusual, but he didn't think much of it. At that moment, he was simply grateful and touched by her support. Xiaofeng, don't be so impulsive. The battlefield is really dangerous. Ruosu's voice was filled with urgency, her brows furrowed and eyes shining with worry. Just as Su Qingfeng was about to speak, Ruosu continued, if you insist on serving in the military, at least leave an heir. The Su family line can't just end like this. Her tone carried a hint of pleading, and her eyes even flashed with a touch of cunning. I can help with this little matter. Su Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle at her words. He knew Ruosu meant well, but she clearly underestimated his abilities. Despite choosing the 9-star divine martial soul, Ruosu seemed to completely overlook this, still thinking his unknown martial soul wasn't strong enough. Njia, you're worrying too much, Su Qingfeng said softly. I'm much stronger than you think. Ruosu shook her head, as if she hadn't heard him. In her view, no matter how hard Su Qingfeng tried, facing the powerful beings of the starry sky, his martial soul's potential was limited. She would rather he be an ordinary person and live a stable life with her. Seeing Ruosu's almost blind concern, Su Qingfeng felt both amused and touched. At least, she was among the few who mistook him for being aimless yet still supported him. Njia, let's eat, Su Qingfeng said, not wanting to argue further. He gently patted her shoulder. I know what I'm doing. Ruosu sighed softly and nodded. They quietly finished their dinner. After the meal, Ruosu took out a delicate box from her bag and handed it to Su Qingfeng. Happy birthday, she said with a smile. Su Qingfeng opened the box to find a finely crafted mechanical watch inside. Though not from a particularly luxurious brand, its quality was clearly excellent. This watch is not only stylish, but it can also be useful in extreme conditions, and Ruosu explained with a smile. I hope you like it. Su Qingfeng felt warmth in his heart, but was also a bit hesitant. The watch was worth at least 5,000 star coins, equivalent to more than half of Ruosu's monthly salary. But seeing the already unwrapped packaging, he knew even if he didn't accept it, she might not be able to return it. Thank you. And Jia, Su Qingfeng eventually accepted the gift, deciding internally to find a way to repay her kindness. While Ruosu wasn't looking, Su Qingfeng quickly transferred 50,000 star coins to her account via his phone. For him now, it was a small amount, but he hoped it would somewhat repay Ruosu's kindness. Shortly after parting, Su Qingfeng's phone started ringing incessantly. It was Ruosu calling, but he declined each call, not giving her a chance to speak. Soon, a flood of messages came through, with Ruosu stating that as a public official, she couldn't accept bribes, and pleading with Su Qingfeng to take back the 50,000 star coins. Su Qingfeng looked at the messages, a slight smile on his lips. He knew this was just Ruosu's way of trying to scare him into taking back the money by using her career as leverage. But Su Qingfeng wasn't going to fall for it. In his view, a gift given without any expectations couldn't be considered a bribe. Ultimately, Su Qingfeng chose to ignore the messages and headed straight back to Lingzhou Second High School. His mind was already set on returning to the Tongtian realm to continue his cultivation, eager to increase his martial soul fusion to 10 and unlock the second soul skill. He was curious to discover what the second soul skill of the great sage martial soul would be. Su Qingfeng headed straight to the Soul Master Training Hall, ready to swipe his card and enter the teleportation array. Just then, a deep male voice suddenly called out from behind, interrupting his stride. Su Qingfeng, you finally showed up. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Su Qingfeng turned around, his gaze landing on a middle-aged man standing under the shade of a tree not far away. The man was portly, with a smirk on his face. Was none other than Duanmu Ji, the principal who had been suspended. Seeing Duanmu Ji, Su Qingfeng felt a mix of emotions. He couldn't help but wonder, why is the principal looking for me? Does he think I got him suspended and wants revenge? This thought was quickly dismissed. Su Qingfeng believed that Principal Duanmu wasn't so petty. Besides, even if there was any retaliation, he was unafraid. To Su Qingfeng, Duanmu Ji's 5-star soul master strength was no different from a slightly stronger ant. What can I do for you, Principal? Su Qingfeng asked casually, his powerful abilities giving him plenty of confidence. He could speak to anyone as an equal, and if they were unreasonable, he wouldn't hesitate to show his youthful arrogance. Duanmu Ji walked slowly up to Su Qingfeng, shaking his head self-deprecatingly. I'm not the principal anymore, yet you still call me that, he said with a bitter smile. I'm just an early retired, down-and-out man now. Compared to their last meeting, Duanmu Ji's spirit was noticeably diminished. This was understandable. After all, going from a flourishing principal to being forced into early retirement would be hard for anyone to accept. However, Su Qingfeng had no intention of comforting Duanmu Ji. He urged, I'm in a hurry, Principal. Why don't we get straight to the point? His tone even carried a hint of indifference. He didn't want to waste too much time here out of sympathy. Duanmu Ji awkwardly cleared his throat, clearly not expecting Su Qingfeng to be so unsympathetic. In the past, he might have been furious, but now he was surprisingly magnanimous. I heard from teacher Pei Qingyu that you've decided to apply to Qingfeng Martial University. I wanted to tell you that it's good to find your way back. From now on, study and train seriously, and don't mess around anymore. Su Qingfeng found Duanmu Ji's words somewhat puzzling. Since when did you care so much about me, Principal? He didn't remember ever going astray, nor did he understand why Duanmu Ji would say these things. Duanmu Ji confessed. To be honest, these words are from teacher Pei, who asked me to pass them on. She hopes you can approach the exams without any psychological burden from my situation. Su Qingfeng suddenly understood. So, it was teacher Pei Qingyu worrying behind the scenes, which made sense now. However, he felt that Pei Qingyu was being a bit redundant, as he had never felt guilty about Duanmu Ji's predicament. So, Principal, do you still hold a grudge against me? Su Qingfeng asked with a smile, not at all concerned that this question might reopen old wounds for Duanmu Ji. Duanmu Ji sighed. There's a bit of resentment, sure, but not hatred. My forced retirement was mainly due to offending someone. But if you'd chosen the 9-star divine martial soul back then, I probably wouldn't have been sidelined so soon. To this, Su Qingfeng merely smiled without responding. Duanmu Ji added, actually, if you do manage to get into Qingfeng Martial University, I might even get my position back. I'll do my best, Su Qingfeng nodded. Yeah, just do your best. Duanmu Ji replied casually, clearly not holding much hope. Su Qingfeng's unknown martial soul was so poorly regarded that getting into Qingfeng Martial University seemed nearly impossible. In fact, if teacher Pei Qingyu hadn't pleaded with him, Duanmu Ji wouldn't have bothered meeting Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng guessed Duanmu Ji's true thoughts, chuckled softly, and then turned to leave. Su Qingfeng once again used the teleportation array to arrive at his personal space in the Tongtian realm. The familiar small room came into view. On the wall, his attribute panel was displayed accurately, and the data was astonishing. Single-arm pull strength of 900 tons, reaction rate of 8,000, perception ability of 12,000, anomaly resistance of 40,000, health points of 40,000, mana points of 40,000, and combat power level of 24,083. These figures far exceed those of an ordinary 1-star Soul Master, and might even surpass a 9-star Soul Master with full fusion. Su Qingfeng felt excited, yet slightly disdainful. With such powerful great sage martial soul, how could anyone doubt my choice? Once I train my soul fusion to 100% and unlock all soul skills, I'll show them true power. Then, he opened the back end of his short video account to check the data. Surprisingly, the video had received strong recommendations from the platform, with all metrics growing explosively. 1.2 billion likes, 11 billion views, and 1.5 billion comments. Even more staggering was the revenue postac's net income of 110 million star coins, with a withdrawable balance of 101 million star coins. Over a billion. Su Qingfeng was surprised, but also felt it was justified. After all, the entire human alliance has a population of 100 billion, with 1/9 having watched his video. Given its high quality, earning a billion wasn't unreasonable. Considering his black card account still had a spending limit of over 1 billion, Su Qingfeng decided not to withdraw the funds yet. He briefly planned the content for his next video, then left his personal space and returned to the Central Plaza number 1 of Tongtian Realm. This time, he intended to thoroughly explore the flagship store of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. He had previously only exchanged weapons, and his other equipment and consumables urgently needed upgrading. With this in mind, Su Qingfeng strode into the flagship store at Central Plaza number 1 of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. Coincidentally, Deputy Manager Huang Teng was on duty. Seeing Su Qingfeng enter, he couldn't help but smile. Previously, he had risked defending the chamber's 9th-ranking shareholder to keep Su Qingfeng's information confidential, and now was the perfect opportunity to show loyalty and seek recognition. Huang Teng stood at the doorway, looking at Su Qingfeng with a nervous expression. He knew that the choice he made at this moment would determine his future. Taking a deep breath, he approached with a warm smile on his face. "Brother, you're here? Shall we head to the VIP room, as usual?" Huang Teng sidled up to Su Qingfeng, his voice carrying a hint of flattery. Su Qingfeng glanced at Huang Teng, keenly noticing the eagerness in the young man's eyes. He nodded slightly and followed Huang Teng into the VIP room inside. Inside the VIP room, Huang Teng skillfully poured Su Qingfeng a glass of chilled soda, then stood before him, his expression turning unusually serious. "Rest assured, esteemed guest." Huang Teng lowered his voice, speaking with emphasis. "Protecting client privacy is our ironclad rule. Even if a major shareholder of the chamber wants to pry, I will never yield. Your previous transaction records have been completely erased, eliminating any possibility of a leak from the root." As he finished speaking, Huang Teng bowed slightly, his face filled with an ingratiating smile. "Esteemed guest, do you think I did the right thing?" After listening, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but frown. Several thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. Was a major shareholder of the Nangong Chamber trying to investigate the usage of Nangong Liua's black card? Was it her parents or the risk control department of the chamber? He looked at Huang Teng strangely and asked, "The top 10 shareholders of the Nangong Chamber have a net worth of at least 100 billion star coins. Aren't you afraid of retaliation for offending a shareholder directly?" Huang Teng's eyes gleamed with shrewdness as he replied in a lowered voice. "You may not know, but the mysterious shareholder who gave you the black card has also taken action. Deleting your shopping information was done at her behest." Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng's expression turned even more peculiar. Nangong Liua was actually a major shareholder of the Nangong Chamber? This information instantly clarified the situation for him. "You did a great job." Su Qingfeng nodded approvingly, then shifted his tone. "A young man as insightful as you is wasted as a clerk. When I start my own business, come work for me." Huang Teng was secretly delighted. Although he was actually the store manager, Su Qingfeng's promise was much more significant. He quickly nodded and bowed. "Thank you in advance for the opportunity, esteemed guest." Su Qingfeng waved his hand, saying no more. He estimated that this promise was worth at least tens of millions of star coins and believed Huang Teng would make the right choice. However, due to this unexpected shareholder audit incident, Su Qingfeng's enthusiasm for shopping waned. He realized it was time to have a proper conversation with Nangong Liua. Soon, Su Qingfeng took out his phone and sent a brief message to Nangong Liua. "Are you free? Can we talk? I'm at the Nangong Chamber of Commerce's flagship store at Plaza 1. Shortly after he sent the message, his phone screen lit up with a reply from Nangong Liua. "Give me 10 minutes. I'll be right there." Su Qingfeng raised an eyebrow at the message. He had only intended to make a call, not expecting Nangong Liua to be so eager to come in person. He shrugged lightly. For this billionaire heiress, waiting a few more minutes was no big deal. He replied with a simple, okay, put down his phone, and continued to sip his soda leisurely. Huang Tong, seeing Su Qingfeng looking rather bored, quickly approached with a suggestion. Boss, are you bored? Would you like me to arrange for some performers to keep you company? Su Qingfeng was surprised. Your chamber also has performers on call. Huang Ting quickly waved his hands and explained. No, they're friends I know personally. Nothing to do with the chamber. As for the true background of these performers, that remained a mystery. Su Qingfeng chuckled and waved it off. No need. I have someone coming. Just bring her to me when she arrives. Huang Ting nodded and withdrew, not daring to ask more. A few minutes later, Huang Tong returned with a graceful young woman in a black dress and a face mask. Though only her bright, lake-like eyes were visible, Su Qingfeng recognized Nangong Liua immediately. He was secretly amazed at how quickly she arrived, wondering if her family had a teleportation array connecting to the tower. Despite the high cost and qualification requirements of setting up such an array for the Nangong family, it was no issue. Huang Tong respectfully announced, your guest has arrived. Internally, he speculated that with such a stunning companion, it was no wonder Su Qingfeng wasn't interested in the performers. Though Huang Tong was unaware of Nangong Liua's true identity, he assumed Su Qingfeng held a higher status, not realizing that to Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liua was the true VIP. Nangong Liua didn't reveal her identity, and Su Qingfeng wisely didn't mention it. He glanced at Huang Tong, signaling him to leave. Huang Ting took the hint, bowed out, and considerately locked the VIP room door behind him. Seeing Nangong Liua standing there hesitantly, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but tease. Do you like standing so much? And keeping the mask on. Afraid I'll stare too much? Nangong Liua snapped out of her daze, hurriedly removing her mask. She then sat primly on the sofa opposite Su Qingfeng, her demeanor slightly embarrassed. I just haven't figured out how to face you. Su Qingfeng looked at her, puzzled. Why do you look guilty? You haven't done anything to harm me. Su Qingfeng casually remarked. As for what happened, even if you don't say anything, I can pretty much guess it. Did your family find out about you lending me money in private, and now your parents are worried you're being scammed and want to drag me, the bad guy, out? Nangong Liua's eyes brightened slightly as she nodded gently. She then corrected him. Yes, you're quite clever, but you're not a bad guy, and I don't have a father. My dad, like your parents, went missing many years ago due to the upheaval on the Tianyuan battlefield 11 years ago. Both of them knew that missing was just a euphemism for a death without a body. Su Qingfeng's expression turned strange. He hadn't known about this before. It explained why Nangong Liua sometimes showed him a unique kind of sympathy and concern. They shared a similar pain. After pondering for a moment, Su Qingfeng asked, so without a father, it's just your mother investigating me behind my back? If I'm causing you trouble, you can take back that black card. He didn't want Nangong Liua to have a serious fallout with her mother because of him. No. Nangong Liua reacted intensely, almost jumping off the sofa like a startled kitten. She quickly apologized. Sorry, it's not about you. It's just that I really want you to keep using that black card. Please, consider it a favor. I'll handle things with my mother. Nangong Liua's insistence was almost pathological, as if supporting Su Qingfeng was her way of making a desperate stand. Su Qingfeng keenly sensed that there were probably serious issues between Nangong Liua and her mother even before the black card incident. If you trust me, you can talk to me about you and your mother. Su Qingfeng decided to play the role of a temporary counselor, trying to help Nangong Liua. Nangong Liua seemed surprised, not expecting such mature and calm words from Su Qingfeng. She hesitated for a few seconds, as if weighing whether she could fully trust him. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the cola in Su Qingfeng's hand, and she softly asked, Can I have a sip? I've never had this kind of drink before. Su Qingfeng looked at her in surprise, noticing that she was staring intently at the half cup of cola with an unusually serious expression. I'll pour you another glass, Su Qingfeng said, about to stand up. No, I want a drink from yours. Nangong Liua insisted, with a hint of stubbornness in her voice. Su Qingfeng paused but handed over the soda. If this can make you feel a bit better, go ahead. Thank you. Nangong Liua took the cola and took a big gulp without worrying about appearances, then leaned back slightly on the sofa to savor it. So refreshing, she said with a smile, feeling the carbonation rise in her stomach. At that moment, Nangong Liua was far from ladylike, even a bit carefree. But to Su Qingfeng, she seemed more genuine than ever. Nangong Liua stood there, holding a can of soda, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Her usually glamorous appearance seemed somewhat dimmed, as if she had shed a long-held facade. Su Qingfeng keenly noticed this change, his gaze lingering on her for a moment before he spoke. I think I understand your problem. You don't like your mother's overbearing care, do you? Nangong Liua was slightly taken aback, looking at Su Qingfeng in surprise. Before she could speak, he had already seen through her troubles. Su Qingfeng continued. The solution is actually quite simple. You just need to become strong enough. not only by improving your abilities, but also by elevating your social status. For example, join the Human Alliance government and become the governor of a resource star. That way, your mother won't have any control over you. As she listened to Su Qingfeng's analysis, a hint of astonishment flashed in Nangong Liua's eyes. Su Qingfeng not only guessed her predicament, but also almost discerned her long-term goal. Her lips curled into a slight smile, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Su Qingfeng, you're amazing. I never realized you were this incredible before. Nangong Liua sincerely praised him. Su Qingfeng felt a sense of pride inwardly, but remained composed on the surface. He recalled his advantage of having memories from 2 lifetimes and awakening the great sage martial soul, advantages not possessed by ordinary people. By the way, do you really not need me to explain things to your mother in person? Su Qingfeng asked with concern, secretly considering using some unconventional methods to persuade her mother if necessary. No need, really. Thank you for talking with me so much. Nangong Liua quickly shook her head, then changed the subject. Are you planning to train in the secret realm next? Can we go together? She explained that the Nangong Chamber of Commerce was wealthy enough to have certain privileges even in the Tongtian realm. The secret realms she trained in were exclusively reserved, with plenty of monsters and moderate difficulty, so bringing an extra person wouldn't affect the training results. Su Qingfeng shook his head. That's not necessary. Ordinary secret realms aren't suitable for me. Nangong Liua then remembered that Su Qingfeng used weapons made of white dwarf matter weighing 150 tons, and his combat level far exceeded that of ordinary people. Forcing him to train in the same secret realm space with her would be a waste of time. Sorry, I overlooked that. Nangong Liua apologized again, her tone tinged with regret. Su Qingfeng found it amusing. This girl set such high standards for herself, apologizing at the drop of a hat. I'm off. If you need any help, just reach out. Su Qingfeng teased with a smile. You're my angel investor, and I won't let anyone bully you. Okay, sure. Nangong Liua's cheeks flushed red, and her grievances vanished instantly. As Su Qingfeng turned to leave, Huang Tong, witnessing this, was somewhat surprised and couldn't help but ask, Boss, you're done so soon? The beauty in the VIP room is perfect in both figure and looks, and you're not spending more time with her. Su Qingfeng glanced at Huang Tong and said calmly, just focus on selling your goods and stop babbling. After leaving the flagship store of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, Su Qingfeng still felt a lingering dissatisfaction towards Huang Tong. Initially, he planned to teleport directly to the battlefield for practical training. However, as he passed through various secret realm entrances, a particular sight caught his eye. In front of him stood a majestic entrance, reminiscent of a celestial ladder. Hovering above it were 4 golden characters, climbing the divine steps, glowing brilliantly. This secret realm was composed of 100 increasingly difficult spaces, designed as the ultimate combat training ground for soul masters. Each space generated formidable enemies based on the challenger's strength. Soul masters had to defeat all enemies on each level before ascending further. Legend has it that anyone who fully conquers the Divine Steps secret realm would gain godlike power and supreme glory. Yet, this legend remains unproven, as no human has ever completed all 100 levels. The current record holder is Luoping Hai, the supreme commander of the Salvation Army, renowned as the God of War and a 10-star soul master. 30 years ago, at the age of 20, Luoping Hai spent an entire year challenging the Divine Steps, reaching the 99th level. In comparison, those who pass the 90th level are considered one in a billion prodigies. Luoping Hai once stated that to conquer the 100th level, one must possess powers beyond the divine. While he may now have the capability to achieve this feat, for unknown reasons, he has not entered the secret realm since turning 20. For the new generation of talented young soul masters, conquering all 100 levels and surpassing the military god Luoping Hai has become a highly appealing challenge. However, they soon realize the difficulty of the secret realm is beyond imagination. Each level is filled with powerful monsters that can instantly devour the unprepared. Even the first level is enough to eliminate 90 of the young soul masters who consider themselves exceptional. Starry Sky Martial University even requires passing the first 70 levels as a basic entry criterion to swiftly identify true elites. Since Su Qingfeng did not choose the 9-star Divine Martial Soul, he lost the guaranteed admission, forcing him to take the regular martial exam route. This means he must also pass the 70th level of the Divine Steps before the exam begins. There's no time like the present. Since I'm here, I might as well go in and see for myself, Su Qingfeng thought. I want to personally experience whether this Divine Steps secret realm is as challenging as the legends say. Having made up his mind, Su Qingfeng confidently approached the secret realm entrance. In the blink of an eye, he was transported to the first level. Su Qingfeng found himself in a circular arena about a kilometer in diameter, resembling a gigantic ring. Beyond the arena lay a chaotic void. Just as he was about to survey his surroundings, a message appeared before his eyes. Dear Challenger, Given that your combat level far exceeds the requirements for the first 50 levels of the Divine Steps Secret Realm, to save your valuable time, we recommend directly transporting you to the 51st level. Do you agree? Qingfeng stared at the sudden appearance of text prompts before him, furrowing his brow slightly. Dear Challenger, given that your combat level far exceeds the requirements for the first 50 floors of the Ascension Secret Realm, we suggest you directly skip to the 51st floor. Do you agree? This message was undoubtedly from the spirit of the Tantian Tower, an exceptionally intelligent being responsible for assisting in managing the entire Tantian realm. Qingfeng understood that the spirit had detected his extraordinary combat prowess and wanted to conserve energy by offering this suggestion. After all the monsters in the Tantian realm's secret realms are simulated by the tower's energy, and with his current strength, tackling low difficulty stages would indeed be pointless. However, a question arose in Qingfeng's mind. If he skipped directly, how would the scores for the first 50 floors be calculated? As if reading his thoughts, a new prompt appeared. Your scores for the first 50 floors will all be recorded as SSS grade. Seeing this information, Qingfeng felt relieved. With an SS grade evaluation, he wouldn't have to worry about the awkward situation of having no scores for the first 50 floors when applying to Star Marshall University in the future. Having made his decision, Qingfeng agreed to the skip. In an instant, his surroundings transformed. The platform under his feet expanded into a vast map with a radius of several kilometers. The flat terrain was replaced by a complex mountainous landscape, dotted with canyons and caves. Before he could take in his new surroundings, another prompt appeared. You have entered the Ascension Long Step 50 First Floor Secret Realm Swarm Disaster. Enemies will arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. Then, a background introduction unfolded before Qingfeng. Secret Realm name, Swarm Disaster. Difficulty level, Inferno. Combat level, 500-1000. Monster count, infinite proliferation. Background description. In the galactic year 2500 of the Human Alliance, resource star number 158 was invaded by the Celestial Swarm. A swarm queen is hidden in a pit 1 kilometer underground, continuously breeding Celestial Swarm creatures. The queen has been entrenched here for 3 days, currently laying 1,000 eggs per hour. As the challenger, you must locate and eliminate the swarm queen, protected by swarm warriors, as quickly as possible. Failure to destroy the queen within 7 days, or the challenger's death, will result in failure. Current fastest completion record, 6 hours 03 minutes. Record holder, Luo Pinghai. After reading the background introduction, Qingfeng's brow furrowed even deeper. Although this secret realm space was automatically generated by the Tantian Tower, its background was based on real events. For humanity, the swarm is undoubtedly one of the most terrifying existences among the myriad races of the stars. The Zerg, a race that strikes fear into the hearts of many, may not be individually powerful, but their astounding reproductive ability and omnivorous nature make them one of the most terrifying threats in the universe. The Zerg disaster that struck resource star number 158 500 years ago is still a chilling memory. Qingfeng stood at the entrance to the secret realm on the 51st floor of the Tantian Tower, recalling the record he had just seen. He gasped in shock. Even Luo Pinghai, the supreme commander of the Salvation Army, a 10-star soul master, and hailed as the god of war among humans, took a full 6 hours to clear this level. The difficulty was unimaginable. Can other high school seniors really clear the first 70 floors and then apply to the Starry Sky Marshall University? Qingfeng was filled with doubt. At that moment, the spirit of the Tantian Tower seemed to read his mind, displaying a text prompt. The Purgatory level secret realm is specifically prepared for challengers with an all-SSS rating. The difficulty of the secret realm for ordinary soul masters will decrease significantly. Realizing this, Qingfeng understood that this was probably the price of skipping levels. The first 50 floors were rated SSS, so naturally, the 51st floor would be the highest difficulty. As for the fairness of different difficulty levels sharing the same rating standard, Qingfeng could skip the first 50 floors, which was an unfair advantage in itself. With this in mind, Qingfeng quickly donned his black dragon leather armor and retrieved his costly purchase from storage, the white dwarf material weapon, the platinum Tianji staff. This staff was slightly thicker than his previous Tianlong staff, with a steel-like sheen as if scorched to melting, continuously sparking. Weighing 150 tons, it was just right for Qingfeng, but for an ordinary person, even touching it would result in severe burns. Next, find the Zerg Queen and eliminate her. Qingfeng set his goal firmly in his mind. Although he could use his divine power to obliterate everything instantly, he didn't yet know the Zerg Queen's exact location or strength. Moreover, he wanted to familiarize himself with the Starry Sky Zerg's combat style first. Holding the Tianji staff, Qingfeng cautiously explored forward. Soon, a pungent stench assaulted his senses. From the pits around him, massive Starry Sky Zerg swarmed out like a tide. Each Zerg was over 30 meters long, covered in metallic carapaces, with limbs that were razor-sharp, easily slicing through rocks and cliffs. These Zerg are strong, Su Qingfeng assessed silently. The Zerg before him resembled beetles and spiders, all demonstrating incredible destructive power. Mountains, rocks, even the earth itself were no obstacle to them. Sensing Su Qingfeng's presence, the Zerg immediately surrounded him from all directions, creating a formidable scene. These giant bugs had a minimum combat power level of 500, and in terms of physical strength alone, they were at least equivalent to fully integrated 5-star Soul Masters. Ordinary Soul Masters would struggle against even one of these creatures, let alone such a swarm. Typically, even the most elite Salvation Army would need to request powerful technological weaponry to handle such a situation. Fortunately, Su Qingfeng was no ordinary person. As a giant Zerg charged at him, he leapt lightly, his heavy Tianji staff slicing through the air and landing effortlessly atop the giant insect's head. With a dull crash, the bug's house's head exploded, spilling green ichor everywhere. Throughout, Su Qingfeng felt no resistance at all. This Tianji staff is amazing. If only it could shrink and expand like the Rui Jingu Bang, it would be perfect. Su Qingfeng thought joyfully. The only regret was that in the secret realm of the Tongtian world, defeating enemies didn't yield absorbable soul power. Fortunately, as long as Su Qingfeng could clear the level, he would still earn other rewards. Su Qingfeng slightly relaxed his stance, yet continued to massacre the starry sky insectoids with lightning speed. Each swing of his iron staff resulted in a precise headshot, instantly killing the creatures. Their bodies fell like raindrops, and in less than a minute, over 100 insectoids lay defeated at his feet. Within a 100-meter radius, centered around Su Qingfeng, the ground was littered with layers of insectoid corpses piled up like a mountain. Su Qingfeng initially thought such a gruesome scene would make the insectoids retreat, but he was surprised by their response. These creatures displayed an astonishing courage, or perhaps it was ignorance and fearlessness. They seemed to lack self-awareness and did not understand fear. Even after witnessing their companions being slaughtered en masse, they continued to charge at Su Qingfeng without hesitation. The spider-like insectoids were evidently more adept at close combat. Lacking ranged attack capabilities, they swarmed him, attempting to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Meanwhile, the beetle-like starry sky insectoids, recognizing Su Qingfeng's extraordinary prowess, began to cast spells. From several kilometers away, massive beetles lay prostrate on the ground, opening their gaping maws and aiming at Su Qingfeng. In an instant, dozens of terrifyingly hot pillars of fire erupted, resembling raging dragons, engulfing everything around Su Qingfeng. These flames, burning with an unknown substance, were of such extreme temperature that even the insectoid corpses on the ground ignited upon contact. In the blink of an eye, the area within several kilometers of Su Qingfeng turned into a hellish sea of flames. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sky, and insectoids caught in the fire were consumed before they could even struggle. Yet, despite facing such a fearsome attack, the remaining insectoids continued their relentless assault on Su Qingfeng, undeterred by death. For an ordinary Soul Master, such an attack would undoubtedly be fatal. Even a 9-star Soul Master with full fusion would not dare withstand such terrifying flames without using soul skills. However, Su Qingfeng was an exception. His black dragon armor could absorb a significant amount of magical damage, and combined with his extraordinary physical resilience, he could endure the inferno without sustaining substantial harm. The only discomfort Su Qingfeng experienced was the thick smoke and fire severely impairing his vision. At this moment, he couldn't help but long for the great sage's other supernatural ability, Fiery Eyes. He secretly hoped that the next soul skill of the great sage Martial Soul would allow him to choose this ability freely. For other newly advanced soul masters, the starry sky insectoids' attack methods would undoubtedly be extremely troublesome. But for Su Qingfeng, it merely added a bit more excitement to the battle. Su Qingfeng, with a combat power level exceeding 20,000, completely ignored the onslaught of the insect race thanks to his formidable physique. After experiencing the attack methods of the starry sky insects and sensing the location of the insect queen, he decided to unleash his ultimate move. First soul skill, divine ability of the heavens and earth, activate. With a low shout, the great sage Martial Soul surged from Su Qingfeng's body, quickly transforming into a colossal giant figure. This giant figure shimmered with golden light, its head reaching the clouds and its feet planted firmly on the ground, causing the entire secret realm space to tremble. The starry sky insects, which were initially massive, seemed no more significant than ants under his feet. The insects were stunned, encountering such an overwhelming force for the first time. They were accustomed to using their massive size to suppress enemies, never imagining a day when they would be crushed by an even more gigantic opponent. Before the battle began, Su Qingfeng took a moment to set up several cameras, carefully adjusting the angles to ensure a complete record of the giant figure's majestic stance. Then, he launched a thunderous assault. With sweeping strikes and stomping feet, he annihilated the ground-dwelling insects in mere minutes. Following this, Qingfeng reached into the earth and extracted the hidden insect queen. This insect queen resembled a gigantic white pig, over 100 meters long, appearing utterly defenseless. Yet, it was this very queen that could reproduce billions of insects within a few years, occupying an entire planet. Qingfeng meticulously observed its features. Having seen the real appearance of the insect race in the Tongtian realm's secret area, he wouldn't mistake his target in future battles. With the insect queen defeated, the secret realm space paused briefly, and the battle settlement interface appeared. Dear Challenger, congratulations on clearing the hell-level difficulty secret realm plague of the insect sea. Completion time, 6 minutes 3 seconds, breaking the highest difficulty clearance record. Rating, SSS level. Reward, 10 million star coins. You may choose to publish or remain anonymous. Qingfeng opted for anonymity. He planned to monetize the clearance video and didn't want to reveal his identity as a 10-star soul master prematurely. This was also a form of self-protection, to avoid attracting spies from the myriad races of the stars and endangering his friends and family. The news quickly reached Luo Pinghai, the former record holder and supreme commander of the Salvation Army, who was inspecting the front lines at the Abyss battlefield. Surprised that his record had been shattered in 1/60th of the time, Luo Pinghai recalled the mysterious powerhouse suspected to be a 10-star soul master from the 17173 battlefield not long ago. Is the being capable of slaughtering a 300,000 strong lizardman army in minutes, now challenging secret realms. Luo Pinghai smiled with satisfaction. This era has finally produced a peerless prodigy capable of dominating an entire age. Qingfeng stood in the secret realm of the Ascension Staircase, his brow furrowed. He couldn't help but click his tongue as he stared at the score and reward information before him. SSS rating, a record-breaking clearance speed. And this is all I get? 10 million star coins? That's just stingy. He looked around, his complaints echoing in the empty secret realm. Although this amount was quite substantial for ordinary people, especially since he had cleared the 51st level in just 6 minutes, Qingfeng was not satisfied. He quickly calculated. His expenses were enormous. And on the 17,173rd otherworldly battlefield, using the vast heaven-earth technique just once could earn him 22.5 million star coins and increase his martial soul fusion by 4. In comparison, here he couldn't earn as much, nor could he absorb soul power, which was a double loss. Qingfeng found himself in a dilemma. Should he continue challenging this lower ward's secret realm, or return to the battlefield for real combat to quickly enhance his martial soul fusion? He pondered that if he could increase his martial soul fusion to 10 and unlock a second soul skill, his strength would greatly improve. At that point, clearing the first 70 levels in one go would be much more efficient. While he was contemplating, 2 lines of text suddenly appeared before him, interrupting his thoughts. Honored Challenger, if you are not afraid of danger and wish to challenge real monsters, this artifact spirit can increase the secret realm's difficulty from purgatory level to nest level. Please note, all monsters in the nest level secret realm are real, and failure could endanger your life. Do you choose to increase the secret realm's difficulty? Qingfeng's eyes lit up instantly. Nest level? There's such an option? He was secretly pleased and agreed without hesitation. This decision meant he would face real threats instead of simulated monsters. Whether the monsters were transported to the secret realm or he was transported to the monster's nest, as long as he could absorb soul power, it was beneficial for him. After making his choice, Qingfeng immediately began preparing for the next challenge. He took out several recovery potions from his storage ring, drank them in one go, and then sat cross-legged, waiting for his mana to recover. Although the vast heaven-earth technique had no cooldown time, it drained his mana completely each time it was used. Without sufficient mana, even if he successfully transformed, the combat power of the giant avatar would be greatly reduced. Therefore, waiting for full mana recovery was a wise choice. Qingfeng's mana level was as high as 40,000, and fully recovering it was no easy task. He adjusted his breathing while continuously consuming high-grade mana recovery potions from the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. After more than 10 minutes, his mana finally returned to its peak state. Feeling the abundant power within, Qingfeng stood up, his eyes firm. He spoke to the void. Next, help me open the 52nd level of the Ascension Staircase Challenge. In response, a line of text appeared in his view. Honored Challenger, please note, you are about to transition to the 52nd level secret realm space chaos of the sea monsters. Qingfeng took a deep breath, ready to face a brand new challenge. In an instant, the world before Qingfeng shifted dramatically. The mountains vanished, the land receded, replaced by an endless expanse of blue ocean. He found himself standing on a small island less than 100 meters in diameter, surrounded by turbulent waves. Given the name of the secret realm, Su Qingfeng immediately realized the adversary he was about to face, the infamous sea demons of the starry skies. This race is a particularly troublesome enemy for humans. Sea demons resemble the legendary mermaids in appearance, but their true form is hideous, often leaving humans disappointed upon first encounter. Consequently, sea demons harbor deep resentment towards humans. When encountering humans at sea, sea demons unhesitatingly use their enchanting abilities to lure unsuspecting humans into the deep ocean, where they ultimately become a feast. In addition to their allure, sea demons possess a more formidable skill: the ability to establish interstellar teleportation arrays deep beneath the sea. This means that in almost every ocean on life-bearing planets humans explore, sea demons lurk. They are like parasites to humans, ever present, occupying the oceans of major planets, a persistent menace that humans find difficult to eradicate. The conflict between humans and sea demons has lasted for thousands of years, and they have long become mortal enemies. As Su Qingfeng pondered, a text suddenly appeared before him, introducing the basic situation of this lair-level secret realm. Secret realm name: Chaos of the Sea Demons. Difficulty level: lair level. Combat power level: 800-1500. Number of monsters: countless. Background information: in Star Ocean year 2800, the 007 foreign battlefield of the Human Alliance was suddenly struck by an apocalyptic flood, with 90 of the surface swallowed by the ocean. The sea demon race seized the opportunity to grow and completely occupy this planet. Your mission is to destroy the interstellar teleportation array located 50 kilometers beneath the ocean to prepare for humanity's reclamation of this planet. Secret Realm rewards: 1 class, a military merit, cash reward of 20 million star coins. Failure condition: if the challenger dies or fails to destroy the interstellar teleportation array within 7 days. Current fastest completion record: none. Record holder: none. Note: this is the real 007 foreign battlefield, and the challengers face actual sea demons. Cherish your life, and if you need an emergency return, call upon the spirit of the Tower of Heaven in your heart. The historical background of this Chaos of the Sea Demons realm turns out to be real, just like the previous Insect Sea Disaster realm. The event 200 years ago, where the 007 foreign battlefield was engulfed by an apocalyptic flood and ultimately taken over by sea demons, remains an important chapter in the history textbooks of the starry races. Reclaiming this planet is not only the mission of the Human Salvation Army, but also the shared aspiration of 1,000,000,000,000 humans. Su Qingfeng inwardly grumbled. It seems the spirit of the Tower of Heaven was really provoked by me this time, directly transporting me to a real foreign battlefield. This is an open battlefield now. Can it still be considered a secret realm? But since the Tower of Heaven spirit deemed it so, then it was. He noticed that the current realm's rewards included military merit. Even without military service, Soul Masters of the Human Alliance can accumulate military merit. Military merit can be exchanged for money and opportunities for promotion and salary increases. Ideally, it is used to advance in military rank upon enlisting. A class of military merit is enough to promote a new recruit directly to an officer, making it highly valuable. The entity responsible for assisting civilian soul masters in accounting for military merit is indeed the spirit of the Tower of Heaven. Su Qingfeng couldn't help but feel a bit dissatisfied. Delving into a sea demon lair and destroying an interstellar teleportation array normally requires at least a 10,000-man Salvation Army Corps to accomplish. Such a difficult task, yet only 1 class of military merit as a reward, is really stingy. At that moment, Su Qingfeng keenly sensed a disturbance beneath the sea. It seemed that several massive creatures were slowly rising from the depths, creating ripples. Although he still didn't know the exact location of the interstellar teleportation array, he had an idea. He planned to wait for a fated sea demon to appear, then physically persuade it with his trusty stick and try to ask for directions. Su Qingfeng focused intently, his eyes scanning the ocean with the intensity of a hawk. Before long, 3 sea monsters, each over 10 meters long, emerged from the water, less than 100 meters from him. These creatures had human-like upper bodies but fish tails, and their grayish-white skin shimmered eerily in the sunlight. They wielded sharp tridents, and their fearsome, muscular bodies exuded a powerful aura of intimidation. The sea monsters quickly spotted Su Qingfeng and began conversing in their unique language. Thanks to his extraordinary hearing and his studies of the sea monsters' language back in school, Su Qingfeng understood their dialogue clearly. Huh, there really is a human on this island. One sea monster exclaimed in surprise. I sensed a spatial fluctuation earlier and thought it was an illusion. Luckily, I brought the others to check it out, or we would have missed this feast, another chimed in. Since the sea god used divine magic to make this planet our domain 200 years ago, we haven't seen a human. Finally, we can feast on meat again. How wonderful, the third sea monster said excitedly. This human has no idea how he ended up here, but it's his unlucky day. You too, don't scare him. The elders said that humans who are scared to death taste bitter. You're right. It's rare to encounter a live human. We can't ruin the flavor. How about we use our charm ability to make him faint in bliss? That way, the meat will definitely taste delicious. Brilliant idea. Qingfeng suppressed his anger and continued to listen. Suddenly, his vision blurred. When he came to, the three terrifying sea monsters had transformed into three stunning beauties walking on the waves: Nangong, Liua, and Rusu, and the new homeroom teacher, Pei Qingyu. They were dressed skimpily, casting flirtatious glances at Qingfeng, their movements alluring, as if inviting him warmly. This scene completely ignited Qingfeng's fury. Damn sea monsters, he snorted coldly, raising his Tianji staff, his figure shooting out like lightning. The three sea monsters, seeing Qingfeng leap into the sea, were still smug. He believed it. He believed it, they laughed. This human kid is so easy to trick, walking right into our trap. However, just as the sea monsters thought they had succeeded, Qingfeng's figure suddenly accelerated, crashing down on them like a cannonball, his Tianji staff raised high, ready to strike. The sea monsters were shocked, not expecting Qingfeng to resist their allure. Take this, Qingfeng shouted, his Tianji staff glowing with a blinding light. With all his strength, he struck, and one sea monster, unable to dodge, was hit, its body shattering and reverting to its original form, sinking into the sea. A wisp of green light, the sole power of the sea monster, emerged from its body, which Qingfeng easily absorbed. The remaining two sea monsters, seeing this, were filled with terror and rage. Damn human, how dare you deceive us? They exclaimed, opening their massive mouths to spit out black water arrows. As the children of the sea, they could easily use the water to launch attacks. Qingfeng remained calm, his Tianji staff forming a barrier that blocked all the water arrows. The battle had just begun, and his eyes shone with determination to win. With a powerful leap, Qingfeng shot into the sky like an arrow. His silhouette traced a graceful arc under the sunlight, then descended like a meteor, his Tianji staff crashing down onto one of the sea monsters. Sensing danger, the creature attempted to flee but was caught under Su's foot, letting out a wretched wail that resonated through the surrounding seawater. The remaining sea monster, witnessing its comrade's fate, was terrified and tried to retreat into the depths. Qingfeng sneered, trying to run? Too late. Before he finished speaking, his Tianji staff flew from his hand like a bolt of silver, piercing the last sea monster's body in an instant. The bodies of the three sea monsters floated on the water, their blood dyeing the sea red. Qingfeng stood steadily on one of the large corpses, retrieving his staff, now tainted by the creature's blood. He washed it in the water while checking his updated martial soul information. The martial soul panel appeared in his mind. Martial soul name, Monkey King. Martial soul description, a stone monkey born from a celestial stone. Its abilities are unknown. Martial soul star level, unknown. Fusion degree, 4.3. First soul skill, divine power heaven and earth. Effect, unleashes the true form of the martial soul, greatly enhancing attack power and speed. Consumption, all mana. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown none. Note, unlocks the second soul skill at 10 fusion degree. Qingfeng's eyes gleamed with delight as he murmured, these sea monsters may be weak, but their soul power is incredibly strong. Just by killing 3 of them, my martial soul fusion degree increased by 0.3. The life force of these sea monsters is far more valuable than that of the lizard men. He initially planned to complete his mission quickly and return to the heavenly realm, but now he saw this planet as an ideal place to enhance his martial soul fusion degree. With this in mind, Qingfeng decided to stay put and wait for more sea monsters to come after him. He figured that since the underwater interstellar teleportation array was fixed, he could just eliminate any sea monsters that came his way before destroying the array. As for any battles he couldn't win, well, he would just make a quick escape. While Qingfeng was eager to boost his strength and earn rewards, he had no intention of risking his life. However, events took an unexpected turn. Qingfeng assumed that his fierce battle with the 3 sea monsters would attract more foes, and that the scent of their blood would spread through the sea, quickly drawing a horde of sea monsters. But the opposite happened. Qingfeng waited for over 10 minutes without seeing a single sea monster, let alone an army. The sea around the island where he stood, stretching for dozens of kilometers, remained eerily calm, with no signs of life. This unusual calmness made Qingfeng uneasy. He began to speculate. Were the sea monsters plotting something? Or were they avoiding a direct confrontation because they knew his combat strength was greatest on land? The thought of such possibilities made Qingfeng frown. If true, it could complicate matters. He regretted acting so hastily earlier and lamented, had I known, I would have left one alive. If I had a captive now, I wouldn't be so passive. With this realization, Qingfeng decided to take the initiative. Using his formidable physical strength, he moved swiftly across the water. Centered on the island, he scoured the surrounding sea for any lone sea monster to capture for information. Despite his efforts, Qingfeng's search yielded no results. Unexpectedly, not long after he left the island, hundreds of black magical water columns erupted from the sea. These columns, like dragons rising from the ocean, surged towards the small island. In the next moment, the island exploded with a deafening roar, shattering into pieces. The power of the black water columns was so immense that it obliterated the entire island, reducing it to countless fragments that sank into the sea. Qingfeng watched in shock, realizing that the situation had spiraled far beyond his expectations. On the planet where Qingfeng resides, the ocean covers at least 99% of the surface. Land is scarce, and the small island he was standing on moments ago was the only landmass within several dozen kilometers. Suddenly, the island vanished. This meant Qingfeng was forced to engage in underwater combat with the sea monsters, losing the chance to retreat to land for rest. Any mistake or exhaustion could lead to him being devoured by the sea creatures. It was a simple yet effective strategy, clearly devised by a cunning sea monster. Qingfeng watched the island disappear, surprised but not panicked. His physical strength was sufficient for underwater combat, and the sea creatures would struggle to breach his defenses. Even in a dire situation, he could contact the spirit of the Tongtian Tower and swiftly withdraw to the Tongtian realm. Anticipating the sea monster's movement, Qingfeng remained calm, waiting for events to unfold. As expected, he soon sensed thousands of massive creatures rapidly ascending from the ocean floor. The sea monster army was upon him. Perhaps because Qingfeng had already shed the blood of sea monsters. This time they attacked without any preamble, launching an assault from several kilometers away. Huge magical surges emanated from the deep sea, causing the water within dozens of kilometers to churn violently, like boiling water. Suddenly, the water around Qingfeng surged upwards, forming a towering ring of black waves, hundreds of meters high. This immense wall of water exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, but failed to shake Qingfeng's composure. He was ready to experience the combined power of the sea monster's magic firsthand. The sea monster's magic erupted. The towering waves transformed into a gigantic hand of a deity, closing in on the center with tremendous force. With a thunderous roar, Qingfeng chose to withstand the unavoidable attack, experiencing its power directly. As it turned out, this seemingly formidable attack posed no threat to Qingfeng. By releasing a bit of his power, he created a high-pressure barrier around himself, completely isolating the surging waves. At that moment, a harpoon suddenly shot out from the waves, aimed straight at Qingfeng. He easily dodged it and countered with a punch. The force of his punch parted the surrounding water, creating a vacuum, and the seemingly ordinary but powerful harpoon shattered instantly. Instead of retreating, the other sea monsters attacked even more ferociously. Qingfeng moved his hands with precision, releasing energy blasts from his fingertips, each hitting a sea monster with deadly accuracy. The battle intensified, with massive waves crashing on the surface, as if doomsday had arrived. Despite their numbers, the sea monsters were no match for Qingfeng's might. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from his body as he unleashed the power of his great sage martial soul, drastically increasing his speed and enhancing the ferocity of his attacks. Qingfeng moved as if he were in an uninhabited realm, his celestial staff creating afterimages as it swung, leaving the sea surface strewn with flesh and blood. The sea monsters' attack formation quickly collapsed, and they scattered in all directions. Initially, the sea monsters had a sound strategy, aiming to destroy Qingfeng's only foothold on land. However, in the face of absolute power, these tactics proved futile. As Qingfeng continued his relentless slaughter, the integration of his martial soul surged, and the strength in his arm increased accordingly. His single-arm pull strength rapidly climbed from 900 tons to 1,000 tons, then to 1,200 tons and 1,400 tons. When his martial soul integration surpassed the 7th threshold, his single-arm pull strength reached an astonishing 1,600 tons. However, Qingfeng noticed the soul power he absorbed from the sea monsters was diminishing. He inwardly grumbled about this frustrating experience reduction mechanism. He had hoped to quickly break through the 10 barrier, but now it seemed unlikely. With many sea monsters retreating, Qingfeng decided to change his strategy. He swiftly swam towards the deep sea, searching for more formidable opponents. Before long, Qingfeng encountered a gigantic sea monster, as large as a small mountain. This creature exuded a powerful aura, turning the surrounding seawater black, clearly marking it as a formidable foe among the sea monsters. Unfazed, Qingfeng charged at it directly. Seeing this, the sea monster's body radiated light, instantly summoning massive waves. These waves transformed into several hundred-meter black giants, advancing to attack Qingfeng. Qingfeng sneered, effortlessly dodging the attacks, and with a single strike of his staff, he obliterated the mountainous sea monster. An immense soul power surged into his body, significantly enhancing his physical strength and martial soul integration, filling him with delight. He thought that if he could encounter the main force of the sea monster clan and unleash his divine power, he might just break through the 10 barrier. Unbeknownst to Su Qingfeng, his fearsome reputation had already spread among the sea monsters. These intelligent beings had witnessed firsthand that not even thousands of them could harm Su Qingfeng and were terrified. They adopted a tactic of evasion, hiding away. Even with the sea littered with corpses and rivers of blood, no sea monster dared to challenge Su Qingfeng. As a result, Su Qingfeng's strategy of baiting them into battle failed. He looked at the calm sea in disbelief, questioning himself. Did I really kill all the sea monsters? Impossible. Unwilling to give up, Su Qingfeng decided to take the initiative and search for the sea monsters' hiding places. He dove into the deep sea, using his keen senses to track the sea monsters' whereabouts. Suddenly, he detected a powerful sea monster aura emanating from a highly concealed underwater cave. The strength of this aura was the most formidable Su Qingfeng had ever sensed, yet its hiding place was so inconspicuous that he doubted his own perception. At that moment, a sleek, spike-covered blue-skinned sea monster suddenly emerged from the cave. Though not large, it had fully developed limbs akin to a human, and its body was surrounded by a powerful magical glow. Clearly, this was a general-level powerhouse among the sea monsters. While humans, our kind has no grievance with you. So why do you suddenly invade our territory and start a massacre? The sea monster, covered in sharp spikes, glared at Su Qingfeng, its ghostly green eyes flickering with flames of anger. It questioned him in perfect human language, its voice deep and sorrowful. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng's lips curled into a cold smile. He thought to himself, this planet was taken from humans in the first place, so how could there be no grievances? Sensing Su Qingfeng's disdain, the spiked sea monster quickly defended itself before he could speak. That was over 200 planetary years ago. It's in the past. Now this planet belongs to the sea monsters, acknowledged by all races across the stars. All that matters is that I don't acknowledge it. Su Qingfeng retorted coldly, scoffing at the notion of all races across the stars. To him, they were just a band of thieves who had stolen territories from humans and then self-righteously recognized each other's conquests as justice. When the human alliance was weak, they had no choice but to remain silent. But now that humans had become strong, Su Qingfeng was determined to reclaim those stolen territories one by one. The mission to sabotage the teleportation array was the first step in taking back this planet from the sea monsters. With this resolve, Su Qingfeng tightened his grip on the Tianji staff, his aura surging dramatically. He shouted fiercely, "Do you think that because you've occupied this planet for so long, you can keep it forever? Humans have not forgotten, and we will not rest until it's reclaimed. Take this." Before he finished speaking, Su Qingfeng moved like lightning, charging at the spiked sea monster. The Tianji staff in his hand descended with unstoppable force. Boom! A dull sound reminiscent of a bell echoed. Unexpectedly, a dazzling golden shield suddenly appeared beside the sea monster. Su Qingfeng's seemingly assured strike failed to kill the creature. Is this advanced energy equipment of the sea monsters? Su Qingfeng's eyes narrowed, but he was not dismayed. Instead, he was thrilled. He knew that any intelligent race capable of interstellar travel had unique weaponry. The sea monsters possessed special equipment akin to human artifacts, known as treasures. Clearly, this spiked sea monster had a treasure. Otherwise, it wouldn't have withstood Su Qingfeng's lethal blow. Delighted, Su Qingfeng thought that if he could kill this special sea monster, he could obtain the treasure. Even if he couldn't use it directly, he could send it to the Nangong Commerce Guild for modification. However, while Su Qingfeng was excited, the sea monster was nearly terrified out of its wits. As a battle-level warrior of the sea monster race, it indeed had a treasure. But each treasure contained limited energy. Su Qingfeng's strike nearly shattered its life-saving protective bell. This meant Su Qingfeng's true strength far exceeded its expectations. The sea monster realized that even if it gave its all, it was no match for Su Qingfeng. Seizing the moment when Su Qingfeng was momentarily distracted by surprise, the sea monster mustered all its strength to unleash a water-based spell. Water columns, like spears, blasted towards Su Qingfeng as it quickly retreated into the depths of an underwater cave, attempting to escape in the chaos. But Su Qingfeng wouldn't just watch this treasure-bearing sea monster slip away. Relying on his robust physique, he withstood the sea monster's powerful spell, ignoring the blood marks left by the water's impact, and relentlessly chased the spiked sea monster. In the water, their figures rapidly disappeared into the dark depths of the cave. "Leave the artifact, and I'll spare your life." Su Qingfeng's furious shout echoed through the depths of the ocean, but the sea demon was not easily convinced. It knew all too well that surrendering the artifact would be a death sentence. Thus began a thrilling chase deep beneath the waves. Su Qingfeng pursued relentlessly, while the sea demon fled desperately, leading them in dizzying circles around the ocean floor. Along the way, several sea demon colonies suffered collateral damage as Su Qingfeng mercilessly dispatched any creatures blocking his path, his focus solely on his fleeing target. The spiked sea demon felt the immense pressure closing in from behind and fled in panic. It repeatedly tried to divert Su Qingfeng by leading him into areas where other sea demons hid, hoping to use its kin as a distraction. However, Su Qingfeng remained undeterred, ignoring these tactics and maintaining his pursuit. The sea demon exhausted every trick it knew, employing water magic and enchantments, but nothing could slow Su Qingfeng's relentless advance. With no escape in sight, the spiked sea demon suddenly remembered its last hope: the sea demon's interstellar teleportation array. This teleportation array was a closely guarded secret of the Sea Demon clan, something the spiked Sea Demon would never normally reveal. But now, its life hung in the balance, and it was willing to risk anything to survive. The array had a bloodline restriction, unusable by anyone outside the Sea Demon race. If it could escape this planet, Su Qingfeng wouldn't be able to find it anytime soon. With this in mind, the spiked Sea Demon changed direction without hesitation, heading straight for a part of the deep sea. Su Qingfeng noticed the sudden change in course but was unaware of its purpose, continuing his relentless chase. Soon, Su Qingfeng was surprised to see the fleeing sea demon dive straight into the seabed. He instantly realized there was more beneath the surface. His senses told him that the sea demon maintained its speed beneath the seabed, indicating a complex network of underwater caverns. Most people would have hesitated in the face of such unknown dangers, but Su Qingfeng, confident in his abilities, followed without hesitation. In the dimly lit underwater tunnels, he used his keen senses to track the sea demon. The immense water pressure squeezed his body, but it posed no threat to him. After nearly half an hour of pursuit, Su Qingfeng emerged into a vast underwater cavern. At its center stood an enormous structure emitting a ghostly blue light: the sea demon's interstellar teleportation array. The hexagonal structure spanned over 100 meters in diameter, covered in mysterious runes that flickered with energy. Su Qingfeng paused for a moment. He had only intended to seize the artifact, not to destroy the teleportation array so soon. Unexpectedly, the spiked sea demon had led him right to it, almost forcing him to complete his mission ahead of schedule. Seeing Su Qingfeng closing in so quickly, the spiked sea demon's face filled with despair. Yet it still didn't give up, desperately trying to reach the Nodi-activated teleportation array to escape. Still trying to flee, Su Qingfeng sneered, moving like lightning to close the distance. Just as the spiked sea demon was about to enter the array, Su Qingfeng's celestial staff struck its hind leg with precision. The initial attacks were blocked by the artifact's protective aura, but Su Qingfeng was patient. He continued to strike until he broke through the defense, leaving a bloody wound on the sea demon's leg. Its movement slowed, and Su Qingfeng pressed his advantage, delivering more precise blows that left the spiked sea demon on the brink of death. Only then did Su Qingfeng take a moment to carefully examine the interstellar teleportation array before him, marveling at the sea demon's remarkable talent. Despite lacking advanced technology, they had managed to create such a sophisticated teleportation array. It was truly astonishing. "Spare my life. I can give you the treasures I possess. Just let me go." The spiky sea monster, incapacitated and trembling, pleaded desperately. Su Qingfeng looked at it coldly, without a hint of mercy in his eyes. He recalled how the sea monster had arrogantly refused to hand over the treasures when he had made his offer earlier. Now, faced with the threat of death, it had learned to beg. Su Qingfeng thought to himself that since its fate was in his hands, there was no need for further conversation. Noticing the murderous intent in Su Qingfeng's eyes, a flicker of fear crossed the sea monster's face. In a panic, it added, "If you refuse to spare me, I'll destroy the treasures myself. You won't get anything." Su Qingfeng raised an eyebrow at this. Although he couldn't be sure if the sea monster was bluffing, he didn't want to take the risk. He replied calmly, "Leave the treasures behind, and I'll allow you to use the teleportation array." He then added, "I keep my word." Really? The sea monster, thinking it was doomed, was surprised and delighted by this. It calculated silently that as long as it could survive, any price was worth paying. Although this human was formidable, not all humans were like him. The sea monster vowed that if it escaped, it would slaughter countless humans to avenge this day's humiliation. Despite its inner hatred, the sea monster appeared extremely submissive. Holding a small bronze bell, it threatened, "Step back 100 meters to show your sincerity, and then I'll believe you. Otherwise, I'll still destroy the treasure." The sea monster was not entirely foolish. It knew the treasure was its only bargaining chip for survival and could not easily be handed over to Su Qingfeng. In its plan, once Su Qingfeng stepped back, it would throw the treasure in the opposite direction. Su Qingfeng would inevitably go to check the treasure, giving it the chance to activate the interstellar teleportation array and flee the planet. The sea monster knew Su Qingfeng might still attack it, but it had no choice and had to take the risk. With its protective treasure depleted of energy, it faced death either way, so it decided to gamble. For Su Qingfeng, 100 meters was just a step away. Regardless, the sea monster could not escape his control. He decided to see if it would honestly hand over the treasure. If it complied, he might consider allowing it a complete corpse. Su Qingfeng stepped back 100 meters. Seeing this, the sea monster's face showed a sly grin as it threw the treasure with all its might into the distance. Su Qingfeng's figure flashed as he instantly pursued the treasure. The sea monster seized the fleeting opportunity, rushing towards the teleportation array and quickly chanting the incantation to activate it. Unbeknownst to it, Su Qingfeng's true desire was to obtain that very incantation for activating the interstellar teleportation array. As the teleportation array began to glow and gradually activate, a figure suddenly appeared before the sea monster. It was Su Qingfeng, who had returned. He had only pretended to chase the treasure and never intended to let the sea monster go. The sea monster stared in horror, stammering, "How? How did you get back so fast?" Su Qingfeng sneered. "The treasure's over there. I can pick it up anytime. But keeping you here is far more important." Before he finished speaking, Su Qingfeng swung his celestial rod, cutting the sea monster in half. The sea monster fell to the ground, dead, its eyes filled with hatred, frozen in its final moment, unable to fulfill its vow of vengeance against humans. In an instant, a surge of powerful soul energy flooded into Su Qingfeng's body. He absorbed it effortlessly, feeling his strength grow rapidly. Meanwhile, the light from the interstellar teleportation array grew increasingly dazzling, and the energy fluctuations became more intense. With quick reflexes, Su Qingfeng swiftly distanced himself. He gripped the Tianji staff with both hands, aiming at the core of the teleportation array, and hurled it with the force of a javelin throw. Boom! The heavy Tianji staff sliced through the air, hitting the cornerstone of the array with precision. The massive impact instantly destroyed a large section of the array's structure, causing the entire interstellar teleportation array to collapse. Chaotic energy currents erupted, and the blinding light illuminated the entire underwater cavern, turning the dark depths into day. As the task was completed, Su Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around and noticed that the environment wasn't completely frozen like it had been when the Worm Sea Crisis realm ended. This was likely the difference between the real world and the realm spaces. Suddenly, a virtual interface popped up in front of Su Qingfeng, displaying the completion details. "Dear Challenger, congratulations on completing the Nest level difficulty realm, the Siren's Chaos. Your completion time was 1 hour and 1 minute. You've set a new record for clearing this Nest realm. Your rating is SSS. You have earned a first-class military merit and a cash reward of 20 million star coins. You can choose to announce this achievement or remain anonymous." "Did I really take over an hour?" Su Qingfeng muttered to himself. "That's a bit disappointing. But I didn't use the heaven and earth divine ability to defeat enemies this time, so being a bit less efficient is normal." He opted for anonymity and began to clear the battlefield. First, he retrieved the bronze bell artifact tossed aside by the spiked siren. Then, he carefully searched the remains of the interstellar teleportation array, collecting some seemingly valuable components and storing them in his Shumi ring. After finishing, Su Qingfeng contacted the spirit of the Tongtian Tower, requesting to return. Before long, he was directly transported back to his personal space in the Tongtian realm, not back to the Ascension Stair realm space. Su Qingfeng observed the familiar room setup, feeling slightly relieved. After completing 2 high-difficulty realms consecutively, he was mentally exhausted. Lying on his bed, Su Qingfeng took out his phone to review the footage he had previously recorded. He planned to edit the video a bit, and then upload it online to earn some money. "The footage from the Worm Sea Crisis realm is quite comprehensive," he muttered to himself. "As for the Siren's Chaos, I only recorded a bit of the island battle and couldn't capture the underwater fight. Plus, I cleared it without using the heaven and earth divine ability, so it probably won't make for an exciting video. So, I'll just post one video this time." With this in mind, Su Qingfeng quickly edited the footage from the Worm Sea Crisis realm, adding an eye-catching title: 6-minute speedrun of the 51st layer of the Ascension Ladder realm on held difficulty. He then uploaded it to a short video platform. As soon as the video was posted, the comments section became lively. The master finally uploaded a new video. "Front row seats, add space available. Huh, I arrived just in time. So happy. Huh? You can choose the difficulty in the Ascension Ladder? I thought it was just the standard difficulty. 6-minute speedrun of the 51st layer, that's a bit too outrageous, isn't it? I remember the world record for this layer was over 6 hours, set by the military god Luo Pinghai. Whoa, I just checked, and the record for the 51st layer of the Ascension Ladder really has been broken. The latest record is 6 minutes and 3 seconds. The content creator is impressive. I'll watch the video first, chat later." Su Qingfeng read through the comments, a slight smile playing on his lips. Su Qingfeng's second video, though short, is quite impressive in quality. It begins with a chilling scene. Gigantic interstellar insects, over 30 meters long, swarm out of underground caves like a tidal wave. This sight left countless viewers questioning, is this really the 51st level of the Ascension Stairway secret realm? Such a terrifying scene seems hopeless for ordinary soul masters to survive. The comments section exploded with reactions. One person exclaimed, "I've cleared the 51st level, and it was nothing like this. The star insects I encountered were at most 5 meters long, and there were far fewer of them." Another viewer typed with trembling hands, "Oh my god, I'm almost scared to death just watching this. These giant bugs are terrifying." In just a few seconds, Qingfeng showcased what true hell-level difficulty looks like. The video then transitioned to Qingfeng's personal battle showcase. Wielding a mysterious staff, he effortlessly defeated the seemingly invincible interstellar insects with each strike. Even the insects' raging fire couldn't stop Qingfeng's advance. When Qingfeng unleashed his signature heaven and earth transformation technique, the battle instantly turned into a one-sided massacre. As the video neared its end, a close-up of a massive yet strangely delicate-looking interstellar insect queen left a lasting impression on the audience. The comments section erupted again with praise. "Wow, this video is amazing. Non-stop action, more thrilling than a movie." A keen-eyed viewer recognized Qingfeng's weapon. "That looks like a white dwarf matter weapon. No wonder it's so powerful, it can destroy star insects in an instant." In just 10 minutes, Qingfeng's new video surpassed 1 million views and garnered over 10,000 comments. Observing this incredible growth trend, Qingfeng felt that even without spending money on promotion, the video's traffic wouldn't be low. So, he put down his phone and went to rest. Meanwhile, at the Salvation Army's frontline command headquarters on the Abyss battlefield, Commander-in-Chief Luo Pinghai was idly scrolling through video content on his phone. For someone who typically regarded wasting time as a crime, this was extremely rare. He was absent-mindedly waiting for something. It turned out that Luo Pinghai had secretly decided that if the mysterious Soul Master could break his second record in the Ascension Stairway secret realm, he would immediately entrust them with an important task. However, more than an hour passed without the expected news. Luo Pinghai began to wonder. Was this person only able to easily clear the 51st level due to a special soul technique? Or did they find the secret realm too simple and lose interest? Either scenario left Luo Pinghai somewhat disappointed. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the office door. Luo Pinghai put down his phone and said succinctly, "Come in." The sound of the door opening was followed by a handsome young man quickly entering the office. He was Li Yan, the personal secretary of Luo Pinghai, and his face bore a complex expression of excitement and confusion. "Commander, the video blogger you asked me to watch just released a new video," Li Yan reported eagerly. The title of the second video is 6-Minute Speedrun of Ascension's Stairway Level 51 Hell Mode. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yan's expression turned a bit strange. As a secretary, he knew well that Luo Pinghai held the highest record for the multi-layered challenge of Ascension Stairway. Yet now, someone had managed to cut Luo Pinghai's record for clearing level 51 down to 1/60th of the original time. Li Yan couldn't help but wonder about Luo Pinghai's reaction. Would he be angry or unwilling to accept it? However, to Li Yan's surprise, Luo Pinghai was neither angry nor upset after hearing the report. Instead, his eyes gleamed with excitement. "Is it really him?" Luo Pinghai said eagerly. "Let me see the video." Although surprised by Luo Pinghai's reaction, Li Yan quickly adjusted himself and promptly took out his phone to show the video to Luo Pinghai. Luo Pinghai focused intently on the screen. A few seconds later, he nodded in confirmation. "It really is the hell mode of the insect swarm disaster." As the video continued, when Luo Pinghai saw Qingfeng unleash his awe-inspiring soul technique, his breath caught, and a trace of amazement flashed in his eyes. "Even though it's not the first time seeing it, I have to say, this soul skill is damn impressive." Luo Pinghai couldn't help but exclaim with a hearty laugh. Hearing such candid remarks, Li Yan couldn't help but frown. He worried silently. If these words spread, they would certainly cause a huge stir. As a secretary, Li Yan was well aware of the harm of negative public opinion, but he couldn't directly restrict his superior's speech, leaving him anxious on the side. A few minutes later, the video ended. Luo Pinghai still seemed to savor it, praising, "With such a powerful soul skill, no wonder he broke the record I set back then." Li Yan astutely recognized the enormous potential of the person in the video. He tentatively asked, "Commander, should I try to contact him?" In Li Yan's view, it would be wise to recruit such talent into the Salvation Army as soon as possible. Luo Pinghai pondered for a moment and said solemnly, "You can try to reach out, but don't use public authority to investigate his identity, lest we offend him. For such a genius, even if we can't recruit him, we must not make an enemy of him." Having once been a proud young man himself, Luo Pinghai understood the art of interaction and specifically reminded Li Yan. Li Yan felt a chill in his heart and nodded seriously. "Understood, Commander." Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Qingfeng awoke from his personal space, 2 hours having passed. He instinctively picked up his phone to check the data on his newly released video. Likes, 100 million. Views, 1 billion. Comments, 100 million. Current video earnings, 10 million star coins. Total post-tax account earnings, 130 million star coins. Withdrawable balance, 121 million star coins. Not bad, earning 10 million star coins in just 2 hours. The growth is promising. Su Qingfeng thought happily to himself. And with the continued earnings from old videos, things are looking good. Just then, Su Qingfeng noticed a special notification in the background. You have received a private message from an officially certified super account. Su Qingfeng had heard about the existence of super accounts, a privilege reserved for those who spent over 1 billion star coins on the platform or had high-level official certifications. His video account had amassed over 1 billion followers, and the flood of private messages he received daily was so overwhelming that he never had the chance to read them all. However, on this particular day, a special notification broke the routine. Driven by curiosity, Su Qingfeng clicked on the much-anticipated private message. When he saw the sender's identity, he couldn't help but gasp. It was an official account certified by the Office of the Commander of the Human Alliance Salvation Army. Even though he was usually composed, this revelation made his eyes widen and his heart race. I just posted a few videos for some extra income. How could I have caught the attention of such a high-profile department? Su Qingfeng murmured to himself, puzzled, as he opened the details of the message. As expected, it was an invitation. The content was unremarkable, essentially stating that a staff member from the commander's office had noticed his talents and was inviting him to join the Salvation Army to serve the human race. The wording was formal, with no special privileges offered, and the sincerity seemed lukewarm. Su Qingfeng fell into deep thought. Joining the military wasn't out of the question for him, but now wasn't the optimal time. If he enlisted now, he would start as a high school graduate, and even the commander's office's invitation wouldn't guarantee special treatment. On the other hand, if he waited until he was admitted to the prestigious Qingfeng Military Academy under the Human Alliance, he would have the advantage of its elite reputation, and his treatment and promotion speed would far exceed what he could achieve now. After careful consideration, Su Qingfeng replied, I'll consider it, but the timing isn't right yet. He expected that his message would be met with silence. To his surprise, a new reply popped up within minutes. Understood. The Salvation Army of the Human Alliance will always welcome you. It seems like just a routine invitation, not particularly earnest, Su Qingfeng thought, relieved that he hadn't acted impulsively. Otherwise, he might have ended up awkwardly sidelined. What Su Qingfeng didn't know was that behind this seemingly simple reply was an urgent discussion between Commander Luo Pinghai and his secretary, Li Yin. Li Yin had intended to offer attractive terms to win Su Qingfeng over, but Luo Pinghai believed that a genius like Su Qingfeng must have a strong sense of autonomy. Since Su Qingfeng mentioned the timing wasn't right, it would be best to wait patiently. Pushing too hard might backfire. With this little episode concluded, Su Qingfeng turned his attention to his attribute panel and began to study it carefully. In the secret realm of the Kraken Chaos, Su Qingfeng's achievements were not particularly abundant. Although each sea monster provided a considerable amount of soul power, his soul fusion rate only surpassed the 8th threshold, reaching 8.1. Nonetheless, even with this level of fusion, Su Qingfeng's combat power was approaching an astonishing level of 50,000, meaning his physical strength was comparable to that of a deity. Su Qingfeng sighed inwardly, frustrated by the elusive nature of the cunning sea monsters, which made it difficult to kill more of them. He calculated that in order to reach a 10 fusion rate and unlock the second soul skill, he would likely need to venture into foreign battlefields again. Despite this, the mission to destroy the sea monster clan's interstellar teleportation array yielded substantial rewards. The cash and military merits awarded by the Tower Spirit were noteworthy, and the bronze bell artifact obtained from the spiked sea monster was an exceptional treasure. The core components of the interstellar teleportation array stored in his ring could probably fetch a good price. More importantly, he had memorized the incantation used by the sea monsters to activate the teleportation array, a strategic secret that could easily earn him several first-class military merits if submitted to the Salvation Army's intelligence department. Su Qingfeng took out the bronze bell artifact and examined it carefully. He quickly realized that its energy had been depleted, which explained why the spiked sea monster agreed to trade with him before its death. If the artifact still had energy, it probably wouldn't have trusted him so easily. Reflecting on the final deception of the spiked sea monster, Su Qingfeng felt no remorse. He had only promised to allow the creature to use the teleportation array, not that he wouldn't interrupt or destroy it. In his view, he still considered himself a trustworthy young man. Su Qingfeng decided to visit the flagship store of the Nangong Trading Company to ask Huang Tong for help in recharging the bronze bell and to figure out how to use the artifact. He set off immediately and headed to Central Plaza number 1. Above the plaza, a large screen was playing his recently released second video, attracting countless passers-by and shop assistants to stop and watch. On the screen, the mysterious and formidable 10-star Soul Master was controlling a giant conjured by the divine transformation technique, effortlessly slaughtering space insectoids, mesmerizing the audience. Even Su Qingfeng couldn't help but be captivated, silently marveling at the power of the divine transformation technique. Once the video ended, the plaza gradually returned to its usual bustling atmosphere. The surrounding people began to engage in lively discussions, some expressing admiration for the Soul Master's strength, while others regretted not being able to see his face clearly. Suddenly, a voice caught Su Qingfeng's attention. He looked over to see a burly man with an open shirt, stroking his abundant chest hair, and dreamily saying, "If only I were a woman, I would definitely pursue him." This comical scene almost made Su Qingfeng burst into laughter. He quickly muttered to himself, "Better not get involved, better slip away." With that, he briskly left the plaza. Su Qingfeng stepped into the bustling flagship store of the Nangong Commerce Guild once more, his eyes quickly finding Deputy Manager Huang Teng. Huang's face was clouded with worry, his brow furrowed. However, upon spotting Su Qingfeng, his expression brightened, as if he'd seen a savior. "Brother, you're finally here." Huang Teng hurried over, speaking in a hushed, urgent tone. "I need your help with something urgent." Su Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, sensing trouble. Huang Teng, normally so composed, seemed unusually flustered, indicating a serious issue. Glancing around at the steady stream of customers, Su Qingfeng noted this wasn't the place for a private conversation. "Here?" Su Qingfeng asked quietly. Huang Teng quickly shook his head. Of course not. He led Su Qingfeng through the bustling crowd to a tastefully decorated VIP room. Once the door was closed, shutting out the noise, Huang Teng habitually poured Su Qingfeng a glass of chilled soda before speaking with a troubled expression. "I've been targeted by the guild's regulatory department," Huang said with a pained look. "They've caught me on some minor infractions and are demanding I pay a 20 million star coin fine within a week. If I don't, I'll not only be fired but also face prison." Su Qingfeng set down the untouched soda, sitting upright. While 20 million star coins wasn't a small sum, he couldn't just throw money around. Moreover, Huang Teng's face was full of grievance. Even if Su Qingfeng could pay the fine, it seemed Huang wouldn't simply accept it. "Tell me everything," Su Qingfeng said seriously. As Huang Teng explained, the situation became clearer. The regulatory department of the Nangong Commerce Guild was tasked with rooting out internal corruption, usually focusing on high-level managers overseeing multiple planetary trades. Someone like Huang Teng shouldn't have attracted their attention unless he had crossed a major shareholder. The regulators would scrutinize Huang Teng's past with a fine-tooth comb. As an ambitious salesman, Huang Teng's methods were not always by the book, a fact evident from his dealings with Su Qingfeng. For instance, to maintain customer relationships, he would lower standards, offering gifts to Su Qingfeng that didn't meet regulations. He had even processed unconditional returns for Su Qingfeng, actions against the guild's sales personnel management rules. Normally, superiors would overlook these details, focusing on Huang Teng's performance. But this time was different. The regulatory department had meticulously investigated Huang Teng's actions, resulting in a staggering fine of 20 million star coins. The amount wasn't arbitrary. If Huang Teng was willing to exhaust his resources, he could barely scrape together the sum. However, the regulatory department and the enigmatic major shareholder were not truly interested in the money. Their aim was to make an example of Huang Teng, to intimidate employees who failed to respect the shareholders. After hearing Huang Teng's story, Su Qingfeng frowned, deep in thought. Su Qingfeng finally discovered a shocking truth. The ninth shareholder of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce is actually Nangong Liua's mother. This revelation made him frown, silently judging this elder he had never met. To make things difficult for a diligent employee over a minor grievance for her daughter seemed excessively narrow-minded. He was relieved that Nangong Liua's character hadn't been influenced by her mother. Turning to Huang Teng, Su Qingfeng asked calmly, "How do you want me to help you?" There was a subtle hint of concern in his voice. Huang Teng hesitated for a moment, but his resolve quickly took over. Lowering his voice, he said firmly, "I don't want to pay a single cent in fines. Those idiots in the regulatory department know all salespeople do this, yet they target only me. I'd rather throw the money away than give it to them." Su Qingfeng nodded slightly, having expected Huang Teng's reaction. Despite being only a two-star soul master with modest strength, this young man's spirit was quite unyielding. "So what do you want me to do?" Su Qingfeng asked, half-jokingly. "Help you take out those guys in the regulatory department?" Huang Teng was startled by the suggestion and quickly waved his hands in denial. "No, not that. Actually, when those people in the regulatory department issued the fine, they said it could be waived if you agreed to meet with the ninth shareholder." Su Qingfeng was taken aback, not expecting Nangong Liua's mother to cause such a fuss just to meet him. But he quickly realized that this mysterious elder probably wanted to uncover his identity and his true relationship with Nangong Liua. "Do they think I'm easy to deal with? Trying to use money to stop me from seeing Nangong Liua?" Various possibilities flashed through Su Qingfeng's mind. If not for Nangong Liua's feelings, he wouldn't hesitate to confront her mother, even becoming a sworn enemy. But the situation was different now, requiring more careful consideration. "No other demands, just to meet me?" Su Qingfeng confirmed again. Huang Ting nodded, looking a bit anxious. "Yes, no other demands. Is this too much trouble for you?" Su Qingfeng shook his head, speaking calmly. Tell them I agree to the meeting. Ask them to arrange the time and place. Huang Teng hesitated but eventually agreed. Shortly after, he received a reply from the regulatory department, his expression turning complex. They canceled my fine. As for the meeting's time and place, it's right here. The mysterious guest will arrive in half an hour. Su Qingfeng nodded in understanding and said, since there's time, let's handle some business first. Huang Teng was momentarily surprised by Su Qingfeng's calmness. With trouble looming, he still had the composure to deal with business. But soon, Huang Teng switched to a professional mode, ready to assist Su Qingfeng. Brother, what do you need? I'll handle it for you right away, Huang Teng asked enthusiastically. Su Qingfeng took out a small bronze bell from his pocket, a magical artifact he had seized from a sea demon. Handing it to Huang Teng, he asked, do you recognize this? Huang Teng's eyes lit up with surprise. Is this a magical artifact? That's a valuable item. Once equipped with spirit stones, it can unleash incredible power. Though curious about how Su Qingfeng obtained the artifact, he refrained from asking out of professional courtesy. Raising an eyebrow, Su Qingfeng inquired, so it needs spirit stones. Are they expensive? Huang Teng carefully examined the small bronze bell and quickly found a slot for inserting spirit stones. Based on the remnants of spirit stone fragments, he determined the required grade of spirit stone. This should be a mid-tier magical artifact, requiring mid-grade spirit stones, Huang Teng explained. A mid-grade spirit stone costs about 20 million star coins on the market. Our chamber happens to have some in stock. He then smiled warmly. As a black card VIP, you also get a 70% discount on spirit stone purchases. On a resource-rich planet controlled by humans, spiritual stones are as precious as treasures, with sky-high prices. Su Qingfeng, being a black card VIP, enjoys a privilege of a 70% discount. He toyed with a small bronze bell in his hand, having already experienced the power of this magical artifact. 6 million star coins for a life? Absolutely worth it, Su Qingfeng thought, but then he frowned. His combat power level was approaching 50,000, and his physical strength was comparable to refined steel. This bronze bell seemed somewhat superfluous to him. If I wanted to sell it, could you give me an estimate? Su Qingfeng suddenly asked. Huang Teng was taken aback and quickly advised against it. Brother, such artifacts are rare and hard to come by. With our current technology, we can't replicate it. Selling it is easy, but buying it back would be difficult. Su Qingfeng remained unmoved. I know, just give me an estimate. Huang Teng shook his head with difficulty. Such rare high-grade equipment is seldom traded privately. They're usually auctioned. The selling price for mid-tier artifacts ranges from $500 million to $5 billion, depending on the auction's caliber and the buyer's capabilities. Hearing this price range, Su Qingfeng's eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of a potential buyer, Nangong Liua. That wealthy lady had awakened a martial soul of the nine-tailed fox, with noticeably insufficient melee capabilities. With this artifact for protection, her survival ability would significantly improve. It's decided, I'll sell it to her. Su Qingfeng calculated silently. We're good friends, so I'll give her a friendly price, 50 billion star coins. With that thought, Su Qingfeng stored the bronze bell back into his space ring and then instructed, give me 10 mid-grade spiritual stones. Huang Teng was overjoyed, thinking his persuasion had worked. He quickly brought a tray, neatly arranged with 10 azure spiritual stones, sparkling and as finely crafted as blue gemstones. Su Qingfeng carefully examined one spiritual stone, confirming that its specifications perfectly matched the gemstone slots on the bronze bell. As for how to use this artifact, he decided to let Nangong Liua figure it out herself. Finally, Su Qingfeng handed over his black card to Huang Teng to complete the transaction. Soon, 60 million star coins were deducted from the card, concluding the transaction successfully. Huang Teng respectfully returned the black card to Su Qingfeng, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Big brother, is there anything else I can do for you? Su Qingfeng initially intended to update his weaponry, but remembering his upcoming meeting with Nangong Liua's mother, he decided against it. Instead, he said, I have some broken parts here that I need you to help find a way to handle. As he spoke, Su Qingfeng took out a foundational stone of an interstellar teleportation array from his storage ring and showed it to Huang Teng. It was a square, shiny stone with intricate inscriptions on its surface. Huang Teng examined the stone closely, frowning slightly as he muttered to himself. Why does this stone look so familiar? Was it taken from a teleportation array? No, these inscriptions don't look like human script. Su Qingfeng timely reminded him. These are the scripts of the Sea Demon clan. Huang Teng suddenly realized, but then his face changed dramatically, staring at Su Qingfeng in shock as if he had seen a ghost. He connected the dots with the non-human intermediate magical treasures Su Qingfeng had shown earlier and suddenly realized a terrifying truth. Could this gentleman have dismantled a sea demon tribe's stronghold and taken their interstellar teleportation array? Huang Teng thought to himself, taking a sharp breath. Seeing Huang Teng's strange expression, Su Qingfeng asked in confusion, is there a problem? Can't you sell this stuff? Huang Teng hurriedly denied. No, there's no problem. It's actually good news. He explained, all materials related to building teleportation arrays are important strategic resources registered by the Human Alliance. The government has long been buying them back at high prices. These key components you have will never lack buyers, and the price is definitely lucrative. If you can consistently supply in large quantities, you might even earn military merit. Qingfeng understood well that to protect resource planets, humans needed to establish multiple teleportation arrays to ensure troop deployment. The critical materials for interstellar teleportation arrays were always in short supply, and naturally, their prices remained high. He shook his head, saying, I can't provide these materials in large quantities regularly. This time was purely by chance. Keep them for me for now, and deal with it later when there's time. With that, Qingfeng handed all the array materials to Huang Teng for handling. Huang Teng marveled. Wow, these are worth at least 2 billion. He quickly stored all the materials in his storage ring. At this point, there were less than 3 minutes left until Qingfeng's scheduled meeting with Nangong Liua's mother. To avoid Huang Teng being targeted by others, Qingfeng decided to have him leave the VIP room first. Not long after, Qingfeng heard a rhythmic set of footsteps outside the door. The sound of high heels clicking on the smooth floor was inexplicably pleasant to the ears. The footsteps stopped outside the door, which was gently turned open. Qingfeng only saw a fair, jade-like hand holding the doorknob. The person outside did not immediately enter, and Qingfeng remained silent, waiting quietly. A few seconds later, a mature woman who appeared to be in her late 20s gracefully entered the room. Her face was exquisite and uncovered, bearing a striking resemblance to Nangong Liua with her oval face that exuded charm. Her long, black hair reached her waist, swaying gently as she moved, like a flowing black satin. Her eyes, clear as lake water, held a hidden authority that made one hesitate to meet them directly. A necklace of azure gemstones adorned her swan-like neck, further highlighting her smooth skin. Her every gesture exuded the unique intellectual beauty of a mature woman, both composed and alluring. Qingfeng was somewhat surprised, not expecting Nangong Liua's mother to be so youthful and beautiful. Qin Yusin looked at Qingfeng, her gaze carrying a hint of reproach mixed with a touch of helplessness. So, you're the rascal who deceived little Liua. I should have figured it out sooner. There was no storm or fury as expected, and Qin Yusin's reaction somewhat surprised Qingfeng. He stood in the center of the VIP room, slightly frowning as he observed the elegant and poised woman in front of him. Qin Yusin's gaze was calm, showing no trace of anger, which made Qingfeng lower his guard a bit. So, you knew about me all along, Qingfeng said softly, his tone carrying a hint of probing. Qin Yusin nodded slightly, a faint, elusive smile playing on her lips. Among Nangong Liua's classmates, you are indeed the only one worth my attention, she said slowly. With an excellent lineage, parents who are 7-star soul masters, and top-notch academic performance. More importantly, your ability to activate the 9-star divine martial soul indicates your limitless potential. Listening to this evaluation, Qingfeng felt a mix of pride and apprehension. He hadn't expected Qin Yusin to know so much about him. As for you giving up the 9-star divine martial soul, I've heard a bit about that too. Qin Yusin continued, her tone laced with amusement. But what interests me more is the fact that you can activate it. Just as Qingfeng was about to speak, Qin Yusin stood up and gracefully moved to sit on the sofa opposite him. Her gaze openly assessed Qingfeng, making him feel a bit uneasy. Not bad looking, quite a match for my daughter. Qin Yusin suddenly remarked, her tone teasing. She casually drew a pack of ladies' cigarettes from her waist and glanced at Qingfeng. Do you smoke? Qingfeng shook his head. You don't mind if I do, right? Qin Yusin asked again. Qingfeng shook his head once more. Only then did Qin Yusin take a cigarette from the pack and place it in her mouth. With a snap of her fingers, a small flame appeared out of nowhere, lighting the cigarette. This display of skill indicated she was at least a 7-star soul master, and Qingfeng took note of it. Qin Yusin took a casual puff before putting the cigarette down. The light scent of tobacco quickly filled the VIP room. I never smoke in front of my daughter. Do you know why? Qin Yusin suddenly asked, her tone casual as if chatting with an old friend. Qingfeng realized he couldn't let her dominate the conversation, so he earnestly countered, second-hand smoke is only for strangers? Qin Yusin paused for a few seconds, then silently extinguished her cigarette. She glanced sideways at Qingfeng, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Are you that eager to break the tension? This response left Qingfeng momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected his retort to displease Qin Yusin. It seemed this elegant lady quite enjoyed the previous subtle and ambiguous exchange. Qingfeng realized he might need to be more cautious in this conversation. Putting aside their complicated relationship, Qingfeng's youthful and handsome appearance made Qin Yusin feel an effortless sense of relaxation. For a moment, she didn't want to bring up the main issue. She just wanted to bask in the easy atmosphere. However, Qingfeng keenly sensed the unusualness in Qin Yusin's demeanor and decided to break the awkward vibe. Time is of the essence. We'd better get down to business sooner rather than later, Su Qingfeng said calmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Qin Yusin was momentarily taken aback, then straightened up, her demeanor instantly becoming sharp and serious. All right, if you insist. Let's keep it professional then. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed on Su Qingfeng. What exactly is your relationship with Liua? Don't tell me you're just ordinary friends. My daughter wouldn't turn against me for an ordinary friend, nor would she spend billions of star coins on one. Su Qingfeng's response was unexpected for Qin Yusin. We're indeed not ordinary friends. Just when Qin Yusin thought he was going to admit to a relationship with her daughter, Su Qingfeng added, we're just classmates, not even friends. Once again, Qin Yusin was left speechless, astonished by Su Qingfeng's words and actions. The boldness of this young man exceeded her expectations. As the mother of Nangong Liua, a major shareholder in the Nangong Commerce Guild, and a powerful 7-star soul master, Su Qingfeng should have shown some deference. Yet, he seemed to disregard her entirely, joking casually, showing almost no respect. Realizing this, anger began to rise in Qin Yusin's heart. She let out a soft snort, and the powerful aura of a 7-star soul master filled the room like a heavy pressure. It was a blatant show of force. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Is this how you address your elders? Qin Yusin's voice was icy and piercing. She knew that Su Qingfeng had given up the 9-star divine martial soul during his awakening and, with limited time for cultivation, his strength must be ordinary. Thus, she had no qualms about showcasing her power before him. Yet, facing Qin Yusin's pressure, Su Qingfeng remained composed, a faint smile even playing on his lips. To him, the formidable aura she projected was barely a breeze. Unfortunately, she hadn't realized this. Auntie, you should be grateful you're Nangong Liua's mother, or you wouldn't be sitting here unscathed. Su Qingfeng's words carried a hint of warning. Seeing Qin Yusin drop all pretenses, he felt a sense of relief. He preferred straightforwardness and strength over her initial coy demeanor. Qin Yusin was utterly shocked that Su Qingfeng dared to threaten her in return. She was puzzled. What made this young man so audacious? Did he really think Liua would only marry him? Even if Liua was indeed that foolish, he shouldn't be this arrogant. With this in mind, Qin Yusin gradually calmed down. She realized Su Qingfeng must have other reasons for his boldness, prompting her to reassess this young man and try to uncover the secrets he was hiding. Qin Yusin stared at Su Qingfeng, her brows furrowed in confusion. She couldn't understand what Su Qingfeng's true reliance was. Could it be that his background was not as simple as it seemed? Yet, she never considered his personal strength. In her somewhat rigid thinking, Su Qingfeng was nothing more than a weak novice soul master. As Qin Yusin was lost in thought, Su Qingfeng suddenly broke the silence. What are you thinking about? You seem so distracted. Qin Yusin glanced up at him, hesitated for a moment, then spoke frankly. I'm wondering what exactly you rely on. What gives you the confidence to speak to me like this? Su Qingfeng was slightly taken aback, but then laughed heartily. It's simple. I rely on myself. You? Qin Yusin looked skeptical. You're just a newly awakened soul master with an unknown martial soul. What skills do you have? Su Qingfeng chuckled and replied. I thought you had figured it out, but it seems you're just like the others, unable to see the forest for the trees. Auntie, I'm disappointed in you. What do you mean? Qin Yusin frowned, feeling slightly belittled by Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng didn't elaborate further. Instead, he asked, let's not talk about me. You know your daughter well, right? Let me ask you this, if I were truly worthless, do you think your daughter would invest so much in me? Qin Yusin instinctively wanted to say yes, but upon deeper reflection, she knew that Nangong Liua wouldn't do such a thing. Girls are often drawn to strength, and Nangong Liua was no exception. If Su Qingfeng had no redeeming qualities, she wouldn't pay him any attention. This realization shocked Qin Yusin. Could it be that this young man wasn't exaggerating? Did he truly possess extraordinary strength? Without further explanation, Su Qingfeng retrieved a weapon weighing 150 tons from the Sumru ring. He held it casually in one hand and showed it to Qin Yusin. You can recognize this weapon, right? As a major shareholder of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, Qin Yusin had a keen eye for such matters. She quickly identified the weapon in Su Qingfeng's hand as a platinum weapon mixed with white dwarf star material, weighing at least several dozen tons. A weapon of such weight, and Su Qingfeng was holding it effortlessly with one hand? What was his combat level? Qin Yusin's eyes widened as she examined Su Qingfeng's not particularly muscular physique, shocked. How is this possible? Have you been hiding your strength? Su Qingfeng teased. You've never asked about my capabilities, have you? Auntie, you're a distinguished 7-star soul master. I wonder if you'd survive a blow from me at this range. Hearing this, Qin Yusin's face turned pale. Though Su Qingfeng's words seemed like a joke, they were undeniably a direct threat. Despite being a 7-star soul master with a powerful, gluttonous martial soul, Qin Yusin rarely engaged in combat and had limited practical fighting experience. At this moment, she finally realized Su Qingfeng's true strength and couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. The weapon in Su Qingfeng's hand, as heavy as a white dwarf, exuded a suffocating pressure in their close confrontation. Qin Yusin instantly realized that if this strike landed, even with all her life-saving gear, she might not escape death. Su Qingfeng's earlier words echoed in her mind. Luckily, I'm Nangong Liua's mother. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here unharmed. At this moment, the words sounded particularly jarring, and Qin Yusin finally understood they were not empty threats. Facing the shadow of death, Qin Yusin had to reassess the young man before her. She no longer saw Su Qingfeng as a child needing care, but as an equally formidable opponent. Despite her lingering questions, she knew she had to take this negotiation seriously. Her gaze sharpened as she looked directly at Su Qingfeng. So, giving up the 9-star divine martial soul was just a smokescreen? Are you now a powerful 9-star soul master? My daughter lent you money as a purely business transaction? You're just partners. Su Qingfeng tossed the Tianji staff lightly, a smile playing on his lips. Auntie, you're smart, truly worthy of being Nangong Liu's mother. This display convinced Qin Yusin that Su Qingfeng indeed had no special feelings for Nangong Liua. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so audacious with her. I understand now. Qin Yusin suddenly felt a wave of helplessness. She realized how futile her actions had been, estranging her daughter and offending Su Qingfeng, only to end up here. If she had known about Su Qingfeng's immense potential, she wouldn't have stopped Nangong Liua from supporting him. She might have even helped personally, as she needed talented individuals to manage the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, and a 9-star soul master with limitless potential was undoubtedly the best investment. Qin Yusin took a deep breath and decided to lower her stance. I apologize for my rashness today. Regarding Huang Tong, I will provide generous compensation. Additionally, to make up for my mistake, I will increase your black card spending limit to 2 billion star coins. I hope you enjoy using it. Hearing this sincere apology and generous compensation, Su Qingfeng's discontent with Qin Yusin largely dissipated. He realized that money could indeed solve many problems, and Qin Yusin had clearly invested a significant amount in him. Looking at Qin Yusin, Su Qingfeng spoke earnestly. If that's the case, we could indeed become friends. Qin Yusin managed a faint smile. Despite her lingering discontent with Su Qingfeng, she had to admit the young man had shown incredible value. For the greater good, she chose to endure. After their conversation ended, Qin Yusin didn't linger and quickly took her leave. Her departing figure hinted at fatigue, but even more so, it suggested contemplation and planning for the future. Before long, Huang Ting pushed the door open and rushed in, his face brimming with excitement. He went straight to Su Qingfeng and eagerly reported, "Big brother, the regulatory department just called. They admitted there was an error in their previous procedures and misunderstood me. Now they're offering me 10 million star coins as compensation for my mental distress." Huang Ting knew very well that this so-called misunderstanding and apology were the result of pressure from above. Without Su Qingfeng's intervention, the regulatory department would never have backtracked like this. This 10 million star coins should have been Su Qingfeng's to begin with. Su Qingfeng responded with a nonchalant wave of his hand. Since the regulatory department is willing to offer it, just take it. You've been working for me, and I won't let you suffer any losses. He was well versed in the ways of the world, knowing when to drive people and when to show kindness. Huang Tong was quite capable, making it convenient and worry-free to keep him around for handling miscellaneous tasks. Huang Tong expressed his gratitude repeatedly, feeling a surge of joy inside. He understood that accepting this money meant he was now firmly tied to Su Qingfeng. But he didn't mind this outcome. After all, Su Qingfeng's display of power was intimidating. Faced with pressure from the 9th largest shareholder of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, Su Qingfeng not only handled it with ease, but also made the regulatory department retract their decision. This level of influence was beyond Huang Tang's imagination. Meanwhile, after leaving the flagship store of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, Qin Yusin quickly returned to her home in Lingzhou through a teleportation array. Her mind was in turmoil, eager to discuss Su Qingfeng with her daughter, Nangong Liua. However, when she reached Nangong Liua's door, ready to knock, she suddenly hesitated. Qin Yusin realized she couldn't bring up Su Qingfeng to Nangong Liua. She couldn't explain how she had found him. If Nangong Liua learned that she had forced Su Qingfeng into a meeting, the already fragile relationship between mother and daughter might completely collapse. I can't say it, not a word. Qin Yusin sighed inwardly, just about to turn away. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. Nangong Liua stood there expressionless, coldly looking at Qin Yusin. Qin Yusin's hand was still suspended in the air, making the scene instantly awkward. "Are you looking for me, mother?" Nangong Liua asked in a cold tone. Qin Yusin heard the detachment in her daughter's voice, feeling a pang of pain in her heart. In the past, she wouldn't have cared about such trivial matters, as long as Nangong Liua excelled. But now, after Su Qingfeng's insights, Qin Yusin suddenly realized an important issue. Qin Yusin stood in front of Nangong Liua's door, her heart swirling with a mix of emotions. She finally realized that the relationship with her daughter was already in tatters. Taking a deep breath, she gently knocked on the door. "Xiao Liua, I need to apologize to you. Qin Yusin's voice came through the crack in the door, tinged with a hint of a sob. Nangong Liua heard this and frowned, a look of wariness and doubt flashing in her eyes. She knew her mother's tactics too well. Every time Qin Yusin softened her stance, it often signaled the start of another round of psychological manipulation. Apologize? For what? Nangong Liua asked coldly, her hand gripping the doorknob tightly. Can I come in and talk? Qin Yusin pleaded, her voice almost breaking. Nangong Liua was silent for a few seconds before finally letting go of the handle. She was curious to see what new trick her mother had up her sleeve. Qin Yusin entered the room and continued to apologize. There are things I've handled poorly, but I've always had your best interests at heart. Xiao Liua, can you forgive me? These words seemed to hit a nerve with Nangong Liua. Her eyes widened sharply, and her face turned pale. You found him, haven't you? Did you talk to him? Qin Yusin was momentarily speechless, not expecting such a strong reaction from her daughter. She had intended to confess, but instead, she chose to lie. I haven't. Nangong Liua said nothing more. She knew her mother was lying. Qin Yusin only denied meeting him, but didn't ask who he was, which was clearly illogical. Only then did Qin Yusin realize the flaw in her words, but it was too late. The mother-daughter relationship she wanted to mend was now in even worse shape. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng received a message that the spending limit on his black card had been increased to 2 billion. Looking at this immense limit that came without effort, he decided not to keep a low profile anymore. Huang Tong, does your association's inventory have any heavier weapons? Su Qingfeng asked, his single-arm strength having reached an astounding 1,845 tons. Although he could still use the 150-ton Tianji staff, he wouldn't mind upgrading to a heavier weapon if available. Huang Tong was startled by Su Qingfeng's question. The last time Su took the 150-ton Tianji staff, it had already shocked him, and now, so soon after, he was looking for a new weapon? This guy's combat power was improving at an incredible pace. What's wrong? No heavier weapons. Seeing Huang Tong hesitate, Su Qingfeng pressed for an answer. Huang Tong noticed Su Qingfeng's impatience and quickly explained, Big brother, we indeed have hundreds, even thousands or tens of thousands of tons of white dwarf and neutron star material weapons. However, these rare weapons are usually stored in the important warehouses of the Commerce Guild and are seldom tried or purchased. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng frowned slightly. So, I have to wait for you to get the goods if I want to buy them? Yes, Huang Tong replied cautiously. But it won't take long, just one day. Su Qingfeng sighed. What a hassle. Go ahead and arrange for the goods. Also, handle those teleportation array materials. I'll come back tomorrow. All right, big brother. Huang Tong's voice involuntarily softened. Su Qingfeng added, by the way, return this Tianji staff. It's too light and less useful than my fists. Huang Tong immediately perked up. Of course, no problem. He was secretly pleased, hoping Su Qingfeng would keep coming to him for business. A few minutes later, he completed the return process. Big brother, the 540 million weapon refund has been credited back to your black card account. Anything else you need? Not for now. Su Qingfeng waved and left. After leaving the Nangong Commerce Guild's flagship store, Su Qingfeng decided to relax for a day before his new weapons arrived. He was about to contact Nangong Liua when he saw her message. Where are you? I want to meet and talk. Su Qingfeng replied. See you at Lingzhou Silver Moon Plaza in half an hour. Soon, Nangong Liua responded. All right. Su Qingfeng then teleported back to the Soul Master Training Ground at Lingzhou No. 2 Middle School. Just as he exited the training ground, he ran into his homeroom teacher, Pei Qingyu. Pei Qingyu, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, exuded a unique scholarly aura. She waved cheerfully. Hello, Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng, preoccupied with his meeting, replied perfunctorily. Did you wait here specifically for me, Ms. Pei? Pei Qingyu chuckled. No, just a coincidence. How are you feeling after the old principal talked to you last time? Su Qingfeng responded politely. Thank you, Ms. Pei. I'm feeling much better. Pei Qingyu then asked, do you have some free time now? I'm heading to the Soul Master Training Hall to test a new soul skill. Want to join me? I can also teach you some knowledge for the martial exams. Confident that her invitation wouldn't be declined, Pei Qingyu was surprised when Su Qingfeng said without hesitation, sorry, Ms. Pei, I have something to do right now. Maybe next time. Pei Qingyu's expression froze, her gaze turning sharp. She couldn't believe it. He actually refused? Why? In such a hurry. Are you meeting a beautiful woman? Pei Qingyu asked with a playful smile, glancing at Su Qingfeng's eager expression and already guessing the answer. Su Qingfeng initially wanted to keep it private, but faced with his teacher's straightforward question, he decided to be honest. You guessed it right. I am meeting a beautiful woman, and she's quite wealthy too, he responded with a light-hearted smile. Hearing this, Pei Qingyu frowned slightly, thinking to herself, am I not beautiful? This guy would rather risk offending me to go on a date. Does he think I'm not wealthy enough? She waved her hand with a hint of resignation in her voice. All right, go on with your business. Come find me when you have time. Su Qingfeng nodded goodbye and left without hesitation, leaving Pei Qingyu deep in thought. As a student with an awakened martial soul, Su Qingfeng enjoyed considerable freedom. Apart from the weekly class meeting, he was practically an independent graduate. As long as he didn't openly date on campus and influence younger students, Pei Qingyu had no authority over his private life. Before long, Su Qingfeng arrived at one of Lingzhou City's most bustling commercial centers, Silver Moon Plaza. At the entrance, two giant mechas stood like imposing guardians, attracting tourists to stop and take photos. Stepping into the plaza, the special luminescent flooring glowed with colorful hues underfoot, while the transparent dome above simulated a brilliant starry sky. Holographic screens flashed intermittently, guiding customers and showcasing various fashionable products. As Su Qingfeng strolled, taking in the blend of technology and luxury, a familiar female voice called out from behind, "Xiaofeng." Turning around, he saw it was Ruosu, the older sister from next door. She gracefully approached, her long, glossy black hair flowing like fine silk in the wind. Her red lips curved into a smile, revealing perfectly white teeth, and her rosy cheeks were as captivating as the evening glow. Rusu briskly walked towards Su Qingfeng and grabbed his arm with such force, as if afraid he might suddenly disappear. Her face was lit up with a bright smile, and her eyes sparkled with the pride of capturing her prey. "Gotcha, you little rascal." Rusu's voice was filled with joy. Su Qingfeng was startled by her enthusiasm, but quickly gave a helpless smile. "Yeah, don't be so excited. You're making me feel like a criminal," he joked, yet made no attempt to free himself from Rusu's grip. Su Qingfeng understood why Rusu was so thrilled. After their last meeting, he transferred 50,000 star coins to her as a token of gratitude for her care. Since then, Rusu had been trying to contact him to return the money, but he never answered her calls. This chance encounter was her opportunity to demand an explanation. Rusu leaned closer to Su Qingfeng's ear and playfully whispered, "You are a criminal. Transferring such a large amount to bribe a public official of the Human Alliance. That's quite mischievous." Her voice was melodious, like a mountain stream. Su Qingfeng caught a whiff of a unique fragrance emanating from Rusu. He cleared his throat, attempting to change the subject. "So, yeah, what brings you here shopping?" As soon as he spoke, Su Qingfeng remembered he had plans to meet Nangong Liua. He wondered if there would be any conflict if the two women met. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, feeling he had nothing to hide. Rusu explained, "I'm not here to shop. There's a 14-year-old girl living in this building, a martyr's child like you. She lives alone, so I visit her daily." As a social worker, Rusu's job was to care for orphans with military backgrounds like Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng sincerely praised her. "Yeah, you work so hard. Passing by such a lively square without time to shop must be tough, right?" "It's fine. I'm not really into shopping." Rusu replied with a smile, then turned the conversation. "What about you? Why are you here wandering around? No classes today? Waiting for your girlfriend?" Her eyes showed a mix of curiosity, teasing, and a hint of unease. Su Qingfeng answered truthfully, "No, just waiting for a friend." Although he had frequent interactions with Nangong Liua, they weren't quite at the boyfriend-girlfriend stage. "A friend? Male or female? Pretty?" Rusu continued to probe, instinctively sensing Su Qingfeng was waiting for a girl. After all, Su Qingfeng's orientation was normal, and shopping with a male classmate seemed odd. "Female, there she is." Su Qingfeng was about to describe Nangong Liua when he suddenly spotted a figure in a white dress approaching from a distance. Nangong Liua walked gracefully, her white dress billowing in the wind, like a celestial being descending to earth. Her features were exquisite like fine jade, with bright, clear eyes, a straight nose, and unadorned, rosy lips. Her slender waist was delicate, and her tall, graceful figure exuded a cool elegance that made her seem unapproachable, yet irresistibly attractive. If Rusu was a fiery mountain flower, then Nangong Liua was a pure, cool moon. The two contrasting beauties complemented each other perfectly in that moment. The nine-tailed fox spirit bestowed an enigmatic allure upon Nangong Liua, adding a subtle sensuality to her saintly presence. Her beauty was like a meticulously crafted painting, perfectly blending purity and temptation, exuding an irresistible charm. As Ruosu watched Nangong Liua approach, she couldn't help but hold her breath. Her gaze lingered on Nangong Liua, filled with admiration. "She's truly beautiful," Ruosu murmured, then turned to Su Qingfeng and asked curiously, "Xiaofeng, is she your classmate?" Su Qingfeng nodded in response. "Yes, sisterin. She's my class monitor, Nangong Liua. I have something to discuss with her." He then briefly introduced Ruosu's role in his life. Nangong Liua was initially puzzled about the close presence of a girl around Su Qingfeng, but upon hearing she was a social worker who had been looking after him for years, she felt relieved. She politely followed Su Qingfeng's lead and greeted, "Sisterin." "Hello," Ruosu replied with a smile, her gaze shifting between Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua. She felt a complex emotion rise within her. Although Enruosu had always been confident in her appearance, standing before Nangong Liua, who was beautiful enough to captivate anyone, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of self-consciousness. Enruosu pondered silently, suspecting Su Qingfeng might be hiding something. This young girl was willing to go shopping with him alone. How could they just be ordinary friends? She realized, however, that she had no grounds to reprimand Su Qingfeng. Seeing him with such an outstanding female friend, she should respect and wish them well. After adjusting her mindset, Enruosu smiled and said to Su Qingfeng, "Xiaofeng, I have things to attend to. Take good care of your classmate, and I'll catch up with you later. Goodbye." With that, she turned and left gracefully, leaving Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua standing there, a subtle atmosphere lingering in the air. "Am I interrupting something?" Nangong Liua asked uneasily. She had keenly sensed Enruosu seemed to have more to discuss with Su Qingfeng, but had left hastily due to her arrival. Nangong Liua worried if there had been any misunderstanding. "It's nothing, my matters with sister aren't that important," Su Qingfeng reassured her. He glanced around and noticed many passers-by discreetly admiring Nangong Liua's beauty. Some even brazenly attempted to take photos with their phones. Su Qingfeng felt a surge of annoyance. He hadn't even had the chance to take a photo himself. So how could these strangers? With this thought, Su Qingfeng decisively stepped in front of Nangong Liua and said, "Let's find a quieter place to talk. I have something important to discuss with you." Although Nangong Liua didn't understand why Su Qingfeng suddenly drew so close, she didn't mind and responded gently. "All right, I'll follow your lead." She didn't even ask what the important matter was, as anything Su Qingfeng deemed important was significant to her. Su Qingfeng led the way, with Nangong Liua following a step behind in silence. Silver Moon Commercial Plaza, with its strong technological vibe and proximity to Lingzhou No. 2 High School, attracted many students. As Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua walked among the crowd, they did not stand out excessively, yet their striking appearances drew many glances. Their looks weren't the only remarkable thing. Their shared aura of aloofness and unapproachability was equally captivating. As Nangong Liua gazed at Su Qingfeng's back, the frustration in her heart seemed to ease somewhat. She recalled her argument with her mother Qin Yusin before leaving home. Her mother accused her of wasting her life and tried to morally pressure her. In the end, Nangong Liua had to engage in a silent standoff with Qin Yusin to finally leave the house. Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua strolled halfway around Silver Moon Square before choosing a vintage-style tea house. They entered and requested a window-side private room. Shortly after, they were seated, and a server brought steaming tea and delicate pastries, placing them on the small table. "Please enjoy," the server said considerately before closing the door behind them. Su Qingfeng gazed at Nangong Liua, noticing her vacant eyes and lack of joy, as if she were shrouded in a cloud of gloom. "Why so glum? Is meeting me such a dreadful experience?" Su Qingfeng teased with a smile. Nangong Liua was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head with a faint blush, explaining, "No, it's not that. I'm just not in a good mood, nothing to do with you." Her complex emotions stemmed from learning that her mother, using her position as a shareholder, had pressured Su Qingfeng into meeting. This deeply hurt her, making her feel powerless, unable to protect Su Qingfeng's privacy. Worse, she imagined her mother might have said hurtful things to Su Qingfeng, filling her with guilt and unease. Originally, Nangong Liua had arranged to meet Su Qingfeng to apologize. However, face to face, she found herself at a loss for words. Her worries intertwined, leaving her dispirited. Yet, being with Su Qingfeng eased her mood slightly. In comparison, the presence of a close, older sister-like figure in Su Qingfeng's life seemed insignificant. As Su Qingfeng poured her tea, he casually asked, "Had another argument with your mom?" "Thank you," Nangong Liua habitually replied before softly admitting, yes. If her mother hadn't met Su Qingfeng, she might have avoided the topic. But now, she felt she could be open with him about these matters. "I think I know why." Su Qingfeng chuckled. "You found out she met me, and you're upset about it?" Nangong Liua nodded, curiously observing Su Qingfeng. She had expected him to be angry, yet he seemed unbothered. Could it be that her mother hadn't troubled him? As soon as the thought arose, Nangong Liua dismissed it. She knew her mother's character too well to believe she would be cordial with Su Qingfeng. There must have been a confrontation. Su Qingfeng's relaxed demeanor now might just be to comfort her. "Su Qingfeng," Nangong Liua spoke gently and sincerely. "If my mom said anything harsh or did anything inappropriate, I apologize on her behalf." "Why should you?" Su Qingfeng interrupted, questioning. "If she did something wrong, shouldn't she be responsible for it herself? Don't burden yourself with her mistakes. She's her own person, and you're yours. It's important to keep that distinction clear." Nangong Liua had intended to say it was her mother, but on second thought, Su Qingfeng's seemingly cold words were meant to make her feel better. However, as a child from a single-parent family, her emotional entanglement with Qin Yusin was complex, not something Su Qingfeng's words could easily untangle. "I understand. I'll try my best, Nangong Liua replied obediently. It's not about trying. You must make it happen. Otherwise, you'll remain in pain, Su Qingfeng said firmly. Su Qingfeng spoke in a professional tone, and Nangong Liua responded. She couldn't help but wonder, how is it that Su Qingfeng seems so mature despite being around the same age? Having lost both parents, his upbringing must have been more challenging. In contrast, she often found herself needing his comfort, which made her feel inadequate. A sense of self-blame rose within her. At that moment, Su Qingfeng changed the topic and brought up Qin Yusen. You really don't need to worry about that. Your mom is actually quite reasonable. We had a great conversation. She even voluntarily increased the spending limit on that black card. Hearing this, Nangong Liua was incredulous, as if she had just heard a fairy tale. She couldn't believe her mother was easy to talk to, nor could she imagine her mother getting along well with Su Qingfeng. Looking into Su Qingfeng's eyes, she smiled and asked, Isn't there something wrong here? Are you just trying to cheer me up? Su Qingfeng replied candidly, Of course not. I simply reasoned with your mom, and she was convinced. I'm good at persuading people with logic, and physics is a kind of logic too. With that, he playfully swung his fist to demonstrate what he meant by physical persuasion. Nangong Liua suddenly understood and couldn't help but roll her eyes playfully. Teasing, I knew my mom couldn't have changed overnight. She must have been intimidated by your fists, which makes sense. She was well aware of Su Qingfeng's extraordinary physical strength. Even though her mother was a 7-star soul master, she wouldn't be a match for Su Qingfeng in close combat. If Su Qingfeng chose to reveal his strength, her mother would indeed be easily subdued. Despite only awakening his powers a few days ago, his strength was already formidable, proving that his potential was limitless. Her mother, despite her personality flaws, would definitely respect a soul master with immense potential. Feeling guilty, Nangong Liua worried. But doesn't this mean your privacy has been prematurely exposed? She felt Su Qingfeng had sacrificed too much. Su Qingfeng explained casually. Exposing a bit of privacy to gain nearly 10 billion star coins and spending power is a deal I'd make again without hesitation. Nangong Liua, however, was unimpressed. 10 billion star coins wasn't a significant amount to her, and she believed the indignities Su Qingfeng had endured couldn't be measured in monetary terms. Su Qingfeng smiled and asked, You don't blame me, do you? After all, she's your mom, and I gave her quite a scare. Nangong Liua looked conflicted for a moment, then shook her head. She was being too aggressive. You were just defending yourself. How could I blame you? With that cleared up, Su Qingfeng revealed his true intention. I came to talk to you about a business deal. Business deal? Nangong Liua's expression turned odd, thinking Su Qingfeng might need money again. I only have 20 billion star coins left in my personal account. Is that enough for you? If not, I'll figure something out. She could have accessed more funds, but her relationship with her mother was currently strained, so she was hesitant to ask. Su Qingfeng felt a bit offended and emphasized, What are you talking about? I'm seriously proposing a business deal, not asking to borrow money from you. Is doing business with her just borrowing money? What kind of stereotype is that? Besides, I haven't even asked her for a loan, have I? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Nangong Liua's face, and she quickly apologized, a slight panic in her voice. Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Su Qingfeng waved his hand, his expression calm. No need to be so formal. Take a look at this first. He then retrieved a small bronze bell from his storage ring and handed it to Nangong Liua. Under the light, the bell had an ancient sheen, with intricate patterns carved on its surface. Do you recognize this? Su Qingfeng asked, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Nangong Liua took the bell, examining it closely. Her gaze lingered on the complex patterns, and she frowned slightly, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she looked up, a hint of surprise in her eyes. I recognize the inscriptions. This bell is called the Guardian Bell, and it should be a treasure of the Sea Monster clan, right? Su Qingfeng's eyes lit up, and he nodded approvingly. Exactly. Where did you get such a treasure? These kinds of artifacts are incredibly rare. Nangong Liua asked curiously, her eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. Su Qingfeng replied nonchalantly. In the secret realm of the Skiriching world, I casually killed a thorn sea monster, and it dropped from it. He deliberately kept his answer vague, not mentioning the thrilling experience in the Ascension Path secret realm. Nangong Liua's expression turned peculiar, and she corrected him. A thorn sea monster? You mean a bramble sea monster? Bramble sea monsters are royalty among the sea monsters, descendants of their sea god. Her tone was tinged with shock as she continued. The sea god is the title for the most powerful in the sea monster clan. It was the sea god of the sea monsters who once cast a massive spell on the 007 alien battlefield, summoning a world-ending flood that engulfed 99 of the land, covering the entire planet with oceans. Nangong Liua's voice carried a hint of reverence. The sea god can easily alter the landscape of a planet. Their power is not to be underestimated. Among human strongmen, only the legendary 10-star soul masters can match them. As descendants of the sea god, bramble sea monsters are naturally formidable. She frowned slightly, pondering. By rights, all monsters in the secret realm of the Qingfeng world are generated by the Qingfeng Tower spirit. How could it drop such a precious artifact? However, this involved Su Qingfeng's privacy, so she refrained from probing too deeply. Sensing Nangong Liua's curiosity, Su Qingfeng casually said, "It's all the same. Whether it's called a thorn sea monster or a bramble sea monster, it's all handled with one strike." He cleverly changed the subject. "Do you want this treasure? Special price for friends, 5 billion. What on earth is a special price for friends? Isn't it supposed to be a friendly price?" Nangong Liua was amused by Su Qingfeng, a sly glint in her eyes. She knew full well that a 5 billion star coin price tag for such a rare artifact wasn't outrageous. Sea monster clan treasures were rare, and if powerful enough, the wealthy would clamor to buy them. Nangong Liua calculated silently. Although she didn't particularly need this artifact, since Su Qingfeng was keen on selling it, she wanted to find a way to purchase it. However, an awkward reality popped into her mind. She didn't have that much cash on hand. I don't have that much money right now." Nangong Liua furrowed her brow slightly, her tone a bit awkward. She had inadvertently revealed earlier that she only had 2 billion star coins in cash left. Nangong Liua smiled wryly to herself, feeling the pinch of being short on funds for the first time in 17 years. She sighed inwardly. So, this is what poverty feels like. It's really quite embarrassing. The awakening ceremony for Nangong Liua's martial spirit took place in a solemn and dignified atmosphere. As the phantom of the nine-tailed heavenly fox emerged behind her, everyone present held their breath. An 8-star martial spirit was already astonishing, but her mother, Qin Yusin, was clearly not satisfied with just that. Qin Yusin formed a seal with her hands, enveloping Nangong Liua in a golden light. In an instant, the phantom of the nine-tailed heavenly fox trembled violently, and a ninth tail slowly appeared. The entire awakening hall was filled with radiant light, causing everyone to instinctively close their eyes. When the light faded, Nangong Liua's nine-tailed heavenly fox martial spirit had ascended to a 9-star god martial spirit. This scene left everyone present in shock. Qin Yusin smiled with satisfaction, having already paved this path for her daughter. Nangong Liua felt secretly relieved that she had followed her mother's advice and abandoned the seemingly stronger red-scaled giant python martial spirit. It turned out that the 9-tailed heavenly fox martial spirit had both 8-star and 9-star variations, creating the possibility for her spirit to ascend in rank. Prior to the awakening, Qin Yusin had already imparted the necessary knowledge to her daughter, preparing her mentally. Such strategic planning was only possible for a wealthy family like the Nangong clan. While ordinary people were still puzzled about the strength of their martial spirits, Nangong Liua had already elevated hers to a higher level through her family's resources. The most feared ability of the 9-tailed heavenly fox martial spirit was its superlative charm, which was more than just simple mental interference. It had the power to reach deep into the soul. Even the most iron-willed opponents found it difficult to completely resist this allure. Nangong Liua's first soul skill, Foxfire Flame, was particularly terrifying. With a gentle wave of her hand, a high-temperature flame would rise from her palm. This fire not only burned physical bodies, but also attacked the spirit. Once touched by it, even high-level soul masters found it hard to withstand, as the burning pain persisted until Nangong Liua chose to cease her attack. Her second soul skill, Heavenly Fox Enchantment Domain, was a formidable technique combining offense and defense. As Nangong Liua spread her arms, a small field centered on her instantly formed. All enemies entering this domain suffered from strong charm effects and soul power suppression, making it difficult for them to attack or defend effectively. However, these powerful soul skills leaned towards magic, and the 9-tailed heavenly fox martial spirit did not significantly enhance Nangong Liua's physical body. Although her martial spirit fusion had surpassed 10, her combat power level was only 500, leaving her with relatively weak self-defense capabilities. This was why she urgently needed a protective artifact. When Su Qingfeng presented the bronze bell artifact, Nangong Liua's eyes lit up. Although she didn't have cash on hand, as a major shareholder in the Nangong commerce with a rank of 12, she could easily mobilize hundreds of billions of star coins by pledging some shares. Su Qingfeng, why aren't you keeping such a good artifact for yourself? Nangong Liua asked, puzzled, concerned that Su Qingfeng might be selling it due to a need for cash. Su Qingfeng waved his hand with a smile. I don't need money right now. I can't use this artifact, so selling it to you is just putting it to good use. He spoke casually. There's no need to be so formal between us. You can take it now and pay me later when you have the money. Consider the 20 billion credit limit on this black card as your advance payment to me. Nangong Liua looked troubled, feeling embarrassed about buying on credit, and was about to refuse. But Su Qingfeng didn't give her the chance, directly saying, if I say it's okay, it's okay. Without hesitation, Su Qingfeng pulled out a mid-grade spirit stone he had purchased earlier and carefully placed it in front of Nangong Liua. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly said, "Let's try out this magical artifact." Noticing Su Qingfeng's eagerness, Nangong Liua nodded gently. Her slender fingers picked up a translucent mid-grade spirit stone and deftly placed it inside the small bronze bell. Instantly, a strange energy ripple spread from the bell. Holding her breath, Nangong Liua quickly sensed an invisible energy shield forming quietly around her. Her eyes widened in surprise, filled with a dazzling light. "It actually worked," she exclaimed softly, "and it's so simple to use." Seeing this, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but reach out to touch Nangong Liua's face. However, when his hand was about half a meter away, he suddenly felt a gel-like force field blocking his movement. He raised an eyebrow in surprise and praised, "The protective capability is quite impressive." He encouraged her, "Take your time to explore and master its use. In the future, if you encounter danger, this will be a valuable skill to have." Su Qingfeng recalled the fierce, spiny sea monster they had faced earlier and thought that the small bronze bell could withstand such powerful attacks multiple times, making it an incredible magical artifact. Nangong Liua blushed slightly and said softly, "Thank you." Then, she suddenly took off a delicate storage ring from her finger and handed it to Su Qingfeng. Shyly, she said, "I have a gift for you." Su Qingfeng took the ring with a puzzled expression. "Already giving me a ring? Isn't this moving a bit fast?" he teased, thinking that exchanging rings usually signified a romantic gesture. Nangong Liua's face turned bright red, and she hurriedly explained, "That's not what I meant. The gift is inside the storage ring. It's just too heavy for me to take out." Upon hearing her explanation, Su Qingfeng realized that Nangong Liua knew his physical strength was rapidly increasing, requiring frequent weapon upgrades. She had specifically prepared a weapon made from white dwarf star material weighing over 300 tons for him. With Nangong Liua's strength, she couldn't possibly move such a heavy weapon, so she left it in the storage ring for him to retrieve. Su Qingfeng pretended to be hurt and joked, "So I was overthinking it." Although Nangong Liua appeared aloof, she was essentially an innocent girl still discovering her feelings. Conversations with such a girl were always entertaining, regardless of the topic. Nangong Liua was at a loss for words due to Su Qingfeng's comment. She did have some fondness for Su Qingfeng, but they were still just friends. She began to wonder whether she should give him this ring, which contained most of her wealth. Seeing Nangong Liua's increasingly serious expression, Su Qingfeng didn't want to tease her any further and smiled, saying, "I was just kidding. Tell me about the weapon you've prepared." Nangong Liua breathed a sigh of relief and curiously asked, "The weapon is called the Meteor Staff. It's more complex in design and slightly shorter than a regular staff. Do you think it will affect your use?" Su Qingfeng nonchalantly replied, "No worries. Even if it were just a rock, I could still crush my enemies with it." Nangong Liua felt somewhat reassured by his words and continued, "That's good to hear. The meteor staff has a high proportion of white dwarf star material, and the weapon emits intense high-energy radiation, so it must be encased in a lead box. It's said that to use it properly, one's combat level should be at least over 5,000. As she spoke, she looked at Su Qingfeng with some apprehension, waiting for his reaction. Su Qingfeng had only been awake for a few days, yet his combat power level had already reached nearly 50,000, leaving Nangong Liua utterly astonished. She had initially worried that the high-energy radiation might affect Su Qingfeng's fertility, but he nonchalantly remarked that the radiation was like taking a sauna for him, not even causing his skin to redden. This explained why he didn't need the protection of the Divine Bell treasure. Nangong Liua handed over a storage ring for Su Qingfeng to inspect. Upon opening it, the sight before him left him in awe. The ring's capacity exceeded 1 million cubic meters, far surpassing his own elementary, Sumi ring of just 10 cubic meters. Even more astounding was that this vast space was nearly filled with various rare treasures. Su Qingfeng's gaze swept over the neatly arranged weapons, some of which had blades adorned with star-like radiant patterns, undoubtedly exceptional divine weapons. Various armors emitted a cold metallic sheen, with runes etched into them that seemed to tell tales of ancient and mysterious powers. In the corner lay heaps of rare materials emitting an enchanting glow, their precious aura undeniable even within the storage space. Deeper inside were numerous bottles and jars filled with various miraculous medicines for healing or enhancing strength. As for consumables, they were countless. Su Qingfeng was inwardly amazed. This was practically the Nangong Chamber of Commerce's vault of valuable resources. He estimated that these collectibles were worth at least several billion star coins. Nangong Liua's trust in him was both surprising and flattering. Just as Su Qingfeng was immersed in astonishment, Nangong Liua's voice brought him back to reality. "Haven't you found it yet? The meteor staff is in a gray rectangular box in the corner." Su Qingfeng joked with a grin. "I saw it long ago. I was just resisting the urge to rob you." This playful comment made Nangong Liua blush, her mind involuntarily conjuring the cheeky thought, "Are you planning to rob my wealth or my heart?" This notion made her feel shy yet secretly expectant, an admission of her true feelings deep down. Unaware of Nangong Liua's inner musings, Su Qingfeng had already successfully retrieved the rectangular lead box. However, just as he picked up the box, the high-strength alloy chair beneath him emitted a startling crack. I forgot this chair isn't very sturdy. Su Qingfeng quickly stood up, carefully holding the box to prevent himself from accidentally falling. As Nangong Liua mentioned, the lead box in Su Qingfeng's hand was astonishingly heavy. As soon as he picked it up, the floorboards beneath his feet began to tremble slightly. This was a newly constructed high-rise in the Silver Moon Commercial Plaza, with an exceptionally strong load-bearing capacity. However, Su Qingfeng's 300 to 400 tons of weight concentrated on his 2 feet exerted pressure comparable to a hydraulic pile driver. If he hadn't deliberately increased the force-bearing area, his feet might have already pierced through the floor. You picked it up so easily. You're amazing. Nangong Liua couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Even though she had indirectly learned about Su Qingfeng's formidable physical strength through shopping information, witnessing him effortlessly lift a weapon weighing several hundred tons was still astonishing. In the entire human alliance, there were very few powerful soul masters capable of wielding such heavy weapons. Nangong Liua pondered. What exactly is the origin of Su Qingfeng's awakened Monkey King spirit that grants him such immense power? She realized that her previous assumptions might have been misguided. The reason martial arts universities heavily discriminate against spirit quality is primarily for quick talent screening, which doesn't necessarily mean unknown spirits are weak. There might be other soul masters with unknown spirits possessing combat power comparable to Su Qingfeng's. What's the big deal? It's just routine, Su Qingfeng said nonchalantly, as he opened a slit in the lead box and glanced at the weapon inside. The meteor staff lay quietly in the lead box, seemingly gathering the starlight of the entire universe. It shone with a dazzling brilliance akin to the blazing sun, its surface embedded with countless tiny yet extremely brilliant diamonds. As the light shifted, it seemed as if flames danced, emitting a scorching aura. Its material appeared indestructible, like an eternal object capable of resisting the erosion of time. Just a glimpse of it conveyed a cold, formidable hardness that was both intimidating and exhilarating. To prevent high-energy radiation from leaking, Su Qingfeng quickly closed the lead box. For ordinary people who hadn't awakened, this meteor staff was akin to deadly poison. Even for a newly awakened high-level soul master like Nangong Liua, it wasn't advisable to touch it casually. This weapon isn't cheap, is it? Su Qingfeng asked knowingly. The Tianji stick he used earlier was also a white dwarf material weapon, weighing 150 tons with a price of 1.8 billion star coins. This meteor staff, weighing over 300 tons, was estimated to cost at least 4 billion star coins. Even with Su Qingfeng's black card VIP status, enjoying a 70 discount, the price would still be 1.2 billion star coins. Not really. I just took it directly from the warehouse. Nangong Liua replied nonchalantly, as if it required no effort. Su Qingfeng knew that was impossible. The Nangong Corporation, being a massive enterprise, had strict management protocols. Even if Nangong Liua was a shareholder, she couldn't just take such a valuable item without payment. If she dared to act so recklessly, her shares might be entirely confiscated. How about this? You take the Guardian Bell, and I'll use this meteor staff. Consider it an exchange of gifts, and we'll call it even? Su Qingfeng suggested. But you got the short end of the stick. Nangong Liua calculated that if Su Qingfeng bought the weapon at a 30% discount, he wouldn't need to spend so much money. Su Qingfeng's lips curved slightly, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Being too precise takes the fun out of it. Who says the Guardian Bell is worth that price anyway? Nangong Liua was secretly pleased, suddenly finding the term unclear wonderfully fitting. She was about to say something when she noticed Su Qingfeng putting away the weapon and picking up his teacup to finish his last sip. At that moment, Su Qingfeng's brow furrowed sharply, and his expression changed dramatically. A strong scent of blood and death filled the air, originating from the upper floors of Silver Moon Shopping Plaza. Worse yet, this eerie aura stirred an uneasy restlessness in Su Qingfeng, as if an unnamed rage was demanding release. What's wrong? Nangong Liua perceptively noticed Su Qingfeng's unusual demeanor, her voice tinged with concern. Su Qingfeng's face was grave, his tone somber. There's been a murder nearby, and it's not an ordinary one. I can sense it. He paused, a flicker of caution in his eyes. It might be the followers of the Starry Sky, tribes performing a blood sacrifice ritual. Seeing the confusion in Nangong Liua's eyes, Su Qingfeng briefly explained. The blood sacrifice ritual is an evil practice spread by the Starry Sky tribes to disrupt humans. Some human traders believe being human is a disgrace. They worship the gods of the Starry Sky tribes, hoping to shed their human identity this way. By completing specific killings and sacrificial rituals, they can gain divine protection and become extraordinarily powerful. The most terrifying part is that these followers can even break through the limits of their martial spirits, gaining unimaginable strength. Upon hearing this, Nangong Liua's face filled with deep concern. What should we do now? Should I go with you to stop those bad people? Su Qingfeng shook his head decisively. No. You call the enforcement bureau and report it. I'll go find them myself. After the call, leave the plaza immediately. He knew those who betrayed humanity were not easy opponents, and Nangong Liua, having awakened her powers only recently, was not strong enough to handle such a dangerous situation. Nangong Liua instinctively grabbed Su Qingfeng's sleeve, fear flickering in her eyes. It's too dangerous for you alone. Those followers are crazy. Despite possessing some power from her 9-star divine martial spirit, she was, after all, just a 17-year-old girl with no real combat experience, let alone facing such a bloody scene. Su Qingfeng gently patted her hand, his voice warm but firm. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Don't you trust my strength? Just follow my instructions and leave promptly. With that, he quietly left the booth. Nangong Liua didn't hesitate, immediately taking out her phone to contact the Lingzhou Enforcement Bureau, reporting the potential blood sacrifice incident by Starry Sky Tribe's followers at Silver Moon Shopping Plaza and requesting reinforcements. However, just as she ended the call, a surge of inexplicable courage filled her heart. She took a deep breath and resolutely followed after him. Perhaps her courage wasn't great, but there are always some things in this world worth risking everything for. Nangong Liua was a 9-star soul master. Although her sensory abilities were not as sharp as Su Qingfeng's, they were still formidable. As soon as she stepped out of the tea house, her keen senses immediately locked onto Su Qingfeng's figure was riding the escalator to the top floor of Silver Moon Plaza, where the cinema was located. A terrifying thought flashed through Nangong Liua's mind. Could the criminals be conducting a blood sacrifice in the theater? Her expression changed slightly. A movie typically lasts about 2 hours, and during the premiere of a new film, a large theater can accommodate 200 to 300 people, perfectly meeting the needs of such a ritual. By removing the staff in advance, ordinary people would have no idea of the crime taking place inside. 2 hours would be more than enough time for those evil followers to complete the sacrifice and leave unnoticed. Understanding this, Nangong Liua felt grateful for Su Qingfeng's strong sensory abilities. She surmised that if the enemies dared to carry out such a bold act in a bustling commercial plaza, they must have numerous accomplices keeping watch nearby. Therefore, her next actions couldn't be too abrupt, lest she alert them. Those human scum were insane enough that if they realized their crime was exposed, they might launch an indiscriminate attack on the innocent shoppers inside and escape amidst the chaos. Nangong Liua casually walked towards the elevator, all the while discreetly observing any suspicious individuals around her. Once inside, she pressed the button for the top floor, her heartbeat subconsciously quickening. When the elevator doors opened, the entrance to the cinema appeared calm, with only a few people who looked like staff standing there. Her eyes scanned the area, and she immediately sensed something was off. Their aura was eerily sinister, not like that of normal people. At that moment, Su Qingfeng appeared as if out of nowhere, wrapping an arm around her waist and saying with a smile, "Darling, you're finally here. The movie's already started." He waved 2 movie tickets he'd somehow acquired. Su Qingfeng's actions were like those of a boyfriend deeply in love, his tone natural and without a hint of awkwardness. His arm held her waist firmly, without hesitation. Nangong Liua, and used to such close contact with another boy, instantly tensed up, her ears burning. She hadn't expected Su Qingfeng to be so bold, especially without any prior indication. But Nangong Liua quickly realized she hadn't informed Su Qingfeng that she was following him. Could it be that the enemies had already noticed something amiss about their presence? Was Su Qingfeng pretending to be her boyfriend to facilitate their infiltration? If so, she had to cooperate. She couldn't let her shyness cause his mission to fail, potentially endangering many lives, including Su Qingfeng's. With this in mind, Nangong Liua knew she couldn't afford to break character. After all, playing this role wasn't difficult. She just needed to be herself. Her heart racing and her face slightly flushed, she glanced up at Su Qingfeng's handsome face, then naturally leaned on his shoulder and said softly, "I'm sorry, I lost track of time. You're not mad at me, are you?" Su Qingfeng chuckled, replying with a hint of double meaning. "I'll let it slide this time, but don't let it happen again. I have my principles." His words were clearly referring to Nangong Liua's unannounced following of him. Hearing this, Nangong Liua felt a moment of panic, but also a touch of warmth. "All right, it won't happen again." She tugged at Su Qingfeng's sleeve, looked towards the cinema, and softly asked, "The movie hasn't been on for long, right? We can still get in, can't we?" Su Qingfeng stood at the entrance of the cinema, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. He arrived a few minutes earlier than Nangong Liua, and quickly identified the crime scene: the largest screening room, Theater 1. Outside the theater, several formidable adversaries were covertly monitoring the area, creating a tense and eerie atmosphere. As Su Qingfeng hesitated over whether to launch a direct assault, Nangong Liua appeared in his line of sight. His heart stirred with both concern for her safety and the realization of a golden opportunity. If he could use Nangong Liua as cover, It might lull the opponents into a false sense of security and create an unexpected breakthrough. To Su Qingfeng's delight, Nangong Liua's response exceeded his expectations. She instantly grasped his intention and seamlessly cooperated. They pretended to be an intimate couple, leaning against each other as they approached Theater 1. Outside the theater, a group of followers of the Starry Sky clan, disguised as staff, noticed the arrival of the young couple. They appraised the attractive pair without suspecting their true identities. The followers' main task was to guard the entrance and prevent passers-by from noticing any anomalies inside the theater. They were indifferent to the fate of the young couple, even darkly hoping that if this good-looking pair held tickets for Theater 1, it would be perfect. As if answering their prayers, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua indeed made their way towards Theater 1. The Starry Sky clan followers couldn't help but smile cruelly, as if witnessing prey walking willingly into a trap. Nangong Liua casually took the movie tickets from Su Qingfeng's hand and innocently asked, "Excuse me, gentlemen, our tickets are for this theater. The movie started less than 10 minutes ago. Can we still go in?" Though they stood at the entrance and could only hear faint movie music, Nangong Liua, as a 9-star soul master, keenly sensed the bloody aura Su Qingfeng mentioned. Clearly, something unusual was happening inside the theater. The followers exchanged glances, and one stepped forward to pretend to check the tickets. He tore off the stubs and, feigning concern, said, "These are tickets for Theater 1. Just slip in quietly so as not to disturb others." Nangong Liua was well aware of their ill intentions, but to avoid alerting them, she feigned delight and thanked them. Her acting was impeccable, not revealing the slightest hint of suspicion. Thus, the unsuspecting members of the Starry Sky clan watched as Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua passed them and headed towards the door of Theater 1. Their footsteps echoed in the silent corridor, each step a precarious advance that could trigger the volatile situation at any moment. Suddenly, a strange force swept over them, causing their vision to blur. Each person found themselves envisioning the most beautiful scenes of their lives, their deepest desires, and the ideal beauty they longed for. They stood frozen, their eyes unfocused, completely immersed in the illusions. This was the work of Nangong Liua, who had unleashed her 9-tailed fox martial soul's second soul skill, the enchantment domain. A small mental field, centered around her, quietly expanded to envelop the surrounding enemies. Within this domain, all enemies were not only subjected to powerful enchantment effects, but also had their soul power suppressed. As long as they were unprepared and allowed her to get close, they would easily fall under her control. The duration of control depended on the enemy's resistance to such effects. But as long as Nangong Liua did not initiate an attack, she could usually maintain control for a minute or two. During this time, unless the enemies were harmed, they would find it difficult to wake from the illusions. This period was enough for her and Su Qingfeng to deal with the trouble in the screening room. Seeing the Starry Sky clan believers standing motionless, eyes vacant, Nangong Liua felt a surge of joy and quickly signaled Su Qingfeng. This was the simple plan they had agreed upon. Nangong Liua would use her enchantment skill to control the sentries outside, preventing them from alerting the target inside. This way, when they went in to rescue people, they wouldn't have to worry about the outside believers going on a rampage. Su Qingfeng nodded slightly, satisfied with Nangong Liua's performance. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door to Screening Room 1, revealing a dimly lit corridor. These large screening rooms were designed with tiered seating, and to avoid disturbing the viewing experience, the door did not face directly towards the screen. Once the movie started, the lights would be turned off, so when Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua stood at the entrance, they couldn't see what was inside. This was precisely why the Starry Sky clan believers dared to let them open the door. They believed that once Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua walked down the corridor into the screening room, they would fall into their trap, their fate sealed. Of course, this would only happen if Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua were unaware and weak. At this moment, Su Qingfeng took Nangong Liua's delicate hand and resolutely walked in. As he released her hand, the heavy soundproof door of the screening room slowly closed, making the interior even darker. Nangong Liua felt a bit anxious, unsure of what they would encounter next, and instinctively moved closer to Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng appeared nonchalant as he walked forward, but he was actually using his powerful perception to carefully identify each living being in the screening room. There were about 140 ordinary spectators inside. All of them were in a strange state of confinement. They could hear sounds and sense everything around them, yet they were completely unable to move or speak, like captives under a binding spell, devoid of any ability to act. Among these spectators, the weaker ones were only 2-star or 3-star soul masters, while the stronger ones included even 5-star or 6-star soul masters. However, regardless of their strength, they were powerless against the bizarre confining force. This force was wielded by a lone Starry Sky clan believer, alongside a peculiar 3-eyed statue. Without a doubt, this solitary believer was the high priest of the blood sacrifice. By now, there were already casualties in the screening room. Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua held their breath, cautiously moving forward, bracing themselves for the impending peril. The current victims were mainly the original staff of the cinema. Their deaths were gruesome. Each body was naked and shriveled, as if all their blood and moisture had been drained. Su Qingfeng scanned these corpses, feeling a wave of nausea and anger. Suddenly, his expression changed, his eyes widened, and his breath quickened. Among the captive audience, he spotted a familiar figure. Sisterin? Su Qingfeng almost gasped aloud. He recognized Enruo Su, the woman who had cared for him for years, now sitting among the audience, her face filled with fear and despair. A chill ran down Su Qingfeng's spine, and he shivered. Before setting out to save people, he had hesitated about getting involved. Now, realizing how close Enruo Su had come to dying because of his momentary indecision, he was filled with dread. This fear quickly turned into overwhelming rage against the perpetrators. Followers of the Starry Sky tribe, you deserve to die, he roared inwardly. At this moment, Enruo Su was already engulfed in boundless despair. She had come to Silver Moon Commercial Plaza for work, to care for a young girl named Yun Xinyao, who had no parents. The 14-year-old had begged Enruo Su to accompany her to a movie, and since a new sci-fi romance film had piqued Enruo Su's interest, she agreed. Who could have predicted that a simple movie outing would turn into a nightmare? The incident happened so suddenly. When the high priest, disguised as a staff member, took advantage of the lights coming on to pretend he had an announcement, everyone was trapped in their seats by a strange force field. Enruo Su watched in horror as the high priest led several naked staff members to a bizarre three-eyed deity statue. Each time the statue breathed, it drained a living person's vital energy, and the force field restraining the other hostages grew stronger. Initially, a soul master with a combat power level of 1000 might have been able to break free. But as the three-eyed statue consumed more lives, even a powerful soul master with a level of 1500 struggled to escape. Enruo Su felt her hope slipping away, and beside her, Yun Xinyao was already pale with terror. Yun Xinyao, only 14, had yet to awaken her martial soul and was just an ordinary person. She had never witnessed such a horrifying scene, and the worst part was, no matter how hard she tried to struggle or scream, she couldn't, only able to wait helplessly for death. This sense of helplessness nearly drove her to the brink of collapse. The most despairing thing for Yun Xinyao was that her supposed lifeline, Enruo Su, was also powerless. Yun Xinyao was filled with regret. If she could turn back time, she swore she would stay home and go nowhere. But there is no cure for regret. Just then, an unexpected turn of events shattered the atmosphere of despair. Enruo Su and Yun Xinyao suddenly saw two figures emerge from the side entrance, appearing directly in front of the screen. In the dim light of the movie, they could see clearly that it was an exceptionally attractive young couple. Enruo Su's heart sank. She recognized one of them. Xiaofeng. How did he get in here too? Enruo Su's heart broke. Facing death was terrifying enough, but watching someone she cared about walk into danger with her was unbearable. She felt the world spinning, and despair washed over her like a tide. Enruo Su desperately tried to activate her martial soul, hoping to stand up and warn Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua. It felt as if an invisible hand gripped her throat, allowing her only to scream silently in her mind. Run? Don't look at that eerie statue. However, no matter how hard she tried, her 5-star martial soul, the wind spirit bird, remained unresponsive, as if it had vanished into thin air. Despair washed over Enruo Su like a tidal wave as she watched Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua fix their gaze on the statue. In an instant, they seemed frozen, as if under a petrifying spell, completely motionless. Enruo Su felt as if she had fallen into a boundless abyss, her heart wrenching with agony. In stark contrast to Enruo Su's despair, the high priest responsible for the blood sacrifice ritual, Lungichen, wore a face of ecstatic delight. He laughed sinisterly. I was worried there wouldn't be enough quality offerings this time. And here you both, come willingly. Excellent, the three-eyed gods will remember your sacrifice. Lungichen, with a deranged and cruel smile, approached Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua without caution. His gaze skimmed over Su Qingfeng's face but lingered for several seconds on Nangong Liua. A true earthly beauty, he said with anticipation. The gods will surely bestow greater power after savoring such an offering. Lung Yichen recalled that just months ago, he was merely a humble 2-star soul master. Ever since he inadvertently acquired the statue of the three-eyed god and performed several live sacrifices, his combat power had surged to nearly that of an 8-star soul master. He was convinced that after this blood sacrifice, his strength would elevate to the level of a 9-star soul master. A 9-star soul master. Lung Yichen rejoiced inwardly. Every 9-star soul master is a figure of great power, capable of ruling a nation. And I, with just a few months of effort, have grown so strong. How could I not worship the gods of the three-eyed tribe? At that moment, Lung Yichen was startled to hear the young man before him speak. Can you move? Those few simple words left Lung Yichen stunned. He thought incredulously. How is this possible? He clearly saw the statue. I saw the divine power bind him. How can he still speak? Even more unsettling for Lung Yichin was that the stunningly beautiful girl also spoke. The restrictions are strong, but I can still move to some extent. It was Nangong Liua speaking, who, with her protective artifact, the guardian bell, and other treasures, managed to partially resist the divine power. Lung Yichin's expression shifted instantly. He realized that this young couple might not be hapless trespassers, but elite agents from the Enforcement Bureau. Just as he contemplated launching a sneak attack while they were still confronting the statue, a seemingly ordinary fist came rushing towards him. The punch was from the handsome young man. Lung Yichin dismissed it, not even bothering to dodge. I have divine protection. Why would I fear your futile punch? He thought disdainfully. However, in the next moment, Lung Yichin felt as if his head had been struck by a massive boulder. With a boom, his entire head exploded instantly, like a watermelon dropped from the 10th floor, scattering red and white everywhere. Witnessing this scene, Nangong Liua stood frozen, too shocked to speak. She knew Su Qingfeng was physically strong, but she didn't expect him to be this powerful. The follower of the outer god who was conducting the blood sacrifice ritual had strength comparable to at least an 8-star soul master. Yet Su Qingfeng killed him with a single punch? And Ruosu's eyes widened in disbelief at what she was witnessing. From utter despair, she was now completely stunned by the scene before her. Did Xiaofeng really just blow the head off that high priest with one punch? And Ruosu rubbed her eyes, wondering if her desperation had caused her to hallucinate. How is this possible? Xiaofeng isn't a 9-star soul master. Even if he were, he's only been awakened for a few days. I must have mistaken him for someone else. In contrast, Yun Xingyao's thoughts were much simpler. She didn't care who saved them. Seeing the evil high priest's head explode only made her feel relieved that she was finally rescued. However, Lung Yichin, despite losing his head, didn't die immediately. He indeed had divine protection, and even with his head shattered, he stubbornly survived. Filled with anger and unwillingness, Lung Yichin couldn't comprehend how he had lost his head. The next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. A mass of writhing flesh and blood vessels suddenly appeared on Lung Yichin's neck, and soon, a new blood-red head without skin emerged. Who are you people? The newly formed head roared in fury. Why are you stopping me from offering food to the great being? You're all damned. Lung Yichin cursed as a black magic wand appeared in his hand with a flash of light. Su Qingfeng hadn't expected that after his punch, the opponent could grow a new head. These Starry Sky multiracial followers indeed had some skills. But Su Qingfeng was unfazed, thinking that if he couldn't kill him once, he'd just kill him multiple times to see how many times the opponent could resurrect. Lung Yichin couldn't understand why Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua were immune to the force field of the deity statue. At this moment, he made what he considered the best choice after drawing the magic wand. He swiftly retreated behind the statue. However, this three-eyed statue wasn't just an inanimate object. It was a seed used by the god worshipped by the three-eyed clan to collect flesh, a divine seed with intelligence. Moreover, Lung Yichin's will was mostly controlled by the divine seed. Go eliminate those two enemies. The three-eyed statue commanded Lung Yichin with an irresistible order. The next second, like a puppet unaware of death, Lung Yichin swung his magic wand, his body glowing with blood-red soul power, preparing to unleash a soul skill on Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua. Seeing this, Su Qingfeng didn't hesitate for a moment. He dashed forward and smashed Lung Yichin's wand with a punch. He knew that he could withstand 100 soul skills from the opponent without harm. But the over 100 hostages in the auditorium couldn't withstand the aftermath of a battle at the level of an 8-star soul master. You think you're fearless? Reckless are you? Su Qingfeng was infuriated by Lung Yichin's actions and said coldly, let's see how many times you can resurrect. This guy, knowing he wasn't his match, still thought of fighting to the death, which was simply shameless. He relentlessly pummeled Lung Yichin until he was reduced to a quivering mass of flesh. Lung Yichin's body writhed on the ground, bloodied and unrecognizable. He attempted to speak, to explain that he hadn't fought back willingly, but all that escaped his lips were faint whimpers. Unfortunately, no one cared for his thoughts at this moment. Su Qingfeng turned away, his gaze landing on the peculiar three-eyed statue. Though he appeared to move freely, it had taken immense effort to counteract the statue's binding power. He silently thanked his own strength, knowing that if his combat level were 40,000 lower, he'd be immobilized by the strange force field. His eyes swept over the audience, where the hostages were frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. Su Qingfeng's brow furrowed, caught in a dilemma. Destroying the statue outright might cause irreversible harm to the hostages, yet leaving them under the oppressive force of an alien deity's power was equally unpredictable. As Su Qingfeng hesitated, the statue suddenly stirred. Its metallic neck twisted unnaturally, and its three eyes locked onto him. In the next moment, the statue emitted a crimson glow, sending a tangible shockwave in all directions. Both Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua felt the terrifying mental impact akin to a 9-star soul skill. Over 100 ordinary people in the audience instantly lost consciousness, collapsing limply in their seats. If not stopped soon, they would become mindless puppets. Nangong Liua fared slightly better. As a 9-star soul master, her 9-tailed fox martial soul had significant prowess in the spiritual realm. Yet, even she felt as if her body was weighed down by lead, unable to lift her eyelids. Her martial soul fusion was too low. If it reached 50, she might still manage some movement. Now, she could only pin her hopes on Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng did not disappoint Nangong Liua. Despite being the statue's main target and enveloped in the crimson glow, he moved freely, seemingly unaffected. This was thanks to his high resistance attribute of 82,000. Unless a god of the three-eyed tribe appeared in person, these divine constructs couldn't control him. He glared at the statue, a mix of surprise and anger in his eyes. Remarkable. A lifeless object can unleash such powerful divine light. I can only imagine how much human flesh you've consumed. You deserve to be destroyed. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Su Qingfeng's fists rained down on the statue like a storm. With a series of heavy thuds, the seemingly indestructible three-eyed statue was shattered by his blows. As the statue crumbled, an ancient, timeless voice echoed in Su Qingfeng's mind. Unforgivable. Remember this, human boy. We will not spare you. Clearly, this was a warning from the statue's true form, the most powerful deity of the three-eyed tribe. However, Su Qingfeng merely chuckled coldly. With his current rate of growth, who could say who would emerge victorious when they finally met? What was there to fear? Having dealt with the statue, Su Qingfeng turned his attention to Enruosu, who lay unconscious among the audience, and his brow furrowed in concern. Sister-in, will she be all right? He murmured, a flicker of worry crossing his mind. The tranquility of the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau's emergency call center was shattered by an urgent call from Nangong Liua. The operator immediately initiated the verification process to guard against potential false alarms. They needed to confirm two crucial points: the caller's identity and the presence of divine power fluctuations at the scene. The computer screen quickly displayed Nangong Liua's information. She is the granddaughter of Nangong Changya, the head of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, a newly minted 8-star soul master, and a guaranteed admission student to both Beijing Martial University and Qingfeng Martial University. Such a background significantly enhanced the credibility of the call. Without hesitation, the operator pressed the first-level combat alarm button. The piercing alarm resounded throughout the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau. Pan Wujiao, the captain of the Special Operations Unit, stood up abruptly in the cafeteria, his bowl clattering to the ground. As a fully synchronized 7-star soul master, he knew all too well what a first-level alarm signified. The city was in grave danger. Pan Wujiao dashed out of the cafeteria, checking the incident report on his portable device as he ran. When he saw the words Stellar Multitude Cultists and Silver Moon Square, he couldn't help but gasp. A blood sacrifice occurring in a bustling area? This was indeed a major incident. He quickly pulled out a small silver spire, the replica of the human race's third artifact, the Reincarnation Tower. Although its functions were limited, it was extremely precise in detecting divine power fluctuations from external gods. Clutching it tightly, Pan Wujiao silently prayed that this was just a false alarm. The original Reincarnation Tower was a crucial weapon for humanity in their fight against external gods. It could not only monitor and suppress divine power, but also seal these gods, and even convert them into human awakening martial souls. Many powerful 7-star and above martial souls were obtained in this way. Additionally, the Reincarnation Tower could help ordinary people awaken as soul masters, forming the core principle of the school's awakening magic array. There was also a mysterious legend circulating about the Reincarnation Tower. It supposedly had the power to resurrect the dead. However, this claim was unverifiable, known only to high-ranking officials within the Human Alliance government. At this moment, the replica in Pan Wujiao's hand, despite its singular functionality, was critically important. It could quickly detect divine power fluctuations within a small area, key to confirming the reality of the blood sacrifice. Pan Wujiao held the small silver spire tightly, his heart racing as he awaited its verdict. Pan Wujiao gripped the small silver spire in his hand, a unique martial soul capable of detecting threats from a distance. He understood the value and limitations of this weapon and rarely used it. However, at this moment, he activated it without hesitation, channeling his soul power into the spire. Closing his eyes, his mental force extended with the spire's detection waves to reach Silver Moon Plaza several kilometers away. Suddenly, a cold electronic voice echoed in his mind. Detected power fluctuations of a tree deity. Threat level 8. Pan Wujiao's eyes snapped open, sweat beading on his forehead. An 8-level threat meant the enemy's strength was at least equivalent to a fully integrated 8-star soul master, a significant challenge for the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau. He quickly weighed his options, considering two choices: seek assistance from the local Salvation Army, or contact the Nangong Commerce Guild. As a member of the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau, Pan Wujiao was well aware of the vast influence of the Nangong Commerce Guild in the area. They were not only local powerhouses, but also boasted several 9-star level patrons. More importantly, the person who reported the incident was none other than the daughter of the guild's chairman, Nangong Liua. Pan Wujiao made a swift decision. He ordered all on-duty Special Task Force agents to rush to Silver Moon Plaza, and then quickly picked up his phone, dialing a number marked Madame Nangong. The call was promptly answered by a cold and impatient female voice. Pan Wujiao? I know who you are. Why are you calling me? Ignoring her tone, Pan Wujiao directly stated, Madame Nangong, there's chaos caused by the Starry Sky believers at Silver Moon Plaza. Your daughter is near the scene. Please dispatch your high-level patrons to cooperate with us in defending and rescuing. Qin Yusin's voice on the other end rose sharply. What? My daughter is at the scene? She soon regained her composure. Hold on. I'll personally bring people over right away. Just as Pan Wujiao was about to relax, Qin Yusin added in a stern tone. Captain Pan, you must ensure my daughter's safety. If anything happens to her, I can't guarantee anything else, but your job will definitely be at risk. These words weighed heavily on Pan Wujiao. He knew Qin Yusin had the power to follow through on her threats, but he felt her anger was somewhat unreasonable. Even if something unfortunate happened to Nangong Liua, he was doing everything in his power to reach the scene and assist. How could all the responsibility fall solely on him? Arguing with Qin Yusin at this moment was clearly futile. She was not only a major shareholder of the Nangong Commerce Guild, but also a single mother raising her daughter alone. Pan Wujiao could only silently vow to do everything possible to ensure Nangong Liua's safety. If something truly went wrong, he could only accept the consequences. Who could blame him for choosing to believe in the power of private capital over the Salvation Army and the Nangong Chamber of Commerce? A fleet of enforcement vehicles from the Lingzhou Enforcement Bureau roared to the outskirts of Silver Moon Plaza, their tires screeching against the pavement. Pan Wujiao stood by one of the cars, listening intently to a patrol officer's report with a grave expression. Captain Pan, the situation is dire. The officer's voice was filled with urgency. Silver Moon Commercial Plaza has just opened, and there are at least 20,000 people inside enjoying themselves. We don't know the exact location of the followers of the Starry Sky clan, and a hasty evacuation might alert them, leading to even more severe consequences. Pan Wujiao furrowed his brow, his mind racing. He quickly made a decision, his voice low and firm. First, take control of the property management office of Silver Moon Commercial Plaza. Inform the first-floor businesses that there will be a temporary power outage in 10 minutes, and ask them to discreetly assist in evacuating the crowd. Even though it might alert the enemy, Pan Wujiao couldn't allow tens of thousands of innocent people to be caught in the crossfire of a high-level soul master battle. Meanwhile, the silver tower in his hand flickered continuously, accurately pinpointing the source of the alien divine power. Suddenly, Pan Wujiao's eyes lit up. He sensed the strongest divine power emanating from the cinema on the top floor of the plaza. A closed environment is indeed an ideal hiding place for the followers of the Starry Sky clan, he thought to himself. It seems they are still cautious and haven't started a massacre, which is a small blessing in this unfortunate situation. Pan Wujiao immediately ordered the evacuation to be accelerated and requested all surveillance footage from outside the cinema. Just then, the air shimmered, and 7-star Soul Master Qin Yusin and 2 8-star battle envoys from the Nangong Chamber of Commerce appeared out of nowhere. As soon as Qin Yusin saw Pan Wujiao, she urgently asked, Captain Pan, what's the situation? Where's my daughter? Pan Wujiao's heart tightened, as he had no information on the whereabouts of Nangong Liua. Just as he was racking his brain for a response, an officer approached quickly, holding a tablet. Captain Pan, there's indeed something wrong with the cinema. Surveillance shows that the staff has been completely replaced. The followers of the Starry Sky clan are likely conducting a ritual in the theater. This news hit like a bolt from the blue, and Qin Yusin's face turned ashen. Her eyes fell on the tablet screen, where Nangong Liua was seen happily walking into the possibly compromised cinema with Su Qingfeng. Liua, my little Liua, nothing must happen to you. Qin Yusin felt as if the sky was falling, her voice filled with despair and fear. Pan Wujiao's sharp gaze swept across Qin Yusin's face, instantly capturing her unusual expression. He quickly turned his attention to the beautiful figure on the tablet, having already reached an understanding in his mind. Madame Nangong, this beautiful young lady is your daughter, isn't she? Pan Wujiao asked cautiously, a hint of prudence in his tone. Upon hearing this, Qin Yusin erupted like a powder keg, furiously roaring. Nonsense. What else could it be? What are you law enforcement officers doing? You know my daughter entered the crime scene, yet you're not storming in to rescue her. Her voice was sharp and piercing, leaving no room for Pan Wujiao to save face. Pan Wujiao, if you lack the ability to command, let the 2 enshrined from my family help you. They were officers in the Salvation Army, and their command skills are no weaker than yours. Qin Yusin's state of mind had completely collapsed. She no longer cared how many ordinary people might die because of her actions. nor did she worry about offending Pan Wujiao or even the entire Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau. In her eyes, only Nangong Liua's life mattered, and she was willing to pay any price for it. Although Pan Wujiao was reprimanded in person by Qin Yusin, he suppressed his anger and tried to empathize with her emotions. After all, even in the entire Human Alliance government, the billionaire Qin Yusin was undoubtedly among the upper echelons, especially in a small place like Lingzhou. Being treated this way by her seemed understandable. The two 8-star enshrined exchanged glances, showing a hint of helplessness in their eyes. They indeed had command experience, but city law enforcement and battlefield command were fundamentally different, and they dared not overstep their bounds. Moreover, as experienced commanders, they understood that changing leaders in the midst of battle was a grave mistake. They considered Qin Yusin's words as mere emotional outbursts and didn't plan to follow her instructions. However, they were genuinely worried about Nangong Liua's safety. If Pan Wujiao ordered an immediate assault on the cinema, they would certainly intervene to rescue the young lady without hesitation. Yet Pan Wujiao didn't take that course of action. To him, evacuating the majority of ordinary citizens from the other floors of Silver Moon Plaza was the priority over eliminating the enemy and rescuing Nangong Liua. He was prepared to resign after the fact. He knew that if Nangong Liua truly met a tragic fate, even resigning might not quell Madame Nangong's fury. Despite this, he had no regrets. At that moment, a question suddenly arose in Pan Wujiao's mind. Why did Miss Nangong, who was the first to discover the actions of the Starry Sky cultists and promptly report it, still enter the crime scene with her friends? Could it be that she was courageously trying to save others? With this thought, Pan Wujiao felt even more conflicted. If this was the truth, he would find it even harder to forgive himself. Just then, the replica of the Samsara Tower in Pan Wujiao's hand emitted a piercing warning. Attention! Attention! The divine power intensity outside the target location has significantly increased. Threat level elevated to 9. Hearing this, Pan Wujiao's heart sank to the bottom. A level 9 threat meant the enemy's combat power was comparable to a fully fused 9-star Soul Master. Such a powerful being could easily destroy the entire Silver Moon Commercial Plaza with a single soul technique. This was a terrifying existence that could sweep away all the forces of the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau. Qin Yusin and the two 8-star Soul Masters beside her also heard the warning from the Samsara Tower replica, and their faces turned ashen. The air was thick with a suffocating tension. Qin Yusin stood outside the screening room, her heart pounding like a drum. She had just seen Nangong Liua and Su Qingfeng walking together on the surveillance footage. Although fear gripped her heart, she had not yet succumbed to despair. However, when the warning of the outer god's power level increasing sounded, true panic swept over her. Like a drowning person grasping for a lifeline, she instinctively turned to the strongest 8-star Soul Master, Mr. Long, standing beside her. Her voice trembled, tears brimming in her eyes. Mr. Long, you must save Liua. Please act now. I want my daughter. Just as Qin Yusin was on the verge of collapse, a dramatic turn of events occurred. The imitation of the reincarnation tower in Pan Wujiao's hand emitted a notification sound. Detection shows all outer god power has dissipated. Alarm cancelled. This sudden twist left everyone present stunned. Pan Wujiao, Qin Yusin, and the two 8-star Soul Masters exchanged glances, a question flashing through their minds. Had the Starry Sky believers completed their blood sacrifice and teleportation escape? Or was there a malfunction in the warning system of this silver tower? Ultimately, Pan Wujiao chose to trust the judgment of the artifact imitation in his hand. He decisively told Qin Yusin, Madame Nangong, I will go find your daughter now. Before he finished speaking, he had already used his escape soul skill, transforming into a streak of black light and shooting out. The two 8-star Soul Masters followed closely, determined to reach the young lady as soon as possible. The trio quickly arrived at the crime scene entrance to the screening room. They immediately noticed 4 individuals dressed in cinema staff uniforms standing at the door, exuding an evil aura, clearly not ordinary employees. More surprisingly, these people seemed to be deeply enchanted, unable to move. Mr. Long explained, My lady's martial soul is the 9-tailed heavenly fox. She must have bewitched these guys. Pan Wujiao nodded, recalling the earlier surveillance video, concluding these were indeed the Starry Sky believers. Please, control these suspects while I go in and assess the situation, Pan Wujiao said resolutely, gazing at the heavy door of screening room 1. Mr. Long volunteered, I'll go in with you. Old Liu can handle these guys on his own. Pan Wujiao agreed readily. The two pushed open the door to find the lights fully illuminated inside. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air. They cautiously advanced down the corridor, soon arriving in front of the screen. The scene before them was shocking. A pair of impossibly beautiful young individuals stood beside a bizarre, dismantled statue, seemingly examining something closely. On the ground lay several corpses, drained of vitality, alongside a mass of flesh resembling sludge. More unsettling, over 100 audience members in the seats were all unconscious, without exception. Miss, are you alright? Mr. Long asked, seeing Nangong Liua unharmed, both relieved and puzzled, wondering if this was still the same young lady. At this moment, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua turned simultaneously, visibly relaxing upon seeing the righteous Pan Wujiao and the black-robed Mr. Long. Are you from the Enforcement Bureau? Su Qingfeng asked as he quickly approached the man in uniform. His voice carried a hint of fatigue, but mostly relief. I'll leave the cleanup to you, he said, pointing to the gruesome remains on the ground. That pile of flesh was the high priest who initiated the blood sacrifice. I don't know his exact identity, but his accomplices are outside. You might want to interrogate them. Su Qingfeng bent down, picked up a few scattered pieces of a statue, and handed them to the officer. As for these fragments, they were the high priest's magical artifact. After he died, it tried to unleash its power to consume everyone's essence. I couldn't hold back and ended up dismantling it, he added with a touch of apology, but more confidence in his abilities. Take the fragments back for analysis. You might find something useful. Su Qingfeng briefly recounted the events, while Nangong Liua stood beside him, nodding in agreement. She knew her role in this operation was almost negligible. Aside from initially helping to control the accomplices outside, she was mostly a bystander. Su Qingfeng had carried the entire operation, effectively taking her along for the ride. If this rescue mission were a dungeon, the summary would be: Su Qingfeng handled 100 of the offense, 100 of the defense, and 90 of the control. Nangong Liua contributed 10 control. Nangong Liua was overwhelmed with emotions. She felt both the fear of facing outer god followers and powerful divine entities, and the joy of a successful rescue. But witnessing Su Qingfeng's incredible combat prowess was what truly amazed her. The high priest, comparable to an 8-star soul master, and the strange statue that suddenly unleashed near 9-star soul master power, were both shattered by Su Qingfeng's fists. He's unbelievably strong. Nangong Liua marveled internally. She realized that Su Qingfeng had refrained from using the meteor staff to avoid irreversible damage to the hostages and the building, relying solely on his martial skills. Yet, even with such restraint, he effortlessly defeated all opponents. How could Nangong Liua not be thrilled and awed by him? Pan Wujiao and Mr. Long, after hearing Su Qingfeng's account, were left in shock. They were more inclined to suspect that Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua had been possessed by outer gods than to believe his easy victory over the high priest and the statue. The two men fell into a brief silence, secretly using soul detection techniques to check for any traces of outer god influence on Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua. The results showed nothing. They were purely human. With no warnings from Pan Wujiao's imitation of the reincarnation tower, they finally accepted that the chaos caused by the Starry Skies followers had been resolved by Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua. Pan Wujiao took a deep breath and smiled as he approached Su Qingfeng, extending his hand. I'm Pan Wujiao, captain of the Lingzhou Enforcement Bureau's Special Operations Team. What's your name, young man? Pan Wujiao's tone was filled with gratitude and curiosity as he moved closer to Su Qingfeng. If not for Su Qingfeng's youthful appearance, he might have offered him a cigarette. Where did this young savior come from? Pan Wujiao wondered. He had thought his career was over and feared being targeted by Qin Yusin for revenge if Nangong Liua had died. But the situation had taken a dramatic turn. Despite the unfortunate victims of the blood sacrifice, the outcome was far better than the disastrous consequences Pan Wujiao had feared. His gratitude and curiosity towards Su Qingfeng were immense. He wished he could immediately form a brotherly bond with him. Su Qingfeng met Pan Wujiao for the first time, but Pan's intense and passionate gaze made him feel uneasy. He discreetly stepped back half a pace, cleared his throat, and cautiously introduced himself. My name is Su Qingfeng, and I'm a student at Lingzhou No. 2 High School. His words served both as an introduction and a subtle warning, hoping Pan would take the hint. Pan Wujiao noticed Su Qingfeng's wary and disdainful expression and was momentarily taken aback before realizing the misunderstanding. He silently cursed to himself. What does this kid think I am? I'm a respectable man with a wife and kids. Despite feeling a twinge of annoyance, Pan didn't blame Su Qingfeng for the misunderstanding. Even if his father were standing there, forcing him to choose between confronting his father or Su Qingfeng, he'd choose to swallow his pride. Besides, he knew he wasn't a match for Su Qingfeng. Quickly adjusting his demeanor, Pan Wujiao enthusiastically said, Su Qingfeng, you and Miss Nangong's brave actions indirectly saved thousands of lives and achieved a remarkable feat. When I return, I'll immediately report the situation and request recognition for you both. Would you like us to inform your school for an official commendation? Su Qingfeng casually declined the commendation proposal, but didn't refuse the recognition request. He knew that commendations from the Enforcement Bureau were akin to military honors and could be useful anytime, even if only to exchange for money. It was his due, and he saw no reason to refuse. Nangong Liua, however, decisively turned down Pan's suggestion. She earnestly looked at Su Qingfeng and said, Thank you, Captain Pan, but I don't need a commendation or recognition. All the credit belongs to Su Qingfeng. I almost held him back. Hearing this, Pan Wujiao and Mr. Long exchanged knowing smiles. From Nangong Liua's expression and tone, they could keenly sense that the young girl was deeply impressed by Su Qingfeng. The two elders felt gratified, thinking that the talented young pair was a perfect match, especially with Su Qingfeng's extraordinary abilities as an added bonus. Su Qingfeng was slightly surprised by Nangong Liua's statement. He had intended to advocate for her, but knowing how much she disliked being pressured, he chose to respect her decision. Pan Wujiao understood that his report wouldn't fabricate anything. Nangong Liua's contributions would be assessed by professionals who would verify the details before issuing any recognition. However, at that moment, he didn't want to dampen her spirits, so he pretended to respect her wishes and said no more. Su Qingfeng pointed towards the unconscious hostages in the audience and urgently said to Pan Wujiao, "Captain Pan, these hostages are in critical condition. Please arrange for medical personnel to rescue them as soon as possible." Pan Wujiao's lips curled into a confident smile. "I've got it under control. I've already notified professionals to handle the emergency." He intentionally emphasized professionals instead of medical personnel, subtly hinting at the complexity of the situation. These survivors of the blood sacrifice event required not only physical healing, but also psychological comfort. More importantly, special techniques would be needed to blur their memories of the incident to prevent any future impact related to the outer gods. However, Su Qingfeng didn't pick up on the nuance in Pan Wujiao's response. He then asked, "There's a relative of mine among the hostages. Can I take her to the hospital for treatment?" Just as he finished speaking, a cool female voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of the screening room. "No." Everyone's eyes turned towards the source of the voice. A woman in a white coat walked in with a light yet determined stride, bringing with her an air of freshness. Her coat glowed with an almost sacred light under the lamps, the hem gently swaying with her movements. The woman was tall and well-proportioned, her long black hair tied into a neat ponytail, with a few strands playfully falling beside her fair, jade-like cheeks, adding a touch of softness to her appearance. Her every move exuded a unique charm, a combination of intellectual beauty and undeniable authority. After stopping, she scanned the room and introduced herself. "I am Yi Lan, Chief Military Doctor of the Salvation Army stationed in Lingzhou and an 8-star Soul Master." She then turned to Pan Wujiao, a hint of displeasure on her face, and sternly said, "Captain Pan, although this blood sacrifice incident didn't lead to severe consequences and you got lucky, your overconfidence in handling the case without immediately seeking help from the Salvation Army nearly caused a disaster. You cannot escape this responsibility. When the higher-ups review your actions in this case, I will report the facts truthfully." Hearing this, Pan Wujiao frowned. He had encountered Yilan a few times and knew well that she was not only strong-willed, but also mysteriously well-connected and not someone to provoke. Moreover, she had a point. He recalled the moment when the replica of the reincarnation tower detected a surge of power akin to a 9-star soul technique, which almost scared him to death. If his superiors decided to hold him accountable for his negligence, he wouldn't have a defense. After careful consideration, Pan Wujiao chose not to argue with Yilan. Suppressing his displeasure, he said, "Since Chief Yi of the Salvation Army is here, I'll leave the victims to you. I'll take my team to conduct another sweep of the area and then go back to write my report." With that, he left the scene with a sullen expression. The once spirited Captain Pan seemed to shrink like a mouse before a cat in Yilan's presence. Yilan then turned her attention to Su Qingfeng, her tone noticeably softer. "Student, your relative needs not only medical treatment, but also to eliminate the influence of the outer god's power. Throughout Lingzhou, I am the most suitable person to treat her. Will you entrust her to me?" Yilan's attitude was markedly different, clearly indicating her ability to adapt her approach depending on who she was dealing with. She appeared strong and capable, but knew how to tailor her responses to different individuals. Faced with Su Qingfeng, the civilian hero and unparalleled warrior who indirectly saved countless lives, Yilan's demeanor was exceptionally amiable. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qingfeng stopped insisting on taking those affected people with him. "Can we leave now?" Su Qingfeng asked, pointing to himself and Nangong Liua, a questioning look in his eyes. Yilan shook her head gently and replied casually, "Your minds haven't clearly been affected, so it's not my concern. However, the law enforcement might need you to give a statement. It would be best if you touch base with Pan Wujiao on your way out." "All right, thank you," Su Qingfeng replied, then turned to check on Enruosu. Confirming she was breathing steadily and merely unconscious, he left the screening room with Nangong Liua and Mr. Long. Sure enough, they hadn't gone far when they encountered Pan Wujiao waiting for them. With a cheerful smile, Pan Wujiao said, "Young man, I need to ask you a few questions. As for Miss Nangong, your mother's been waiting downstairs for quite a while. Perhaps you should head home with her first." He assumed this arrangement was considerate, but Nangong Liua's expression changed instantly. Nangong Liua turned to Mr. Long beside her and asked with a complex tone, Uncle Long, why didn't you tell me my mom was downstairs? Mr. Long coughed lightly, somewhat embarrassed as he explained. Well, miss, you didn't ask, and I thought you knew. After all, old Liu and I have always been responsible for Madam's personal security. Nangong Liua fell silent, her mood suddenly dropping. She recalled the earlier argument she had with her mother, Qin Yusin, over leaving the house. Now, with such a severe incident at Silver Moon Plaza, she felt certain she'd face criticism and blame from her mother upon returning. Her mood was quite good at the moment, and she wasn't eager to face that immediately. Although Pan Wujiao wasn't sure what had happened, he keenly sensed Nangong Liua's sudden mood shift. He quickly cast a pleading look at Su Qingfeng, hoping for some guidance and help. Su Qingfeng thought for a moment and understood Nangong Liua's thoughts. He said to Pan Wujiao, Captain Pan, why not let her stay with me for the statement? It'd be best if it takes until tomorrow. Hearing this, Nangong Liua's eyes lit up. She silently praised Su Qingfeng's cleverness for instantly understanding what she wanted. Pan Wujiao was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, I almost messed up with good intentions? If I'd known you two were this close, I'd have just driven you both away together. But he quickly adjusted his expression, glanced at Mr. Long, and cleared his throat, saying, well, Miss Nangong should stay for the statement too. Mr. Long, please put in a good word with Madam. Mr. Long felt speechless but inwardly mused. So, you're all playing the good guys, and I'm left to take the fall. However, being a straightforward person with a military background, he was accustomed to taking the heat. All right, miss, go ahead and give your statement. Mr. Long eventually agreed but couldn't help reminding her. But it's best not to stay out overnight. Otherwise, Madam will be furious. He didn't want Nangong Liua to actually spend the night out, as any mishap would be troublesome. Nangong Liua blushed slightly, nodded gently, and whispered, I understand. Thank you, Uncle Long. What did you say? Pan Wujiao forcibly took my daughter to the Enforcement Bureau for questioning. Qin Yusin's voice thundered through the area below Silver Moon Plaza. She had been eagerly waiting for Mr. Long to return with her daughter, Nangong Liua, but seeing him alone ignited her fury. Her soul force surged around her like a storm, making her seem like a bomb ready to explode. Mr. Long observed Qin Yusin's reaction and silently thanked his decision to shift the blame onto Pan Wujiao at the last moment. He inwardly apologized to Pan Wujiao. Sorry, Captain Pan. It's not that I'm not loyal, but I can't afford to lose my job. Once a formidable 8-star soul master, Mr. Long had been a man of great repute. Yet, fate had its twists, and now he found himself working for the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. Fortunately, the pay was decent, and being older, he and old Liu had stayed on with the Nangong family. Qin Yusin paced back and forth, like an enraged lioness. Her fingers hovered over her phone, ready to call someone to deal with Pan Wujiao, but she restrained herself. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm down. Liua must be terrified. Qin Yusin muttered to herself. Forget it. I'll go home and make some calming herbal soup for when she gets back. With that, she turned and left, her high heels clicking sharply on the ground. Mr. Long watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh. As Qin Yusin's personal security, he was well aware of the complex relationship between the mother and daughter. Qin Yusin undoubtedly loved her talented daughter, but as an ordinary person, she had her own selfish desires. The early loss of her husband had left her without a partner in parenting, exacerbating the tension between mother and daughter. This can't go on, Mr. Long thought. Luckily, Miss Liua will soon be going to study at Qingfeng Martial University. Maybe some time apart will ease their relationship a bit. Meanwhile, Pan Wujiao was driving Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua away from another exit of Silver Moon Plaza, heading straight to the Lingzhou Enforcement Bureau headquarters. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat tense, and Pan Wujiao observed the two in the back seat through the rearview mirror, planning his upcoming questioning. Upon arrival at the bureau, Pan Wujiao led the two to an empty office. He gestured for Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua to sit, then reluctantly said, It was supposed to be a simple questioning, but since you're both here, let's make it official. With that, Pan Wujiao pulled out his phone and activated the recording function. He adjusted his posture to appear more professional and began his inquiry in a seemingly casual but carefully crafted conversational tone. Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua quickly realized that Pan Wujiao's version of official involved a series of seemingly casual yet incisive questions, forcing them to focus intently on the unexpected interrogation. Pan Wujiao stopped his questioning, saved the recording, and said to Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua, All right, my work here is done. You two can leave now. Do you need a ride? Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua exchanged a knowing smile. They had long realized that Captain Pan was not one for formalities, and using a recording instead of an official transcript was quite typical for him. Where are you headed next? Su Qingfeng asked Nangong Liua. Nangong Liua pressed her lips together slightly and replied softly, Me? Anywhere, but home is fine. She recalled their earlier experience pretending to be a couple, and a sense of sweetness lingered in her heart. At this moment, She simply wanted to stay with Su Qingfeng, feeling happy no matter what they did. Su Qingfeng casually suggested, "Then come to my place." After the harrowing blood ritual incident, he just wanted to relax in a familiar environment. His invitation wasn't meant to imply anything else. It was simply to offer Nangong Liua, who had nowhere else to go, a place to stay. Home. Oh, okay. Nangong Liua was initially taken aback, but quickly accepted with a smile. Although she couldn't immediately discern Su Qingfeng's intentions, she soon realized that even if there were other implications, there was nothing to be afraid of. The two of them left, leaving Captain Pan standing there awkwardly. Rubbing his nose self-deprecatingly, he remarked, "Ah, youth is wonderful." Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua took a cab back to Su's apartment building. Nangong Liua curiously observed the bustling shops around, a stark contrast to the environment she had grown up in. The street vendors and lively little eateries were all new and fascinating to her. Su Qingfeng noticed her reaction and felt no embarrassment. He understood that this was just everyday life for most people, and Nangong Liua's sheltered upbringing made her seem a bit naive. Besides, Su Qingfeng himself had once been part of the affluent crowd in a past life, and this diverse experience allowed him to navigate different social settings with ease. They took the elevator up to Su's apartment. Once inside, Su Qingfeng handed Nangong Liua a new pair of slippers from the shoe rack. "Your shoes and clothes probably have a bit of a bloody smell. Feel free to take a shower and change here. You probably have spare clothes in your storage ring, right?" Su Qingfeng said straightforwardly. Yes, I do." Nangong Liua's expression was a mix of surprise and amusement, not expecting Su Qingfeng to bring up such an awkward topic so casually. The first time Nangong Liu went to Su Qingfeng's home, she felt anxious and uneasy. When Su Qingfeng suggested they take a shower, she hesitated. Although it seemed a bit unconventional, she couldn't deny the practicality of the suggestion as their clothes were covered in mud. "We can't dirty the whole house," Nangong Liu thought to herself, finally overcoming her shyness and starting to take off her shoes. She slowly removed her shoes, revealing a pair of delicate, fair feet. Her toes were round like pearls, and the graceful arch of her foot was striking. Su Qingfeng caught a glimpse and felt a slight tremor in his heart, quickly averting his gaze. Nangong Liu slipped on some slippers and curiously observed her surroundings. Soon, her eyes were drawn to a large family photo on the wall. In the picture, a young and beautiful Lin Fengming held a young Su Qingfeng, with a dragon's carcass in the background. "Auntie is so beautiful," Nangong Liu couldn't help but exclaim. She noticed that Lin Fengming was not only stunning, but also bore a resemblance to Su Qingfeng. "Yes, she is," Su Qingfeng replied with a smile. "But you're not bad yourself." Nangong Liu blushed at the compliment, nodding slightly and softly saying, "Thank you." Su Qingfeng then led Nangong Liu to the bathroom, handing her a fresh towel and briefly explaining how to use the facilities. Nangong Liu chuckled. "Su Qingfeng, I'm not that inexperienced. I've at least used the school showers." "Oh, really? Then make yourself at home." Su Qingfeng laughed as he left the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom, and Su Qingfeng's expression turned a bit peculiar. "She's actually taking a shower without locking the door? Is it because she trusts me too much, or is she simply lacking in caution due to a sense of security? She might suffer on the battlefield if she's not careful. I'll have to remind her sometime," he thought. While Nangong Liu was showering, Su Qingfeng changed into clean clothes and went to the kitchen to prepare some simple food. Although Nangong Liu was intrigued by the street food stalls, since it was her first visit to his home, he decided to cook some noodles first and save the fancy dinner for later. Before long, Nangong Liu emerged from the bathroom. She was dressed in clean, casual clothes, her hair still damp, with a few strands falling around her face, adding a touch of lazy charm. Her skin was smooth and glowing, with a rosy tint from the hot water, making her look as radiant as a peach blossom in March. Even the loose-fitting clothes couldn't hide her graceful figure, with a slender waist that seemed easy to hold, moving like a willow in the breeze. Seeing Nangong Liu like this for the first time, Su Qingfeng found it hard to look away. Feeling both shy and happy under his gaze, Nangong Liu asked, "What are you looking at so intently?" Su Qingfeng chuckled. "I wasn't looking at you. I was admiring the flowers." "Flowers? What flowers?" Nangong Liu looked around, thinking Su Qingfeng might actually have flowers in his house. Su Qingfeng explained with a smile. "Of course, I mean the hibiscus, pure and natural." Nangong Liu paused, then realized Su Qingfeng was referring to her as the flower. Instantly, her cheeks turned a rosy hue. After a while, she curiously asked, "Did you make up those lines just now? I've never heard them before." She was impressed by the lines, wondering if Su Qingfeng had composed them just to compliment her. It was then that Su Qingfeng remembered that in this world, there was no poet like Li Bai. Listening to Nangong Liu's earnest question, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but smile a little. Her level of trust in him was both amusing and endearing. Although he had a decent education, his poetry skills were nowhere near those of the legendary poet Li Bai. However, Having memories from another world gave him an edge. He might not be good at composing poems, but he excelled at copying them. With a quick thought, he said, I have a friend who's a poet. His name is Li Qinglian. This is one of his works. He's from my hometown, so it's understandable you haven't heard of him. Nangong Liua, however, had her doubts. As a literature enthusiast who loved classical works, she found Su Qingfeng's explanation hard to believe. Firstly, she knew Su Qingfeng's hometown was Lingzhou. Secondly, if there truly was a poet named Li Qinglian with such talent, he wouldn't be unknown in literary circles. Lastly, for such exquisite poetry, it would certainly be well known and widely admired. Considering these points, Nangong Liua speculated that this Li Qinglian was likely just Su Qingfeng's pseudonym. As for why he wouldn't admit it, she guessed it was because he preferred to keep a low profile. Much like his powerful abilities that surpassed even a 9-star soul master, he never bragged. That was simply his modest nature. With this in mind, Nangong Liua's eyes sparkled mischievously as she teased, I see. I actually love poetry. If you don't mind, could I meet your friend Li Qinglian? What? Su Qingfeng was taken aback, breaking into a slight sweat. This was a request he couldn't fulfill. They weren't even from the same world, and even if he could summon spirits, he couldn't bring Li Bai's spirit over. It's not convenient right now, maybe another time. Su Qingfeng awkwardly changed the subject. I made some noodles, shall we eat? Seeing Su Qingfeng's reaction, Nangong Liua was secretly pleased. Gotcha. You really are Li Qinglian, aren't you? She thought, feeling triumphant for uncovering another of Su Qingfeng's secrets. Her mood lifted as she eyed the egg noodles he'd prepared. Nangong Liua ate the noodles naturally, showing no discomfort. Despite her privileged upbringing, she wasn't the type to be out of touch. Apart from having little concept of wealth, she was quite approachable. Once familiar, Su Qingfeng would realize that Nangong Liua wasn't truly aloof. Her cold demeanor was just a facade. When she opened her heart, she was warm and enthusiastic. For a guy, having such a girlfriend was ideal. She was only cold to outsiders, but with her loved one, she was all warmth and affection. After finishing the simple bowl of noodles, even drinking the soup, Nangong Liua dabbed her mouth with a napkin and said, It was delicious. Thank you for the meal. No need to be so formal, Su Qingfeng replied, reaching for the dishes to wash them. Nangong Liua reached out to stop Su Qingfeng, who was about to wash the dishes. Her expression was serious, her tone firm. Wait, I'll do it. You made the noodles, I can't let you wash the dishes. Su Qingfeng shrugged nonchalantly. Why bother with this? You're the guest. I insist. Nangong Liua stubbornly persisted, her eyes shining with determination. Seeing her so adamant, Su Qingfeng didn't argue further. All right, you do it. I'm going to take a shower. It's just a small thing anyway. Nangong Liua's face lit up with a happy smile. Okay. Watching Nangong Liua cheerfully head to the kitchen, Su Qingfeng was a bit puzzled. Her enthusiasm for household chores was incredible to him, as if washing dishes was like finding treasure. He couldn't help but recall his past experiences with women, never having met a girl who offered to wash dishes after eating a few dollars worth of noodles. After his shower, Su Qingfeng emerged from the bathroom to find Nangong Liua still busy in the kitchen. He initially thought she might not be able to wash the dishes, but as he approached, the scene before him left him astonished. The entire kitchen was spotless. The dishes and utensils gleamed, the pots were scrubbed anew, the stovetop was immaculate, and the floor was mopped clean. Noticing Su Qingfeng's surprised look, Nangong Liua explained somewhat sheepishly. I noticed your kitchen seemed unused for a while, so I just tidied up a bit. Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty, as if worried she might have overstepped. Su Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh, teasing, You're quite something. Why not just clean the whole house while you're at it? Nangong Liua's cheeks flushed slightly at his words, a mischievous glint in her eyes. That might take an hour or two. Amused by her response, Su Qingfeng thought about how this girl, often seen as an ice queen, could also be so endearingly naive. Half-jokingly, he said, Better not. If my parents found out you did this on your first visit, they might haunt my dreams to scold me. With that, he led Nangong Liua out of the kitchen into the living room to discuss serious matters. Su Qingfeng's demeanor turned serious. When you were hit by the divine radiance from that foreign statue, you didn't feel any discomfort, did you? Although he knew she had no visible injuries, the statue's attack was primarily spiritual, and he worried about any unseen internal damage. I'm fine, Nangong Liua replied cheerfully, pulling out the protective bell artifact she had received from Su Qingfeng and showing it to him. He noticed the mid-grade spirit stone, installed not long ago, had already dimmed significantly, its energy at least half depleted. Nangong Liua earnestly explained, This protective bell absorbed most of the divine radiance, and with my 9-star martial soul fusion already over 10, my resistance is pretty high, so I wasn't really harmed. Su Qingfeng nodded in understanding, but then realized something. Wait, 9-star martial soul. He recalled she had awakened an 8-star martial soul. Nangong Liua blinked playfully. Yep, I completed the Martial Soul Star upgrade ceremony and improved the quality to 9 stars. Didn't you guess it last time? Su Qingfeng remembered noticing a qualitative change in her spirit during their last meeting, but had no idea about the star upgrade ceremony. This realization made him reflect. Indeed, in any world, money can work wonders. If you think it can't, you probably don't have enough of it. Oh, I see. Congratulations, class leader. You're the first 9-star soul master at Lingzhou number 2 high school in a century. Su Qingfeng teased with a smile, his eyes gleaming with admiration and joy. His gaze landed on Nangong Liua, as if he were admiring a rare treasure. A sly glint flashed in Nangong Liua's eyes, and a small smile played at her lips. She jokingly replied, her tone tinged with pride. Wait until Teacher Wu sees your true strength. Then he'll understand what real regret is. Su Qingfeng immediately put on a serious face and retorted earnestly, no way. After all, I awakened an unknown martial soul. He'll just think it's embarrassing. Nangong Liua frowned slightly at his words, falling into a brief silence. Images of Teacher Wu transferring to Lingzhou number 1 high school the day after the awakening ceremony flashed through her mind. To her, that was the true embarrassment. However, her good upbringing and reserve prevented her from saying it out loud. After all, no matter what, Wu Tian had once been her teacher. The conversation gradually shifted to other topics, and they chatted animatedly, losing track of time. It wasn't until the sky outside began to darken and the lights inside automatically turned on that they realized how long they'd been talking. Nangong Liua showed no intention of leaving. She was engrossed in her conversation with Su Qingfeng, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. However, their talk was abruptly interrupted by a rapid knocking on the door of Su Qingfeng's house. Miss, Madam sent me to fetch you, came a deep male voice from outside, belonging to Mr. Long, an 8-star enforcer from the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Long felt a mix of emotions. Given his connections and capabilities in Lingzhou City, finding Nangong Liua wasn't difficult. But he hadn't expected her to go straight to Su Qingfeng's home. The rapid progress of their relationship caught him off guard. Until today, he hadn't even noticed that the young lady had someone in her heart. Mr. Long couldn't help but worry. He knew that if Madame found out, it would likely cause a stir. He was already considering taking a few days off and leaving the mess to his partner, old Lu. Inside, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua were surprised by the knock. They had been so engrossed in their conversation that they hadn't noticed anyone outside. Nangong Liua realized that Mr. Long's personal visit meant she would have to face her mother, Qin Yusen. Though she felt some pressure, her time with Su Qingfeng had made her less inclined to avoid the situation. Nangong Liua pursed her lips slightly and said to Su Qingfeng, I have to go now. Can we talk again next time? Her tone carried a hint of reluctance. Su Qingfeng nodded and added, sure, call me if you need anything. I mean, if you face any trouble or enemies, you can count on me. I won't return to the heavenly realm until tomorrow afternoon. His voice was full of protectiveness and confidence. Ah. Nangong Liua was startled by Su Qingfeng's assertive tone. She quickly replied, thank you, but it shouldn't be that serious. I'll call you later. She thought to herself that, after all, it was her mother, and peaceful communication should still be possible. Outside, Mr. Long heard Su Qingfeng's words clearly and couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. He muttered to himself, this kid doesn't know his limits. Does he think he can take on all the 8-star and above soul masters in the Nangong Chamber of Commerce's ancestral land by himself? There are even 2 9-star soul masters with full fusion among them. But Mr. Long soon calmed down. As someone with experience, he knew that youthful arrogance was normal. He thought to himself, once this kid sees the broader world, he'll understand that there's always someone better. By then, he'll realize how small he really is. Hopefully, he'll still maintain this confidence and boldness when that time comes. After Nangong Liua left, her subtle fragrance lingered in the room. Su Qingfeng sat on the sofa, his head in his hands, struggling internally. He had always prided himself on being immune to feminine charms, but at this moment, he felt as though he had nearly fallen into the intricate web of allure that Nangong Liua had woven. It's not that I'm weak. She's just too cunning. Su Qingfeng muttered to himself, recalling Nangong Liua's every move. How can she make every detail, every reaction so perfect, so captivating? Su Qingfeng stood up and began pacing around the room. Nangong Liua's essence seemed to permeate every corner, suffocating him. Suddenly, he remembered his homeroom teacher, Pei Qingyu, had previously suggested he visit her to learn about martial arts exams. Although Su Qingfeng had initially thought it would be a waste of time, the idea of leaving this house filled with Nangong Liua's presence to chat with teacher Pei seemed like a good option. He picked up his phone and dialed Pei Qingyu's number. At that moment, Pei Qingyu had just finished her shower and was standing in front of the mirror wrapped in a towel. Hearing the phone ring, she glanced at the darkening sky outside and, with disbelief, answered the call. Su Qingfeng, do you know what time it is? I've been busy all day, and now that I finally have some time to myself, you want me to work overtime? Pei Qingyu's voice was tinged with obvious displeasure. Su Qingfeng sensed Pei Qingyu's reluctance to go out and immediately prepared to drop the subject. Never mind. I thought the course was a bit pointless anyway. Have a good rest, Teacher Pei. Before he could finish, Pei Qingyu's voice rose sharply. Wait, what do you mean by that? The course I prepared for you is pointless. Su Qingfeng, you can disrespect me as a person, but you cannot disrespect my professionalism. I'll be right down. Meet me at the Soul Master Training Ground entrance. With that, she hung up angrily. Su Qingfeng was momentarily stunned. Wow, Teacher Pei has quite the temper, he muttered. I didn't mean to provoke her. Why did she get so worked up? However, with his great sage martial soul, Su Qingfeng wasn't worried about Pei Qingyu posing any threat. Since she was willing to come out, he was happy to join in the excitement. Soon, Su Qingfeng arrived at the entrance of the Soul Master Training Ground at Lingzhou No. 2 High School. This place was not only the location of the teleportation array, but also an important venue for students to practice soul skills and physical training. It was fully equipped with facilities and had teachers on duty around the clock to provide guidance. For ordinary students, it was undoubtedly an excellent place to enhance their combat abilities. Just as Su Qingfeng settled in, he saw Pei Qingyu approaching briskly. Dressed in simple sportswear, her hair tied casually, and with a fresh face, she exuded a unique charm. Wow, you got here pretty fast. Pei Qingyu teased with a smile. Good job, arriving early to wait for the teacher. That's quite polite of you. To Su Qingfeng's surprise, his response was quite direct. He frowned and explained, Teacher, you misunderstood. I was just surprised to find out you live in the school dormitory. I came from off campus. Was I supposed to wait for you? Pei Qingyu felt a bit embarrassed at his words. She was secretly glad she hadn't mentioned that after receiving Su Qingfeng's call, she had put on a face mask. When a girl says she'll be out soon, doesn't everyone know it means at least half an hour of getting ready? She silently thought to herself, this guy doesn't even get that. No wonder he doesn't have a girlfriend. Suddenly, Pei Qingyu remembered Su Qingfeng mentioning a rich little lady before. Her eyes glanced over Su Qingfeng's slightly downcast expression, and an idea struck her. I get it, she exclaimed excitedly. Why are you calling me so late at night? Did your rich little lady dump you, and now you're feeling down and need some advice from your teacher? Su Qingfeng was completely baffled, not understanding Pei Qingyu's train of thought at all. He asked in confusion, when did I ever mention Nangong Liua? And when was I dumped? You're joking. He added, you don't need to worry about my relationship issues. I'm getting along just fine with her. Pei Qingyu pursed her lips, clearly not buying Su Qingfeng's explanation. Yeah, right, tough talk. Su Qingfeng decided to give as good as he got and retorted, speaking of which, Teacher Pei, you've graduated from college and still don't have a boyfriend. How can you lecture me? Pei Qingyu gave a cold smile and waved a small pink fist at Su Qingfeng, threatening. Huh? Are you here to argue with me at night? Watch out, or your teacher might just hit you. Su Qingfeng merely smiled silently, thinking, Pei Qingyu is just a 5-star soul master, not much different from an ordinary person in his eyes. With such limited combat ability, she thinks she can threaten him? Ridiculous. Sensing the tension, Pei Qingyu decided to ease the atmosphere and said, all right, let's not undermine each other. Let's make a pact to cherish our hard-won teacher-student relationship. Su Qingfeng didn't mind either way. He was only visiting Pei Qingyu because he didn't want to stay at home. Pei Qingyu adopted a serious tone and said, let's get down to business. Regarding your intention to apply to Qingfeng Martial University, I have a few questions for you. She assumed Su Qingfeng sought her out because he lacked confidence in applying to Qingfeng Martial University and needed help. To demonstrate her professionalism, she decided to ask some serious questions. Go ahead. Su Qingfeng was quite interested in Pei Qingyu's questions. Pei Qingyu asked directly, what's your current soul fusion rate? She knew that generally, the higher the star level of a soul, the slower the fusion rate increased. However, exceptions like Nangong Liua, who had core technology and financial support, existed. As a 9-star soul master, Nangong Liua had increased her soul fusion rate to 10 in just a few days, activating her second soul skill, showing incredible growth. Even Su Qingfeng, who had numerous victories on the alien battlefield, couldn't match her soul fusion rate. Of course, this was also related to the strength of the Great Sage Soul. Although Su Qingfeng's soul fusion rate was only 8.1, his combat power level far exceeded Nangong Liua's by hundreds of times. 8. Su Qingfeng gave an approximate figure. Pei Qingyu's expression turned peculiar, and she said in surprise, that high? You've reached 8 after only 2 days of awakening? At this rate, in 3 months, won't you at least reach 90? In her understanding, only 3-star and below souls could increase their fusion rate so rapidly. Pei Qingyu subconsciously frowned and thought to herself, Su Qingfeng's awakened unknown martial soul might be a bit weak. How is he supposed to apply to the Starry Sky Martial University? The chances seem slim. Her gaze inadvertently carried a hint of sympathy. Su Qingfeng noticed the change in his teacher's expression, but couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, isn't this a great thing? If the fusion rate of the martial soul can really increase so quickly, directly unlocking all 10 soul skills of the great sage martial soul. That would be incredibly powerful. However, Su Qingfeng quickly calmed down. Based on previous experience, he knew that this was almost impossible. The great sage martial soul is too powerful, and increasing its fusion rate requires a massive amount of soul power, growing exponentially. Even if he spent day and night in the foreign battlefield unleashing his divine powers, it wouldn't reach the progress Pei Qingyu mentioned. Su Qingfeng silently calculated that if he could increase the martial soul fusion rate to 30 before the martial exams, mastering 4 soul skills of the great sage martial soul would be quite impressive. However, even if he didn't reach this goal, it didn't matter. With his current strength, participating in the martial exams and sweeping through Lingzhou's martial exam challenges would be more than sufficient. He might even have a shot at the top spot in the Blue Star martial exams, or even the champion of the Human Alliance martial exams. Although Su Qingfeng wasn't particularly concerned about the rankings in the martial exam challenges, he knew well what winning the Human Alliance martial exams meant: directly receiving weapons, equipment, and cash rewards worth billions of star coins, not to mention sponsorships and endorsement offers from major business guilds. Earning over 100 billion star coins within a year would be no problem at all. For this reason, many 8-star Soul Masters and 9-star Divine Soul Masters who already secured admissions to prestigious schools also participate in the martial exam challenges, making the event highly competitive. Some shameless individuals, to continue participating and earning rewards, even repeat grades, treating it as a profession. Su Qingfeng held a certain disdain for such behavior. These people, for their own benefit, disrupted the normal admission order of the martial exams, causing many middle and upper-tier candidates to miss out on opportunities to enter prestigious schools. However, he also understood that history is always written by the victors, and no one cares about the unlucky ones left behind by the times. Thanks for the kind words, teacher. I also hope my martial soul fusion rate can quickly reach 90. Su Qingfeng responded to Pei Qingyu with a hint of teasing in his tone. Pei Qingyu was somewhat speechless. She originally thought Su Qingfeng wasn't such a dense student. Could he not hear the underlying meaning in her words? She shook her head and decided to move on to the next question. What's your current single-arm pulling strength? Pei Qingyu carefully examined Su Qingfeng's relatively slim figure, becoming increasingly puzzled. While body type doesn't directly correlate with combat level, this kid is too skinny. Can his pulling strength even exceed a ton? Oh, my pulling strength is quite high, Su Qingfeng answered vaguely, then asked, why do you only ask about single-arm pulling strength and not directly about combat level? Pei Qingyu intended to criticize Su Qingfeng for his vague answer, but hearing his question, she patiently explained. Combat level is determined by 6 dimensions: life, mana, single-arm pulling strength, reaction rate, perception ability, and anomaly resistance. Some people's martial souls are special, with strong innate perception abilities or very high anomaly resistance values, greatly boosting their combat level, which can lead to an inaccurate assessment of their true strength. Just looking at combat level might make someone seem strong, but their actual combat ability could be worse than an ordinary person. To accurately assess your combat power, we usually only ask about single-arm pulling strength, and at most, reference reaction rate. After all, those taking the martial exams are newly awakened soul masters, and other dimensional values have little impact on combat power. She paused for a moment, looking directly into Su Qingfeng's eyes. All right, now tell me, what's your exact single-arm pulling strength? Is it a ton? Su Qingfeng found Pei Qingyu's explanation reasonable, so he answered honestly. 1845 tons. Pei Qingyu couldn't help but laugh at the number. You must mean 1845 kilograms. How could you make such a careless mistake with such a huge difference in units? You are the top-ranked student in this year's humanities, after all. Su Qingfeng said nothing, just quietly looked at her. Pei Qingyu laughed for a while before her expression suddenly froze. Then, her gaze shifted from confusion to surprise, and finally to astonishment. So, you mean, you didn't use the wrong unit? Does the teacher think I'm an elementary school student? How could I get the unit wrong? Su Qingfeng sighed, somewhat helplessly questioning. A hint of confidence flickered in his eyes as he continued. If my single-arm pulling force is only a little over 1,000 kilograms, why bother applying to Qingfeng Martial University? I might as well go home and roast sweet potatoes. Pei Qingyu didn't respond immediately. Instead, she quietly gazed at Su Qingfeng, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, eyes filled with disbelief. In her understanding, a 1-star soul master with a 1 fusion rate has an average single-arm pulling force of only 200 kilograms. Even if the fusion rate increases to 100, the pulling force would be just 20 tons. According to official statistics, it takes an average of 8 years for a 1-star soul master to reach full fusion. The admission standards for Qingfeng Martial University are even more stringent, requiring candidates to have a combat power level of at least 200, which means a single-arm pulling force of at least 40 tons. By this standard, even a 7-star soul master would need to train diligently for 3 months to barely qualify. And Su Qingfeng, who only awakened a few days ago, claims his pulling force reaches 1,845 tons? It's simply unbelievable. Pei Qingyu's skepticism far outweighed her shock, but she didn't show it outright. Instead, she cleverly suggested, there's a soul master training hall behind us equipped with a heavy-duty dynamometer that can withstand up to 1,000 tons. Would you dare to take the challenge? This way of asking not only gave Su Qingfeng a chance to prove himself, but also avoided making him feel uncomfortable about being doubted. Su Qingfeng understood her intentions, knowing that Pei Qingyu needed to witness it firsthand to believe. He nodded and said, let's go. Pei Qingyu led the way, quickly bringing Su Qingfeng to a large room over 1,000 square meters in size. At the center stood a heavy-duty dynamometer made of steel, with a prominent dial above showing a range from 0 to 1,000 tons. In front of the hydraulic machine, dozens of thick steel cables connected to a superalloy pull ring, the device provided for testers to exert force. Pei Qingyu stepped forward first, grabbing the pull ring to test her own single-arm pulling force. The dial quickly showed a figure of 12 tons. As a 5-star soul master with a 30 martial spirit fusion rate, this result was below average, but considering her soul skills leaned towards the magical and she graduated in education, it was understandable. After confirming the instrument was accurate, Pei Qingyu turned to Su Qingfeng and gestured, why don't you give it a try? Su Qingfeng nodded in agreement, walked beside Pei Qingyu, and grasped the superalloy pull ring. He seemed to exert no effort, yet the steel cables instantly went taut, emitting a sharp, resonant hum. Zheng. Pei Qingyu stared, wide-eyed at the scene before her. Even more astonishing, the 100 soft and heavy hydraulic dynamometer's weight started to tremble violently, making creaking noises as if it were about to spring to life. The dial's numbers rocketed upwards, quickly hitting the 1,000 ton limit. Su Qingfeng glanced at Pei Qingyu, a slight smile on his lips, and asked, is this enough, Teacher Pei? If I exert more force, this machine might break. His tone carried a hint of teasing, evidently not wanting to damage the school's property by showing off his strength. Pei Qingyu stood there, stunned, her eyes wide open and speechless for a moment. Her mind seemed to have stalled briefly until she suddenly snapped back to reality a few seconds later. She looked at Su Qingfeng with a complex expression, her voice trembling with disbelief. You actually weren't lying to me. How is it possible to have such a powerful unknown martial spirit? This single-arm strength is higher than many 9-star soul masters with full fusion. Su Qingfeng remained silent, giving Pei Qingyu ample time to digest this shocking fact. He thought to himself that it was because Pei Qingyu respected him enough that he was willing to reveal a bit of his strength. Had it been the arrogant former class teacher Wu Tian, Su Qingfeng would have coldly told him to get lost. Pei Qingyu's mind raced, trying to find a reasonable explanation. She spoke again, with a hint of hope that her theory could be disproven. Su Qingfeng, is it that only your single-arm strength is high? Are the other dimensions low? Or did you perhaps use a powerful soul skill like innate divine strength? Su Qingfeng gently shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ms. Pei, this isn't any soul skill. All my basic attributes are very high. To be honest, single-arm strength is the lowest level among my 6-dimensional attributes. This statement was like a heavy hammer, completely shattering Pei Qingyu's last shred of doubt. She fell silent, her mind echoing with the thought, how lucky am I to have stumbled upon such a genius student like Su Qingfeng? Thinking about how she had just become a class teacher and already nurtured a student capable of entering Qingfeng Martial University, Pei Qingyu couldn't help but grin, her smile nearly spilling over. Meanwhile, a sarcastic thought crossed her mind. The previous class teacher Wu Tian actually considered Su Qingfeng a disgrace to his career and even chose to transfer schools? What a colossal joke. Seeing Pei Qingyu remain silent, Su Qingfeng softly asked, Ms. Pei, do you need any other tests? Pei Qingyu snapped back to reality, somewhat irritated as she replied, no need. What's there to test? Even if you secretly used a soul skill just now, there's no need for further testing. She silently blamed Su Qingfeng for not revealing his full abilities sooner, making her look like a fool now. However, she seemed to forget that it was Su Qingfeng who had voluntarily disclosed his real stats earlier, and it was she who insisted on dragging him for a Hansen test. Su Qingfeng noticed this and changed the subject. Shall we go to the martial exam guidance class then? Upon hearing this, Pei Qingyu waved her hand dismissively. No need. Why waste time on such a pointless class? You're just going through the motions for the Qingfeng Martial University entrance exam. She had completely given up on maintaining her teacherly image, speaking as if she had nothing to lose. I'll just help you fill out the application and handle your files when the time comes. Suddenly, Pei Qingyu remembered something and quickly added, by the way, in the next few months, make sure to frequently visit the Tongtian realm and clear the first 70 levels of the Ascension Steps secret realm. She reminded Su Qingfeng, as this was another important requirement for applying to Qingfeng Martial University. Su Qingfeng nodded, thinking to himself that he had already cleared up to the 52nd level of the Ascension Steps secret realm. so this requirement wouldn't be difficult for him. He then asked, "Is there anything else I should be aware of?" Pei Qingyu was about to say no, but paused and then changed her response. "If you're free tomorrow morning, come back to school. The neighboring Yizhong is sending 2 outstanding student representatives who have awakened 9-star divine martial spirits to share their learning and cultivation experiences at our school. I hope you'll be there to give the teachers a bit more confidence." Hearing this, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but furrow his brows. Is Lingzhou Yizhong's administration really that flamboyant? Coming directly to provoke us without leaving any face for our Erzhong. Pei Qingyu let out a cold laugh and explained, "You have no idea. Yizhong and Erzhong, as the 2 top local schools, have been openly and covertly competing for over a century. The Yizhong administration isn't doing this without a reason. They want to use this method to completely crush the confidence of Erzhong students. During the martial arts competition, just encountering a student from first time makes them nervous, indirectly affecting their performance. This is like kicking someone when they're down, completely ruthless." Pei Qingyu's voice was filled with frustration and anger. Clenching her fists, she continued, "It's because they have 2 9-star soul masters this year, while our school has none. Honestly, First High's arrogance is partly your fault too." She turned to Su Qingfeng, her eyes gleaming with expectation. "If you were just a bit more high profile, they wouldn't dare act so brazenly. At least for the sake of the suspended principal, can't you show yourself a little?" Su Qingfeng listened to Pei Qingyu and secretly smiled wryly. He wanted to argue that Nangong Liua was already a 9-star soul master, but he couldn't reveal the little heiress's secret, so he had to temporarily let Pei Qingyu be. "All right, I'll come back tomorrow morning to check things out," Su Qingfeng finally conceded. "Anything else, Miss Pei?" Pei Qingyu gazed at Su Qingfeng, and suddenly a hint of gossip sparkled in her eyes. She lowered her voice, asking mysteriously, "The little heiress you keep mentioning, is it our class president, Nangong Liua?" Pei Qingyu knew Nangong Liua came from a wealthy family, a bona fide heiress. But before witnessing Su Qingfeng's true strength, she never thought he could catch Nangong Liua's interest. Now, she figured, among their peers, only Nangong Liua might catch Su Qingfeng's eye. A mysterious smile tugged at Su Qingfeng's lips as he gave an answer that made Pei Qingyu grit her teeth in frustration. He guess. Just as Su Qingfeng and Pei Qingyu mentioned Nangong Liua, she was arriving home. "Miss, Madam is waiting for you in the living room. I won't be accompanying you inside," Mr. Long said after a slight cough. He put on a serious expression, standing guard outside the door. The real reason he didn't go in was simple. He didn't want to risk being caught in Qin Yusin's line of fire. Nangong Liua didn't mind Mr. Long's tactical retreat. She knew that the issues between her and her mother, Qin Yusin, were theirs alone to resolve. Others could only watch. "Got it. Thank you, Mr. Long," Nangong Liua replied, taking a deep breath before stepping inside. As the door opened, a lavish hall came into view. The white jade floor gleamed like a mirror, each tile a meticulously crafted work of art, with elegant and intricate patterns. A massive crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, like fallen stars, casting colorful reflections on everything around. The sofa was made from the genuine leather of deadly beasts from the Abyss battlefield, each costing millions of star coins. The walls were adorned with famous paintings and exquisite artworks, luxurious yet tasteful. At the end of the living room, a small fountain gently flowed, with koi swimming happily in the clear water. Nangong Liua's mother, Qin Yusin, was elegantly seated on the sofa in a robe, leafing through a paperback book. Even without trying to peek, Nangong Liua easily saw the book title in her mother's hand, Child Psychology in Education. Mother, reading this kind of book? This discovery surprised Nangong Liua a bit. Xiao Liua is back. Qin Yusin seemed to just notice her daughter's arrival, casually putting down the book and looking up at her outstanding and beautiful daughter, smiling as she asked. But soon, Qin Yusin's smile froze. She distinctly remembered that Nangong Liua left wearing a little white dress. Now, however, she was in a comfortable, loose-fitting home outfit. What alarmed Qin Yusin even more was the faint scent of cheap detergent emanating from her daughter. This meant her daughter not only changed clothes outside, but also took a shower? What had she done outside that required a shower and a change of clothes? And where did she shower? A series of questions flooded Qin Yusin's mind. But as a mother, she had to ask. Qin Yusin tried to control her emotions, feigning calm as she asked, "I remember you weren't wearing these clothes when you left." Nangong Liua had anticipated her mother's question, so she remained calm. "Yes, I ran into believers of the Celestial Clan at Silver Moon Plaza. During the fight, my clothes got dirty, so I changed." "Oh really?" Qin Yusin narrowed her eyes, her tone tinged with doubt. "So, where did you take a shower and change clothes?" "At Su Qingfeng's place." "So, where did you take a shower and change clothes? Was it at Su Qingfeng's house?" Qin Yusin's voice was sharp as a blade, her eyes filled with disbelief. Her tense facial muscles and slightly trembling hands revealed the fury of a controlling and conservative mother. Standing in the middle of the living room, Nangong Liua felt her mother's gaze piercing through her. She recalled everything that had happened today, her insistence on going out, the dangerous encounter at Silver Moon Plaza, her time with Su Qingfeng, and the deception towards her mother. In Qin Yusin's eyes, all of this was a complete betrayal of her upbringing. Qin Yusin took a deep breath and continued questioning. What Mr. Long said about you being taken to the Law Enforcement Bureau by Pan Wujiao was a lie, wasn't it? You deceived him, and you deceived me. In truth, you went home with Su Qingfeng, and you knew I was downstairs at Silver Moon Plaza, yet you refused to come down to see me. Looking at her mother's pained expression, Nangong Liu didn't feel the guilt she had anticipated. Instead, she felt a strange sense of relief, as if years of suppressed emotions had finally found an outlet. I did go to the Law Enforcement Bureau to give a statement. Nangong Liu only defended this point, implicitly admitting to the other accusations. Qin Yusin fell into a brief silence, her eyes showing complex emotions. Finally, she sighed. You've really grown up. This sentence seemed to drain all her energy, her shoulders slightly drooping, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepening instantly. All right, from now on, you can walk your own path. I won't arrange your life anymore, and I won't interfere with your decision about the inheritance rights. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. With that, Qin Yusin turned to leave. However, when she saw the tears glistening in her daughter's eyes, she couldn't help but stop. She sighed deeply, her voice tinged with weariness and helplessness. Liu, you need to understand, many things I've done were beyond my control. The world is complicated, not as simple as you think. Qin Yusin's tone suddenly became urgent, as if she wanted to express years of pressure and worries in a short time. Your father left too soon. Do you think that if we don't fight for the inheritance rights of the business association, we can peacefully hold on to those shares as shareholders? It's impossible. We must become stronger to maintain our position in this family. Otherwise, they will swarm over us like wolves and leave us with nothing. Her voice trembled slightly, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes. I admit I was too demanding of you before. That's because I knew I couldn't support this family on my own and had to place my hopes on you. But I didn't realize you would resist so much. Qin Yusin paused, her tone softening a bit. Even though your actions today were a bit extreme, I have to say, your classmate Su Qingfeng is indeed a promising talent. No matter what, you should maintain a good relationship with him. Compared to others, we have too few high-level resources at our disposal. If Su Qingfeng is willing to help you, at least you'll have some ability to protect yourself. Finally, Qin Yusin's voice carried a hint of fatigue and concern. All right, that's all I have to say. There's a bowl of calming soup in the kitchen, still warm. Go and drink it. With that, Qin Yusin left without hesitation. Nangong Liua stood in the empty hall, feeling the weight of reality on her shoulders for the first time. Watching her mother's departing figure, a mix of emotions surged within her, a longing for freedom tempered by uncertainty about the future. For Nangong Liua, today's turmoil was exhausting, yet there remained a glimmer of hope. Despite her excessive actions, her mother, Qin Yusin, did not forbid her from associating with Su Qingfeng. This reflected the immense pressure her mother was under and indicated that Su Qingfeng's potential had been recognized by Qin Yusin. This was Nangong Liua's only solace. However, seeing her mother's vulnerable and sorrowful expression filled Nangong Liua with guilt. She paced in the living room for a while until she remembered the bowl of hot soup her mother mentioned before leaving. Although she felt she didn't need such comfort, she went into the kitchen and drank the soup in one gulp. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Qin Yusin, tossing and turning, seemed to sense her daughter's actions and finally breathed a sigh of relief, drifting into a deep sleep. When Nangong Liua returned to her room, planning to contact Su Qingfeng as agreed, the clock had already struck past 2 a.m. She resisted the urge to call, not wanting to disturb Su Qingfeng, who was likely asleep. At 3 a.m., a heart-wrenching scream pierced the night, and Ruosu awoke from a nightmare, the terrifying scenes vivid in her mind. She was drained of blood and flesh by a bizarre statue. Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua died tragically before her, and she became part of a massive, planet-sized grotesque tumor. Before Ruosu could recover from her terror, a cold, efficient female voice sounded in her ear. All right, you're safe now. No need to scream. Turning her head, Ruosu saw a competent woman in a lab coat, with a high ponytail, hands in her pockets, looking down at her impatiently. The sterile white surroundings and the smell of disinfectant indicated she was in a hospital room. I've been rescued. What about Xiaofeng and his friends? And that little girl Yin Xinyao? And Ruosu murmured, eyes filled with concern. The woman in the lab coat spoke calmly. Let me explain the situation briefly. This is the military hospital at the Lingzhou base of the Salvation Army, and I am Dr. Yilan, a military doctor here. Su Qingfeng and his girlfriend weren't injured and have gone home. You and the little girl, Yin Xinyao, were affected by the shockwave of an outer god's power and need to stay here for isolation treatment in the coming days. And Ruosu, you're a public official and a 5-star soul master, so you're allowed to retain most of your memories. You should be aware of what happened, so I won't repeat the details of the case. Now, I have some questions that need your answers. Do you understand? And Ruosu's mind was still foggy, taking several seconds to clear. What reassured her most was Yilan's words. Su Qingfeng and his girlfriend have already gone home. Although Ruosu felt a slight pang of bitterness at the mention of a girlfriend, she found her spirits lifted knowing that Xiaofeng and his friends were safe. She breathed a sigh of relief. And Ruosu recalled the strange statue that had erupted with terrifying divine light before she lost consciousness, and the blinding light seemed to flash before her eyes again. She had worried that Su Qingfeng might not withstand such a formidable force, yet they were all unharmed? This realization left her deeply puzzled. When did Su Qingfeng become so powerful? And his stunningly beautiful classmate Nangong Liua, how could she possess such strength as well? These questions swirled in Ruosu's mind, but answers eluded her. Thank you, Dr. Yi, I understand. And Ruosu said, rubbing her still throbbing forehead, her voice weak. What would you like to ask? Yilan's eyes flickered as she asked gravely. Tell me everything that happened yesterday. What time did you leave home? Who did you encounter? How did you come across the followers of the stellar tribes? How were they defeated? Share everything you know, without leaving anything out. In truth, Yilan's primary concern was not the case itself, nor in Ruosu's psychological trauma. Her curiosity was fixated on one thing. Who exactly was Su Qingfeng, who had defeated a high priest as formidable as an 8-star soul master and a bizarre 3-eyed statue with the destructive power of a 9-star soul master? How did he possess such immense strength? This blood sacrifice event by the outer god followers almost resulted in a catastrophic disaster because Pan Wujiao did not seek assistance from the Salvation Army. When the Salvation Army detected the residual waves of power comparable to a 9-star soul skill, the commander was nearly terrified out of his wits. Although the event did not cause particularly severe casualties in the end, the Salvation Army was determined to investigate who had turned the tide and save the day. Yilan had privately questioned the captain of the Law Enforcement Bureau's Special Operations Team, Pan Wujiao, but his answer was hard to believe. Su Qingfeng, an ordinary high school student, a newly awakened soul master of just 3 days, had defeated 2 formidable enemies barehanded, indirectly saving tens of thousands of lives? This notion seemed utterly absurd. Before Ruosu awoke, Yilan had thoroughly investigated Su Qingfeng's records. She couldn't fathom how he could have become so powerful in such a short time. Hadn't he already given up on the 9-star divine martial soul? Could it be that the unknown martial soul possessed even greater growth potential than the esteemed 9-star divine martial soul? The thought was inconceivable to Yilan. Among all the victims, Ruosu had the closest relationship with Su Qingfeng. Therefore, Yilan came specifically to help Ruosu quickly regain consciousness using healing soul techniques to facilitate questioning. This explained why Ruosu was able to wake up so swiftly without eliminating the influence of the divine light or blocking traumatic memories. Is that what Dr. Yi wants to know? And Ruosu wondered if she had misheard. She had expected Yilan to be concerned about her physical condition or inquire about her experience with the impact of the outer god's power. But reality was entirely different from her expectations. She even began to suspect whether Yilan was a real doctor or merely an agent from the Law Enforcement Bureau disguised as a military doctor. Is there a problem? Yilan maintained her cool and frank demeanor in the face of doubt. No problem. And Ruosu suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She worried that Yilan might not be benign, and if pressed too hard, might she suddenly turn on her? At this moment, Ruosu had no soul power and was no match for Yilan. Of course, if Ruosu knew that Yilan was actually a powerful 8-star soul master, she might have abandoned any thoughts of resistance long ago. As Ruosu had suspected, Yilan's role extended far beyond being the chief military doctor for the Lingzhou garrison of the Salvation Army. She was also a member of the secret agency Jing'an Division, part of the Human Alliance government, specializing in countering the infiltration of various star races. This explained why a military doctor was always on the front line of case investigations. Yilan entered Ruosu's hospital room, hoping to glean some insider information from someone closely connected to Su Qingfeng. However, when she heard Ruosu describe the scene at the cinema where Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua suddenly appeared during the crisis, Yilan felt a sinking feeling. And Ruosu's initial reaction of despair and fear made Yilan realize her judgment might have been off. As Yilan left the hospital room, she furrowed her brow slightly, fiddling with a replica of the Tower of Reincarnation. If Su Qingfeng had chosen the 9-star divine martial soul during the awakening ceremony, Yilan could have barely accepted his current display of incredible power. But now, a more dangerous possibility loomed in her mind. Could Su Qingfeng be a deeply hidden follower of an outer god? Yilan began to suspect whether the incident at Silver Moon Square, where Su Qingfeng acted heroically, was a meticulously planned ruse. Was his true aim to accumulate military merits to pave the way for infiltrating the core of the Human Alliance government in the future? Though it might be a baseless worry, Yilan decided she had to rule out this most dangerous possibility. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng had already bid farewell to Pei Qingyu and returned home to rest. He kept his phone's ringer on all night to avoid missing any important calls. However, until dawn, his phone remained silent. At exactly 6 in the morning, a sudden ringing startled Su Qingfeng awake. The caller ID showed it was Pan Wujiao, the captain of the Special Operations Brigade of the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau. Captain Pan, calling so early. Did you pull an all-nighter? Su Qingfeng answered the call, asking casually. Hey, how did you guess? Pan Wujiao replied with a cheerful tone, showing no signs of fatigue. Our law enforcement bureau's elite are high-level soul masters. Going 10 days or half a month without sleep is no problem. We just take turns resting afterward. Last night, we finally caught a few living followers of the star races and interrogated them overnight to close the case quickly. Hearing this, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but curiously ask, did you find out anything? Ah, don't mention it, just small fry. Pan Wujiao sighed, his voice full of disappointment. With all the commotion yesterday, my team and I were excited, thinking we'd catch a big fish. Turns out, this little group had only 5 people, and their leader was the high priest you defeated yesterday, named Lung Yichen. These 5 were originally just street thugs in Lingzhou City until Lung Yichen stumbled upon that outer god statue at an antique market and inadvertently mastered the blood sacrifice method, which quickly made them stronger. It's unfortunate that these thugs don't realize the attention a blood ritual would attract in a bustling area. They thought they could quietly finish the job and then escape to another city to live freely. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask, have you checked the cellar on Antique Street? It sounds like someone is deliberately spreading these outer god statues. Pan Wujiao nodded, responding seriously, we have. He's a second-hand antique shop owner with a clean background. He thought the outer god statue was a replica and sold it. Of course, we're also following up on the previous seller. He paused and continued. But the main issue is that Lung Yichen's 5-member group has no higher-ups. This mainly affects the credit evaluation for you and Nangong Liua. Pan Wujiao's tone suddenly lightened. We finished the report overnight, and the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau's Merit Evaluation Department has assessed your military merits based on actual achievements. They've issued you medals, certificates, and bonuses. Without waiting for Su Qingfeng to ask, he explained, the department awarded you a first-class merit, with a cash reward of 1 million star coins. Nangong Liua received a second-class merit, with a reward of 800,000 star coins. I know the bonus isn't much, but it's the maximum allowed by regulation. I hope you both won't mind. Su Qingfeng didn't have any particular reaction to this. He recalled that he had already received a first-class merit during the mission to destroy the interstellar teleportation array in the Sea Demon Turmoil Secret Realm on the 52nd step of the Ascension Staircase. He had chosen to save people not for credit, but as an added bonus. As for the 1 million star coin bonus, he considered it better than nothing, just enough to buy some mana recovery potions. I don't mind. And as for Nangong Liua, she probably won't either, Su Qingfeng casually replied, speaking on behalf of the wealthy heiress he felt he knew well enough. Pan Wujiao sighed in relief and laughed. Great. Do you have time later? I can come over to give you the bonuses and certificates. If you'd like, we can also notify the school and arrange a formal award ceremony. However, Su Qingfeng had no intention of fulfilling his wish. No need, I'll contact Nangong Liua first. I'll call you later, and we can meet somewhere off campus, he said casually. All right, Pan Wujiao replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. After hanging up, Pan Wujiao turned to his female secretary and said, prepare the merit certificates and bonuses for Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua. Also, update their electronic files with the merit documentation. These kids are in their senior year, and this could be beneficial for their college applications. The female secretary rubbed her tired face and replied, understood, Captain Pan, I'm on it. A while later, Pan Wujiao heard his secretary's surprised voice. Captain Pan, come take a look. Su Qingfeng's electronic file already notes that he has a first-class merit. I haven't even entered the merit documents yet. Pan Wujiao was taken aback and incredulously asked, how is that possible? Maybe you're too tired and made a mistake. Captain Pan, do you have any conscience when you speak? You were watching the whole time. Didn't you see if I made any mistakes? The female secretary said with a hint of trembling in her voice, looking aggrieved. Pan Wujiao frowned, thinking deeply as his gaze shifted between the computer screen and the secretary. His mind raced, trying to untangle this sudden issue. Could it be that the Salvation Army also reported merits for Su Qingfeng, causing a duplication? He muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. Pan Wujiao knew well that the merit reporting systems of the Law Enforcement Bureau and the Salvation Army were different. But if the same person received 2 first-class merits for the same achievement, it would be a serious management error. His frown deepened. First-class merits aren't that easy to come by. Pan Wujiao mused to himself, recalling the countless Salvation Army soldiers who risked their lives, only to be posthumously awarded a first-class merit. Even if Su Qingfeng's contributions were significant, there shouldn't be a duplicate merit report. Pan Wujiao's thoughts raced on. Moreover, this case was handled entirely by our law enforcement bureau. How could the Salvation Army apply for merits for Su Qingfeng? With these doubts, Pan Wujiao opened Su Qingfeng's digital file and began to study it carefully. His eyes scanned the information quickly until they froze on one point. Wait, this is… Pan Wujiao's eyes widened in disbelief. The source of Su Qingfeng's existing first-class merit was the Tower of Babel's spirit. Pan Wujiao's heart raced as he took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. The Tower of Babel, as the most important of the three divine artifacts of humanity, had a spirit with extremely high intelligence, serving as a cornerstone for human society. The tower's spirit also had the authority to grant merits, and with the highest authority. Because it's the most impartial and its merit requirements are the highest, Pan Wujiao murmured. Usually, only the most elite human warriors are eligible to receive high-difficulty combat missions from the tower's spirit and earn the most prestigious military honors. This discovery left Pan Wujiao astounded. Su Qingfeng receiving this military honor indicated not only his immense strength, but also his impeccable background, truly worthy as a descendant of martyrs. Eager to learn the details of Su Qingfeng's accomplishments, Pan Wujiao quickly encountered a barrier. The system informed him that his access level was too low to view top-secret file information. My access is too low. Pan Wujiao felt a sense of frustration, but also a burning curiosity. What kind of dangerous mission had Su Qingfeng undertaken to be so rigorously protected by the tower's spirit? Such top-secret files likely had fewer than 5 people across the human alliance with permission to view them. Taking a deep breath, Pan Wujiao turned to the still anxious secretary beside him. He smiled reassuringly. I've checked. It wasn't your mistake. Su Qingfeng already had a first-class merit. We just didn't know. You can go ahead and file the merit documents. What? The secretary was shocked, her eyes wide, mouth slightly open, momentarily speechless. An 18-year-old, still in high school, already has 2 first-class merits? You've got to be kidding. In her mind, she began to imagine Su Qingfeng's future. Such talent. If he joins the Salvation Army, his promotion speed would be like a rocket. He's practically a future resource planet commander-level talent. Seeing the secretary's stunned expression, Pan Wujiao couldn't help but smile. Surprised? I am too. But considering that kid's abilities, it's not unexpected. At this, a hint of envy appeared on Pan Wujiao's face as he laughed self-deprecatingly. I've been working diligently at the Law Enforcement Bureau for 30 years and only managed a few second-class merits. Comparing myself to others is truly frustrating. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Qingfeng finally had a legitimate reason to contact Nangong Liua. Instead of waiting for her to reach out, he dialed her number directly. The call was answered after just 2 rings. Hello, Su Qingfeng. Nangong Liua's voice came from the other end, with a hint of apology. I didn't mean not to contact you last night. Oh, it's fine. I was asleep all night, Su Qingfeng replied casually, then shifted the conversation. How's your relationship with your mother? There was a long silence on the other end as Nangong Liua heard the question. The air seemed to freeze, with only faint breathing audible through the phone. The relationship between Nangong Liua and her mother, Qin Yusin, was like a precarious bridge hanging over a canyon of complex emotions. Liua finally attained the independence she longed for, a hard-won freedom that allowed her thoughts to soar like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. However, this freedom came at a near self-destructive cost, like a sharp blade that severed the warmth of family bonds. Qin Yusin's resentment lingered like settled dust, difficult to dispel in a short time. Although Liua wished to comfort her mother, it felt like confronting an insurmountable wall, leaving her unsure of where to begin. This complex emotional conflict was an unsolvable puzzle for Liua, whose simple nature left her at a loss. Su Qingfeng keenly perceived the rift between mother and daughter, as if witnessing a scene of past turmoil. With a sigh, he decided to personally address the thorny situation. Since it can't be explained over the phone, let's talk face-to-face. Su Qingfeng's voice came through on the call. Captain Pan from Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau asked me to contact you. He wants to personally present the Bravery Award and Certificate of Merit. Upon hearing this, Liua felt a wave of unease. Didn't I already tell him there's no need to credit me? Besides, I hardly did anything. How can I take credit for your achievements? Su Qingfeng was unfazed. Do you think Captain Pan is the one who decides the awards and distributes them? His report can't be made up. The evaluation is done by the Merit Evaluation Department. And even if you refuse the award and bonus, I won't get a penny more. Let's discuss it when you get here. All right then, Liua replied softly. The meeting was set at a cafe outside Lingzhou Secondary School. Su Qingfeng, thinking outside the box, ordered soda for himself and Pan Wujiao, and milk tea for Liua, none of which were typical offerings at the cafe, requiring the staff to purchase them from outside. Initially, the staff were reluctant, feeling it undermined the cafe's image, but they complied in the end. Before long, Liua and Pan Wujiao arrived at the cafe. Pan Wuzhou solemnly handed 2 file folders to Su Qingfeng and Liua. These are your military medals, certificates, and bank cards containing the bonus. The cards are anonymous accounts set up with a bank under the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. These accounts have many usage restrictions, so to avoid trouble, it's best to transfer the funds out soon. Pan Wuzhou couldn't hide his disappointment. He had expected a more grand and lively ceremony for the first-class merit awards. However, Su Qingfeng and Liua were indifferent, politely thanking him without even rushing to check the contents of the folders. This reaction left Pan Wuzhou with mixed feelings. The supreme honor he pursued with life and passion seemed like a dispensable ornament in the eyes of these young people. He felt a strong urge to remind them to show the respect this honor deserved. Pan Wujiao watched as Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua walked away, feeling a mix of emotions. He knew these young individuals had limitless potential and countless opportunities to achieve greatness in the future. Why worry about such trivial achievements now? The gap between people was indeed quite evident. This thought filled Pan Wujiao with a sense of frustration. He grabbed the soda in front of him and took a few big gulps, trying to drown his displeasure. At that moment, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua exchanged a knowing glance, as if they had a private topic to discuss. After a brief farewell, they hurried off, leaving Pan Wujiao sitting there alone. Pan Wujiao intended to finish his soda and leave, but before long, a poised figure appeared beside him. He turned his head and nearly jumped in surprise. It was Yilan. Yilan sat down with a stern expression, her eyes piercing as if trying to read Pan Wujiao's mind. He frowned slightly, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Chief Yi, why are you here instead of treating patients at the military hospital? I haven't provoked the Jing'an division. Although Pan Wujiao knew Yilan was an agent of the Jing'an division, he was unaware of her specific role. It was through a previous collaboration that he deduced her hidden identity using his keen observation skills. Yilan narrowed her eyes, a trace of dissatisfaction in her tone. I don't remember telling you that. Captain Pan, your investigative skills are quite impressive, huh? Pan Wujiao chuckled awkwardly, trying to maintain his composure. Chief Yi, you're joking. Isn't it obvious? Every time there's a case related to the invasion of the myriad races from the starry sky, the Salvation Army sends you, the chief military doctor, to handle it. Anyone with common sense could guess you're with the Jing'an division. In truth, Pan Wujiao found dealing with Yilan too troublesome, which was why he sought help from Qin Yusin during the Silver Moon Square cult blood sacrifice case. Unexpectedly, Yilan still came to find him. Yilan remained silent for a moment before speaking calmly. I'm not here to see you this time, so there's no need to be so worked up. Pan Wujiao was taken aback, then awkwardly smiled. Really? It's not about me. Seeing Yilan nod, Pan Wujiao immediately relaxed, his attitude shifting dramatically. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Chief Yi, if there's anything you need my help with, just let me know, and I'll do my best. Here, have some soda. He pushed the soda Su Qingfeng had left in front of Yilan. Yilan rolled her eyes, silently cursing Pan Wujiao for being stingy, not even willing to offer coffee. Pan Wujiao pretended not to notice, thinking, expecting him to treat her? What a joke. Yilan was an 8-star soul master, the chief medical officer of the military hospital, and an agent of the Jing'an division, earning at least 10 times his salary. Besides, he had a family to support, making him look like a pauper in front of Yilan. Hosting a treat? That's out of the question for me, not in this lifetime. As soon as Pan Wujiao finished speaking, Yilan's gaze turned cold, locking onto his eyes. Her tone carried a clear note of dissatisfaction. Let's get to the point. I'm here for Su Qingfeng. Leaning slightly forward, her voice was low and serious. Does your Enforcement Bureau's evaluation department really operate so sloppily? Su Qingfeng is a newly awakened soul master, only a few days into it, and his martial spirit is still unknown. Didn't it strike you as odd when he smashed that statue of an external god, comparable to a 9-star soul master, with his bare hands right in front of you? Her brow furrowed as she pressed on. Who do you think can enhance their powers so rapidly? Whether Su Qingfeng is a hero acting out of righteousness or an external god's disciple trying to infiltrate the human alliance government remains to be seen. And you just awarded him a medal and certificate of military merit. Pan Wujiao's expression shifted from relaxed to shocked, and then to anger as he listened. His hands clenched involuntarily, his voice tinged with evident displeasure. Chief Yi, do you really see yourself as some kind of detective? How old are you this year? How many cases have you cracked? What gives you the right to question the professionalism of the evaluation department? What evidence do you have to prove Su Qingfeng is an external god's disciple? He took a deep breath and added, with all due respect, you have no grounds to suspect him. Yilan was taken aback by Pan Wujiao's barrage of questions. Her face turned pale, her chest heaving with anger. Pan Wujiao, watch your mouth. Do you really think I got here just by connections? Pan Wujiao shrugged, feigning innocence. Well, that's what you said, not me. Internally, Pan Wujiao began to reassess Yilan. He hadn't previously cared about her background, as her strength as an 8-star soul master was undeniable. But her words now made him reconsider. Could she really be a clueless connection hire? He wondered to himself. Losing interest in further argument, Pan Wujiao decided to reveal his trump card. His tone became serious and resolute. Su Qingfeng's record includes a Class A merit awarded by the Tower Spirit of the Tongtian Tower. You should know the weight that honor carries. He looked directly into Yi Lan's eyes and continued. Or are you saying you don't even trust the judgment of a divine tool spirit? Do you still insist that Su Qingfeng is a deeply hidden disciple of an external god? Yi Lan's pupils dilated in disbelief as she stared at Pan Wujiao. Her voice trembled slightly with surprise. Su Qingfeng has a class of military merit from the Tongtian Tower Spirit? Is that true? The existence of the Tongtian Tower's artifact spirit, a super artificial intelligence, put Yi Lan in an awkward position. It could access all the files of the Human Alliance government and even scan the physical data of every person in the Tongtian world. This meant that no outer god follower could hide their true identity from it. Yi Lan stood in her office, her brow furrowed. She recalled having carelessly skimmed through Su Qingfeng's file earlier, dismissing his potential military merits simply because he was a high school student. Now, under Pan Wujia's questioning, she had to pull up Su Qingfeng's file again. The information on the screen made Yi Lan's eyes widen to first-class military honors were prominently listed. She quickly read through the detailed information. One honor was from the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau's Merit Evaluation Department, documenting Su Qingfeng's bravery in killing outer god followers and destroying an outer god statue. The other honor was awarded by the Tongtian Tower's artifact spirit itself. Yi Lan's fingers flew across the keyboard, attempting to see more details, but she was blocked by an insufficient privileges message. Even though she was a Jing'an division agent with a higher rank than Pan Wujia, she couldn't access this top-secret file. This discovery left Yi Lan with a lump in her throat. She realized she had indeed suspected the wrong person and was relieved she hadn't rashly confronted Su Qingfeng. Offending that hot-headed youth could have dire consequences. Yi Lan looked up at Pan Wujia, standing nearby, his face bearing a smug smile. She had to admit, Captain Pan, you were right. Pan Wujia was about to boast, but Yi Lan quickly interjected. Captain Pan, I must remind you that our conversation just now is highly confidential. As a Jing'an division agent, I require you to keep it secret. If a single word is leaked, I will hold you accountable according to the law. Pan Wujia's smile froze instantly. He hadn't expected Yi Lan to play this card, turning her mistake into a classified matter, leaving him with no room to argue. Yi Lan added, friendly reminder, my mother is a 9-star soul master and also works in the Jing'an division. Her tone was calm, but her eyes carried a hint of threat. Pan Wujia gritted his teeth and muttered, fine. Yi Lan, you're impressive. Your whole family is impressive. I concede. I will adhere to confidentiality principles and won't disclose today's conversation. Satisfied with the response, Yi Lan nodded and gracefully turned to leave. Although she remained curious about the source of Su Qingfeng's strength, it was beyond her responsibilities. Now, she just wanted to end this awkward situation quickly and reflect on how to avoid making similar mistakes in the future. Therefore, Yi Lan decided not to rush into approaching Su Qingfeng. Her intuition told her that with Su Qingfeng's current skills and the speed at which he was accumulating military merits, he would likely become a member of the Salvation Army in the future, fighting alongside her. Moreover, Su Qingfeng's close friend, Enruo Su, was currently her patient, which provided an easy excuse for meeting him. Meanwhile, after leaving the cafe, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua headed straight to the Lingzhou No. 2 high school campus. The expansive campus was filled with outdoor areas for students to hone their physical bodies and practice soul skills. Su Qingfeng was looking for a quiet place to have a proper talk with Nangong Liua. As they walked through a lush grove and settled in a quaint pavilion, they suddenly heard a familiar voice from the other side of the trees. Weiga, why torture yourself like this? Everyone knows Su Qingfeng awakened a trash martial soul with little future. Even if his martial arts skills are decent now, so what? Once you increase your martial soul fusion rate to 10 and master the second soul skill of the 7-star martial soul, the poisonous dragon, crushing that guy will be a piece of cake. By then, our class leader, Nangong Liua, will surely be smitten with you and might even pursue you. Weiga, you're wasting energy on physical training, which is just missing the point. Hearing their names, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua immediately recognized the voice as belonging to their classmate. Weiga was evidently their vice class leader, Yang Wei. Nangong Liua recalled hearing about Su Qingfeng's rivalry with Yang Wei over her and felt a twinge of secret delight. However, despite Yang Wei being no match for Su Qingfeng, he was a well-known rich heir in Lingzhou with a 7-star martial soul, attracting many followers. At that moment, a sycophant was trying to please Yang Wei with sharp words and advice. Before Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua could react, Yang Wei's rough voice came through. Damn it. Chen Kai, why so much talk for a martial arts sparring partner? You eat and drink at my expense, and now you whine when I ask you to do something. I spend 8 hours every day in the Tongtian realm secret, and now I want to train my martial arts. What's the problem? Get over here and stand still. Qingfeng then realized the lackey's name was Chen Kai, but he barely remembered him. Nangong Liua quietly reminded him. Chen Kai awakened a 5-star martial soul. As class leader, she generally didn't manage affairs but knew the martial soul awakening details of all her classmates, even those who had dropped out. Qingfeng was startled, a 5-star soul master serving as a sparring partner for a 7-star soul master? A slight exertion by Yang Wei could cost Chen Kai his life. He immediately understood that Yang Wei was simply venting his anger. No wonder Chen Kai had been trying so hard to persuade Yang Wei not to waste time on martial arts. It seemed like he didn't want to get beaten up. Qingfeng chuckled inwardly, but he still felt that Chen Kai deserved a lesson for his words. He quietly held back Nangong Liua, who was about to intervene, signaling her to keep watching. Before long, the sound of heavy blows and Chen Kai's painful cries echoed from the grove. Yang Wei was clearly not holding back, each punch landing solidly. Seeing Chen Kai nearly pass out, Qingfeng finally led Nangong Liua out from the pavilion and approached Yang Wei and Chen Kai. Well, if it isn't the vice-class monitor, Qingfeng remarked sarcastically. Taking out your frustrations on a lackey, so early in the morning? Nangong Liua couldn't help but glance at him, thinking Qingfeng must be treating Yang Wei as a rival, which is why he disliked him so much. She blushed at her own thoughts, finding them a bit embarrassing. Both Yang Wei, who was doing the beating, and Chen Kai, who was receiving it, froze. Chen Kai regretted his actions immensely. Had he known Nangong Liua was nearby, he would have preferred to be beaten directly rather than say those offensive things. Now, not only had he been beaten, but Nangong Liua had heard his foolish words, and he felt his life was in danger. Yang Wei, on the other hand, was shocked by something else. Qingfeng and Nangong Liua had been in the grove early in the morning. He had thought there was nothing between them, but now realized it was himself who had no chance. In an instant, Yang Wei felt a chill in his heart, his eyes filled with despair. He couldn't believe that the cool and aloof goddess Nangong Liua would do something so indiscreet. She must have been tricked by Qingfeng. Otherwise, how could the dignified 8-star soul master, with her stunning looks, be interested in Qingfeng, who had awakened a useless martial soul? Just as Yang Wei was about to warn Nangong Liua, she spoke first. Yang Wei, you deliberately assaulted a classmate under the guise of martial arts training. Qingfeng and I heard everything. If you don't want this to escalate, you should take Chen Kai to the infirmary, apologize to him, and compensate for his medical expenses and emotional distress. Otherwise, I'll report this to the class teacher and have her deal with it seriously. Nangong Liua asserted her authority as class monitor, issuing a direct order. Yang Wei was utterly disheartened, seeing how in sync she and Qingfeng were. He finally understood they had already formed an alliance. What a fool I've been. Yang Wei's heart was filled with anger and frustration, with no outlet for his emotions. He suddenly kicked the fallen Chen Kai, sending him flying several meters, and roared, I won't listen. Nangong Liua, what can you do about it? Even if Pei Qingyu came here in person, I'd still say the same thing. For a young man, once he realizes there's no chance with his goddess, his behavior often becomes unusually volatile and impulsive. Yang Wei was exactly in that state at the moment. Poor Chen Kai was the biggest victim. Yang Wei's kick was unrestrained, nearly killing him. At this point, Chen Kai didn't even have the strength to cry out. Nangong Liua furrowed her brows slightly, feeling a bit at a loss. She hadn't expected Yang Wei to act so recklessly and completely disregard her. Lacking experience in handling such situations, she instinctively looked to Qingfeng for help. Nangong Liua stood in the center of the classroom, her brows furrowed. Despite being far more powerful than Yang Wei, her mindset was still that of a student. Instead of resorting to force to solve the problem, she considered reporting to the teacher, hoping for a serious resolution. In stark contrast, Yang Wei had long distanced himself from the identity of an ordinary student. In his eyes, even their homeroom teacher, Pei Qingyu, was just an average 5-star soul master, not worth fearing. More importantly, he was confident that even if things escalated to the point of causing harm, his family could easily smooth things over. This confidence made him reckless, and having lost all hope in Nangong Liua, he cared little for her opinion. Faced with such a tough situation, Nangong Liua instinctively looked to Qingfeng for help. Qingfeng rubbed his chin, a gleam of insight in his eyes, and advised her. Your situation is different. First, you're the class monitor, so he should follow your lead. Secondly, he hit someone first, showed disrespect to the teacher, and is now openly challenging you. As long as you can beat him, you'll be justified no matter who questions it. So just go ahead and teach him a lesson. As he spoke, Qingfeng took out his phone and waved it. You don't have to worry about being falsely accused afterward. I've recorded the entire process of him hitting someone and being disrespectful. This statement and the sudden video evidence left Nangong Liua, Chen Kai, and Yang Wei stunned. They couldn't understand Qingfeng's thought process. Why would he think to record evidence in advance? It was an unusual move. In reality, this was precisely Su Qingfeng's seasoned approach. With the substantial profits from short video platforms, Su Qingfeng's first reaction whenever he encountered potential conflicts was to consider capturing exciting footage to upload online for traffic revenue. Over time, this became almost instinctual for him. At this moment, his foresight provided strong support for Nangong Liua's righteous action. Nangong Liua hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do I really have to do it?" She wasn't afraid of losing to Yang Wei, but was concerned about the serious consequences her two powerful soul skills might cause. Su Qingfeng countered, "Aren't you angry that he's provoking you to your face?" Nangong Liua nodded slightly, admitting, "I'm a bit angry. I think he's being very irresponsible." She had never encountered such direct taunting and was momentarily unsure how to respond. Su Qingfeng turned off the phone's recording function and encouraged her, "Exactly. Just go for it. And I'll take responsibility for any consequences." Hearing this, Nangong Liua finally showed an eager expression. "All right." Meanwhile, Yang Wei, after listening to Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua's perfectly coordinated conversation that completely ignored him, was nearly furious. He shouted, "Do you two think I'm dead or something?" To be honest, Yang Wei somewhat looked down on Nangong Liua. Even though her awakened martial soul was of higher quality by 1 star, he didn't care. In his view, newly minted soul masters had few skills, and battles mostly relied on physical combat. He was confident in his own strength and didn't take Nangong Liua seriously at all. Yang Wei scoffed inwardly. How could he be afraid to fight Nangong Liua hand-to-hand? He prided himself on training harder and having a higher martial soul fusion rate than her. The minor discrepancy of their martial soul star quality didn't bother him. However, deep down, he hesitated. Nangong Liua was the goddess he had admired for years. How could he bring himself to harm her? Nangong Liua, on the other hand, had no such reservations. Convinced by Su Qingfeng's reasoning that teaching Yang Wei a lesson was the right thing to do with no repercussions, she acted decisively. Nine-tailed heavenly fox martial soul, first soul skill. Enchanted fox fire, she declared softly. In an instant, the true form of the nine-tailed heavenly fox appeared behind her and vanished just as quickly. Two eerie blue flames shot from her eyes towards Yang Wei at an unimaginable speed. This was a genuine soul skill of a 9-star, divine martial soul. Even though Nangong Liua used less than 1,000th of its power, it was beyond Yang Wei's ability to withstand. "Ah!" Yang Wei screamed, falling heavily to the ground. The enchanted foxfire was not just a regular magical attack, it also inflicted severe mental torment. Despite being a 7-star soul master, Yang Wei was in excruciating pain and unable to stand. Upon closer inspection, one could see his skin and hair were engulfed in a ghostly blue flame. Strangely, the flames, though powerful, did not damage his clothing. Within seconds, Yang Wei had lost a significant amount of life force, curling up into a ball, in a state barely better than someone critically injured. Su Qingfeng, this should be enough, right? If it continues, I'm afraid he might die. Nangong Liua turned to Su Qingfeng, asking seriously. Su Qingfeng smirked, he won't die that easily. He's secretly drinking restorative potions. It turned out Yang Wei had a storage ring filled with potions to heal injuries and restore life force. He hadn't anticipated the overwhelming power of Nangong Liua's soul skill, which made him feel on the brink of death. In desperation, he consumed whatever potions he had. Although these potent restorative potions couldn't stop the burning of the enchanted foxfire, they temporarily preserved his life. Su Qingfeng had noticed this, which is why he told Nangong Liua not to worry. "I'll have a chat with him," he said, walking over to Yang Wei, pinning him down with his foot, and looking down, asked, "Vice Class President, have you realized your mistake now?" Yang Wei remained silent, glaring venomously at Su Qingfeng. Despite being tormented by Nangong Liua, he blamed Su Qingfeng for instigating the situation. He believed that without Su Qingfeng's encouragement, Nangong Liua wouldn't have acted so harshly. "Seems like you're not convinced," Su Qingfeng said with a grin, lifting his foot. "Then let's simmer this a bit longer. I'm in no hurry. Whenever you're ready to admit your mistake, just call out to me." He left Yang Wei to continue writhing on the ground. Nangong Liua was a bit worried about whether this was too harsh, but seeing Su Qingfeng's confidence, she chose to trust him. Just as the situation seemed to reach a stalemate, a sharp male voice suddenly echoed from afar, shattering the calm of the campus. "Haha, brilliant, just brilliant." The voice carried a hint of sarcasm. "The principal asked me to visit second middle school for an exchange, and I thought it was a waste of time. Who would have thought I'd witness such a spectacular performance here at Lingzhou Second Middle School? This trip has definitely been worth it. Bai Ningbing, wouldn't you agree?" Su Qingfeng's brow furrowed involuntarily at the mention of Bai Ningbing. He was familiar with the name. She was the girl from Lingzhou First Middle School who had awakened a 9-star, divine martial soul. So, this sarcastic boy must be Zhang Yang, another newly emerged 9-star soul master from Lingzhou First Middle School. Su Qingfeng turned to look and indeed saw two young people in Lingzhou First Middle School uniforms standing about a few dozen meters away, curiously observing the situation. They arrived so early and appeared to be moving freely, with no one else accompanying them. This was quite unusual. Zhang Yang was tall and handsome, with a confident smile on his face. In contrast, Bai Ningbing, true to her name, was expressionless and indifferent, exuding an icy aura. Unlike Zhang Yang's casual demeanor, Bai Ningbing appeared particularly serious at the moment. In response to Zhang Yang's greeting, Bai Ningbing merely shook her head lightly and uttered two words: boring. It turned out that the exchange team from Lingzhou First Middle School, mentioned earlier by Pei Qingyu, had arrived at Lingzhou Second Middle School early in the morning. Under the guidance of Lingzhou First Middle School's principal, Han Tang, student representatives led by Zhang Yang and Bai Ningbing were taking this opportunity to observe the teaching environment at Lingzhou Second Middle School. These students had an important mission: to uncover any hidden talents in Lingzhou Second Middle School's senior year that might threaten Lingzhou First Middle School's ambition to dominate the top 10 in this year's martial arts challenge competition. However, Zhang Yang and Bai Ningbing didn't expect to witness such a spectacle so soon after starting their inspection. The deputy class monitor, Yang Wei, was taking out his frustrations on a subordinate, while Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua were not in a hurry to rescue anyone. Instead, they seemed intent on using physical means to reform Yang Wei. The school spirit at Lingzhou Second Middle School was indeed unique. It seemed that here, Might was right. Zhang Yang and Bai Ningbing couldn't help but be shocked by the scene before them. In comparison, the distinctly hierarchical and peaceful coexistence mode at Lingzhou First Middle School seemed utterly inadequate. Despite hitting a soft spot, Zhang Yang showed no sign of embarrassment. He continued to smile and said, "How can it be boring? From what we've seen, Lingzhou Second Middle School is surely a school of unity and mutual support. Such scenes of camaraderie among students are rare at our school, ha." Faced with the sudden appearance of two geniuses from another school, Nangong Liua looked a bit embarrassed, but Su Qingfeng remained unfazed. He whispered to Nangong Liua, "Don't worry, they're not from our school. Whatever they say outside won't be believed. People will just think they're deliberately trying to discredit us." Nangong Liua couldn't help but feel speechless at this. She felt that Su Qingfeng was sounding more and more like a villain. Of course, even if Su Qingfeng were a villain, she would be an accomplice. No matter what they faced, she wouldn't shy away. On the other side, Zhang Yang's smile froze when he heard Su Qingfeng's remark. He had to admit, Su Qingfeng had a point. He contemplated whether he should follow the boy's lead and record a video as evidence on his phone. Just then, Bai Ningbing suddenly spoke up. "9-star soul technique." "What?" Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback and instinctively looked at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was staring intently at the fallen Yang Wei, her expression serious as she explained, "The blue flames on that person have immense power. It's definitely a 9-star soul technique." Hearing this, Zhang Yang was stunned. According to Bai Ningbing, the stunningly beautiful girl nearby was actually a 9-star soul master? Wasn't it said that Lingzhou Second Middle School had no new 9-star soul masters? Damn, this school is definitely not simple. Zhang Yang thought to himself, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. Bai Ningbing's awakened 9-star divine martial soul is quite unique and is called Deepening, a mythical beast. The innate abilities and soul skills of the Deepening martial soul are primarily used to enhance detection and perception capabilities. As a result, compared to other 9-star soul masters, Bai Ningbing's combat abilities are not particularly strong. She might even lose in a duel against many formidable 8-star soul masters. This is why she is more low-key than Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's awakened 9-star martial soul is the feathered serpent god, a truly combat-oriented martial soul. Zhang Yang's nature is flamboyant, and with such a powerful high-star martial soul, he naturally acts with confidence and ease. However, Zhang Yang is not without intelligence. When Bai Ningbing pointed out that the foxfire used by Nangong Liua was a 9-star soul skill, he instantly became serious. His previously carefree demeanor was replaced by caution and calmness. Clearly, that girl was Nangong Liua. Had she concealed her martial soul's star level, or did she pay to upgrade it? Zhang Yang's gaze locked onto Nangong Liua, speculating silently. Soon, Zhang Yang reached a conclusion. When middle school students awaken their martial souls, a special commissioner from the education department is on site to assist, making it nearly impossible for Nangong Liua to hide her martial soul's true star level. Comparatively, the possibility that she paid to upgrade her martial soul is higher, but upgrading an 8-star martial soul would cost at least tens of billions of star coins, a burden for ordinary families. With this thought, Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Could Nangong Liua's Nangong be from the Nangong Trading Company? Their financial power is truly astonishing. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua were intrigued by Bai Ningbing's powerful perception abilities. That girl can instantly identify the 9-star soul skill you're using. Her perception is indeed extraordinary. Su Qingfeng remarked casually. To him, Whether Nangong Liua's Foxfire was an 8-star or 9-star soul skill, its destructive power was negligible, so he hadn't paid much attention to the unique qualities of the blue flames. If Su Qingfeng had carefully distinguished them, with the powerful perception abilities of his great sage martial soul, he could also identify the flames as a 9-star soul skill. However, Bai Ningbing could discern the grade of Nangong Liua's soul skill from such a distance, which was astonishing. I heard Bai Ningbing's awakened martial soul is called Deepening, a mythical beast with incredibly strong perception abilities. If the information is accurate, she should be one of the few 9-star divine soul masters renowned for her perception abilities. Nangong Liua, shared with Su Qingfeng. Deepening, the mythical beast? That perception ability must be extraordinary. Su Qingfeng was intrigued upon hearing the name. Isn't that the mount of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? With Deepening appearing, could Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva exist in this world? At that moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly stared intently at Su Qingfeng, a look of confusion flashing in her eyes as she muttered to herself. How can he be so powerful? It turned out that Bai Ningbing had just tried to sense Su Qingfeng's strength and was instantly shocked. Su Qingfeng's body seemed ordinary, like that of a typical untrained teenager, but his physical strength was beyond Bai Ningbing's imagination. Facing Su Qingfeng's seemingly invincible physique, Bai Ningbing's mind was filled with the phrase, indestructible. She stared intently at Su Qingfeng, and as she sensed the faint aura of his martial spirit, she felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. The vast disparity left her in despair. Bai Ningbing was bewildered, unable to comprehend the level of Su Qingfeng's awakened martial spirit. Even a legendary 10-star soul master couldn't possibly evoke such a tremendous shock in her. At that moment, Zhang Yang misinterpreted Bai Ningbing's reaction, assuming she was marveling at Nangong Liua's powerful soul technique. He puffed out his chest and boasted, Bai Ningbing, you might not know this, but my feathered serpent god soul technique is definitely stronger. Don't overestimate others and underestimate yourself. Even if Nangong Liua is a 9-star soul master, it can't change the overall decline of second high. Bai Ningbing ignored Zhang Yang's words. She walked straight up to Su Qingfeng and politely asked, Hello, I'm Bai Ningbing from Lingzhou First High. What's your name? Can we get to know each other? As a 9-star soul master with a support-oriented nature, Bai Ningbing had a clear understanding of her role. She inherently disliked combat, opting to either aim for a command position or align with the strongest ally when forced into battle. She once thought Zhang Yang was that strong ally, tolerating his flamboyant behavior for that reason. But upon seeing Su Qingfeng, she unhesitatingly chose to abandon Zhang Yang and initiate a conversation with Su Qingfeng. Though Zhang Yang and Bai Ningbing were still technically students of Lingzhou First High, they had already been admitted to Qingfeng Martial University. Bai Ningbing's current choice was essentially about finding future partners and teammates at Qingfeng Martial University. She didn't know Su Qingfeng's specific background, but was confident he could easily enter Qingfeng Martial University. Building a good relationship now would make it easier to align with him in the future. Zhang Yang was stunned by Bai Ningbing's actions. To him, there was only one reason for Bai Ningbing to approach Su Qingfeng so proactively. Su Qingfeng's looks. He couldn't believe it. Was Bai Ningbing really so superficial? Although he had no special feelings for Bai Ningbing, watching a companion abandon him to join the enemy was still displeasing. Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua were also surprised by Bai Ningbing's actions. Nangong Liua was particularly displeased. Did her beauty hold no sway? Standing right next to Su Qingfeng, yet another girl dared to bypass her to directly approach him? Did Bai Ningbing overestimate her own allure? But soon, Nangong Liua realized something was off. Observing closely, she noticed that Bai Ningbing's gaze at Su Qingfeng lacked any admiration or appreciation. In fact, Bai Ningbing's eyes revealed no emotion whatsoever. It was as if greeting Su Qingfeng was merely a task she needed to accomplish. She had no opinion on this behavior or on Su Qingfeng himself. This girl was indeed a bit strange. Nangong Liua didn't sense any threat from Bai Ningbing and decided to wait and see. Su Qingfeng glanced at Nangong Liua first, seeing she wasn't upset, then turned to Bai Ningbing and said, My name is Su Qingfeng, she's Nangong Liua, and the two on the ground are our classmates. What can I do for you? So, you're Su Qingfeng. Bai Ningbing realized, a look of understanding crossing her face. Meanwhile, Yang Wei continued to roll in agony, still burning from the flames, which unsettled Bai Ningbing. It seemed she had acted impulsively. From what she had seen, Su Qingfeng wasn't kind-hearted. If he could team up with Nangong Liua to torment classmates, would he bully teammates in the future? With this thought, Bai Ningbing's impulsive desire to associate with Su Qingfeng cooled significantly. However, she maintained a polite demeanor and smiled at Su Qingfeng, saying, If I'm not mistaken, we will be future classmates at Qingfeng Martial University. I'm a prospective student at the Command Academy, and I hope we can keep in touch, Su Qingfeng. Bai Ningbing only spoke to Su Qingfeng, not even mentioning Nangong Liua's name. A more socially savvy girl would have exchanged pleasantries, greeting Nangong Liua and complimenting her, and Su Qingfeng as a perfect pair. However, Bai Ningbing did not do so. Nangong Liua instinctively felt that Bai Ningbing wasn't ignoring her out of jealousy. A thought crossed Nangong Liua's mind, perhaps Bai Ningbing simply wanted to be Su Qingfeng's teammate. The Alliance's elite martial schools, especially prestigious ones, train combat soul masters. Training involves several aspects, including individual abilities, battlefield command, and team combat skills. Although Bai Ningbing chose the Command Academy, it didn't mean she wouldn't participate in other training. In terms of personal ability, Bai Ningbing couldn't rely on others, but team combat training was different. Elite martial schools often form teams with students of different specialties for long-term practical training. For example, a soul master like Su Qingfeng, skilled in close combat, and someone like Nangong Liua, adept at control and mental attacks, could form a fixed team to complement each other's strengths through extensive practice, ultimately becoming a formidable force on the battlefield. Perhaps Bai Ningbing had noticed Su Qingfeng's potential and wanted to secure a spot as his teammate. After all, the perceptive abilities of the Deepening mythical beast were remarkable. With this realization, Nangong Liua understood Bai Ningbing's odd behavior. Her relationship with Su Qingfeng had progressed rapidly, and she had already bound herself to him in her heart. In other words, she would undoubtedly join the combat team Su Qingfeng would form in the future. As for Bai Ningbing, although her combat ability was not strong, as a relatively rare 9-star soul master, she still had unique value. Nangong Liua didn't mind having such a teammate. However, it was too early to discuss these things. She didn't want to influence Su Qingfeng's judgment, so she chose to remain silent and simply watch quietly. After listening to Bai Ningbing, Su Qingfeng understood her intentions. He was indeed intrigued by her talent and soul skills. However, the idea of forming a combat team didn't appeal to him. It wasn't that he underestimated Bai Ningbing's abilities. He simply preferred working alone. He had even turned down Nangong Liua's previous invitation to train together without hesitation. If joining the Starry Sky Martial University required forming a combat team for missions, the only teammate Su Qingfeng would consider for now was Nangong Liua. As for Bai Ningbing, they weren't familiar enough yet. After all, she was currently the outstanding student representative of Lingzhou First High School, undoubtedly using her strong perception abilities to gather intelligence on Lingzhou Second High School. At this point, they were still competitors, and it felt odd to hastily talk about friendship. Of course, with Bai Ningbing being so proactive, Su Qingfeng didn't want to be rude. He thought to himself that he would consider it once he got into the university. Su Qingfeng gave a casual smile, not providing Bai Ningbing with a concrete answer. "You're actually going to take the exam yourself?" Bai Ningbing was shocked by Su Qingfeng's words, thinking to herself that having him take the martial exam was like a 10-star soul master entering a kindergarten. "I have no choice. I awakened an unknown martial soul, as you might know," Su Qingfeng replied with a smile. Bai Ningbing was speechless. For most people, an unknown martial soul was considered a low-grade, worthless one. However, Su Qingfeng's unknown martial soul was likely so powerful that even the reincarnation Tower of Artifacts couldn't discern its nature. Although rejected, Bai Ningbing didn't feel embarrassed and returned to her classmate Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, seeing Bai Ningbing return, wasn't particularly pleased. He thought to himself, "So, I'm just a backup." Unable to resist, he asked, "Bai Ningbing, why did you approach Su Qingfeng? Is he your type?" Bai Ningbing gave Zhang Yang a peculiar look and asked, "Do you like me, Zhang Yang?" Huh. Zhang Yang was taken aback, not expecting such directness from her. Though he appeared carefree, he was actually quite ambitious. Especially after awakening his 9-star martial soul, he had resolved not to waste time on women until his martial soul fusion reached 90. He didn't aim for 100 because it was incredibly difficult for a 9-star soul master to achieve full fusion, and he might never accomplish it. When he grew older, he figured he would eventually settle down. Feeling a bit awkward, Zhang Yang explained, "No, I'm just concerned about you." "I don't need your concern," Bai Ningbing replied before walking away. For most girls, being denied affection so bluntly might be a major blow, but Bai Ningbing was unfazed. She left simply because she didn't want to linger. Zhang Yang, seeing her sudden departure, assumed he had been too blunt and hurt her feelings. He quickly chased after her to explain. In the small grove, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua stood beside two injured individuals, the air thick with tension. Yang Wei was in agony from the torment of the demon fox's fire, his body convulsing and his clothes drenched in sweat. Despite having a restorative potion to cling to life, the dual torment of body and mind had drained him of any will to resist. Help me. I don't want to die." "Ah, it hurts so much." Yang Wei gasped painfully, his eyes filled with fear and despair. His attitude towards Su Qingfeng had completely shifted from resentment to fear, only wanting to escape this endless suffering. Su Qingfeng walked slowly to Yang Wei's side, a faint smile on his lips. "Vice class leader, it seems you've decided to change your mind?" Yang Wei, like a drowning dog, begged for mercy in the cold rain from strangers. "I was wrong. Please save me." I'll heal Qingkai and apologize. His voice trembled, his eyes glistening with a plea. Su Qingfeng nodded slightly, thinking, indeed, reasoning works, and physical reasoning is still reasoning. He turned to Nangong Liua, who was looking relieved as she asked if she could lift the demon fire from Yang Wei. Not yet. Su Qingfeng shook his head. He's only agreed to heal Chen Kai, but hasn't agreed to compensate for the mental distress, nor discuss the details of the compensation. Let me talk to him a bit more. Nangong Liua couldn't help but feel Su Qingfeng's approach was too harsh. Yang Wei, however, was completely shocked by these words, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Damn it, in my current state, I'm almost dead. How can I haggle over details with you? I agree. I'll agree to everything. Whatever compensation he wants, I'll give it. And I won't say a word about today's events. I won't cause you any trouble." Su Qingfeng gave a thumbs up, saying to Nangong Liua, "See, I told you the vice-class leader is reasonable." Although Nangong Liua thought it was more like a forced confession, she had to admit Su Qingfeng's method was indeed effective, giving her a sense of justice being served. "All right, now you can lift the spell on him," Su Qingfeng finally ordered. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei was so relieved he nearly fainted. Nangong Liua complied and lifted the demon foxfire, then stood quietly behind Su Qingfeng, awaiting further instructions. As the demon fire dissipated, Yang Wei's powerful life force as a 7-star soul master began to take effect. He quickly swallowed several bottles of high-grade restorative potions, and his physical injuries rapidly healed. This was precisely why Su Qingfeng dared to let Nangong Liua torment Yang Wei in such a manner. As long as no one gets seriously hurt, it's just a friendly spar. After instinctively healing his injuries, Yang Wei found himself with no evidence to complain. He struggled to stand from the ground, cast a cold glance at Su Qingfeng, and then walked straight to Chen Kai, hoisting his unconscious companion and leaving. Yang Wei was so deeply hurt by Nangong Liua that he couldn't bear to look at her, as if each glance added to his pain. Su Qingfeng watched Yang Wei leave, a teasing smile playing on his lips. It seems the world has gained another great warrior with no woman in his heart, wielding his sword with divine skill. Nangong Liua was taken aback by this comment, frowning slightly. She felt Su Qingfeng's words were strange, as if accusing her of hindering Yang Wei's cultivation progress. Seeing her reaction, Su Qingfeng quickly explained, "I mean, starting today, Yang Wei will see through worldly desires and stop pursuing you. He'll turn all his frustration and pain into motivation to move forward. Maybe the human race will gain a great warrior in the futurient. That a good thing." Nangong Liua pursed her lips, her tone indifferent. "I don't care about him." She looked at Su Qingfeng, her expression suddenly shy, and asked softly, "But what about you? Do you also think that having no woman in your heart makes you a better fighter?" Su Qingfeng shook his head, replying earnestly, "That's not the same. I wield a staff, and I'm happy to indulge in romance." Hearing this, Nangong Liua's face turned bright red. Although Su Qingfeng's words seemed innocent, she sensed a different implication. She wasn't sure if she was overthinking it, or if Su Qingfeng was teasing her on purpose. Seeing Nangong Liua's embarrassed expression, Su Qingfeng smiled slightly and asked gently, "Feeling better now? Can you tell me what happened last night?" From the start, by encouraging her to confront Yang Wei, he was trying to help her release some negative emotions. Only then did Nangong Liua realize Su Qingfeng had been trying to cheer her up all along. This realization filled her with warmth, and she felt a strong urge to hug him. However, considering they were on campus with classmates, alumni, and teachers all around, she thought better of it. Yet, her gaze towards Su Qingfeng was now filled with undeniable admiration and affection. With her hands clasped behind her back, Nangong Liua said somewhat shyly, "All right, I'll tell you everything." After hearing her story, Su Qingfeng realized that Nangong Liua had fallen out with her mother. This was no small matter, explaining why the usually cheerful heiress looked so troubled that morning. Nangong Liua looked at Su Qingfeng and tentatively asked, "Actually, I have an idea of what my mother truly wants. I sense that seeing me become more independent and strong-willed might even make her proud. If I just strive to become stronger, protect my mother, and secure my position in the family succession struggle, that should be enough, right? Is that how you see it?" Su Qingfeng chuckled and shook his head. "You're underestimating your mother's ambition. She's not someone who's easily satisfied. This falling out was just a part of her plan." Hearing this, Nangong Liua stood frozen, speechless. Her mind raced as she tried to grasp her mother's true intentions, but all she felt was confusion and unease. Old habits die hard. Su Qingfeng did not believe that Qin Yusin would give up her control over Nangong Liua. Before analyzing the relationship between Nangong Liua and her mother, one must first determine who is more mature and resourceful, Nangong Liua or her mother. Undoubtedly, the answer is Qin Yusin. Nangong Liua's attitude towards Qin Yusin is primarily one of dependence, yet she also desires to resist the mental control that makes her uncomfortable. Qin Yusin is well aware of Nangong Liua's reliance on her. This time, The rupture is less about the breakdown of mother-daughter affection and more about Qin Yusin exploiting her daughter's dependence to stage a deliberate act. After their argument, Qin Yusin simply went back to sleep, while Nangong Liua, never intending to sever ties with her mother, was left bewildered for several hours. Ultimately, this naive girl concluded that she needed to shoulder family responsibilities and take care of her mother. Clearly, this line of thinking from Nangong Liua is exactly what Qin Yusin hoped for, perhaps even calculated from the start. Moving forward, Qin Yusin merely needs to continue portraying the role of a disappointed mother, quietly waiting for her daughter to work hard and achieve success to please her. Su Qingfeng did not doubt Qin Yusin's maternal love for Nangong Liua, but he found her manipulative methods deplorable. He believed that the highest form of caring for one's children is not possession and control, but granting them independent and free thought. After receiving a hint from Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liua realized that the mother-daughter rupture was likely staged. Her sadness, confusion, and hesitation from the previous night were merely scenarios her mother deliberately created to make her concede and seek maternal love by compromising. Otherwise, they could have communicated well and resolved their conflicts. Realizing this, Nangong Liua felt troubled inside. At this point, Su Qingfeng spoke. Actually, your mother is better than many others. At least she's willing to spend money on you, isn't she? Nangong Liua looked at him blankly and replied quietly. The money my mother spends comes from the shares my father left behind. Technically, both of us are spending my father's money. Moreover, she's willing to spend money because she sees me as a worthwhile investment. You must understand, neither Nangong Liua nor Qin Yusin actually owns shares. They became shareholders of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce because they inherited the shares from my father, who went missing in the Tianyuan battlefield. It seems you figured it out, which is a good thing. Su Qingfeng knew that Nangong Liua was in a phase of mental weaning. She needed to abandon her past reliance on her mother and rebuild her worldview. In the future, mother and daughter would still be mother and daughter, but before that, Nangong Liua needed to be herself first, not just Qin Yusin's daughter. This was crucial. Nangong Liua gazed at Su Qingfeng, curiously asking, "Why are you so insightful, even proficient in psychology?" Su Qingfeng laughed it off, skipping the topic, while thinking to himself that he would never tell Nangong Liua that in his past life, he even took time to become a certified psychological counselor to better understand women. As Su Qingfeng continued to help Nangong Liua, the story went on. Zhang Yang and Bai Ningbing hurried into the conference room of the Lingzhou No. 2 middle school guest house, where an air of tension filled the room. Principal Han Tang and several top students had been waiting for some time. Despite his usually stern and formal demeanor, Han Tang wore a warm and welcoming smile. He stood up and greeted them enthusiastically. "Zhang Yang, Bai, come on in, take a break, have some hot tea." To onlookers, Han Tang's gesture seemed quite magnanimous. As a six-star soul master and the principal, it was unusual for him to be so courteous to two young students. However, this was a testament to Han Tang's foresight. Zhang Yang and Bai Ningbing were exceptionally rare 9-star soul masters, both specially recruited by Qingfeng Military University. Even though they were still young, they were not to be underestimated. Han Tang had big plans for the upcoming martial arts competition. He counted on these two top students, who had already secured guaranteed admission, to compete and earn excellent results for Lingzhou No. 1 middle school. His ambition was even greater. He aimed for Lingzhou No. 1 middle school students to dominate the top 10 positions in the Lingzhou martial arts competition, at the very least securing the top 3 spots. This would ensure that, apart from Nangong Liua, there would be no other Qingfeng Military University freshmen from Lingzhou No. 2 middle school. Han Tang indulged in the fantasy of his educational achievements being recognized, his reputation and career reaching new heights, and possibly even an exceptional promotion to head of the Lingzhou Education Bureau. However, Bai Ningbing's next words were like a splash of cold water, pulling him back to reality. "Principal, I have something to tell you," Bai Ningbing said calmly. "I've decided to withdraw from the martial arts competition. I'll return any rewards I received under the previous agreement as soon as possible." Her words were like a bombshell, causing an uproar in the room. Everyone was shocked, struggling to comprehend why a 9-star soul master like her would suddenly decide to withdraw. Zhang Yang was the first to break the silence, asking incredulously, "Why?" He speculated whether Bai Ningbing had fallen for Su Qingfeng at first sight, and, to avoid hindering his chances at Qingfeng Military University, chose to withdraw from the agreement with the school. If that were the case, Bai Ningbing's actions seemed a bit excessive. Initially, Bai Ningbing, Zhang Yang, and another student with an awakened 8-star martial soul had secured guaranteed admission to Qingfeng Military University and could have opted out of the competition, focusing on training for the new school year. However, Principal Han Tang had persuaded them with generous terms to participate in the competition, intending to prevent Lingzhou No. 2 middle school students from entering Qingfeng Military University. Han Tang spared no expense, and the students, wanting to give back to their alma mater, agreed to the collaboration. Han Tang's visit to Lingzhou number 2 middle school with outstanding students was part of this plan. Today, he aimed not only to gather intelligence, but also to use the newly minted 9-star Soul Masters to crush the confidence of Lingzhou number 2 middle school's top students. Bai Ningbing was a crucial element of this intimidation strategy. Han Tang never expected that after Bai Ningbing went out for a stroll, she would suddenly tell him she didn't want to continue. He looked at her, puzzled, with a slight frown, waiting for her explanation. Bai Ningbing ignored Zhang Yang's question and instead looked Han Tang straight in the eyes, firmly saying, "I lack confidence and don't want to waste any more time." Hearing this, Han Tang couldn't help but chuckle softly. He looked Bai Ningbing up and down incredulously and asked, "A dignified 9-star Soul Master, participating in a city-level martial arts challenge, and you say you lack confidence? Even if your 9-star Divine Martial Soul is a bit special and your combat abilities are average, it's not to this extent, right?" Bai Ningbing pursed her lips and didn't say anything more, feeling she had explained enough. Anything more would just be a waste of words. At this point, Zhang Yang finally spoke up with a frown. "Principal, we just ran into Nangong Liua. Her martial soul, the 9-tailed heavenly fox, has advanced to the next star level. Now, Nangong Liua is a 9-star soul master." "What? Her martial soul advanced?" Han Tang's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this, a flash of shock in his eyes. He had originally thought there were no newly advanced 9-star soul masters in Lingzhou number 2 high school, making it easy to handle. He hadn't expected such a twist. Han Tang pondered for a moment, recalling the information about the martial soul advancement ceremony. The cost, often tens or hundreds of billions, was beyond what an ordinary family could afford. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Wait, that surname, could she be a descendant of the chairman of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce? Realizing this, Han Tang didn't want to give up persuading Bai Ningbing to continue with the agreement. He spoke gently. "Bai, actually, Nangong Liua might not even participate in the martial arts challenge. Even if she does, it doesn't necessarily mean you'll face her in the competition. So, there's no need to be so anxious." Zhang Yang immediately chimed in. "Exactly. I'll handle Nangong Liua, and the rest are yours to deal with as you please." Bai Ningbing's expression turned a bit peculiar after hearing their remarks. She thought to herself, had she ever mentioned Nangong Liua's name? Why did both the principal and Zhang Yang assume she was afraid of Nangong Liua? In reality, the person Bai Ningbing was truly wary of was Su Qingfeng. She was completely certain that Su Qingfeng, who hadn't secured a direct admission to Qingfeng Martial University, would definitely participate in the martial arts challenge. As long as she competed, there was a significant chance she would end up facing Su Qingfeng. Bai Ningbing had no desire to develop a psychological shadow from being defeated by Su Qingfeng. Bai Ningbing initially wanted to explain Su Qingfeng's extraordinary abilities. But then she reconsidered. Why should she risk offending Su Qingfeng by revealing his secrets? Moreover, what benefit would there be for her to disclose Su Qingfeng's secrets? Bai Ningbing couldn't think of any. In the end, she just shook her head and softly said, "Sorry, Principal, I've made up my mind, and you don't need to persuade me anymore." Hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed in Han Tang's eyes, but he quickly controlled his emotions. He thought, with more than 2 months before the martial arts exam, there might still be room for change. It would be unwise to rush into a confrontation with Bai Ningbing now. At that moment, Han Tang glanced at Zhang Yang and curiously asked, "Zhang Yang, you went out with Bai just now. Besides running into Nangong Liua, did you see anyone else or anything else? Tell me about it." Han Tang was concerned that Bai Ningbing might have been deceived by someone. Zhang Yang felt relieved to hear this. The principal was finally taking an interest in the matter. He thought it necessary to inform the principal that Bai Ningbing seemed to be infatuated with that pretty boy named Su Qingfeng. "Principal, first of all, I must say that our optimistic assessment of Lingzhou number 2 high school's overall strength is highly problematic." Zhang Yang's voice carried a tone of seriousness. He then detailed a scene he had witnessed. Yang Wei's assault on Chen Kai, followed by Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua's use of the 9-star soul technique to punish Yang Wei. After hearing this account, the expressions of those present turned grim. Han Tang furrowed his brows, pondering inwardly. How is this normal school life? Conflicts between students are resolved through strength alone, without any mediation from teachers? This is more like a small-scale world of the survival of the fittest. However, as the principal, Han Tang quickly collected his thoughts. He couldn't let Zhang Yang's judgment sway everyone's confidence, so he waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Zhang Yang, do not hastily label the students of Lingzhou number 2 high school. Perhaps it's just a few exceptional students, and the others might be quite gentle." Zhang Yang nodded in agreement, but then shifted the topic. "I'm quite curious why Bai Ningbing would take an interest in Su Qingfeng. She approached him for a conversation and then announced her withdrawal from the martial arts selection. Although I hesitate to think this way, the facts are evident. I hope Bai Ningbing can explain." This left Han Tang stunned. As someone with considerable charm, Bai Ningbing shouldn't lack suitors to this extent. Would she really give up such an important opportunity for a boy she just met? Wait, Su Qingfeng, that name. Zhang Yang, Han Tang asked with a peculiar expression. Is this Su Qingfeng you're talking about, the same one who caused a stir at the awakening ceremony by rejecting the 9-star divine martial soul, leading to the principal's suspension? Who else could it be? Zhang Yang sighed. I must admit, this guy is indeed a bit more handsome than I am. Ignoring Zhang Yang's self-praise, Han Tang turned his concern to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, is this true? Did you really withdraw because of Su Qingfeng? Bai Ningbing initially intended to explain the misunderstanding, but then realized that admitting it might save a lot of trouble. So she softly replied, yes. Bai Ningbing lifted her gaze, responding confidently. I'm not participating in the martial arts selection because of Su Qingfeng. Han Tang's face immediately darkened, thinking to himself, what a bad day. He had brought his elite team to Lingzhou Second High School, intending to challenge the students, but instead lost a key player. The colleagues at Lingzhou Second High were indeed formidable. Their strategy of using a handsome man was executed flawlessly. Han Tang took a deep breath, suppressing his dissatisfaction, and tried to keep his tone calm. I advise you not to act impulsively. First, the resources the school provides are crucial for you. Second, betraying the school for a guy you just met could harm your reputation. Think it over. There's no rush to answer me now. Having said this, Han Tang gave himself an out, ready to move past the topic. Since he had brought students to Lingzhou Second High, there were still tasks to accomplish. After all, Bai Ningbing only mentioned giving up the martial arts challenge months later, not withdrawing from today's activities. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the meeting room, indicating that the reception team from Lingzhou Second High had begun to take action. Shortly after, the doors to the meeting room swung open, and a tall, lean middle-aged man with slightly dark skin entered. With a smile on his face, he walked straight up to Han Tang and said, Mr. Liu didn't expect Principal Han and his group to arrive so early. Please forgive us for not being prepared. This tall, lean middle-aged man was Liu Yongdao, the current acting principal of Lingzhou Second High and a 5-star soul master. Behind Liu Yongdao were the director of academics and several teacher representatives from the senior year, including Pei Qingyu, the acting homeroom teacher of class 31. Pei Qingyu mentally tallied the talents from the other school, feeling increasingly pressured. As a teacher, she wasn't in direct competition with these students, yet she couldn't shake her unease. She imagined how her own students might feel anxious when faced with such formidable opponents. Pei Qingyu reluctantly acknowledged that Lingzhou First High would likely emerge victorious this time. Even though she had discovered an extraordinary talent in Su Qingfeng, it might not be enough to boost the morale. What a pity, she thought to herself, if only Nangong Liua had awakened a 9-star divine martial soul. If that were the case, even if Lingzhou Second High didn't have the overall momentum, they would at least have the qualifications to rival Lingzhou First High, and the average students could retain a sliver of hope in defeating a strong adversary. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua had been in the small grove for about half an hour, and by a little after 9 in the morning, they returned together to the class 31 classroom. Su Qingfeng had promised Pei Qingyu he would come back to support the class. Nangong Liua originally planned to continue her training in Tongtian realm, but Bai Ningbing's enthusiastic attitude towards Su Qingfeng made her change her mind. She decided to stay and help Su Qingfeng and Pei Qingyu maintain order. This left the students in the class dumbfounded, their faces full of disbelief. It was already surprising enough that Nangong Liua, who had secured a spot at Qingfeng Martial University, suddenly returned to class. But what piqued their curiosity even more was her appearance alongside Su Qingfeng. A bold guess flashed through the minds of her classmates. Were the two of them actually together? The thought seemed quite unbelievable to them. However, Nangong Liua and Su Qingfeng were not the type to care about rumors. They walked into the classroom side by side, showing no intention of avoiding suspicion, and then returned to their seats. As soon as Nangong Liua sat down, a few girls who were close to her eagerly gathered around, chattering about her and Su Qingfeng. When did you start dating? How far have you gone? Have you held hands? Kissed? Are you living together already? These increasingly direct questions caught Nangong Liua off guard, even though she usually considered herself unbothered by gossip. Although she and Su Qingfeng hadn't engaged in any intimate interactions typical of couples, she had indeed taken a shower at Su Qingfeng's house. If this news spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, Nangong Liua became cautious, wary of responding carelessly. Meanwhile, the situation on Su Qingfeng's side was entirely different. Since he had last disciplined Yang Wei, most classmates dared not approach him recklessly. Even his deskmate, Luo Ping, seemed to have accepted the situation, merely greeting him briefly before immersing himself in his phone, avoiding any mention of Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua's relationship. Su Qingfeng casually glanced at Luo Ping's phone screen and was surprised to find him repeatedly watching the second video Su had recently posted. Su Qingfeng checked the video's details and stats. Video title: 6-minute speedrun of Ascension's 51st level in Hell mode. Stats: 1 billion likes, 10 billion views, 2 billion comments. Su Qingfeng was astonished that in just one day, this video's views nearly matched those of his previous viral video featuring the massacre of lizardmen. A rough estimate suggested that this second video could bring him over 1 billion star coins in revenue. Su Qingfeng couldn't help but marvel at how lucrative being a video creator was. What caught Su Qingfeng's attention even more was the fact that the second video had more comments than the first. Observing Luo Ping's actions for a while, Su Qingfeng quickly understood why. The high popularity of Su Qingfeng's video had stirred jealousy among many, prompting a flood of haters to swarm the comment section with scornful remarks, while Su Qingfeng's fans engaged in heated exchanges with them. Luo Ping was busy doing just that. Someone commented, "This video is obviously fake, made with AI special effects." Luo Ping immediately retorted, "I bet you're fake too, a digital life form. Why don't you prove it with a selfie?" Another person said, "This creator just craves attention. If he's so skilled, why doesn't he fight on the Abyss battlefield against real enemies? What's the point of setting records in the Ascension trials? Boring." Luo Ping indignantly replied, "You're the boring one. Why don't you just drop dead? You have these amazing videos to enjoy, yet you're still dissatisfied. It's easy to criticize when you're not the one doing it. You little hater." Su Qingfeng hadn't expected Luo Ping to be such a dedicated fan of his video channel, spending so much time engaging with haters. This guy's verbal combat skills were truly impressive, holding his own in debates without faltering. If he couldn't win, he simply blocked them and moved on, maintaining an incredibly steady mindset, like a true warrior. Luo Ping was intently focused on his phone screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard. He was so absorbed in the online debate that he didn't notice anything happening around him. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Old Luo. Hearing Su Qingfeng call him by his nickname, Luo Ping immediately looked up, curious about his friend. "What's up, phone?" Su Qingfeng's gaze fell on Luo Ping's phone, and he asked knowingly, "What are you up to?" Luo Ping's eyes lit up, as if he'd found an opportunity to boast. He held up his phone, showing the screen to Su Qingfeng, and excitedly explained, "Oh, phone, you're asking about this. I can't stand people bad-mouthing my idol, the Revelations guy, so I'm battling these trolls in the sensitive words database." Su Qingfeng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Battling the sensitive words database. Competing to see who has more mom jokes, right? He shook his head and asked, "Have you even seen what this exclusive Revelations blogger looks like? And you've already made him your idol?" Su Qingfeng knew that he was meticulous with his video postings, avoiding any close-ups to keep his identity hidden. The videos only showed him from a distance, making it unlikely for anyone to discern his true appearance. He was sure Luo Ping didn't know the account was his. Luo Ping immediately retorted righteously, "Phone, that's not fair. We're men, not like those star-chasing girls. Does it matter what my idol looks like? What's important is that he's powerful and fierce. Someone like the Revelations guy, who can take on anything with his soul skills, is the coolest idol in my eyes." Su Qingfeng didn't expect Luo Ping's fan loyalty to be so intense. He was practically a diehard fan. He wondered to himself whether Luo Ping would feel disillusioned or ecstatic once he discovered the truth. Seeing Luo Ping enjoying himself while arguing with netizens, Su Qingfeng had a sudden inspiration for a suitable job for him: video account management. Although Su Qingfeng's video account was quite profitable, with 2 videos earning over 1 billion star coins in ad revenue, these earnings were still slow compared to the profits from his main business of war profiteering. The last time he entered the Sea Monster Chaos Secret Realm for a mission, the Bronze Bell artifact and the Sea Monster clan's interstellar teleportation array components he acquired had a paper value close to 70 billion star coins. Moreover, Su Qingfeng found filming, editing videos, operating the video account, and maintaining a large fan base to be very tedious. From the time he opened the account, he hardly ever checked the account's private message inbox, which had accumulated millions of messages. It wasn't that he wasn't curious. He simply didn't have the time or energy to go through them. The best solution was to find a trustworthy person to help manage the video account. Without a doubt, Luo Ping fit the bill perfectly. Firstly, Luo Ping had enough enthusiasm for the work and wouldn't slack off. Secondly, during their previous hardships together, Luo Ping proved himself trustworthy and wouldn't betray him. Thirdly, Su Qingfeng valued having a genuine old friend and wanted to take the opportunity to help him out. Luo Ping was a 5-star soul master with average star-level martial spirit and skills, making it unlikely for him to get into a prestigious martial arts university. Joining the military wasn't a great option for him either. After graduation, he'd probably end up working anyway, so it made sense to start working for himself now. At the very least, with Su Qingfeng, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources. As for higher martial arts education, he could pursue it if he wanted to, without it affecting his work. Thinking of this, Su Qingfeng turned to Luo Ping, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Old Luo, do you know how to edit videos? Are you interested in running a video account?" Luo Ping was caught off guard, frowning slightly. "Phone, are you thinking of becoming a video blogger too?" Su Qingfeng pointed at Luo Ping's phone screen, beaming. Yes, don't you think being a video blogger is lucrative? Look at your idol. They almost have 1.5 billion followers. Any random video they post gets billions of views. Luo Ping's expression turned serious as he shook his head. Phone, it's not the same. The videos from Baoyao Gu are explosive, high quality, and his soul skills are incredibly powerful, giving them great visual effects. Our videos and editing wouldn't reach that level. Listening to this, Su Qingfeng's lips curled up slightly. If he hadn't been editing the videos himself, he might have believed Luo Ping. Let's not stray off topic. I'm just asking, can you make videos? Luo Ping puffed out his chest, full of confidence. You're underestimating me, phone. With AI technology so advanced nowadays, editing videos is simple. I could do it 10 years ago. Great. Su Qingfeng's eyes lit up. So, what's your plan? Luo Ping replied with a grin. Of course, we should go for it. I believe with your intelligence, phone, any entrepreneurial project you take on will succeed. I just don't have much savings. Maybe I can only invest 100,000 star coins. Do you think that's enough? Su Qingfeng knew Luo Ping's family situation was average, and 100,000 star coins were quite a burden for him. He patted Luo Ping's shoulder. No need to invest, just work for me. I won't let you down. Luo Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's fine then. Thank you, Feng. He thought to himself that this paper plan for a startup would probably have to wait until after the martial arts exam to actually start, so he didn't take it too seriously. Su Qingfeng joked with a smile. So it's settled then, no backing out. Luo Ping patted his chest in assurance. You underestimate me, Feng. If I back out, I'm a puppy. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Pei Qingyu, rushed into the classroom, her anxious gaze sweeping the room before landing on Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua. The worry on her face was instantly replaced with undeniable delight. Great. Su Qingfeng and Nangong, you're both here today. Pei Qingyu sighed with relief, then began to explain. As many of you may have heard, today, the principal from Lingzhou No. 1 High School has brought some outstanding students to our school to exchange learning experiences. Vice Principal Liu has agreed with Principal Han that our Class 31 will send a team of excellent students to form a battle squad to represent Lingzhou No. 2 High School against Lingzhou No. 1 High School's team in a competitive secret realm challenge in the Tongtian realm. Pei Qingyu paused, her gaze shifting between Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua. The school's proposal is that our class's battle squad will temporarily be led by Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua as captain and vice captain. Su Qingfeng, Nangong, do you have any objections? Pei Qingyu's words seemed reasonable, but they caused many students to frown, and a subtle tension filled the classroom. They acknowledged that Nangong Liua, with her awakened 8-star martial soul, was indeed more powerful. However, was Su Qingfeng, who chose an unknown and seemingly useless martial soul, really qualified to be the group leader? Many students expressed disdain over this. Although the team from Lingzhou No. 1 High School had questionable motives, their strength was undeniable. The battle group organized by Pei Qingyu seemed destined to be cannon fodder. Moreover, Pei Qingyu's favoritism in appointing Su Qingfeng as the leader left many students reluctant to participate. They didn't want to embarrass themselves in battle. Anyone keen on joining the group could do so. Although unspoken, most students present shared this sentiment. Su Qingfeng keenly sensed this, but he wasn't bothered. He was only interested in whether Nangong Liua would support Pei Qingyu. If Nangong Liua was unwilling to act, Su Qingfeng would find another way to handle it. When he looked at Nangong Liua, he saw her nodding resolutely, indicating her willingness to participate herself. With Nangong Liua on board, Su Qingfeng's battle group was easily formed. After all, two people could still make a group. Su Qingfeng then stated, Teacher Pei, I have no issues. Nangong Liua added, Neither do I. Pei Qingyu watched the exchange between Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua with amusement, thinking, so Su Qingfeng has indeed teamed up with the wealthy Nangong Liua. No wonder he was so bold before, even daring to tease me about not having a boyfriend. Pei Qingyu was mostly supportive of their relationship. These two students were outstanding. If they could go from school uniforms to wedding gowns, it would be a beautiful story. However, Pei Qingyu suddenly felt a bit anxious. The talented students from Lingzhou No. 1 High School were indeed formidable. She worried whether Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua could rise to the challenge. If they failed and embarrassed themselves, Pei Qingyu would feel quite guilty, since they were participating purely out of respect for her. The best outcome would be for Su Qingfeng to lead the team to victory, but achieving that was no easy feat. As Pei Qingyu pondered, a discordant voice emerged from below the podium. Teacher Pei, I'm not convinced. Su Qingfeng has awakened an unknown martial soul, and is at best a 1-star soul master. Why should he lead the battle group? Teacher Pei, if you're going to be this unfair, I absolutely won't participate in this activity. I believe many other students feel the same way. Pei Qingyu frowned and looked towards the voice, identifying it as a male student in the class who had awakened a 7-star martial soul. A newly minted 7-star soul master was certainly qualified to be a key member of the battle group for Class 31 or even Lingzhou No. 2 High School. In the past, such threats might have left Pei Qingyu anxious, as losing such a student would significantly weaken the battle group. However, with Su Qingfeng present, what did losing one newly minted 7-star Soul Master matter? Thus, facing the outspoken student's challenge, Pei Qingyu merely smiled and said, "You've misunderstood, classmate. The teacher isn't requiring everyone to participate in this activity. Those of you who don't wish to join can just relax and watch, or leave the classroom, leaving the opportunity for those who want it." The student who spoke up clearly didn't expect the head teacher, Pei Qingyu, to be so firm in her attitude. In her eyes, Su Qingfeng seemed to be the absolute core of this combat group, with even Nangong Liua being just a supporting role. Such favoritism was hard to accept. He felt frustrated. After all, he was a dignified 7-star Soul Master, a genius aiming for the prestigious Qingfeng Martial University. Why did Pei Qingyu look down on him? He was secretly displeased, yet had no way to vent his frustration, so he resorted to threatening not to participate in the activity. However, since Pei Qingyu had already stated that he was free to come and go, what grounds did he have to continue arguing? Smirking internally, he wanted to see what kind of glory this favored Su Qingfeng could actually win for the school. Pei Qingyu was unfazed by this. She understood that many things were filled with unpredictability. While the outcome of having Su Qingfeng lead the combat group in the Secret Realm Challenge might not be ideal, she was also aware that if even Su Qingfeng, who could pull over 1,800 tons with one arm, failed, others would fare even worse. Therefore, Pei Qingyu supported Su Qingfeng unwaveringly. "Everyone, get ready. We're heading to the Soul Master training ground together now, and then we'll use the teleportation array to reach the event venue in Tongtian Realm. This time, all the senior students from our school will go to witness the event, so I hope those representing the school perform well and bring us victory." With Pei Qingyu's short but powerful speech concluded, the students of Class 1, Grade 12, were the first to leave the classroom and head to the teleportation array at the Soul Master training ground. Following them, students from other classes also gradually teleported to the Tongtian realm. The Lingzhou No. 1 high school delegation had already been waiting at the event venue in the Tongtian realm. It was a massive open-air stadium capable of accommodating 1,000,000 spectators. This privately organized exchange activity required additional fees for both the venue rental and the secret realm space used for the competition. As the initiator of the event, Principal Han Tang of Lingzhou No. 1 High School generously covered all the costs. At this moment, Han Tang stood on the podium at the event site, looking down at the steadily arriving grade 12 students from Lingzhou No. 2 High School, with a smile on his face. Acting Principal Liu Yongdao of Lingzhou No. 2 High School was truly an interesting character, seemingly oblivious to my intention to undermine the morale of the No. 2 High School students. I asked him to organize all the grade 12 students to attend as spectators, and he agreed without hesitation. Judging by the number of participants, almost all grade 12 students from Lingzhou No. 2 High School were present. Poor, innocent young people actually believed they could learn insights from a 9-star God Soul Master through this event? That's certainly not going to happen. They will only come to understand just how powerful the newly awakened 2 9-star God Soul Masters of Lingzhou No. 1 High School truly are. The fear and helplessness they will feel in the presence of a 9-star God Soul Master will stay with them for life. Just as Han Tang was imagining his bright future of being promoted to the Educational Bureau and assuming the position of Chief Director, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Principal Han, are you really planning to have students from both schools compete in the challenging God's Maze Secret Realm? Maybe we should reconsider this. After all, God's Maze is a genuine 6th-tier secret realm, and the recommended entry threshold is a combat power level over 200. A 6th-tier secret realm means that the strongest monsters here could potentially rival a fully integrated 6-star Soul Master. Plus, God's Maze is renowned for its complex paths, vast number of monsters, and astonishing difficulty. Liu Yongdao is even worried that the combat team from Lingzhou Second High might not be able to clear this realm at all. In that case, there wouldn't be any competition or efficiency in clearing it. If the team from Lingzhou First High successfully clears the realm, it would be a complete victory over Lingzhou Second High. Liu Yongdao doesn't want to see such an outcome. He suggests choosing a slightly less difficult project, at least ensuring that the young representatives from Lingzhou Second High can all successfully clear it. We can't make it too embarrassing, can we? However, Liu Yongdao doesn't know that creating an embarrassing situation and making Lingzhou Second High lose face is exactly Han Tang's plan. So how could he possibly agree to Liu Yongdao's request? Vice Principal Liu, your words are a bit of a slap in the face. Choosing the 6th-tier secret realm was a decision agreed upon by everyone. I haven't given my students any special treatment either. You say you're worried that your school's team might not clear God's Maze. We have the same concerns, right? But as school leaders, sometimes we need to trust in the abilities of these outstanding students. After all, the school can't always shield them from challenges. Letting go is also a form of love. Han Tang not only rejected Liu Yongdao's request to change the competition's secret realm, but also used his higher administrative rank to lecture Lu Yongdao. This result was hard for Lu Yongdao to swallow. Even if he felt aggrieved, he couldn't find a reason to convince Han Tang. Unless he outright overturned the decision and ordered all the teachers and students from Lingzhou Second High to withdraw to the school. But doing so would likely turn Lingzhou Second High's faculty and students into a laughingstock. Once labeled as deserters, that stigma would be impossible to remove. This is a price Lu Yongdao cannot afford. By comparison, letting the event proceed would only trouble the few students from Lingzhou Second High participating in the activity. After much thought, Lu Yongdao ultimately decided to consider the bigger picture. Since the situation couldn't be reversed, they could only proceed step by step. At this moment, at the temporary gathering point for Class 31 of Lingzhou Second High, Pei Qingyu, Su Qingfeng, and Nangong Liua were discussing the team configuration. This principle is really something, spending a fortune to rent 2 God's Maze secret realms as event venues. The rental for a 6th-tier secret realm isn't cheap. Pei Qingyu looked at the 2 massive secret realm entrances in the center of the venue and remarked, "This is a high-difficulty secret realm with a combat power level requirement of 200. Nangong Liua glanced at Su Qingfeng and softly said, "Our classmates already didn't really want to participate in the event, and now they have even more reason to opt out." Su Qingfeng heard this and smiled slightly, indicating it was fine. He knew that this secret realm challenge required a minimum of a 2-person team, and they had already formed a group, which was enough to enter the realm. Nangong Liua nodded in response, fully confident in Su Qingfeng's abilities. After all, she had witnessed his formidable strength at Silver Moon Plaza and didn't think he was overconfident at all. Is there anyone else who wants to join this event? This is the last chance to sign up, don't miss it. Pei Qingyu used a bit of soul power to ask loudly. However, the students of Class 1, Grade 3, appeared indifferent. Even if there was a slim chance of victory, they wouldn't give up easily. But the problem was, there was no such chance. Their opponents were a team of talented representatives led by 2 9-star soul masters. In contrast, at Lingzhou Second High School, the martial spirit led by Su Qingfeng had yet to be revealed, and the only 8-star soul master, Nangong Liua, was a stunning beauty. Such a comparison left people feeling helpless. If it were a beauty contest, they might have a better chance. As for their challenge target, it was the newly promoted 8-star soul master entering the daunting 6th-level secret realm, the Maze of the Gods. The disparity in strength was so vast that it could hardly be called a competition. It was practically a suicide mission. The students of Class 1, Grade 3, didn't want to embarrass themselves, and Pei Qingyu's expression turned somewhat grim. She forced a smile at Su Qingfeng and said, "Well then, Su Qingfeng, please take Nangong Liua with you." Just then, a strong male voice suddenly called out, "Wait, Teacher Pei. If you don't mind my lack of strength, I would like to participate in this event and represent Lingzhou Second High School." Pei Qingyu looked towards the voice and recognized the speaker as Luo Ping, Su Qingfeng's deskmate, and a newly promoted 5-star soul master. Seeing Luo Ping's determined gaze, Pei Qingyu was touched by his spirit, though she knew his strength was somewhat lacking. Just as she was about to dissuade Luo Ping, Su Qingfeng cheerfully interjected, "Teacher Pei, let Luo Ping join us. I want to show him the world." Pei Qingyu was surprised by Su Qingfeng's relaxed attitude. Despite not meeting the 5-member team requirement, he wasn't worried at all and even wanted to bring along a burden. This kid was really confident. After a moment of consideration, Pei Qingyu finally agreed. "All right then, since you insist, take Luo Ping with you. After all, this is the Tongtian realm, and even if Luo Ping encounters danger in the secret realm, his life won't be truly at risk." In the Tongtian realm, the artifact spirits protect each student's life. With Luo Ping's addition, the team from Lingzhou Second High School was finalized. The lineup was so strong and bizarrely configured that it almost made Principal Han Tang of First High School burst out laughing. "Huh, I said it all along. Lingzhou Second High is nothing to worry about." Even if Nangong Liua secretly upgraded her martial spirit's star level, the situation is only slightly disadvantageous. They can't even form a 5-member team capable of challenging a 6th-level secret realm. Classmate Zhang Yang nodded in agreement, giving a thumbs up. "Principal, you're wise. I overestimated the opponents before. Now it seems Second High is quite weak and not worth mentioning." Han Tang nodded and then looked at another newly promoted 9-star soul master, Bai Ningbing. "Bai Ningbing, for today's challenge in the Maze of the Gods, you don't need to directly face the opponents from Lingzhou Second High. You should be able to participate, right?" Hearing this, Bai Ningbing couldn't help but slightly furrow her eyebrows. With the extraordinary perception granted by her Dieting Beast spirit, Bai Ningbing could clearly sense the formidable power hidden beneath Su Qingfeng's seemingly ordinary exterior. To her, Su Qingfeng was like a humanoid monster, so powerful it was terrifying. She would never act recklessly in a direct confrontation with him. However, this challenge was not a direct fight. Instead, it involved 2 teams simultaneously tackling a secret realm, with the victory determined by the time taken to clear it. More importantly, this secret realm was a puzzle-based labyrinth, perfectly suited to leverage Bai Ningbing's perceptual strengths. This thought flashed through Bai Ningbing's mind, and a glimmer of excitement appeared in her eyes. What better opportunity could there be to verify whether Su Qingfeng was as powerful as she imagined? With this in mind, Bai Ningbing turned to Han Tang and said with determination, "Principal, if you allow me to be the team leader, I'm willing to participate in this event." Han Tang was pleased to hear this and smiled. "Of course, I have no objections," he said, turning his gaze to another 9-star soul master, Zhang. "How about you, Zhang?" Zhang shrugged, looking indifferent. Bai Ningbing's perception is strong, and she has a good strategic view. "I have no problem with her leading," he said candidly. Being self-aware, Zhang knew that if it were a purely combat-oriented secret realm, he wouldn't easily give up command. But faced with a labyrinth where he couldn't fully utilize his combat abilities, he was happy to relax. "That's great." Han Tang nodded with a smile and continued. "Considering that the other school barely has a 5-member team, let's not be too hard on them. Bai Ningbing, Zhang, and Yin Ryu, the 3 of you will form a team to attempt this 6th-level secret realm. Is that okay?" Han Tang's words seemed generous on the surface, but there was a hidden agenda. He was sending Lingzhou No. 1 High School's strongest elite, 2 9-star Soul Masters and 1 8-star Soul Master. Although the number of members matched the Lingzhou No. 2 High School team, their strength was overwhelmingly superior. However, Bai Ningbing frowned and pointed out the problem bluntly. "Principal, I don't think this is appropriate. I've heard about the difficulty of the Divine Labyrinth secret realm. It's a complex map with countless branch routes, and being a time challenge, it requires a lot of manpower for trial and error. A 5-member team without much experience already has a hard time clearing it. A 3-member team is unfeasible. I don't want the team to be wiped out just for the sake of appearances." Han Tang was caught off guard by Bai Ningbing's directness, feeling a bit awkward, but he quickly realized she was right. For high school students who had just awakened their powers, the difficulty of a 6th-level secret realm was indeed too high. The hastily assembled team from Lingzhou No. 2 High School had little hope of clearing it, and since Lingzhou No. 1 High School could form a complete 5-member team, they shouldn't deliberately underestimate the challenge. With a slightly embarrassed smile, Han Tang admitted, "Bai Ningbing makes a good point. I was overstepping earlier. Since Bai Ningbing is the team leader, please choose 2 more students to join the team." Bai Ningbing immediately took action, quickly selecting 2 7-star Soul Masters who had consistently performed well to join the team, bringing the squad up to 5 members. Meanwhile, not far away, Pei Qingyu stood in front of Su Qingfeng, carefully adjusting his collar. She leaned in close to whisper words of encouragement and preparation that only the 2 of them could hear, readying him for the upcoming challenge. "Su Qingfeng, thank you so much this time. You've really saved me. As for Nangong, please pass on my gratitude to her. You must have a great relationship to have her help me out." Haha. Although Pei Qingyu felt uneasy about Su Qingfeng's chances of winning the competition, she remained calm and philosophical, thinking, "If I succeed, it's a blessing. If I fail, it's fate." "Miss Pei, I thought you were a teacher and different from other girls, but you're just as gossipy? I'm so disappointed in you." Su Qingfeng sighed inwardly, watching Pei Qingyu wink at him. Who says teachers can't gossip? Besides, who's always showing off about having a rich girlfriend in front of the teacher? Pei Qingyu teased Su Qingfeng with a smile, but he interrupted her with a fit of coughing. "Cough, cough, cough. Miss Pei, be careful with your words. What kind of place is this? Don't say such strange things that could harm my reputation." Su Qingfeng thought Pei Qingyu was too careless. Although there was no one within a few meters, there were more than a few 9-star Soul Masters nearby. Walls have ears. Now he was worried. Pei Qingyu lightly played with her hair and said with a smile, "Once you enter the God's Labyrinth secret realm, make sure to find a way to complete it. If you can beat the team from Lingzhou No. 1 High School, I'll give you a generous reward." Su Qingfeng just nodded at this, not expecting much from Pei Qingyu's so-called generous gift. Given his current wealth and perspective, nothing short of a treasure worth billions would count as a generous gift to him. With that, both teams were assembled. Next, Principals Han Tang and Lu Yongdao each gave speeches. They spoke from a high-level perspective, highlighting the positive significance of this inter-school exchange activity, affirming the deep friendship between the 2 schools, and expressing hopes for more future collaborations. For the audience, the principal's speeches were deep, thoughtful, and valuable for learning, just short of being completely silent. Finally, at 11 a.m. sharp, the 3-member team of Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liua, and Luo Ping approached the entrance to the God's Labyrinth secret realm on the right side of the venue. The left side entrance was for the fully staffed 5-member team from Lingzhou No. 1 High School. Students from Lingzhou No. 2 High School saw this and felt doomed. "Oh no, why does our school's team only have 3 people? This is a 5-person secret realm." "Exactly, can't the esteemed senior class 1 even put together a 5-person team? This is a sure loss." The Lingzhou No. 1 team had such impressive strength. 2 7-stars, 1 8-star, and 2 9-star martial souls. "It's a massacre, nothing to see here." Students from Lingzhou number 2 High School were discussing this with pessimistic expressions, while the audience from Lingzhou number 1 High School, after comparing the paper strengths of the two teams at the entrance, were all smiles and full of confidence. They felt victory was assured. Begin the challenge. With Han Tang's command, both teams finally entered the entrances simultaneously, stepping into the secret realm. Han Tang and Lu Yongdao pressed their stopwatches at the same time to record the team's completion times. Of course, not every team can successfully conquer such a high-level dungeon. There's always a chance that one person might never get the chance to stop their stopwatch again. A few seconds later, Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liua, and Luo Ping were enveloped by a strong, foul stench and instantly transported to the God's Labyrinth dungeon. They found themselves in a massive, sealed space, square like a box, covering an area of about 10,000 square meters. Surrounding them were walls towering 100 meters high, shimmering with the glow of mysterious runes. Whenever the runes lit up, bizarre ranged attacks would shoot out from the depths of the walls, either scorching fireballs or dazzling magical arrows, menacing and dangerous. Even without seeing any monsters yet, the three could feel an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down on them. Luo Ping, being the weakest among the three, was already beginning to regret his earlier impulsiveness. With a wry smile, he asked, "Feng, am I dragging you two down by being here?" He recalled the scene where Su Qingfeng effortlessly kicked Yang Wei away, fully aware of his formidable strength. As for the 8-star soul master Nangong Liua, she was incredibly powerful. Luo Ping even considered whether he should just exit the scene to avoid becoming a burden. Su Qingfeng ignored Luo Ping's self-pity and focused on examining the dungeon information. He placed a hand on Luo Ping's shoulder to prevent any rash actions, while carefully reading the information displayed before him. Dungeon name, God's Labyrinth. Difficulty level, Infernal. Recommended level, 200. Monster count, Infinite proliferation. Background. In the year 290X of the Human Alliance Star C calendar, a reconnaissance squad from the Salvation Army accidentally stumbled upon the biological weapon research facility of the Three-Eyed God clan. They discovered that the place was teeming with bizarre creatures, and it turned out the Three-Eyed God clan's method of modifying species was not through technology, but through evil divine arts. This shocking discovery led the squad to decide to escape and bring the secret out. However, the evil god's minions worshipped at the facility had already sensed the presence of the human squad. Ultimately, the minions unleashed their domain, the God's Labyrinth. Next, you must strive to escape this labyrinth. Failing to escape within 2 hours, or if the team is wiped out, will result in challenge failure. Current fastest completion record, 10 minutes, 8 seconds. Record holder, Luo Pinghai. After reading the information, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Why is the record holder Luo Pinghai again? Is the commander-in-chief really this free? Although Nangong Liua didn't understand Su Qingfeng's muttering, she gently explained, "There's been a tally, and the commander-in-chief holds the completion records for 388 high-difficulty dungeons simultaneously. This is even counting the first 99 floors of the Ascension Long Stairs dungeon as a single record." It's said that this was because the commander-in-chief came from a poor family in his youth, and to gather more cultivation resources, he continually studied strategies for clearing various dungeons, breaking records to earn substantial bonuses and accumulate initial capital, eventually becoming the commander-in-chief he is today. Nangong Liua's words were not baseless. They were stories often found in military reports about famous figures. Luo Pinghai himself didn't mind, adhering to the belief that heroes are not judged by their origins. Coming from a modest background, he earned rewards through legal means, showcasing his abilities without fear of others' opinions. Su Qingfeng was well aware of this and was just casually teasing. He then turned to Luo Pinghai and said, "Old God of War, I'll take this dungeon record." He then looked at Luo Ping and joked, "Old Luo, what's up with you? You insisted on coming along, and now you're backing out." Luo Ping blushed, explaining awkwardly, "Brother Feng, I just don't want to hold you guys back." Su Qingfeng replied jokingly, "What do you mean, hold us back? This is a maze dungeon. With so many branching paths, we need a sturdy guy like you to clear the mines." Luo Ping suddenly understood that this was why Su Qingfeng insisted he stay. Even though the difficulty of this secret realm far exceeded his abilities, he could still be useful. This realization filled Luo Ping with excitement. "Great, at least I'm not a total waste," Luo Ping declared passionately. "Brother Feng, if there's a need for someone to lead the way, just let me know. I might not know how long I'll survive in this secret realm, but I'll do my best to pave more viable paths for you." Nangong Liua was secretly impressed by Luo Ping's loyalty. However, knowing Su Qingfeng well, she suspected that Luo Ping might not find much use today. He might not even find a way to die, as the saying goes. Su Qingfeng patted Luo Ping's shoulder and laughed. "All right, we'll count on you later." Luo Ping didn't mind Su Qingfeng's seemingly cold words. Instead, he curiously asked, "Brother Feng, why does Teacher Pei trust you so much?" She would rather offend many top students in the class just to make you the group leader. Are you really better than everyone else? Su Qingfeng answered mysteriously. You'll find out the answer to that soon enough. With that, he walked straight towards the wall ahead. Luo Ping was puzzled, not understanding Su Qingfeng's intention. Nangong Liua wore a peculiar expression, guessing, is Su Qingfeng planning to break the wall? Can that even work? Nangong Liua guessed correctly. Su Qingfeng's method of solving this godly maze was simply and crudely, using force to overcome cunning. He didn't bother to follow the steps of finding clues, solving puzzles, defeating specific monsters to find keys, and repeating levels until reaching the strongest monster boss to clear the dungeon. Even though it was the first time Su Qingfeng and his group entered this maze secret realm, he seemed confident and ready to challenge the rules in the most straightforward way. If we follow the standard procedure, even with smooth sailing, it would take at least half an hour to pass through. This is considering that Su Qingfeng has overwhelming power against the monsters, which allows him to skip a lot of the time spent on defeating them. Su Qingfeng frowned slightly, calculating in his mind. He didn't want to drag things out. Every second was incredibly precious. Lingzhou First High School's team could overtake them at any moment, and he couldn't let Pei Qingyu down. Moreover, he was quite curious about the generous gift that Teacher Pei had prepared. With this in mind, Su Qingfeng strode confidently to the towering wall before him. The wall was 100 meters high, looking immensely solid, as if it could fend off any invader. Su Qingfeng stood still and slowly raised his seemingly ordinary fist. Luo Ping, standing nearby, was utterly puzzled. He couldn't understand why Su Qingfeng would punch the wall. Wasn't he afraid of the pain? In Luo Ping's bewildered gaze, Su Qingfeng suddenly swung his fist. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of thunder and wind. Boom! A deafening crash echoed, causing the entire space to tremble. Luo Ping was dumbfounded as the scene around Su Qingfeng erupted in violent vibrations. The massive wall shook intensely, emitting a dazzling glow of runes. Countless arrows and magical attacks, like a swarm of bees gone wild, danced in the sky before dissolving into countless sparks. Feng Ge. Luo Ping was so shocked by Su Qingfeng's destructive power that he couldn't speak. He instinctively covered his ears, calling out Su Qingfeng's name. At that moment, Luo Ping even doubted whether the Su Qingfeng standing before him was still a mere mortal or a god. Even Nangong Liua, who had witnessed Su Qingfeng's prowess before, was rendered speechless by the power of his punch. The wall weighed at least tens of thousands of tons, and Su Qingfeng almost knocked it down with a single punch. Although the wall didn't collapse completely, its internal magical mechanisms were entirely destroyed, rendering it harmless. Just as Nangong Liua was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she saw Su Qingfeng take out a familiar long lead box. Was that the meteor staff? She paused, realizing Su Qingfeng was about to use a weapon. Nangong, keep your distance and watch over Luo Ping. Su Qingfeng instructed briefly, then opened the lead box and pulled out the meteor staff, which weighed over 300 tons. Although the punch hadn't toppled the wall, Su Qingfeng had sensed its structural limits. He knew that using the weapon would definitely break through. Gripping the meteor staff with both hands, Su Qingfeng gathered his strength and delivered a powerful thrust. As expected, the massive wall shattered with a resounding crash, creating a large hole several meters high. On the other side of the hole, countless bizarre monsters stood in shock. They clearly hadn't anticipated that this time, the challengers would arrive so swiftly. Before the monsters could react, Su Qingfeng swung the meteor staff again, slicing through a large swath of them. Keep up, Su Qingfeng urged the slightly stunned Nangong Liua and Luo Ping, while he continued to slay monsters swiftly, as if in an unchallenged realm. Luo Ping snapped out of his daze, a look of sudden realization on his face. So, this is the correct way to clear a level 6 secret realm? Meanwhile, Nangong Liu didn't even want to speak. She just silently followed Su Qingfeng, her heart filled with indescribable awe. Su Qingfeng's strength is truly formidable, to the point where he has even misled his classmate Luo Ping. If this is a technique for clearing stages, it's unique to Su Qingfeng and cannot be replicated by others. Following him, Nangong Liua and Luo Ping trailed behind like they were out shopping, watching him break through walls, hunt monsters, and dispatch them instantly, their expressions gradually becoming numb. Although Luo Ping still didn't fully grasp Su Qingfeng's power, when he saw Su shatter a colossal monster leader, as powerful as a fully integrated 6-star soul master, his understanding grew. Feng is still the top student of the year. He is just that incredible. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng was nearing the end of the divine maze, and Bai Ningbing from Lingzhou No. 1 High School was actively fulfilling her role as team leader. With her strong perceptual abilities, she effortlessly found crucial information each time she entered a maze room, directing her teammates to kill the task monsters with maximum efficiency and acquire clues or items to advance to the next room at an astonishing pace. Zhang Yang was grateful he relinquished command. Otherwise, if Bai Ningbing had given up, they would never have achieved such high efficiency. At their current pace, they might clear this 6th-tier secret realm in just an hour. This was their first time in the Divine Maze, and their efficiency was astounding. Bai Ningbing, I admit I spoke too loudly to you earlier. Zhang Yang felt both joyous and ashamed, realizing that Bai Ningbing was overall a good classmate, if only she wasn't so infatuated with Su Qingfeng. Despite Zhang Yang's improved attitude, Bai Ningbing remained aloof. She knew that Lingzhou #1's clearance speed was far from its limit. First, she hadn't exerted her full strength or summoned her martial soul true form. Second, it was her first time collaborating with her teammates, and there were many gaps due to unfamiliarity. In such a situation, Bai Ningbing didn't think Lingzhou #1 could beat Su Qingfeng. Yet she was curious about the methods Su Qingfeng used to succeed in the competition. Or perhaps, despite Su Qingfeng's immense power, he couldn't fully unleash his strength in this maze-like secret realm, having to watch as the victory was snatched away. If that were the case, Bai Ningbing would be disappointed in Su Qingfeng. She expected better from a strong competitor and couldn't bear for him to fail in such a minor setting. With these thoughts, Bai Ningbing focused even more intently on directing her team forward. Outside the entrances of the two great maze secret realms, Principal Han Tang of #1 High School stood a few meters away from acting Principal Liu Yongdao of #2 High School. Principal Liu, what do you think the chances are for your team to win? Han Tang asked with a smile, his tone very polite. He understood that kind words could leave room for future encounters. Chances of winning? Liu Yongdao felt a bitter taste at the question. He couldn't fathom how, against such formidable opponents and the high difficulty of a 6th-tier secret realm, Lingzhou #2's team could even hope to clear it, let alone win. Principal Han, you must be joking. Liu Yongdao sighed, saying wistfully, if those kids can last 2 hours in the secret realm until it ends and come out alive, I'll be content. How could I dare to hope for a win? Haha, Principal Liu, no need to be so self-deprecating. Han Tang couldn't help but feel pleased seeing Liu Yongdao's dejected expression, but he feigned comfort as he said, no matter what, your team from the 2nd high school has a 9-star soul master, right? Liu Yongdao suddenly looked up, shocked, and repeatedly asked, a 9-star soul master? Is that true? Who? Han Tang folded his arms, smiling slyly. TSK. Principal Liu, you're being quite secretive. At this point, are you still trying to hide it from me? Fortunately, I have my own sources and won't be fooled by you. I've already heard that Nangong Liua's soul quality has risen to 9 stars. What? Nangong Liua is a 9-star soul master. Liu Yongdao was stunned, completely unaware of this news. He instinctively turned to Nangong Liua's homeroom teacher, Pei Qingyu, and asked loudly, Teacher Pei, I heard that Nangong Liua's soul quality has risen. Is that true? Pei Qingyu was equally taken aback. Nangong Liua had originally awakened an 8-star soul. If she had advanced, wouldn't she now be a 9-star soul master? She was unaware that there was a 9-star soul master in her class. Liu Yongdao's exclamation immediately caught everyone's attention. Discussions erupted. What? Nangong Liua's soul quality has advanced. An 8-star soul can advance further? Although it sounds incredible, there are few things money can't achieve in this world. We haven't heard of it simply because we don't have the money. I've heard of a soul advancement ceremony, which supposedly requires several 9-star soul masters with full compatibility to host. It's not just about money. You need strong connections. Is Nangong Liua's background that influential? Wow, I just remembered. Lingzhou is the ancestral land of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. Nangong Liua might really be the heiress of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. Where else could such an outstanding girl come from? What a wealthy woman. Marrying her could save you 30 years of hard work. Be bolder. It could save 30 generations of hard work. The Nangong Chamber of Commerce recently acquired a resource-rich star. Their wealth is beyond imagination. Amidst the chatter, Nangong Liua's identity and the assets of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce became the hot topic. Yet, in this clamor, a key figure seemed to be forgotten by everyone. Su Qingfeng, who was always by Nangong Liua's side. It was as if everyone had tacitly chosen to ignore his presence. Meanwhile, in the God's Labyrinth secret realm, Nangong Liua stayed closely behind Su Qingfeng, her gaze fixed on him. To her, every move Su Qingfeng made in battle was filled with a violent elegance. Invincible with a staff. Unstoppable, she thought to herself, completely captivated by Su Qingfeng's prowess. When Su Qingfeng effortlessly defeated the final monster leader, a minion of the evil god, and found a safe passage out of the labyrinth beneath its corpse, the entire realm paused due to the victory. However, Nangong Liua felt it was not enough, still lost in Su Qingfeng's heroic display, unable to extricate herself. Time seemed to fly by too quickly. Nangong Liua secretly wished that if it were possible, she would love to spend the entire day with Su Qingfeng in this labyrinth. However, reality didn't allow for such indulgence. Suddenly, a mechanical voice interrupted her thoughts. Congratulations, esteemed team of challengers. You have successfully completed the God's Labyrinth at the Hell level difficulty, 6th tier. Your completion time is 3 minutes and 8 seconds. You have broken the record for this secret realm's highest difficulty. Your rating is SSS. The voice continued. You have earned a total cash reward of 3 million star coins. The current distribution mode for items in this realm is equal distribution, so each of you receives 1 million star coins. The captain can choose to announce this news or remain anonymous. If you choose to remain anonymous, the record-breaking news will only be notified to the previous record holder. As the details of their accomplishment were displayed, Luo Ping was still in a daze. From the moment he saw Su Qingfeng throw a punch, he felt as if he were in a dream. But with the clear settlement details in front of him, Luo Ping had to acknowledge that it was all real. This is freaking unbelievable. Luo Ping marveled internally. Just by tagging along with Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua for a few minutes, he had landed an SSS clearance rating and a share of the record-breaking bonus of 1 million star coins. Such good fortune was beyond anything he could have dared to dream. In disbelief, Luo Ping gave himself a hard slap. Smack! The sound was loud, and the stinging pain on his face immediately followed. With wide eyes, he murmured incredulously, "This is actually real? Did Brother Feng really carry me through this?" Su Qingfeng glanced back at Luo Ping, who was still in shock, and teased, "Old Luo still can't accept reality, huh?" Feeling awkward at Su Qingfeng's joke, Luo Ping recalled his earlier foolish attempt to guide Su Qingfeng in training, which now seemed both embarrassing and amusing. "Brother Feng, I must have made a fool of myself," Luo Ping admitted sheepishly, imagining that Brother Feng must have been holding back laughter at the time. Su Qingfeng reassuringly patted Luo Ping's shoulder and said calmly, "If we're brothers, don't say such nonsense. Remember what I mentioned to you before? Let's have a private chat later." "Okay, Brother Feng. I'm ready whenever you are." Luo Ping responded immediately, knowing that Su Qingfeng referred to the plan of collaborating on a video account. Initially, Luo Ping hadn't taken it too seriously, but after witnessing Su Qingfeng's formidable strength firsthand, he was now excited. With Brother Feng's skills and their collective intelligence, creating a video account with over 1 billion followers seemed within reach. As for surpassing the exclusive content of their idol, Luo Ping wasn't quite ready to entertain such grandiose thoughts. Su Qingfeng nodded and then turned to Nangong Liua, whose face was flushed, as if she had just undergone intense exertion, and casually said, "We've cleared the realm. Let's go." "Oh right, okay." Nangong Liua seemed to wake from a dream, quickly masking her inner turmoil and returning to her usual aloof demeanor. Su Qingfeng pondered whether he had been too accommodating with his teammates. This was a genuine combat environment, after all, and Nangong Liua had been daydreaming the entire time? That wouldn't do. She needed some serious coaching. If something unexpected happened that he hadn't foreseen, and she failed to react, it could cost her dearly. With that thought in mind, Su Qingfeng took the lead and exited the secret realm. Nangong Liua and Luo Ping hurriedly followed, and the three were soon transported back to the entrance where they had started. At this moment, the crowd outside remained absorbed in discussing Nangong Liua's martial spirit rank and family background, failing to notice the sudden appearance of 3 figures at the secret realm's entrance. However, Lu Yongdao, who had been vigilantly watching the entrance, immediately caught this change. The sudden appearance of Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liua, and Luo Ping did not bring any joy to Lu Yongdao. Instead, a chill ran down his spine. How could they have cleared the 6th-level secret realm so quickly? The only explanation was that they had been wiped out in the earlier stages. With trembling fingers, Lu Yongdao pressed the stopwatch, and the less than 4-minute timing stung his eyes. Knowing that the fastest record for clearing the Divine Labyrinth was 10 minutes and 8 seconds, his heart sank. Well, it's good they're out now. The sooner it's over, the sooner the relief. Lu Yongdao forced a bitter smile, muttering to himself, unsure of whom he was trying to comfort. Meanwhile, Han Tang's reaction was entirely different. Seeing the 3 appear, he jolted as if electrified. Although he knew the chances of Su Qingfeng and the others speedrunning the Divine Labyrinth were slim, that 1 in a billion chance made him wary. After all, Nangong Liua was a 9-star Divine Soul Master, and her 9-tailed Heavenly Fox martial spirit was famous for its charm. What if she suddenly unleashed her power, charming all the creatures in the secret realm and leading the other 2 safely through? Han Tang held his breath, ears perked, secretly observing their every move. At that moment, Su Qingfeng's low voice reached his ears. "Nangong Liua, let's let it go this time, but if we fight side by side again, I hope you can focus. Your distraction could endanger lives." Su Qingfeng's tone was serious, and Nangong Liua lowered her head, replying, "All right, I understand. I won't let it happen again." Hearing this exchange, Han Tang breathed a sigh of relief. A false alarm. A team that immediately blames each other after exiting the secret realm is a classic example of failure. Moreover, with Nangong Liua, the strongest among them, admitting her mistake, it only confirmed their inability to clear it. The weight lifted from Han Tang's heart, and with a feigned smile, he approached Lu Yongdao, patting his shoulder, saying, "Old Lu, these students of yours have a tough time. Regardless of the results, they're good kids bringing glory to the school. You should go and comfort them." Though his words seemed caring, they carried a patronizing tone, as if Lu Yongdao were merely his subordinate. However, at this moment, Lu Yongdao was lost in thought, oblivious to Han Tang's subtle gestures. He simply nodded mechanically, forcing a smile as he walked towards Su Qingfeng and the others, ready to offer some consolation. After Su Qingfeng finished criticizing Nangong Liua, Luo Ping eagerly approached, wanting to discuss returning the 1 million star coins they had received as a reward. To Su Qingfeng, this was a trivial amount, and he casually suggested treating it as Luo Ping's advance salary. As the two were debating back and forth, they suddenly noticed acting principal Lu Yongdao walking towards them with a smile. Su Qingfeng initially thought Lu Yongdao was there to congratulate them, but they were taken aback by his words. "You've all worked hard," Lu Yongdao said kindly. "Take a good rest now, and don't worry too much about success or failure. Remember, failure is the mother of success. You're all so young, and the future is bright for you." He turned to Nangong Liua, his smile widening. "Especially you, Nangong Liua. I heard your martial soul has advanced. Congratulations." Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liua, and Luo Ping exchanged puzzled glances. They had just emerged from the secret realm, showing no signs of disappointment or defeat. How did Principal Lu conclude they had failed? It seemed utterly absurd. After all, Su Qingfeng hadn't opted for anonymity when leaving the secret realm and was eagerly awaiting the announcement of their record-breaking achievement by the Tower of Trial Spirit. Despite his confusion, Su Qingfeng responded politely. "Haha, you're right, Principal Lu. Thank you for your hard work as well." Nangong Liua, however, felt uncomfortable. The advancement of her martial soul was a personal matter, now publicly revealed. Although the news might bring more benefits than drawbacks, she still felt uneasy. She quickly deduced the source of the leak by Ningbing from Lingzhou First High School, who had awakened the truth-hearing martial soul. "I thought she was sincere and someone worth befriending," Nangong Liua lamented internally. "Now I realize I was too naive." She pouted slightly, holding back her frustration, and merely responded with a simple thank you to Lu Yongdao's congratulations. Noticing Nangong Liua's unusual demeanor, Su Qingfeng was taken aback. "Did I speak too harshly earlier? Why is she upset?" He stroked his chin, contemplating the need for a deeper conversation with her. He didn't want Nangong Liua to be someone who couldn't discern priorities. Otherwise, he'd prefer she stayed safely in the rear rather than on the battlefield, where she might endanger herself and others. Feeling his task of reassurance was complete, Lu Yongdao prepared to leave. "All right, take a break," he said with a smile. "I have some other matters to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the three standing there, each lost in their thoughts. With all the commotion, everyone quickly noticed that Su Qingfeng and his team had exited the God's Labyrinth secret realm. Instantly, the atmosphere became electric, with countless people speculating about what had happened. "What? It's only been a few minutes, and the team from our number 2 high school is already out. Could they have completed the challenge? That's nonsense. Do you really believe that? No way they finished it. They probably got wiped out and had to leave." Exactly. The current record holder for this secret realm is Luo Pinghai, a 10-star soul master and the commander of the Salvation Army. It took him over 10 minutes to clear it. How could Su Qingfeng and his ragtag group manage it? Let me correct you, Nangong Liua is not part of the ragtag group. She's a 9-star soul master, beautiful, kind-hearted, and has long legs. Fine, but how could the rest of them clear a 6th-level secret realm in under 4 minutes? Right, I also think they got wiped out. Most of the audience didn't believe that Su Qingfeng's team had completed the secret realm. It was only natural that their rivals from Lingzhou No. 1 High School were skeptical. Even among the hundreds of senior students from Lingzhou No. 2 High School, few acknowledged the strength of Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua. This quickly led to a consensus among the crowd that Su Qingfeng's team was eliminated by the labyrinth's dangers or powerful monsters. Their confidence was unshakable. Even Pei Qingyu, who had immense faith in Su Qingfeng, couldn't help but worry if he had actually failed. After all, they had exited so quickly. It had only been a few minutes. Those old men with prostate issues hadn't even finished their business yet. Regardless of the outcome, as the head teacher of Class 3A, Pei Qingyu had to approach them immediately. "Su Qingfeng, Nangong, and you, how are you feeling?" Pei Qingyu asked with a smile, suppressing his anxiety. "Hello, Teacher Pei. I'm fine." Nangong Liua was the first to respond. Su Qingfeng noticed that Nangong Liua seemed a bit down. Was he too harsh? Did she not handle pressure well? Or maybe she disliked having her privacy exposed. Perhaps future feedback should be given in private? While Su Qingfeng pondered better communication methods, he didn't immediately reply to Pei Qingyu. Seeing this, Pei Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Su Qingfeng really failed? With his skills, shouldn't he have breezed through a 6th-level secret realm? Was his physical strength dependent on soul skills that were now on cooldown, leaving him vulnerable? Being eliminated in less than 4 minutes seemed hard to accept, but Pei Qingyu quickly adjusted his mindset. It didn't matter. Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua had bright futures ahead, and one setback wouldn't dim their prospects. Just then, Su Qingfeng suddenly asked, "Teacher Pei, have you prepared the big gift you promised me?" Huh. Pei Qingyu was momentarily caught off guard. Su Qingfeng teased with a smile. "What do you mean, As a teacher, you can't go back on your word. You said you'd give me a generous gift if I led the team to victory over Lingzhou First High. I didn't force you to say that, but now you want to back out? That's not fair." Pei Qingyu's voice suddenly rose in surprise. "What did you say? You beat Lingzhou First High." As soon as she spoke, the entire area fell silent, and even the sound of breathing could be heard. The students around exchanged incredulous looks. Someone muttered, "Did Su Qingfeng really say that? He claims his team defeated Lingzhou First High? Is he joking?" Indeed, while Lingzhou First High's team hadn't completed the secret realm yet, they were still holding on. In contrast, Su Qingfeng's team had already been eliminated. Someone couldn't help but mock. Does he think this is a race where the first one out of the secret realm wins? As the shock faded, laughter began to ripple through the crowd. Su Qingfeng just won't admit defeat. Exactly, he should keep dreaming. Everything's perfect in dreams. Someone even blamed Nangong Liua. If it weren't for him, Nangong Liua wouldn't be so embarrassed. Criticism even extended to Pei Qingyu. It's Pei Qingyu's fault too, favoring Su Qingfeng and making him the captain. Now look, it's all ruined. Someone whispered, "Shill. Keep it down." Pei Qingyu is still listening to Su Qingfeng's important speech. This teacher, as nice as they are, is just too naive. Su Qingfeng totally fooled them. It's hilarious. As the students of Lingzhou's second high senior class discussed heatedly, an important broadcast from the Tongtian Tower's spirit suddenly echoed in everyone's mind, announcing the new record for the 6th level secret realm, God's Labyrinth Purgatory level. The new record holders are the team of Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liua, and Luo Ping. The record has improved from 10 minutes and 8 seconds to 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Congratulations to them. The broadcast explained that because God's Labyrinth wasn't the highest difficulty secret realm, its record refresh would only be announced regionally, not globally. This meant the Tongtian Tower spirit would broadcast the news to everyone near the entrance of the God's Labyrinth secret realm, including all participants from Lingzhou First and Second High. This unexpected announcement hit everyone like a sledgehammer. Han Tang, who had been sitting confidently, reacted as if the sky was falling after hearing the broadcast. He stood up abruptly, staring incredulously at Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liua, and Luo Ping, as if trying to find any clues on how they broke the record. But no matter how he scrutinized, he couldn't find a reasonable explanation. Han Tang was more confused than ever. To him, not knowing how the opponent won was more terrifying than being crushed by them. He was in a state of utter bewilderment. Others from Lingzhou First High were also stunned. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you kidding? Clearing a 6th level secret realm in 3 minutes? Breaking General Commander Luo Pinghai's record by 7 minutes? Is this a myth?" Some even suspected a conspiracy. Could this be a fake broadcast orchestrated by someone? Not only were the opponents from Lingzhou First High confused, but even Lingzhou Second High's principal, Lu Yongdao, found the situation unbelievable. He had just been comforting a few failed contestants, telling them failure is the mother of success. Now, suddenly, a broadcast claimed those students broke a decades-old record held by Luo Pinghai. It was surreal. Lu Yongdao felt a discomfort in his chest, slumping into his chair as he massaged his heart, trying to process the astonishing news. As for the senior class students who previously disdained Su Qingfeng, they were too shocked to speak. They never imagined the truth would be this. Someone couldn't help but complain. Su Qingfeng is so sly. If you broke the record, just say so. Why keep it a secret and set us up? Despicable. "Mr. Pei, you heard the announcement just now. I wasn't lying to you," Su Qingfeng said casually, glancing at Pei Qingyu. "I'll leave this to you, Mr. Pei. We have some other things to do, so we'll be off," Su Qingfeng said as he prepared to lead his team away. He had fulfilled his promise to support Pei Qingyu and was ready to make a graceful exit. "Leaving already? The teacher still has questions for you." Pei Qingyu hurriedly grabbed his sleeve, her eyes shining with curiosity. She was eager to understand how this team managed to complete a 6th level secret realm in just 3 minutes. Various possibilities flashed through her mind. Could Su Qingfeng have discovered a secret passage leading directly to the boss room in the God's Labyrinth? But this century-old secret realm, challenged by countless powerful soul master teams, couldn't possibly have such a shortcut unnoticed until now. Let's talk next time, Mr. Pei. Don't forget the gift you promised. Su Qingfeng skillfully dodged further questioning and quickly left with Nangong Liua and Luo Ping. The three of them crossed the temporary activity area and soon arrived at the bustling central square of Tongtian World No. 1. "Were you upset earlier because I criticized you in front of others and embarrassed you?" Su Qingfeng turned to Nangong Liua, his tone filled with concern. Nangong Liua was taken aback. then quickly shook her head. No, I wasn't upset about that. I listened to what you said, and I won't let my guard down in the secret realm again. She clung to Su Qingfeng's sleeve, afraid he might misunderstand. Then what was it? Su Qingfeng looked at the anxious expression of the wealthy young lady before him, resembling a little puppy worried about being abandoned, stirring a sense of pity within him. Lingzhou High School spread the secret of my martial soul's star upgrade, which I didn't want to make public, Nangong Liua explained timidly, deliberately avoiding mentioning by Ningbing's name. I see. Su Qingfeng frowned, inwardly cursing by Ningbing with the dieting martial soul for not keeping secrets. Seeing that Su Qingfeng understood her feelings, Nangong Liua finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was in stark contrast to her mother Qin Yusin's attitude in Qin Yusin's eyes. Her daughter was supposed to share everything with her unreservedly, with privacy being a taboo word. This was one of the reasons for Nangong Liua's awkward personality. Sorry, I misunderstood you earlier. I thought Su Qingfeng was about to explain when Nangong Liua gently raised her hand to stop him. Nangong Liua gazed at Su Qingfeng and softly said, no need to explain, I won't blame you. Su Qingfeng felt a wave of relief and gratitude wash over him. This young lady's personality was truly impeccable. Unable to resist, he gently took Nangong Liua's delicate hand, and she couldn't help but move closer to him. At this moment, Luo Ping, who had been watching coldly from the side, finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Feng, I know I'm not very noticeable, but you two are really treating me like I'm not here, aren't you? I feel like you don't even consider me human. As the third wheel, Luo Ping felt utterly disrespected. Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua were so engrossed in each other that they didn't think to avoid him, which was truly too much. Luo Ping's outburst was indeed effective. Nangong Liua blushed and took a step back, standing shoulder to shoulder with Su Qingfeng, looking down at the floor, too shy to lift her gaze. Su Qingfeng, on the other hand, looked shocked. Luo, you're still here? Didn't we just give you 1,000,000 star coins as a completion bonus? Go enjoy yourself, do whatever you want. If you run out of money, come back to me. Just don't be a third wheel here. But I can't do that, Feng. Luo Ping replied earnestly. I already benefited from the SS level clearance rating and the completion record. Taking the bonus would be too much. Friends shouldn't treat each other this way. Nonsense. Su Qingfeng countered with an example. Look at my relationship with the class leader, is it good? She didn't even mention giving me the bonus. Yet here you are. Isn't that right, class leader? Su Qingfeng gave Nangong Liua a knowing look. Nangong Liua, naturally not wanting to embarrass Su Qingfeng, nodded lightly in agreement. Luo Ping fell silent. The relationship between Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua could be described as more than friends, almost lovers, especially since it was rumored that Su Qingfeng had borrowed money from her, so there was no need to fuss over such financial matters between them. All right, Luo, you should go now. I'll catch up with you later to discuss something important. Su Qingfeng didn't give Luo Ping a chance to argue, effectively dismissing him. Once Luo Ping left, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua realized that the emotional moment they shared earlier seemed to have faded a bit. When they thought of embracing again, there was an awkwardness of being more than friends, but not quite lovers. Moreover, the bustling central plaza was crowded with people. To avoid embarrassing Nangong Liua, Su Qingfeng suppressed his impulse. However, their hands remained tightly clasped. Su Qingfeng could clearly feel how soft and warm Nangong Liua's hand was, like it was boneless. Considering this was the roughest skin on her body, Su Qingfeng couldn't imagine the smoothness of her other skin. Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liua suddenly spoke. Su Qingfeng thought the term little rich lady felt a bit distant, especially since they were already holding hands. Perhaps it was time for a new term of endearment. Actually, I think Luo Ping was right. I should return that bonus to you. You were the one who single-handedly cleared the entire God's Labyrinth secret realm. All the rewards should rightfully belong to you, Nangong Liua said earnestly. Nangong Liua wasn't particularly concerned about the ownership of the pocket money. She was more worried that silently accepting the money might make Su Qingfeng misunderstand her as being greedy for small gains. Su Qingfeng noticed her concern and smilingly explained, since the bonus is mine, I have the right to distribute it. As team members, you shouldn't question the captain's decision. He paused and added, besides, if you don't take it, Lao Luo definitely won't accept it either. He really needs this money right now. Nangong Liua suddenly realized that Su Qingfeng not only wanted to help Luo Ping, but was also carefully considering his dignity. This thoughtful gesture from Su Qingfeng warmed her heart. As they strolled through the square, they unknowingly arrived at the flagship store of the Nangong Trading Association. Su Qingfeng was still hesitating about whether to go in when Huang Tong, sharpied, spotted them and cheerfully came out to greet them. Brother, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for ages. Come on in. Huang Tong warmly invited them. His gaze then fell on Nangong Liua, and he immediately recognized this stunning girl as the one who had previously met Su Qingfeng in disguise. Huang Tong tactfully shifted his gaze and asked with a smile, is this sister-in-law? She's as beautiful as a fairy. Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua exchanged glances, neither refuting Huang Tung's address. Nangong Liua blushed and glanced at Su Qingfeng, seemingly handing over the right to explain to him. In the end, the two tacitly chose silence, implicitly acknowledging the relationship. Huang Ting didn't find anything amiss. In his eyes, Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua were a perfect match, inseparable. Who would believe they weren't a couple? Huang Tung led them to the VIP room and habitually poured a soda for Su Qingfeng before turning to Nangong Liua. What would you like to drink, sister-in-law? Nangong Liua tried hard to control her inner flutter, but hearing the affectionate address, her heart couldn't help but race. She bit her lip lightly and softly replied, I'll have the same as him. Huang Tung, hearing this, gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, You two are so in sync. Your bond is deeper than the sea. Wonderful. Nangong Liua was now completely overwhelmed, her cheeks burning as if they were on fire. Seeing her flushed face, Su Qingfeng suddenly found Huang Ting much more agreeable today, thinking that the 10 million star coins were well spent. At this moment, Huang Ting leaned towards Su Qingfeng and whispered, Brother, everything you asked for last time has been handled. Do you want to discuss it privately? Although Huang Ting addressed Su Qingfeng warmly, he was mindful of his boundaries. He didn't recklessly discuss business matters in front of Nangong Liua, instead seeking Su Qingfeng's opinion first. Until Su Qingfeng made his stance clear, Huang Ting wouldn't dare treat Nangong Liua as the lady of the house. After all, with someone as outstanding and handsome as Su Qingfeng, who knows how many sister-in-laws he might have. However, Huang Ting had overthought this time. Su Qingfeng's attitude towards Nangong Liua was surprisingly candid. Just say whatever it is, no need to avoid it, Su Qingfeng said calmly. Upon hearing this, Huang Ting realized the situation. When he looked at Nangong Liua again, his eyes held newfound respect. It seemed that this sister-in-law held an extraordinary position indeed. Although being called sister-in-law by Huang Ting made Nangong Liua feel a bit awkward, seeing that Su Qingfeng didn't deny it filled her heart with warmth. Huang Ting was clearly perceptive, skillfully easing the situation without offending Nangong Liua and making the atmosphere more relaxed. While sipping her soda through a straw, she quietly observed the conversation between Su Qingfeng and Huang Ting. Nangong Liua was not aware of the relationship between Su Qingfeng and Huang Ting, nor did she know that Huang Ting, as the deputy manager of the Nangong Trading Company's branch, was as close to Su Qingfeng as a biological father. However, she did not intend to inquire. If Su Qingfeng wanted to share, she would listen attentively. For now, she decided to be a silent observer. The last time Su Qingfeng met Huang Ting, he had entrusted him with two tasks. First, to sell the core components of the interstellar teleportation array obtained from the Siren Chaos Secret Realm. Second, to go to the Nangong Trading Company's headquarters warehouse to procure various higher-level heavy weapons for him to choose from. Huang Ting had handled both tasks efficiently. Firstly, I have sold that batch of teleportation array components to a director in the Salvation Army's logistics department. The funds have been received, totaling 2.2 billion star coins. The director also mentioned that if you have similar components for sale in the future, they can increase the purchase price by 5 to make your acquaintance. Huang Ting said, glancing at Nangong Liua to gauge her reaction. He wasn't trying to ogle, but instinctively wanted to assess Nangong Liua's character for Su Qingfeng. If she were a materialistic girl, hearing about such a large sum of money would surely elicit a different response. However, Nangong Liua showed no reaction, not even batting an eye, as if she was completely indifferent. Seeing this, Huang Ting couldn't help but admire Su Qingfeng's judgment, thinking she must be a wealthy heiress who had seen the world to remain so composed. Where am I supposed to get a second interstellar teleportation array to dismantle for him? That I don't know. After all, the source is yours, big brother. I'm just helping maintain relations and sell the goods. Su Qingfeng shook his head and laughed. Huang Ting handed over a golden card with a smile. This is an anonymous gold card, and the 2.2 billion star coins are all in it. Please verify, big brother. Su Qingfeng intended to accept it directly, but given the circumstances, he realized it was necessary to confirm the transaction on the spot to avoid any future disputes. Therefore, he did not refuse Huang Ting's request and confirmed the amount through mobile banking before considering the transaction complete. Next was the issue of upgrading weapons. Huang Ting eagerly wanted to introduce Su Qingfeng to the various advanced weapons he had procured, but Su Qingfeng stopped him. As it turned out, Su Qingfeng already had the meteor staff that Nangong Liua had given him, which felt good in his hands, so he didn't need new weapons for the time being. Huang Ting was not displeased by this, and simply said to come to him next time for weapon upgrades, then saw the two of them out of the store. At this moment, outside the event venue of Lingzhou First High School and Lingzhou Second High School, Han Tang and Lu Yongdao finally saw the representatives of Lingzhou First High School who had successfully completed the God's Maze secret realm. Zhang Yang emerged from the secret realm, laughing heartily and boasting enthusiastically. Haha, we finally did it. A 6th level secret realm. thousands of high-level monsters, demigod-level evil god followers. None could stop Zhang Yang. He clearly hadn't noticed the strange atmosphere outside. Logically, the successful completion of such a high-difficulty secret realm by Lingzhou First High School's team should have been met with enthusiastic applause and cheers. However, as Zhang Yang's voice faded, there was only silence around, creating an unusually eerie atmosphere. The onlookers, whether students from Lingzhou First High or Lingzhou Second High, all looked at him with indifferent eyes, a hint of pity in their gaze. Zhang Yang observed carefully, noticing that most people looked at him with sympathy, while a few had schadenfreude smiles. Even his most respected principal, Han Tang, seemed to have something to say but held back. Damn, this reaction isn't right. Didn't our team successfully clear it? Why do they all look at us like we're clowns? Zhang Yang thought indignantly, refusing to believe he was a clown. Bai Ningbing, a 9-star soul master in the team, certainly wasn't one, and even if the other 3 were slightly weaker, they were all elites. Perplexed, Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask Bai Ningbing. With her keen perception, Bai Ningbing quickly assessed the situation. After a brief observation, she said, "The team from Lingzhou Second High cleared it before us. We are the losers." Strangely, when Bai Ningbing said this, she didn't seem dejected about losing to Su Qingfeng's team. Instead, she appeared intrigued and curious. She thought to herself, Su Qingfeng actually beat me? How did he do it in a maze secret realm, her home ground? At this point, Han Tang was also hoping Bai Ningbing would use her strong information perception and reasoning skills to help him understand. After all, Luo Ping was just a tag-along. In the Lingzhou Second High team, only Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua were truly capable. How could their progress be dozens of times faster than the 5-person team led by Bai Ningbing? It was truly incredible. What did you say? We lost. How is that possible? The previously confident Zhang Yang was shattered upon hearing Bai Ningbing's explanation. Why not? With Su Qingfeng in the Lingzhou Second High team, Bai Ningbing asked expressionlessly, leaving Zhang Yang stunned. Previously, Bai Ningbing had never revealed anything unusual about Su Qingfeng. Zhang Yang had always thought that Bai Ningbing's special attitude towards Su Qingfeng was due to his attractiveness, but now he was being told that Su Qingfeng was actually the hidden mastermind. This sudden revelation made him feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, as if he were caught in a meticulously crafted deception, with even the last shred of dignity stripped away. What made it even harder to accept was that Bai Ningbing was one of the accomplices in this scheme. Suppressing his anger, Zhang Yang glared at Bai Ningbing with a grim expression and asked slowly, "What's going on? Bai Ningbing, please tell me the whole story. Even if I have to die, I want to die knowing why." Bai Ningbing didn't even glance at Zhang Yang, her lips curving slightly upward with a hint of smugness in her voice. "Isn't it obvious? Su Qingfeng's true strength far surpasses yours. That's why we lost, and that's why I approached him in the first place." She paused before continuing, "My talent and abilities can only be fully realized by aligning with the strongest teammate. Clearly, Su Qingfeng is my ideal choice." Bai Ningbing's words were brutally honest, leaving Zhang Yang feeling as if he had swallowed something rotten, making him want to vomit. Just then, Principal Han Tang of No. 1 High School approached, trying to calm their emotions. Han Tang patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder, speaking with a hint of helplessness. "Zhang Yang, Bai, and the rest of you. I suppose you've all guessed what happened. The team from Lingzhou No. 2 High School cleared the secret realm at an astonishing speed. I don't know what methods they used, but a loss is a loss. You all did great clearing a 6th-level secret realm in under an hour. We can hold our heads high despite the defeat, and keep striving for Lingzhou No. 1 High School's glory when we return." With that, Han Tang turned to leave. Zhang Yang couldn't help but call after him, "Principal, what was Lingzhou No. 2's clearance time?" Han Tang remembered that the students hadn't heard the results and quickly explained, "Oh, you were still in the secret realm and missed the broadcast, so you don't know. Lingzhou No. 2's team cleared it in 3 minutes and 8 seconds. They completely shattered the record previously held by the commander." He tried to reassure the students, adding, "All right, don't get too caught up in this result. Our school's secret realm specialists are still investigating the authenticity of this time." Han Tang's words hinted that Su Qingfeng and his team might have cheated, though he knew that cheating in the realm was nearly impossible. Still, to prevent discouraging his students, he chose this explanation. However, upon hearing the astonishing clearance time, Bai Ningbing's expression changed drastically. Her mind raced, quickly deducing the secret behind Su Qingfeng and his team's rapid completion of the godly maze. "Breaking through walls," Bai Ningbing suddenly exclaimed, her voice filled with barely contained excitement. "Principal, the only way Su Qingfeng's team could clear it so quickly is if they could break directly through the maze walls, taking the simplest route to finish the realm. That's how they managed a 3-minute clearance. And they couldn't have paused even a moment while defeating monsters along the way. This is the real secret to speedrunning the godly maze." Bai Ningbing's deduction was like a heavy blow, leaving everyone present, including Han Tang and Zhang Yang, dumbfounded. Breaking through walls in the maze realm? The idea was too outrageous, and everyone's first reaction was disbelief. It was known that before selecting the godly maze realm as the competition ground, Han Tang and other teachers had thoroughly studied it. The maze's map resembled a giant Rubik's Cube made up of hundreds of interconnected rooms. The walls between rooms were incredibly strong. Even a fully merged 9-star soul master couldn't easily break them. What made Su Qingfeng and his team capable of breaking through walls with ease? It seemed impossible. Yet, for Bai Ningbing, who had awakened the listening beast soul and excelled in deduction, the only viable method to clear the realm in just over 3 minutes was this. Whether it was possible was another matter. She was convinced Su Qingfeng could do it. When all other possibilities are eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Based on this deduction, Bai Ningbing easily inferred the terrifying power Su Qingfeng currently possessed. The realization filled her with uncontrollable excitement. Bai Ningbing couldn't wait to find Su Qingfeng, to lower her stance, and strive to join his team. She thought that if she could do this, even in the most dangerous combat missions at Qingfeng Martial University, her safety would be assured. Bai Ningbing's speculation spread like a whirlwind, quickly engulfing the entire scene. The remaining teachers and students eagerly joined the discussion, their voices rising and falling in waves. Ridiculous, scoffed a male student wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The god's maze was created by the spirit of the Tong Tian Tower, modeled after the realm of the evil god's descendants. The walls are impenetrable. How could a few high school students possibly break through them? Exactly, a girl with a ponytail chimed in. If Su Qingfeng and his team really had that kind of ability, they wouldn't need to train in the secret realm. They could just go straight to the outer battlefield and take on the powerful beings of the starry races. Amidst the chatter, there were also sneers about Bai Ningbing's talent and intellect. No wonder she's the weakest 9-star soul master. Her brain clearly isn't working right, someone thought to themselves. However, Pei Qingyu, who was also speculating on Su Qingfeng's method of clearing the maze, suddenly had an epiphany upon hearing Bai Ningbing's theory. Her eyes lit up as she murmured to herself. So that's how that guy sped through the maze. Pei Qingyu had witnessed Su Qingfeng's terrifying power firsthand, and knew he indeed had the capability to break through walls. She hadn't considered this possibility before, mainly because she was trapped in conventional thinking, distracted by the idea of a secret passage. In reality, many secret realms in the Tong Tian world do have hidden passages. Using these covert routes to skip high difficulty levels and quickly clear the secret realms has become a popular trend. Online, a large number of young soul masters, who call themselves players, gather to study various speedrun strategies for these secret realms. For these players, the secret realms of the Tong Tian world are no longer places to hone soul skills and combat techniques, but purely games. Of course, this behavior isn't considered a grave sin. After all, aside from the foreign battlefield and the front lines of the Abyss battlefield, the overall environment of the human alliance remains relatively peaceful. What's wrong with young people finding some fun and burning off excess energy? Moreover, the current supreme commander of the Salvation Army, Luo Pinghai, was once a leading player in his youth. By breaking secret realm records, he earned billions in training funds. At this moment, in the Salvation Army's frontline command headquarters at the Abyss battlefield, Luo Pinghai stood by the window, gazing at the bizarre night sky outside. Countless bright stars densely adorned the firmament, like layers of neon lights constantly flickering. These stars are so dazzling. Luo Pinghai sighed softly, thinking to himself, if only half of the stars in the sky could be extinguished. Perhaps then, the plight of humanity would improve significantly. However, this was merely a beautiful wish. Luo Pinghai knew well that to truly help humanity grow stronger, wishing alone was far from enough. Just then, his personal phone suddenly vibrated. Luo Pinghai took it out and found an unexpected message. Dear Challenger, your 32-year record for the fastest completion of the 6th-level secret realm, God's Maze, has been broken. The new record holders are the team of Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liua, and Luo Ping. Their completion time is 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Please attempt the challenge again to reclaim your glory. Sender, Spirit of the Tong Tian Tower. Every time he saw messages like this, Luo Pinghai couldn't help but laugh. His days of challenging secret realms and making money by breaking records were stories from over 30 years ago. Since his repeated failures to conquer the 100th floor of the Ascension Stairway's secret realm and his subsequent decision to enlist in the army, Luo Pinghai has never set foot in any secret realm of the Tongtian world again. These realms couldn't enhance his strength and were a waste of time. With his formidable power, entering a secret realm would be tantamount to bullying the spirit of the Tongtian Tower. Instead, Luo Pinghai preferred to challenge formidable warriors from other races on the battlefield. Not only could he comprehend the fusion of human and martial souls amidst life and death crises, but he could also amass substantial spoils from defeated enemies. After all, any foe worthy of Luo Pinghai's personal attention would not be weak, nor lacking in wealth. Thus, Luo Pinghai found the text message somewhat amusing. The spirit of the Tongtian Tower was like an eternally youthful companion, occasionally reaching out to reminisce about the good old days. However, people inevitably grow up. Just as he was about to delete the message, he furrowed his brow. He recalled that the extreme time for clearing the god's labyrinth was about 10 minutes. Who were these young individuals who managed to cut it down to 3 minutes? Could it be that the members of this trio were not young? If they weren't, and were still challenging such a low-level secret realm, it would seem rather unsportsmanlike. With Luo Pinghai's current strength, clearing the god's labyrinth in 3 minutes, or even 3 seconds, wouldn't be difficult. This was also why he no longer challenged secret realms, leaving no room for the younger generation. With this thought, Luo Pinghai called out, "Secretary, Li Yan." "Here," came Li Yan's robust reply from the outer room. "Come in," Luo Pinghai instructed succinctly. "All right." Soon, the handsome and upright Li Yan walked in. "Check the ages of these individuals. If they're all over 30, tell them to tone it down and not waste their energy on breaking records in such low-level secret realms," Luo Pinghai ordered. "Understood." Li Yan quickly opened his laptop and began searching. If Luo Pinghai had only provided one name, Li Yan might have struggled with the issue of common names and been unable to pinpoint the information the commander needed. However, with 3 names and specific secret realm record details, Li Yan's task was much simpler. Soon, Li Yan had the results. "Commander, I've checked, and these 3 are high school students, aged 17 and 18. The girl is the granddaughter of Nangong Chun, the chairman of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, and an 8-star soul master. As for the other 2, one has awakened a 5-star martial soul, and the other an unknown martial soul. Nothing extraordinary," Li Yan reported truthfully. That doesn't seem right." Luo Pinghai shook his head, looking seriously at Li Yan, and asked, "Are you sure there's no mistake?" Li Yan replied solemnly, "There's no mistake, Commander. Their record-breaking event occurred just an hour ago, which is why you received the message from the Tongtian Tower spirit." Hearing this, Luo Pinghai furrowed his brow. Luo Pinghai frowned as he stared intently at the holographic projection before him, his mind swirling with doubts. The prowess of this team seemed unusually formidable. Their speed in completing the mission was simply astonishing. Could it be that the young girl from the Nangong family had gone to great lengths, purchasing powerful technological weapons just to break records and flaunt her prowess? But he quickly dismissed this thought. Using tech weapons in the confined space of the secret realm would be tantamount to courting disaster. As Luo Pinghai was lost in thought, Li Yan's voice broke through his contemplation. "Commander, I just continued reviewing their files and found an incredible coincidence." There was a hint of unease in Li Yan's tone. Su Qingfeng's parents, Su Xiang and Lin Fengming, as well as Nangong Liua's father, Nangong Shangyuan, all went missing during the god's chaos 11 years ago. This revelation hit Luo Pinghai like a hammer, striking hard at his heart. His face turned ashen, and a flicker of painful memories crossed his eyes. The god's chaos 11 years ago was the biggest blemish in his career. At the time, he was commanding on the front lines of the Tianyuan battlefield. Initially, he thought it was just another internal conflict among the myriad races of the starry skies. However, the situation quickly spiraled out of control beyond anyone's expectations. The gods waged an earth-shattering battle on the Tianyuan battlefield, causing the ground to crack and the starry rivers to overturn. The entire power structure of the Tianyuan battlefield was completely disrupted, with all major races suffering significant losses. By the time the dust settled, humanity had lost countless lives and resources, with their sphere of influence shrinking to a tenth of its original size. If not for Luo Pinghai's near-constant presence on the Tianyuan battlefield in recent years, humanity's situation in this realm would have been even more precarious. Suppressing the turmoil within him, Luo Pinghai tried to maintain his composure as he asked, "Is it really such a coincidence? Both children are from military families." Li Yan nodded in explanation. Su Qingfeng's parents were indeed comrades in arms. As for Nangong Shangyuan, although not a soldier, he was originally the designated successor of the Nangong family. A glimmer appeared in Luo Pinghai's eyes as he pondered. It seems these 2 kids are not ordinary. Could they have had some extraordinary encounters? Li Yan nodded repeatedly. "Commander, your insight is remarkable. At least Su Qingfeng's experiences are quite unusual. Just a few days ago, at the awakening ceremony, he forsook the 9-star divine martial soul giant spirit god, and instead chose an unknown martial soul named Monkey King." "Oh," Luo Pinghai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Interesting. Go on." Unlike most, Luo Pinghai did not shy away from unknown martial souls. He was privy to a little-known secret. Not all unknown martial souls from the Reincarnation Tower are worthless. Typically, the Reincarnation Tower classifies 2 types of martial souls as unknown. One is those with soul power so weak that they cannot form powerful soul skills, and the other is martial souls from another world. The latter are truly unknown, with the Reincarnation Tower unable to predict their potential. Although there are indeed many worthless martial souls among the unknown, Luo Pinghai would not dismiss this young man because of Su Qingfeng's bold choice. What if he hit the jackpot? Luo Pinghai's intuition proved correct. Li Yin continued with the most extraordinary part of Su Qingfeng's file. This young man named Su Qingfeng, he actually has 2 class of military merits. What? Luo Pinghai's eyes widened, and he sprang from his seat, staring at Li Yin in disbelief. This news was so shocking that even the well-versed Luo Pinghai could not maintain his composure. By common sense, Su Qingfeng, as a high school student who just awakened his abilities a few days ago, shouldn't have had the chance to earn such a precious first-class military merit on the battlefield, right? Luo Pinghai questioned with a frown, a sharp glint in his eyes. If someone fabricated achievements to fraudulently obtain military merits, that would be a serious issue. Li Yan's fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard, various files flashing across the computer screen. Commander, please don't worry. The situation isn't as bad as you think, he explained in detail while continuing his operations. Su Qingfeng's merit records indeed show 2 first-class military merits. The first was personally awarded by the Tower Spirit of the Tontian Tower, and the process is classified as top secret. Even I don't have the authority to access it. The second merit is backed by a detailed report and case record from the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau's Merit Evaluation Department, and has been verified on-site by agents from the Jing'an Division. Luo Pinghai was slightly taken aback by this information. As a powerful being with a 10-star Taotai martial soul, he understood better than anyone what this meant. Taotai was the only martial soul he publicly acknowledged. As for other hidden cards he might have, only those strong enough to challenge him from the myriad star races knew, and they all paid a heavy price. I see. Luo Pinghai realized. No wonder that kid gave up on the 9-star divine martial soul. He really hit the jackpot. Accepting the fact that Su Qingfeng had double first-class military merits, he was no longer surprised by the feat of Su Qingfeng, Nangong Liua, and Luo Ping clearing the god's maze so quickly. After all, as a 10-star divine soul master himself, he was well aware of how astonishing Su Qingfeng's growth rate was. Commander, I have a suggestion, Li Yin suddenly spoke up. Go on. Su Qingfeng's file clearance is too low. Given the potential he's shown, if his secrets were to leak, the star races would undoubtedly send a large number of strong individuals to eliminate him. I suggest raising the clearance level of his and related personnel's files to prevent internal leaks. Luo Pinghai nodded in agreement. You're right. Let's do that. But we don't need to set the clearance too high. Just make it so it requires your approval to access. Li Yin agreed without showing any emotion, though inwardly he thought. This isn't not too high. This effectively places Su Qingfeng under the direct protection of the commander's office. Moreover, even if someone applies to access it, he can modify the content as needed to ensure core secrets remain safe. I understand, Commander. Is there anything else? Li Yin asked. There's nothing else. You can leave now, but leave the computer behind. Luo Pinghai gestured with a wave of his hand. Li Yin respectfully placed the computer down and quietly left the room, closing the door behind him. Luo Pinghai immediately opened the laptop and accessed Su Qingfeng's achievement records. As the Supreme Commander of the Salvation Army, he had the authority to view any military files, including the top-secret records that even Li Yin couldn't access. As the contents of the file gradually appeared on the screen, Luo Pinghai's expression shifted from serious to astonished. The records showed that Su Qingfeng, with the help of the Tongtian Tower's spirit, single-handedly reclaimed the 007 alien battlefield from the Sea Demon tribe, who had occupied it for 200 years. He not only killed thousands of sea demons, but also successfully destroyed the only interstellar teleportation array on the entire planet. This kid, his strength is actually this formidable? Luo Pinghai couldn't help but exclaim. He knew very well that such achievements deserved at least 3 class of military merits, but the Tongtian Tower's spirit had only awarded 1. However, this matter couldn't be made public, or it would surely attract the attention of the Sea Deity Society. While Luo Pinghai felt gratified to see a new, outstanding talent emerging for humanity, he began pondering how to help Su Qingfeng grow without drawing attention. Although Su Qingfeng was powerful, he was still far from being able to face the gods of the myriad races in the starry sky. With this in mind, Luo Pinghai rang the bell to summon Li Yin and shared his thoughts. Li Yin, who had already prepared, immediately proposed a reasonable plan. Commander, we could return the treasure chest left by Su Qingfeng's parents to him. After all, his parents were 7-star soul masters, elite in the army, so it's quite logical. Luo Pinghai nodded in agreement and then instructed, once the chest is ready, let me review it. Also, you should personally go to Blue Star to see him and tell him that his parents' disappearance is related to my decision-making error. If he holds any grievances against me, let him come to the Abyss battlefield to find me directly. Meanwhile, outside the flagship store of the Nangong Merchant Guild, Nangong Liua suddenly stopped and gazed at Su Qingfeng. I need to train, she said softly. Next time we enter the secret realm, I won't hold you back. Although reluctant to part, she knew well the vast gap in strength between her and Su Qingfeng and felt the need to catch up. Su Qingfeng saw her determination and gently encouraged her. All right. I also hope you become stronger. Nangong Liua smiled brightly. Gathering her courage, she leaned closer to Su Qingfeng, resting her head lightly against his chest. I know I made the right choice, and I hope you believe in me too. Su Qingfeng instinctively opened his arms, embracing the soft, subtly fragrant figure. In that moment, even ruling the world seemed no greater than this. Blue Star, Xia Country. Lingzhou No. 1 High School, Martial Arts Equipment Room. The school bell rang, breaking the silence of the campus. A group of breathless young students stumbled into the equipment room, arms full of martial arts gear, sweat glistening on their foreheads. Hello, Mr. Wu. We're here to return the equipment we borrowed, they called out in unison, their voices filled with post-exercise excitement. Wu Tian leaned lazily against the back of his chair, glancing up at the energetic students. All right, just put everything back in the cabinets and sign your names, he replied coolly, his tone carrying a hint of undetectable weariness. The students quickly got to work, the clattering of weapons echoing in the small room. They hastily scribbled their names on the equipment loan register and then left, their youthful laughter fading down the hallway. Mr. Wu is really nice, so much easier to talk to than the previous martial arts teacher. Yeah, I heard he's new here. We're so lucky. From now on, let's always borrow equipment from Mr. Wu. Listening to the students' innocent chatter, Wu Tian's face showed a trace of a bitter smile. He had only intended to take it easy, yet he unexpectedly earned a good reputation as the martial arts equipment manager at Lingzhou No. 1 High School. Currently, Wu Tian was an intern martial arts teacher at Lingzhou No. 1. Due to his lack of teaching skills in martial arts, he was assigned to manage the equipment. This dramatic turn of events began just a few days ago. At that time, Wu Tian was the head teacher of the senior class at Lingzhou No. 2 High School. The uproar over student Su Qingfeng giving up the 9-star divine martial soul had caused a stir throughout the city. Principal Duan Muji of Lingzhou No. 2 was even ordered to take a leave of absence by Vice Director Liu Hui of the Education Bureau. Worried that the situation might affect him and cost him his teaching position, Wu Tian hurriedly sought help from his family and transferred to Lingzhou No. 1 High School. The vice principal of Lingzhou No. 1, who was in charge of the sophomore year, was Wu Tian's uncle. According to him, there was a nearly 70-year-old senior homeroom teacher set to retire that year. Once Wu Tian joined Lingzhou No. 1, he could take over the class. Although it was just a sophomore class, given the school's higher status, it wasn't a bad deal. Plus, Wu Tian felt he couldn't stay at Lingzhou No. 2 any longer, so he agreed without hesitation. However, things didn't go as expected. After Wu Tian paid his uncle a facilitation fee of 500,000 star coins and transferred his work to Lingzhou No. 1, the retiring homeroom teacher suddenly changed his mind. He declared that he was still healthy and applied for an extension to continue working until he was 80. This unexpected turn left Wu Tian bewildered. After some investigation, he discovered the truth. The senior teacher had planned to retire and leave his position for his son, who was also a teacher at Lingzhou No. 1. Upon learning that Wu Tian might take over, the old man decided to fight back, applying for a 10-year extension to ensure Wu Tian couldn't replace him. This unexpected maneuver was too much for Wu Tian to counter, even with strong connections. In the end, the vice principal had no choice but to temporarily assign Wu Tian to the equipment management room. Fortunately, Wu Tian still had his teaching credentials, allowing him to earn a basic salary even if he did nothing. However, any hope of career advancement seemed out of reach. Teaching positions at Lingzhou No. 1 were highly sought after, with no room for newcomers. Even if Wu Tian managed to offer another 500,000 star coins to his uncle, it would take at least a year or two before he might secure a better position. Moreover, he simply didn't have the means to pay such an amount again. In this difficult situation, Wu Tian resigned himself to his fate. He decided to quietly wait for an opportunity while serving as the unexpected martial arts equipment manager. Wu Tian stood in the equipment room, his heart a mix of emotions. He looked down at the weapons scattered across the floor, memories of his glorious past at Lingzhou No. 2 High School flashing through his mind. Back then, he was the head teacher of an elite class, with a bright future ahead. Now, he found himself as a quiet equipment manager at Lingzhou No. 1 High School. Even if things aren't great now, it's still better than staying at Lingzhou No. 2. Wu Tian consoled himself, imagining that if he had stayed, he might have been forced into early retirement like Principal Duanmu. Yet deep down, Wu Tian couldn't help but regret. If only Su Qingfeng had chosen the 9-star divine martial soul back then, how different would things be now? Not only would he not have fallen from grace, but he might have been promoted to the head of the senior year group at Lingzhou No. 2, with limitless prospects. Wu Tian sighed, bending down to tidy up the weapons on the floor. He carelessly kicked a few pieces of scattered equipment back into the cabinet, his movements tinged with frustration. Just then, Wu Tian sensed a presence at the door. He looked up and was taken aback. Standing there with a stern expression and sharp features was Han Tang, the principal of Lingzhou No. 1. Principal Han. Wu Tian blurted out in surprise. What brings you here? Although Wu Tian had entered Lingzhou number 1 through connections with his uncle, all procedures were legitimate. Besides, he had never offended Han Tang. Wu Tian thought, surely Han Tang wasn't here to cause trouble? However, Wu Tian guessed wrong. Han Tang spoke coldly, his tone full of sarcasm. Mr. Wu, right? How are you finding your time at number 1? You were the head teacher of an elite class at number 2, and now you're just an equipment manager. It must be quite a downgrade, right? Should I help you transfer back to number 2 so you can continue being an excellent head teacher? Wu Tian was stunned by the unexpected sarcasm. Before he could respond, Han Tang pressed on. Mr. Wu, you've played the sacrificial lamb very well. Your heart is still with Lingzhou number 2, isn't it? Your real purpose in pretending to join number 1 was just to spy on us and pave the way for your star student. Wu Tian, you've hidden it well. Wu Tian was completely bewildered. What was going on? He was already in such a dire situation. How could the principal think he was an undercover agent for number 2? No, Principal Duanmu. In his panic, Wu Tian accidentally called Han Tang by the wrong name, making the situation even more awkward and tense. Both he and Han Tang were stunned. Just a moment ago, he was wondering if he had wrongly accused Teacher Wu, but now everything was confirmed. Teacher Wu was indeed loyal to his old workplace. Han Tang spoke, almost laughing in anger. He never expected to be fooled by such a simple ruse. Perhaps it was because Wu Tian leaked the secret in advance that his carefully planned event failed. Maybe Vice Principal Wu is also involved. Such backstabbers cannot be tolerated. Han Tang's gaze grew increasingly sharp. At this moment, Wu Tian was on the verge of tears. Facing the furious Han Tang, he could only humbly explain the difficulties Lingzhou Secondary School was facing and the reasons he had to transfer. Despite his burning anger, Han Tang maintained his basic decency and listened carefully to Wu Tian's explanation. This made Han Tang's rebuttal all the more powerful. Teacher Wu, you're saying that none of the students you taught became a 9-star soul master, causing you immense pressure? Han Tang retorted with a sneer. But as far as I know, Nangong Liua is a 9-star soul master. Isn't she your student too? How do you explain that? Wu Tian was momentarily stunned by these words. However, Han Tang had even more shocking things to say. You claim that Su Qingfeng became useless after giving up his 9-star martial soul, but he led Nangong Liua and Luo Ping to clear a 6th-level secret realm in 3 minutes. You say the education department gave you too much pressure, making you afraid to continue teaching at secondary school? As far as I know, Deputy Director Lu Hui ordered Duanmu Ji to be suspended for reflection, and then he stepped down himself. Your current supervising deputy director at secondary school has changed, and that deputy director hasn't even taken office yet. Wu Tian, no matter how eloquent you are, you can't hide the fact that you're an undercover agent from secondary school. I advise you to resign gracefully, rather than forcing me to fire you, causing a huge scandal. After hearing Han Tang's barrage of words, Wu Tian was completely dumbfounded. He even suspected that Han Tang was deliberately telling a bunch of lies to mess with him. However, seeing Han Tang's serious and earnest expression, Wu Tian realized he was serious. Could it be that everything Han Tang said was true? Nangong Liua's martial soul has advanced. Su Qingfeng's unknown martial soul is as powerful as a 10-star martial soul. Deputy Director Lu Hui has already stepped down and is no longer overseeing Lingzhou Secondary School. Then why did I resign before? For a moment, Wu Tian felt his mindset completely collapse. In the Tongtian realm, at the number 1 commercial plaza, Nangong Liua lingered in Su Qingfeng's embrace for 2 or 3 minutes before reluctantly leaving. Watching her walk away, Su Qingfeng felt a sense of indescribable loss. At that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated slightly. Su Qingfeng picked up his phone to find a call from Enruosu. Without much thought, he instinctively answered the call. Njia, are you okay now? Previously, Enruosu had been affected by the divine radiance of an outer god statue during a blood sacrifice incident and was subsequently taken back for treatment by Yilan, the chief military doctor of the Lingzhou Salvation Army. During this time, Su Qingfeng had sent several messages to Enruosu but had not received any replies. Now, suddenly receiving a call from her, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but feel excited. I'm fine. The doctor said I can be discharged today, but they say I need a family member to come and pick me up before I can leave. My parents are both busy today. Would you be able to come to the military hospital to pick me up? Enruosu's tone was somewhat peculiar. Enruosu lied to Su Qingfeng. After the blood sacrifice incident at Silver Moon Square was brought under control by the Enforcement Bureau, very little information was disclosed to the public. Enruosu's parents knew nothing about it and were unaware that she was being discharged from the hospital today, so they didn't come to pick her up. She had 2 reasons for her actions. First, she was filled with questions and wanted to ask Su Qingfeng directly. Second, she wanted to return the 50,000 star coins he had lent her before. On the phone, after making her request, Enruosu felt a bit anxious, fearing that Su Qingfeng might coldly reply, I'm not your family. However, her worries were unfounded. Su Qingfeng, who had been her neighbor and cared for her for many years, would not be so heartless. Sisterin, set a specific time, and I'll come pick you up. Su Qingfeng's tone was casual yet warm. And Ruosu was delighted and sweetly said, It's 1:30 now. Is 4 o'clock in the afternoon okay? No problem. See you then. After hanging up, Su Qingfeng didn't rush to leave the heavenly realm. Since the military hospital wherein Ruosu was staying had a teleportation array to the heavenly realm, he could get there in just a few minutes. Leaving at 3:30 wouldn't be too late, giving him 2 hours to clear the first level of the Ascension Stairs secret realm. Just as Su Qingfeng was about to set off, Luo Ping suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Feng, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Can we talk? Luo Ping's expression was serious, as if he had many worries. Have you been spying on me all this time? Su Qingfeng teased deliberately. How is that spying? I've been watching openly. It's just that you and the class monitor were so close, you didn't even notice me. Luo Ping's tone had a hint of jealousy. To the boys in Class 3, Year 1, the class monitor, Nangong Liu, was like a goddess, and no boy seemed worthy of her. Yet, Su Qingfeng had won her over so quickly. Even as a good friend, Luo Ping couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. You have a point, Su Qingfeng nodded. So, what do you want to talk about? Feng, are you hiding a lot from me? Luo Ping asked curiously. During the earlier Secret Realm expedition, aside from being amazed by Su Qingfeng's strength, Luo Ping felt like a fool, completely misled. That's a bit unfair. At the very least, I've told you more than once that I'm strong. It's just that you didn't believe me. Su Qingfeng patted Luo Ping's shoulder, smiling. That's true. Luo Ping looked a bit embarrassed. He had been misled by others, coming to believe that all unknown martial souls were useless, and assumed Su Qingfeng was just boasting. Feng, I was wrong before, Luo Ping said, looking ashamed. No need to apologize, let's get to the point. Remember I mentioned I wanted your help with running a video account. Su Qingfeng studied Luo Ping seriously, his expression turning solemn. Feng, are you saying you want to use that 1 million star coins as the startup fund for the video account? Luo Ping asked. Of course not, Su Qingfeng replied with a smile and a shake of his head. That 1 million star coins is just pocket money for you. Think of it as a settlement fee. As for the video account, I have a little secret to share with you. With that, Su Qingfeng took out his phone, expertly opened the account backend of a short video app, and handed it to Luo Ping. As soon as Luo Ping took the phone, he froze as if struck by lightning. His eyes were glued to the screen, staring at the alto familiar username, exclusive scoop. This can't be. Luo Ping muttered to himself, his fingers trembling as he began verifying the authenticity of the account. He first checked if it was a screenshot, finding the app fully operational. Then he looked at the follower count, which astonishingly showed 1.8 billion. Finally, he even found his own account Golden Bull in the followers list. Once he was sure, Luo Ping's gaze towards Su Qingfeng completely changed. His mouth curled into an uncontrollable smile, and a fervent expression spread across his face. Bro, your expression is a bit scary, Su Qingfeng said, feeling a little uneasy under the intense gaze. But Luo Ping seemed lost in his own world, muttering to himself. I should have realized it sooner. How could Feng fall from grace? Feng is the scoop master, and the scoop master is Feng. My two idols are actually the same person. He gently wiped the phone as if handling a sacred object. Finally, he respectfully handed the phone back to Su Qingfeng with both hands. Feng, from now on, I'm your #1 follower. Whatever you say, I'll do. Su Qingfeng took the phone, slightly helpless, and said, Now that you know I'm not short on money, forget about returning that bit of prize money. All right, Feng, I swear I'll never mention paying it back. If I do, I'm not human, Luo Ping declared firmly. Su Qingfeng looked at his suddenly somewhat crazed friend and couldn't help but shake his head. This was the first and, so far, only time he had ever voluntarily revealed his true identity to someone. Although Luo Ping wasn't sure how much Su Qingfeng trusted him, he felt incredibly honored. He began to share his insights on managing the video account. Fengge, your account's performance is outstanding. Both videos have over 10 billion views and have naturally attracted 1.8 billion followers, making you a dark horse in the self-media field. However, I feel your video content is a bit repetitive. Each time you directly obliterate the enemies of the Starry Sky clans. It's exciting once or twice, but over time, it could lead to aesthetic fatigue. He continued with his analysis. Also, your video editing skills could be improved. You never use filters, rarely have close-up shots, and there's a lack of signature moves or lines. The music selection isn't varied enough. Plus, you don't manage the comment section at all, letting trolls run rampant. While this might stir up some controversy and heat, it could affect your loyal fans' morale. Luo Ping's observations hit the core of Su Qingfeng's challenges, making him realize that what he initially thought was a simple favor for a good friend turned out to reveal Luo Ping as a genius in the video blogging world. Curious, Su Qingfeng asked, when did you learn so much? Luo Ping chuckled, squinting his eyes slightly. I'm not the brightest, but I know the principle of the early bird catching the worm. Feng Ge, when you mentioned wanting me to handle operations, I made sure to quickly learn the ropes. I even analyzed my idol, Baoyao Ji's video account as a case study. Little did I know you were Baoyao Ge. It all fits perfectly. Su Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh. Great, you've passed my internship assessment. Starting today, you'll manage this video account. As for your salary, considering you're still young, a monthly base salary of 500,000 star coins should suffice. 500,000. Luo Ping was shocked by the number, thinking Feng Gu was incredibly generous, as it was 100 times the starting salary for many graduates from top martial arts schools. Su Qingfeng interrupted his thoughts of protest. Don't think it's too little. There will be raises in the future. Indeed, with Luo Ping's capabilities, he might only be worth a monthly salary of 3,000, but earning Su Qingfeng's trust made him worth millions annually. Luo Ping was so moved he almost bowed in gratitude. I understand, Godfather. Su Qingfeng sighed, thinking that money wasn't a good thing if such a small base salary could make Luo Ping so humble. How would they remain friends in the future? You mentioned a lot earlier. Do you have any suggestions for my third video's concept? For the video content, I suggest you stick to your previous style, focusing mainly on battle videos. But the shooting angles and styles could be a bit more varied. For instance, use drones, holographic cameras, and other special equipment to capture richer material, and then leave the editing and post-production to me. I promise, every upcoming video will have the feel of a top-notch blockbuster. Luo Ping was excited and confident. Alright, let's do it your way. Su Qingfeng felt Luo Ping had some talent in this area, and decided to save himself some trouble by following Luo Ping's plan. Just as Su Qingfeng was about to follow Luo Ping's idea and purchase various specialized filming equipment to prepare for the third video, his phone vibrated slightly. He took it out and saw it was an unfamiliar number calling. Initially inclined to reject the call, Su Qingfeng noticed the unusually long number with a prefix of 3 zeros. Recalling a special communications course from school, he remembered what such a number meant. The caller's number was registered at the Abyss battlefield. This meant the person calling him might still be at the Abyss battlefield. Who could it be, and what did they want? With these questions in mind, Su Qingfeng decided to answer the call. Who is this? Su Qingfeng asked calmly, not revealing any personal information. Hello, is this Su Qingfeng? This is Li Yin from the office of the Supreme Commander of the Salvation Army. I need to meet with you, Li Yin said with a formal tone. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. He recalled the enlistment invitation he had received earlier from the Salvation Army's Supreme Command Office, which he had declined at the time, citing inconvenient timing. He had assumed that was the end of it, but now it seemed they wanted to discuss it in person. This realization made Su Qingfeng feel slightly uneasy, and his tone became colder. I'm very busy right now. Can we discuss it over the phone? On the other end, Li Yin was evidently not used to such a confident young man. Even after revealing his identity, Su Qingfeng still refused to meet, which was unexpected. However, Li Yin had reviewed Su Qingfeng's file and knew he had reason to be confident. Taking a deep breath, Li Yin explained calmly. I'm afraid that's not possible. I'm here to deliver something to you. Before your parents went missing at the Abyss battlefield, they accumulated a lot of military merits, which you can't inherit. They've been converted into supplies, and I'm here to deliver them to you. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng realized he had misunderstood. Li Yin was not the staff member who had sent the invitation, nor was he there to persuade him to enlist early. It was about something else entirely. Come to Central Square, Tongtian Realm, Su Qingfeng replied casually. I'll be right there, Li Yin responded promptly. After hanging up, Su Qingfeng turned to the visibly excited Luo Ping and said with a smile, we'll discuss the video plans later. I need to meet someone important first. I'll catch up with you later. Luo Ping understood and found an excuse to leave. Not long after, Li Yin, who stood tall and straight like a spear, appeared before Su Qingfeng. Li Yin had a refined appearance with a hint of softness, yet his sharp gaze indicated he was not an ordinary person. In fact, being so young and serving as the personal secretary to the Supreme Commander spoke volumes about his talents. He was a 9-star soul master, with a rare world tree as his martial spirit, which bestowed mysterious abilities. His martial spirit fusion rate had reached 90 a year ago. In terms of actual combat power, Li Yin was stronger than a typical fully fused 9-star soul master. If not for Su Qingfeng's superior physical strength, he might not have dared to sit opposite Li Yin. Upon sensing Li Yan's strength, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but gasp. This was no ordinary staff member. Clearly, Li Yin was a 9-star soul master nearing full fusion. Su Qingfeng couldn't resist asking, his eyes alight with surprise and curiosity. Li Yin heard this and allowed a faint, knowing smile to play on his lips. He replied leisurely, in the office of the Supreme Commander of the Salvation Army, even the most ordinary staff members are far from ordinary. Doesn't that make perfect sense? Su Qingfeng nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to press further. He shifted the conversation back to the serious matter at hand, recalling the events surrounding his parents' disappearance years ago. At that time, The military had suggested converting his parents' military merits into cash, but he had refused, clinging to the hope that they might still be alive. Now, with the military suddenly converting the merits without consulting him, he was perplexed. Li Yan's expression turned complex, a mix of pity and a hint of guilt. He candidly admitted, "I'm sorry, I lied on the phone. In truth, your parents' military merits remain intact. As you mentioned, they are still listed as missing in military records. Without your consent, the military would not handle their merits arbitrarily." Hearing this, Qingfeng furrowed his brow and asked, "So, where exactly did the items you're delivering to me come from?" He knew well enough that military benefits were not so easily come by. He feared that accepting them might mean being sent to serve at the Abyss battlefield at any moment, and he was still waiting to secure his place at the Starry Weapon University. Li Yan calmly explained, "This is a personal sponsorship from the commander to help you grow quickly. This morning, you broke the record for passing the 6th level secret realm that the commander set in his youth. Upon hearing the news, he took an interest in you young people and had me look into your backgrounds." At this point, Li Yan deliberately slowed his speech, carefully observing Qingfeng's reaction. Then, he discovered some small secrets about your martial soul. Qingfeng, while surprised, did not show any signs of nervousness. He was more shocked that merely breaking a record had caught the commander's attention. Was this why the commander's record had stood for decades? Because everyone was afraid to draw his notice? Qingfeng pondered whether his actions had been somewhat thoughtless. From a political standpoint, it seemed a little disrespectful to the commander. However, he hoped he was overthinking it and was reluctant to believe that the military god, Luo Pinghai, would be so petty. Finally, Qingfeng cautiously asked Li Yan, "So, is the commander sponsoring me under the guise of my parents' legacy?" Li Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Qingfeng continued, "May I ask, by accepting the commander's sponsorship, will I be forced to accept any additional conditions?" His tone carried a hint of concern, and his eyes reflected a wariness of the unknown. "Of course not." Li Yan wore a gentle smile, leaning forward slightly. "To be honest, I also received support from the commander. Working by his side has been my lifelong wish, and I am grateful that I earned this position through my efforts." Qingfeng narrowed his eyes, still wary. "No strings attached? A windfall from the sky?" "This is certainly not a windfall," Li Yan patiently explained. "You've made significant contributions to humanity and have tremendous potential, symbolizing the future of our race. Besides, this amount of resources is insignificant to the commander and the Salvation Army." Despite feeling a bit impatient inside, Li Yan maintained a calm tone. In other settings, he acted as the personal envoy of Commander Luo Pinghai, with authority comparable to the commander of a resource planet's garrison. If not for valuing Qingfeng's strength and potential, he wouldn't have bothered to explain further. "I admit you've convinced me," Qingfeng nodded slowly. "Let's see what's included, shall we?" Hearing this, Li Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He lightly tapped his storage ring, and several metallic boxes of varying sizes appeared. Pointing at them, he introduced each one. 10 sets of personal armor, 10 high-energy ray rifles, a box of fission grenades, a box of micro-fusion landmines, unmanned submarines, and 6 personal reconnaissance satellites. This is the standard firepower configuration of the Salvation Army's elite landing assault team. A small gift from the commander to you. Qingfeng was secretly astonished. These pieces of equipment were not only highly practical, but also came with the privilege of legally using military-grade weapons. Of course, these weapons were meant for combating powerful enemies among the interstellar races and could not be used on Blue Planet without facing military repercussions. "I don't have a military rank yet. Will there be any issues using this equipment?" Qingfeng asked, suppressing his inner excitement. "Getting a military rank is just a matter of saying the word," Li Yan replied candidly. "But even without it, it doesn't matter. The commander said that survival is the most important thing when facing alien threats. These are just to give you a better chance." Qingfeng understood the underlying message. "Agree to enlist, and you can freely use the equipment. Otherwise, it's just a last resort lifeline." He felt this was an entirely acceptable condition. "I've received the items. Is there anything else the commander wants to convey?" Qingfeng asked with a hint of ease in his tone. He thought to himself that accepting such assistance wouldn't impose any psychological burden given his potential. His eyes swept over the seemingly advanced technological weapons, understanding their nature. These were merely mass-produced consumables. The human alliance now controlled nearly 300 resource-rich planets, with abundant reserves of minerals necessary for weapon manufacturing. The true limitation of technological weaponry was the level of technology itself. This also explained the human alliance's complex feelings towards the Three-Eyed Divine Clan. Despite being treated as the #1 enemy by the Three-Eyed Divine Clan, who often resorted to unscrupulous means, their centuries-ahead alien technology was a treasure the humans desperately coveted. However, just as humans guarded the secrets of soul awakening, the Three-Eyed Divine Clan was equally aware of human intentions. For nearly a century, the Three-Eyed Divine Clan deliberately avoided using technological weapons in direct confrontations with humans. Instead, they employed followers of outer gods, devotees, and various slave civilizations. As a result, the humans maintained a strategic defensive posture against the three-eyed divine clan's provocations. Li Yin cleared his throat and said, "The commander mentioned that regarding your parents' disappearance years ago, he bears leadership responsibility. If you want to know the details of that incident, you'll have to go to the Abyss battlefield to find him." Li Yin carefully chose his words, avoiding repeating Luo Pinghai's provocative words, "Come if you dare." He feared that the young man might act impulsively and actually go challenge the commander at the Abyss battlefield. "I will go, but not now," Su Qingfeng replied calmly. Although his physical strength was currently high and his explosive power formidable when activating his divine abilities, his soul fusion was still low, and he hadn't mastered many soul techniques. It was too early to go to the Abyss battlefield. "That's entirely up to you." Li Yin shrugged, offering a relaxed smile. "By the way, once you've used up these weapons, you can come back to me for more. However, you'll need to write a formal application report explaining how the previous stock was used. Of course, if you're not applying for new equipment, there's no need for a report." "I understand. Thank you," Su Qingfeng replied casually. To him, the equipment provided by Li Yin was mostly for emergencies. Given his battle prowess, he could easily break through enemy lines in most situations. "That's all I have to say," Li Yin politely asked. "Is there anything you'd like me to convey to the commander?" Based on past experience, he expected a brief greeting or well-wish from Su Qingfeng. He didn't think Su Qingfeng genuinely wanted to communicate with Luo Pinghai. But Li Yin was mistaken. Su Qingfeng did have something important to convey to Luo Pinghai. "Wait a moment," Su Qingfeng said, pulling a small USB drive from his pocket. He quickly transferred a pre-recorded audio file from his phone via wireless transmission and handed the USB to Li Yin. "This contains a spell, a gift for the commander." Li Yin took the USB, frowning slightly with curiosity. "Oh, what kind of spell is this?" Logically, this should have been a secret between Su Qingfeng and the commander. But Su Qingfeng's action could potentially endanger Luo Pinghai's safety, so Li Yin had to inquire further. There are many bizarre and harmful methods in this world, and even audio files could carry curses or special contamination. Su Qingfeng said cautiously, a hint of wariness in his eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the incantation used by the Siren race to activate their interstellar teleportation array." He deliberately left some room for doubt, not wanting to make definitive statements. After all, the incantation had been in his possession for some time, and the Siren race could change the activation spell at any moment. He didn't want Luo Pinghai to waste his efforts. "What?" Li Yan's head shot up, his pupils constricting sharply. As the aide to the commander-in-chief, he was well aware of the internal movements of the Salvation Army. Recently, the upper echelons of the Salvation Army had received crucial intelligence through special channels. The only interstellar teleportation array on the 007 alien battlefield, occupied by the Siren race for 200 years, had been severely damaged. To reclaim this water-rich life planet, the Salvation Army was planning a large-scale military operation against the Siren race. Li Yan's mind raced. If Su Qingfeng's incantation was genuine, even if it had been discarded by the Siren race, it would still be invaluable to the Salvation Army's intelligence department. The key was to ensure it wasn't fabricated information by Su Qingfeng. But knowing Su Qingfeng's character, this young man was smart and cautious and would never do something so foolish. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Yan. Could it be that the teleportation array on the 007 alien battlefield was destroyed by this guy? Considering Su Qingfeng's highly classified first-class military merit, this hypothesis seemed quite plausible. Li Yin gave Su Qingfeng a deep look and solemnly said, "I will personally deliver this to the commander-in-chief, but it must undergo a safety check first. I hope to see you soon on the Tianyuan battlefield." If Tantian Realm was the cradle for new soul masters, and the alien battlefield was fertile ground for talented ones, then the Tianyuan battlefield was the ultimate test for all human strongmen. Li Yin believed that talents like Su Qingfeng should be tempered on the Tianyuan battlefield, whether by joining the military, becoming an adventurous soul master, or joining a guild. Although this also meant an increased risk of being outwitted by the strong of the starry races, no towering tree grows in a greenhouse. "I will definitely go to the Tianyuan battlefield," Su Qingfeng replied calmly, "but I can't tell you when." Even in the face of someone as well-connected as Li Yin, he refused to have his destiny arranged by others. Sensing Su Qingfeng's resistance, Li Yin smiled and tactfully took his leave. After Li Yin departed, Su Qingfeng began inventorying the military weapons. He quickly stored away the heavy weapons and, looking at the remaining boxes, fell into deep thought. Wait a minute, aren't these drones, smart mechanical dogs, unmanned underwater vehicles, and individual reconnaissance satellites all capable of shooting videos? This idea lit up Su Qingfeng's eyes. He immediately picked up the phone and called Luo Ping, who had just left, back to have him study the filming capabilities of these devices. Soon, Luo Ping stood before Su Qingfeng. When he saw the conspicuous Salvation Army logo on the box, his expression turned a bit uneasy. "Phone, How long was I gone before you raided the Salvation Army's supply depot? If this gets discovered, you'll be facing a tribunal. Luo Ping whispered cautiously. Don't overthink it. Su Qingfeng waved his hand. I can't explain the source of this equipment right now, but I can assure you it's all legally possessed. Just help me see which ones can be used for filming. Luo Ping nodded and began inspecting each piece of military reconnaissance equipment. He carefully tested the camera functions of each device and found that they were not only of high quality, but also produced excellent video footage. We can definitely use them. With this conclusion, Su Qingfeng visibly relaxed. So, where are you planning to film, Feng? Luo Ping asked excitedly, thinking that with Su Qingfeng's capabilities, even filming a battle against powerful interstellar beings on the Tianyuan battlefield wouldn't be out of the question. Such video footage would be truly spectacular. I'm going back to the Ascension Steps secret realm, Su Qingfeng sighed. I still need to apply to the Qingfeng Martial University. This statement left Luo Ping in silence. In his view, the Alliance's higher martial school selection system was too rigid. Someone like Feng, who could easily conquer a 6th-level secret realm, still had to go through the process of preparing materials and enhancing qualifications because his martial soul was classified as unknown. However, Su Qingfeng didn't seem to mind. Last time, in the Siren Chaos secret realm, he had gained nearly 7 billion star coins worth of treasures, and his martial soul fusion had improved. Such rewards made him eager to explore again. After bidding farewell to the still disgruntled Luo Ping, Su Qingfeng headed straight to the entrance of the Ascension Steps secret realm. To his surprise, he encountered two familiar faces there. Wei, although you hurt me badly last time, I've never blamed you. You compensated me with 2 million star coins, and I understand you didn't do it on purpose. Chen Kai said obsequiously. This guy, who had been beaten by Yang Wei in a small grove, seemed to have returned to play the lackey role, whether out of poverty or lack of backbone. Yang Wei, however, was clearly filled with disdain for Chen Kai. He had paid for medical expenses and mental anguish only because Su Qingfeng and Nangong Liua had taught him a lesson. Seeing Chen Kai now made him feel like he was being scorched by blue flames. Get the hell out of here, Yang Wei shouted unceremoniously. Su Qingfeng initially thought that after Yang Wei's rude behavior, Chen Kai would either leave in understanding or become furious. To his surprise, Chen Kai didn't get angry. Instead, he bent over with a smile plastered across his face and said to Yang Wei, Please, Wei, don't be angry. I'll step aside and wait for you to come out of the Ascension Stairway secret realm before we talk. This reaction left Yang Wei completely bewildered. He couldn't help but wonder if his previous beating of this guy had somehow triggered an unusual trait in him. Could it be that Chen Kai becomes more excited the more he gets hit, especially with the possibility of receiving compensation, making it a double delight? The thought sent a shiver down Yang Wei's spine. Standing nearby, Su Qingfeng watched Chen Kai's sycophantic demeanor and couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. He was about to voice his objection to this ridiculous scene when he warmly said, Vice Class Monitor, what a coincidence. Are you here to challenge the Ascension Stairway secret realm too? Are you planning to apply to the Starry Sky Martial University? This unexpected greeting left Yang Wei dumbfounded. It took him a full second to recover, after which he glared angrily at Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng, I haven't bothered you. Why the hell are you following me? Clearly, Yang Wei was unaware that Su Qingfeng also intended to apply to the Starry Sky Martial University and assumed he was there to cause trouble. Even though Yang Wei no longer feared a unknown with Su Qingfeng, the thought of Nangong Liua possibly being nearby made him uneasy. Although the spirit guardians in the Tongtian realm would prevent soul masters from truly dying, the pain experienced before death was very real. He didn't want to be beaten by the two of them again, as it was more than just a matter of losing face. Vice Class Monitor, aren't you being a bit petty? Can't I be here to challenge the secret realm? Su Qingfeng said with a smile, his tone free of the hostility of the past, as if the previous conflict had resolved his grievances. You want to challenge the Ascension Stairway secret realm too? Yang Wei's expression turned strange. Due to his recovery time, he and Chen Kai had missed the exchange activities between the two schools and were unaware that Su Qingfeng had successfully passed the 6th-tier secret realm. To him, with Su Qingfeng's seemingly unremarkable and unknown martial spirit, attempting the Ascension Stairway was a waste of time. Why not? You can't discriminate against martial spirits, Vice Class Monitor. Su Qingfeng teased. I'm not wasting my words on you. Although he hadn't seen Nangong Liua, Yang Wei, still apprehensive, didn't dare confront Su Qingfeng directly. After confirming that Su Qingfeng wasn't there to cause trouble, he turned angrily and entered the secret realm's entrance. Having completed the first 3 levels of ordinary difficulty, he vowed to clear the 4th level in one go this time, giving Su Qingfeng something to marvel at. Once Yang Wei disappeared, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but scrutinize Chen Kai, who still wore a fawning smile. The joy in Chen Kai's eyes made it seem as though being berated by Yang Wei was a great blessing. Witnessing this, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for Chen Kai. Damn it, an innate sycophant physique. Su Qingfeng couldn't help but silently criticized Chun Kai's fawning behavior. Just then, the entrance to the Ascension Staircase secret realm suddenly burst into light. In the next moment, a figure covered in blood staggered out. It was Yang Wei. His disheveled appearance clearly indicated one thing. He had died in the secret realm and was forcibly ejected by the spirit of the Tongtian Tower. Vice Monitor, why are you back so soon? Couldn't bear to leave me. Su Qingfeng couldn't resist mocking Yang Wei's sorry state. Although he didn't know which level Yang Wei had attempted, judging by his miserable look, a few taunts were certainly justified. Yang Wei clenched his teeth, swallowing down a curse. In truth, he had been overwhelmed by hordes of monsters as soon as he entered the 4th level and was ultimately killed instantly. With such a record, he had no grounds to refute Su Qingfeng's mockery and lacked the courage to re-enter the secret realm. At this moment, Chun Kai began his performance again. As a competent lackey, he understood the principle that the master can be low-key, but the lackey must be high-profile. Su Qingfeng, what are you boasting about? Chun Kai's voice was loud and clear. Brother Wei cleared the first 3 levels in just half a day. The 4th level is just a minor hiccup. With Brother Wei's strength, he can solve it in no time. And you? Is this your first time here? With your ability, you probably can't even pass the 1st level. This impassioned speech helped Yang Wei regain his confidence, making him think that Su Qingfeng, with his mediocre martial soul, might indeed fail at the 1st level. Facing these two ignorant fools, Su Qingfeng merely let out a cold laugh, turned around, and stepped into the secret realm entrance. In an instant, the scenery changed, revealing an expansive, boundless forest before him. Respected challenger, you are now attempting the 53rd level of the Ascension Staircase Secret Realm Dragon's Calamity, Nest level. This time, the spirit of the Tongtian Tower skipped the pleasantries and directly transported him to the highest difficulty, Nest level Secret Realm. For Su Qingfeng at this point, a dragon with a combat level of 500 was no longer much of a threat. A foe of this caliber could be easily dispatched, hardly sparking his interest. Just then, the secret realm's description began to unfold before him, the text continuously changing to present a detailed introduction to this Nest-level secret realm. Secret realm name, Curse of the Dragon. Difficulty level, Nest level. Combat strength level, monsters from level 500 to 5000. Background. In the year 500 of the Star Sea calendar, during the migration of the human alliance across the vast Star Sea, they once stopped on a unique planet. This planet was enormous, hosting various intelligent species and civilizations. Based on its characteristics, the human alliance named it Beast Star. The environment on Beast Star is extremely unique, filled with energy that causes rapid biological mutations, even causing humans to experience unusual growth in magical power. As a result, the native humans of this planet are all magicians. Due to the great distance from the human alliance's final destination, they did not linger but considered it a potential fallback. The human alliance had an agreement with the native humans. When facing an existential crisis, the natives could activate an ancient teleportation array left by the human alliance to seek help. As a representative of the human alliance, you are here to honor this ancient agreement and must eliminate the dragon threat endangering the native humans of Beast Star. Secret Realm Rewards. Grade a military merit, 20 million star coins cash reward. Should the challenger die or fail to eliminate the dragon within 7 days, it will be considered a failure. Current fastest clearance record, none. Record holder, none. Note, this is the real Beast Star, with strong and cunning enemies. Challengers are advised to cherish their lives, and if emergency return is needed, call upon the spirit of the Sky Tower in your heart. Su Qingfeng had barely finished reading the instructions when he heard an excited shout from behind a large tree not far away. Hey, are you okay? He noticed that the person greeting him was a 14 or 15-year-old girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, fair skin, and an ethereal beauty, holding a uniquely styled staff. Although her accent was a bit difficult to understand, she was indeed speaking the human alliance's common language. Is this what the native humans of Beast Star are like? Quite different from what he had imagined. Seeing the word native, Su Qingfeng had expected to encounter a group of dark-skinned humanoids. The girl seemed both excited and anxious, but Su Qingfeng did not respond immediately. Instead, he carefully sensed his surroundings. He stood on an ancient teleportation array, most of whose foundational stones were buried under dirt, clearly unused for many years. Around him was a primeval forest, seemingly devoid of particularly powerful monsters. At the edge of the forest appeared to be a temporary camp of native humans. The makeshift tents housed many soldiers missing arms or legs, looking miserable. Evidently, these soldiers had escorted the girl here to seek help. So, could this girl, who speaks the human alliance's common language, be a descendant of those who signed the agreement with the human alliance years ago? Everything matched the description given by the Sky Tower's spirit, so there seemed to be no trap. With this in mind, Su Qingfeng finally asked, "Who are you? Why did you summon me here?" The girl's face showed a hint of surprise upon hearing this. "You mean, only you were summoned? but I intended to summon a mighty army of starry sky human warriors to defeat the evil dragon god. Princess Alice of the Iris Magic Kingdom, with her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, stood at the edge of the forbidden forest outside the capital. Her heart raced as she fixed her gaze on the ancient teleportation array before her. This array, constructed over 2,000 years ago, had become the kingdom's last hope. The Iris Magic Kingdom was once the most prosperous human realm on this planet, with a population exceeding 1 billion at its peak. However, 30 years ago, a sudden instability in magical elements plunged this magicentric kingdom into an unprecedented crisis. The power of the Grand Magisters sharply declined, with some even regressing to mid-level mages. Meanwhile, the magical beasts not only remained strong, but grew even more powerful and bloodthirsty. Years of beast hordes attacking had rapidly weakened the kingdom's strength, and in recent years, numerous dragons began large-scale assaults on towns. Now, only the capital city remains, with the population dwindled to less than 1 million, teetering on the brink of extinction. More terrifyingly, if this kingdom falls, human civilization on the entire planet may perish. In this critical moment, Princess Alice took on a daunting task. She had to teach herself an ancient language known as the universal language of the Starry Sky people to activate the old teleportation array and seek help from the distant Starry Sky people civilization. This was based on an alliance made over 2,000 years ago between the extraterrestrial race and the kingdom's ancestors. Though unsure if this ancient pact still held any validity, it was their only hope. Alice overcame unimaginable challenges, using various magical means to finally master this complex language. Under the protection of the royal guards, she navigated through the encircling beast hordes and arrived at the ancient teleportation array. Taking a deep breath, the princess began to activate the array. As magical energy flowed in, the ancient runes lit up one by one, and the entire array emitted a ghostly blue glow. Following the method described in ancient texts, Alice conveyed the kingdom's plight in the universal language of the Starry Sky people and sent the message through the array's communication device. After completing this task, Alice hid behind a sturdy ancient tree, anxiously waiting. The rustling leaves and the occasional distant roars of magical beasts heightened her tension. As time ticked by, Alice's heartbeat quickened. About an hour later, the ancient teleportation array suddenly flared with a dazzling light. Alice's eyes widened in disbelief at what she saw. Her lips trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes, nearly causing her to cry out in joy. Hope had finally arrived. This at least proved that the ancient teleportation array could still function properly for two-way transport. A spark of hope ignited in Princess Alice's heart as she fixed her gaze on the center of the array, eagerly awaiting rescue from the Starry Sky, human civilization. As the teleportation light gradually faded, a handsome and dashing young human appeared before her. He was tall and slender, with black hair and eyes, dressed in a well-tailored outfit. Although not particularly muscular, he exuded a powerful presence with every move. Alice found herself holding her breath, captivated by this strong, mysterious, and handsome young man from the Starry Sky human race. Trusting the ancient texts, Alice mustered the courage to greet the youth. She was secretly relieved that this visitor did not harbor the same hostility toward her as the fallen dragons did. After a brief survey of his surroundings, the young man quickly engaged her in conversation. However, a hint of doubt arose in Alice's mind. She had clearly requested a powerful army of heroes to defeat the evil dragon god Malsus. Why was there only one human youth before her? Was her alien language not good enough? This thought momentarily distracted her, causing her to forget to respond to the youth's question and fall into a brief silence. Qingfeng's sudden arrival from the Starry Sky human race smiled when he heard Alice's request for a hero army. He thought to himself that since the spirit of the Sky Tower had sent him on this mission, it must have confidence in his abilities. Why would he need a hero army? He alone was sufficient to face any challenge. Young lady, my time is limited. If you don't speak, I won't be able to help you, Qingfeng said, taking out a mechanical watch from his storage ring for a quick glance. It was already 2:30 in the afternoon, and he was scheduled to meet in Ruosu at the military hospital at 4. This meant he had just over an hour to handle the affairs of the secret realm. In this situation, Qingfeng had no time to consider Alice's emotional changes. His goal was clear: find the most powerful enemy as quickly as possible and strike decisively to eliminate them. Upon seeing Qingfeng pull the watch out of thin air, Alice's eyes lit up. She was amazed to realize that this young man was a rare spatial mage. This discovery rekindled her hopes. Perhaps he truly had the ability to help the Iris Magic Kingdom rise from the ashes. Hello, my name is Alice, and I am the princess of the Iris Magic Kingdom, she said in slightly awkward but standard universal language. I have followed an ancient covenant to seek aid from the Starry Sky humans because our civilization is facing a crisis of extinction. As Qingfeng listened to Alice recount her story, he retrieved a box containing a single soldier mech suit from his storage ring and began assembling it swiftly. Considering the vastness of the secret realm map and the urgency of time, he decided to use the mech suit for rapid travel. Fortunately, the design of the single soldier mech was user-friendly enough for even first-time users to assemble it easily by following the instructions. With his knowledge and strength, Qingfeng quickly assembled a white, lightweight mech over 3 meters tall and initiated the self-check program. Beep. Human Alliance Salvation Army's Lingyu class single soldier mech initiating self-check. Control module normal, power core normal, flight system normal, weapon system normal, self-check complete. Welcome to the Lingyu class single soldier mech. A series of prompts sounded, indicating the mech was ready. Qingfeng looked at the astonished Alice and asked, Princess Alice, do you know where the dragon nests are? And what about the evil dragon god? Do you know where it resides? What? What are you saying? Alice snapped back to reality, almost frightened by Qingfeng's question. This strange starry-skied human intended to go to the dragon's nest alone and even provoke the evil dragon god. Was he courting death? Even if his spatial magic was powerful and his goal-making skills were extraordinary, he shouldn't be so reckless. There were over 1,000 dragons in the nests, each comparable to a grand mage. The evil dragon god Malsas possessed terrifying power beyond legendary archmages. How could this young man possibly be a match for them all by himself? Although Alice knew the location of the dragon nests, her kind nature couldn't bear to watch Qingfeng walk to his death. She tried to persuade him. Those dragons are extremely powerful. I know. That's why I'm here. Qingfeng sighed. If you know where the enemy is, just tell me. I'm in a bit of a hurry. I need to deal with the dragons, and then go pick a friend up from the hospital. Alice was momentarily silent, surprised that a crisis she deemed capable of destroying nations seemed so trivial to Qingfeng. He didn't even want to spend a few extra minutes on it to avoid missing an appointment with a friend. How powerful was this starry-skied human? I know the general direction of the dragon nests. They're on a large island in the middle of the sea, 300 kilometers east of the capital. The island is called Dragon Island. As for its exact location, I'm not sure. Alice decided to take the risk and trust Qingfeng, sharing what information she had. Knowing the general location is enough. The dragons will definitely come out to welcome me when they see me. I'll find the exact position of Dragon Island then. Qingfeng said, climbing into the Liua mech's cockpit and setting the target before activating the mech's power systems. Boom! The mech's miniature nuclear-powered engine ignited, spewing out high-temperature plasma flames that quickly heated the surrounding air. After completing this, Qingfeng turned to Alice and said, Princess, you should return to your palace guards. Let them continue to protect you. If all goes well, after today, your kingdom won't suffer any more dragon attacks. Qingfeng was confident that after his mission on Dragon Island, any remaining dragons would be scared out of their wits and would never dare to oppose humans again. Alice, seeing Qingfeng's confident demeanor, felt both shocked and excited. Finally, she gathered her courage to ask, Can I come with you? Huh? Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. I mean, can you take me with you to defeat the dragons? I know what Dragon Island roughly looks like, and I might be able to help you at a crucial moment. Alice tried to demonstrate her value. Qingfeng didn't expect this seemingly gentle and elegant princess to have such a daring side. All right, there's a bit of space in the cockpit. Squeeze in. Even though the mech Qingfeng carried was a single soldier model, the weapons manufacturer had considered the possibility of using it to transport the wounded in emergencies during the design phase. The Liua-type single soldier mech's cockpit was spacious enough to accommodate 2 average-sized adults without affecting its maneuverability. Qingfeng stood beside the mech, looking at the blonde girl, Alice. In this world of mages, allowing a stranger into the mech's cockpit was undoubtedly a risky move. Alice's blue eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, but who knew if she possessed some magic to seize control of the mech? However, Qingfeng did not hesitate. He easily pressed the hatch switch, signaling Alice to enter. In his view, even if Alice was a formal mage, her combat power was negligible. If necessary, Qingfeng was confident he could subdue her the moment she showed any hostility. Alice carefully squeezed into the cockpit, feeling the cold touch of the high-tech equipment around her. Qingfeng casually pressed a few buttons, and the transparent hatch slowly closed. The mech vibrated slightly and began to ascend. Through the glass hatch, Alice watched intently as the ground gradually receded. She could sense the immense power contained within this magic puppet. A vision surfaced in her mind. If the Iris Magic Kingdom could possess even 100 of these mechs, perhaps they wouldn't have to fear the threat of dragons anymore. Even the evil dragon god Malsas might think twice. This thought sparked a glimmer of hope in Alice's heart. Even if human civilization could only extend a few more years, or even just help one person live a few more years, it was meaningful to her. After all, the meaning of life lies in the very act of living. Perhaps growing up in such a harsh survival environment shaped Alice's unique outlook on life. She cherished life, yet was unafraid of death, compassionate towards life, but could eliminate enemies without hesitation. This also explained why she insisted on joining the fight after hearing Su Qingfeng's confident declaration. She longed to witness the downfall of a dragon, even if it meant risking her life. The Liua mech rapidly accelerated, breaking the sound barrier. As the exclusive equipment of the Salvation Army's most elite Special Operations Unit, this new generation mech could reach a maximum strike speed of an astonishing 30 times the speed of sound, equivalent to flying over 10 kilometers per second. Theoretically, it would take only a few seconds to fly from the Forbidden Forest to Dragon Island. However, reality was far more complex. The acceleration and deceleration phases inevitably consumed time. More importantly, Su Qingfeng had to consider Alice's endurance. He cautiously limited the maximum acceleration of the autopilot to 9g, or 9 times the gravitational acceleration. Even so, this was still a challenging test for someone with Alice's average physical condition. The gravitational force of 9 times that of Earth is the maximum acceleration most ordinary adults can withstand. Su Qingfeng initially believed that Alice, being a magician, would be better equipped to handle such pressure than an average person. However, his expectations were swiftly dashed. As soon as the Liua mech began to accelerate, Alice felt as though the blood in her veins had frozen, and breathing became a struggle. Her vision blurred, and her consciousness began to fade. Although in this state she wouldn't vomit due to her digestive system halting, this was hardly a comfort to her. Noticing Alice's abnormal reaction, Su Qingfeng had no choice but to reduce the mech's acceleration. He frowned as he recalculated, realizing that this would further delay their arrival at Dragon Island. Several hundred kilometers away, a massive bowl-shaped island stood out in the ocean. Towering mountains encircled the central basin, creating a breathtaking vista. This was the legendary Dragon Island, where countless dragons soared through the skies, playing and chasing one another in a magnificent aerial ballet. Beneath the island lay an active volcano, continuously providing heat and moisture, creating an ideal habitat for dragons. Among this paradise, a colossal black dragon over 200 meters long was particularly striking. Known to humans as the malevolent dragon god Malsas, it was leisurely soaking in the scorching magma. As a dragon with godlike powers, Malsas harbored deep hostility towards humans. To it, the sudden outbreak of unstable magic elements 30 years ago was entirely due to humans cultivating too many magicians. This change threatened the dragon's innate magical abilities and undermined their dominance. To preserve the dragon's supremacy, Malsas devised a radical plan to weaken the human kingdoms as much as possible before the decline of magical elements affected dragon rule. This proposal quickly gained the support of other dragons, as many foresight ones were already uneasy about the growing power of humans. And so, a plan for human extinction quietly took shape among the dragons. The relentless waves of magical beasts that plagued human society were largely orchestrated by the dragons from behind the scenes. With their superior bloodline, dragons needed only to exert a bit of dragon power to organize magical beasts into attacking the human world. These beasts, already hostile to humans, became even more ruthless under the dragon's covert influence. Although human counterattacks could eliminate some of the beasts, the losses were insignificant against the overwhelming numbers of the beast hordes. Over the decades, most human nations on the beast star were destroyed as a result. Just as Malsas was reveling in the successful progression of its plan, an event occurred that brought it even greater surprise. It was discovered that as the overall power of human wizards declined, the instability of magical elements in nature showed signs of easing. This astonishing discovery confirmed Malthus's suspicion. The instability of magical elements on this planet was indeed related to the excessive number of human wizards. All the dragons were convinced by Malthus, and with this significant discovery, he was crowned as the Dragon God. At the moment Malthus ascended to become the Dragon God, the Dragon Clan officially declared war on humans. Utilizing their formidable aerial advantage, they launched relentless attacks, in collaboration with numerous magical beasts, attempting to eradicate humans from the entire planet. Just as the dragon's plot was about to succeed, Alice activated an ancient teleportation array, summoning a unique starborn human from the distant depths of the cosmos. When the Liua mecha appeared like a meteor in the sky near Dragon Island, countless dragons immediately noticed the anomaly. Malthus, who was bathing in magma, instinctively sensed something was amiss. He widened his bright eyes with large vertical pupils, staring at the fiery ball in the sky. Soon, Malthus panicked. This was no ordinary meteor, but a magic automaton of a human wizard. However, he had never seen an automaton capable of flying through the sky at such terrifying speed. Not taking any chances, Malthus immediately let out an earth-shaking roar, commanding all dragons on Dragon Island to take to the skies and intercept this clearly unfriendly meteor. Inside the Liua mecha, Su Qingfeng, who had not yet noticed the exact location of Dragon Island, quickly saw hundreds of dragons rising into the air. He proudly said to the pale-faced Alice, "See, I was right. As long as we get near Dragon Island, the dragons will come to greet us. Alice forced a smile and complimented, "You're so wise." Then she instinctively asked, "But what do we do next?" Facing so many dragons, Alice felt that she and Qingfeng were like moths flying into a flame. Sure enough, the dragons began spewing dazzling, scorching dragon breath along the meteor's flight path, attempting to destroy the seemingly insignificant Liua mecha. Be careful. The dragon's breath is terrifyingly powerful. If we get hit, we're done for. Alice warned in a panic. At this critical moment, Qingfeng decisively switched off the autopilot and switched to manual control. "Hold on tight," he said in a deep voice. Although Qingfeng had only studied the theory of piloting mechas in school, thanks to his strong physique, keen perception, and the excellent maneuverability of the Liua mecha, he wasn't worried about any mishaps. Facing the incoming dragon breath, Qingfeng sharply pulled the control stick, making the single-pilot mecha climb at an extremely steep angle, easily dodging all attacks. The sudden change in direction and the resulting strong inertia nearly made Alice faint. But she gritted her teeth, not uttering a sound, for fear of disrupting Qingfeng's operation. Subsequently, Qingfeng executed several more high-difficulty maneuvers. Alice could no longer maintain her seating position. She tumbled around the cockpit before finally clinging to Qingfeng like an octopus, barely stabilizing herself. Noticing the extra person clinging to him, Qingfeng's expression turned peculiar. He thought to himself, "Wait, does she think I'm piloting recklessly just to throw her around?" Under the influence of acceleration, Alice found herself in an awkward embrace with Qingfeng. She had never been in such close contact with a stranger before, and her cheeks burned with embarrassment. She was secretly relieved, thinking, "At least we're on the battlefield, and he's so focused on fighting the dragons, he probably won't notice my discomfort." However, as she stole a glance at Qingfeng's profile, he happened to look down, and their eyes met. Slightly embarrassed, Qingfeng asked, "Are you okay?" Alice shook her head and replied through gritted teeth, "I'm fine. If I'm not in your way, please continue to control the mech and defeat those dragons." Though she couldn't fathom where Qingfeng's confidence came from, her anger and hatred toward the dragons that had slaughtered countless citizens of the Iris Magic Kingdom overshadowed everything else. She only wanted to witness the complete destruction of those vile creatures. "As you wish," Qingfeng sighed, then retrieved a fusion mine from his storage ring and loaded it into the universal weapon launcher of the Liua mech. Compared to the mech's built-in energy weapons, this miniature fusion mine packed the power equivalent to 100,000 tons of high explosives, enough to deal with the dragons, which boasted a combat power exceeding 500 and were protected by magical elements. Qingfeng quickly adjusted the mech's stance and aimed the launcher at the dragon horde behind them. As he pressed the launch button, the launcher emitted a flash of electricity, silently propelling the fusion mine forward with immense electromagnetic force. The hundreds of dragons behind them soon noticed the unidentified flying object. Although they didn't know what it was, instinct warned them of potential danger. Dozens of dragons immediately unleashed fiery breaths, accurately targeting the fusion mine. In the next instant, a new sun seemed to burst forth on the battlefield. An indescribably bright light illuminated the entire area, akin to the brilliance of a stellar explosion. This was followed by unimaginable heat and a shockwave. The foremost 40 or 50 dragons were instantly obliterated, while those behind, though shielded by their fallen comrades and possessing strong physiques, were severely injured. Despite its astounding power, the fusion mine only managed to kill less than a tenth of the dragons. The remaining hundreds, though all injured, were still alive, poised to launch another assault at any moment. Regardless of their injuries, the dragons dared not pursue the meteor any further. Their eyes were filled with fear and anger as they roared. "This is divine magic. Only a human archmage can perform such divine magic. Despicable humans, secretly nurturing an archmage, how unforgivable." One dragon wailed in agony. "I've long advised the dragon god to annihilate the humans directly, but the dragon god was too soft-hearted. Ah, my eyes are blind. It hurts so much." Another dragon with broken wings groaned. "My wing is broken. Give me a hand." As the injured dragons fled towards Dragon Island, they let out various heart-rending cries. Meanwhile, Malzeth, a dragon resting by the lava pool on Dragon Island, was deeply shocked. It could clearly sense that the explosion of the fusion landmine had harnessed the power of the Annihilation Law. The Annihilation Law refers to the overwhelming power that allows a caster to directly annihilate matter, gaining nearly godlike infinite energy. Any attack involving the power of laws can be called divine magic. Although Malzeth had long been crowned as the dragon god, it had never mastered such an advanced law power. A hint of doubt and vigilance flashed in Malzeth's eyes. Who exactly is the enemy hiding in that meteor? Why can they perform such advanced magic? Could it be that they are truly the last trump card of the Iris Magic Kingdom, an archmage created with the entire nation's resources? If so, I must take action myself. With a slight thought, Malzeth took flight. issuing a thunderous roar and commanding all dragons, follow me into battle or face death. Before the words were finished, Malzeth raised its head and bit down on an injured red dragon, trying to escape back to Dragon Island. The unfortunate red dragon was terrified and quickly pleaded for mercy. "Spare me, dragon god." But it was in vain. With an expressionless face, Malzeth opened its mouth wide and swallowed the several-meter-long red dragon whole in a few bites. After devouring the red dragon, Malzeth's skin clearly glowed with a magical light, its aura significantly enhanced. It said in a deep voice, "If you don't wish to fight, you can become a part of my body instead." No dragon dared utter a word of protest. Compared to battling a human archmage, where there might still be a chance to escape amidst the chaos, being targeted by the dragon god meant certain death. So all the dragons instantly became compliant. They dared not flee towards Dragon Island anymore, but turned around to chase the meteor with all their might. Even the dragons with injured wings struggled forward with the help of their companions, not daring to make any unnecessary movements for fear of drawing Malzeth's attention. At this moment, inside the single-pilot mech, Alice was thoroughly impressed by Qingfeng. She had witnessed the terrifying scene of the fusion landmine explosion through the mech's display screen. The deafening boom, the enormous fireball as bright as the sun, and the massive mushroom cloud that followed filled Alice with exhilaration and excitement. Alice exclaimed excitedly, "Even forbidden spells can't compare to the power of this magic. Did you really release divine magic? Are you already an archmage-level magician at such a young age?" At this moment, Alice found Qingfeng incredibly appealing. Qingfeng didn't understand much about divine magic or forbidden spells. He only knew that there were 9 more of these powerful fusion landmines in the box. "Calm down. It's a piece of cake for me to perform such divine arts," Qingfeng teased with a confident glint in his eyes. He could feel the surging power within him. After using the fusion mines to annihilate dozens of giant dragons, the absorbed soul energy had boosted his martial soul fusion rate from 8.1 to 9. The thought of possibly breaking through to 10 and activating a second soul skill upon eliminating all the dragons filled Qingfeng with excitement. Alice pursed her lips, clearly skeptical about Qingfeng's claim. Although his attack seemed effortless, what about the preparation of those precious magical items? She couldn't help but wonder how much rare material and magic it took to create such a powerful magical device. Recalling how Qingfeng crossed the stars without hesitation and offered his full support upon receiving the distress call, Alice felt a surge of complex emotions. She suddenly began pondering Qingfeng's true motive. Was it because of the ancient alliance set thousands of years ago, or did he have ulterior motives? As the sole heir to the Iris Magic Kingdom's throne, Alice realized that if they successfully overcame this crisis, she might ascend to the throne. At that time, whatever reward Qingfeng desired, she would have the power to grant it. This thought made her both nervous and expectant, but she also felt guilty for thinking about these things at such a critical moment. At that moment, Qingfeng sensed a change on Dragon Island. "Alice, just how powerful is that Malthus? Could it have been killed by the divine art just now?" he asked suddenly, with a hint of seriousness in his voice. Alice frowned, pondering for a moment before shaking her head. "I'm not sure of its exact strength, but my mentor, Lady Merlin, once said that Malthus might have surpassed the demigod threshold to become a true dragon god. If that's true, it would be a divine-level existence. Your divine art might only kill it if it hits directly." Qingfeng nodded thoughtfully, understanding that a direct hit meant the fusion mine must explode inside Malthus to be lethal. "I know what to do," he sighed, turning to Alice with determination. "Your Highness, I need to leave you on the mech alone now and activate the auto-cruise mode. Just stay inside and wait for my return. Don't touch any buttons, all right?" Alice instinctively nodded, then asked, "What about you? Where are you going?" Qingfeng's lips curled into a confident smile. "To slay a god, of course." With that, he quickly unbuckled his harness and carefully secured Alice's. Amid her incredulous exclamation, Qingfeng decisively opened the cockpit door and leaped into the vast expanse of space without hesitation. Alice watched helplessly and anxiously as the world outside the cabin door unfolded before her eyes, with Qingfeng's figure vanishing in an instant into the blue expanse of the sky. All that remained in her view was the spherical outline of the earth and ocean below, and her only thought was the hope of seeing Qingfeng return alive. At this moment, Qingfeng was already tens of thousands of meters above the ground. The world outside the mech cabin was marked by thin air and terrifyingly low temperatures. He couldn't feel the presence of the wind, but instead experienced a beauty filled with despair and deathly silence. As he continued to fall, he noticed a layer of cold ice and snow beginning to form around his body. However, with his physical strength, such negative effects were of no concern. With a mere thought, he slightly activated his great sage martial soul power to cover his body, instantly dispelling the ice and snow from his surface. Below, Malthus quickly noticed Qingfeng's solo exit from the cabin and was somewhat bewildered. It pondered, Is this human mage really so arrogant? Has he abandoned such a powerful golem to fight me hand-to-hand? Or is he simply unable to properly control it? Regardless of the reason, Malthus dared not underestimate Su Qingfeng. Out of caution, it ordered the dragons. That feeble human mage has fallen from the golem. Without its protection, he's worthless. Go and devour him. Despite having endured the nuclear mine bombardment, the dragons no longer believed Su Qingfeng to be a mere weakling, but they couldn't defy the orders of dragon god Malthus. With a mix of hope and doubt, they charged forward, silently praying not to encounter such terrifying magical weaponry again. Fortunately for the dragons, they did not face another nuclear mine attack. Su Qingfeng felt that demonstrating the power of one was sufficient and saw no need to waste precious resources on minor foes. As Su Qingfeng's descent speed increased, and he was about to collide with the dragons, he silently invoked. First soul skill. Transform heaven and earth. Activate. In the next instant, Su Qingfeng's entire body was drained of magic power, and a massive shadow of the great sage martial soul emerged behind him, rapidly solidifying. In no time, it transformed into a terrifying giant, towering like a mountain, with eyes like lightning, a mouth like a blood-red cavern, and teeth as sharp as swords and spears. This giant's appearance was the very likeness of the great sage's original form, the Lingming stone monkey. Compared to previous uses of the transform heaven and earth skill, Su Qingfeng noticed a significant improvement in his control over the giant's form after reaching a 9 fusion rate with his martial soul. Both his movement and reaction speeds, as well as the strength he could wield, far surpassed his prior capabilities. Su Qingfeng's giant manifestation appeared so swiftly that the hundreds of dragons had no time to react before being completely enveloped. In this scenario, Su Qingfeng needed only a thought to unleash the immense energy within the giant form, annihilating all the dragons. Thus, Su Qingfeng acted decisively. He couldn't even hear a single scream from the dragons before he felt the powerful soul energies of hundreds merge into him, pushing his martial soul fusion rate to skyrocket, reaching directly to 9.99. This method of defeating enemies is far more efficient than a fusion mine. The dragon god Malthus hid in the back, witnessing Su Qingfeng's astonishing display of divine power, and was immediately petrified, as if turned to stone. Its dragon eyes were filled with disbelief and fear, its mind racing to comprehend what was happening before it. Is this a true god descending? Malthus murmured, voice trembling. Could my actions have angered the human gods? Are they coming to judge me? What should I do? Several thoughts flashed through Malthus's mind like lightning, and it quickly made a decision to flee. With a powerful push of its dragon claw against the ground, it chanted an obscure incantation. In an instant, Malthus was enveloped in magical light, and the next moment, its form vanished without a trace. Malthus had used a teleportation spell to escape directly back to Dragon Island. Although this teleportation magic was powerful, it had its limitations. First, Malthus had to have placed a beacon at the destination beforehand, or it risked getting lost in the teleportation process, never to return to the real world. Second, after each use of the teleportation spell, the activity of magical elements within Malthus would significantly decrease, requiring a full 2 minutes to recover before it could be used again. In the past, Malthus never thought the 2-minute cooldown was long. But now, it realized how wrong it had been. In a life-or-death situation, those mere 2 minutes felt as endless as 2 centuries. Every second could mean the difference between life and death. Malthus was filled with regret. If there were a way to turn back time, it would practice teleportation magic tirelessly, determined to reduce the cooldown to less than a minute. However, it was too late for regrets now. Malthus could only pray silently, hoping that the terrifying human mage would not find its trail in a short time. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Su Qingfeng was taken aback to see Malthus' figure suddenly disappear into thin air. He had just used his powerful magic, and letting Malthus escape like this would be incredibly embarrassing. Worse still, if his magical power was exhausted, he would be forced to seek help from the artifact spirit of the Sky Tower to teleport back to the heavenly realm. What that mad giant lizard might do next was unimaginable. Su Qingfeng knew he had to find Malthus quickly and eliminate it at any cost. With this resolve, he fully unleashed his perception abilities, carefully searching every possible hiding place for Malthus. Su Qingfeng was disappointed to find that neither the advanced dragon magic of Malthus nor the great distance the opponent had fled allowed him to pinpoint Malthus's exact location. With his search proving fruitless, his gaze involuntarily shifted towards Dragon Island, several kilometers away. Although he couldn't find Malthus for now, the island undoubtedly harbored secrets of the Dragon clan, and destroying it seemed like a worthy endeavor. With this thought, Su Qingfeng commanded the giant manifestation to stride across the sea, reaching the vicinity of Dragon Island in just a few steps. The giant's mountain-like foot rose high and then crashed down upon the island without hesitation. With a thunderous roar, the entire island shattered instantly, magma erupted, and colossal waves surged. Amidst this chaos, Malthus's figure emerged disheveled. Looking up at the towering giant manifestation, Malthus immediately pleaded in human language, "O mighty one, spare me, and I will become your servant and loyal dog." As a proud dragon deity, Malthus believed that by humbling himself, Qingfeng would choose to spare his life and enslave him. However, Malthus was unaware that Qingfeng, being from the starry human race, couldn't understand the language of this native beast planet. Moreover, even if he could, he would never spare the one responsible for ordering the massacre of native humans. To Qingfeng, Malthus's words were nothing more than a furious outburst after being discovered. To prevent Malthus from using teleportation magic to escape again, Qingfeng immediately had the giant manifestation seize Malthus and stuffed a fusion mine into his mouth, then squeezed tightly. With a deafening explosion, the fusion mine detonated inside Malthus, and a mushroom cloud rose once more. This was precisely the method Alice had suggested to instantly kill Malthus, and Qingfeng was now verifying its effectiveness. After the explosion, Malthus's physical body was obliterated, but Qingfeng's giant manifestation remained unscathed. However, unexpectedly, he couldn't absorb Malthus's soul power, indicating that the god-level dragon still survived in dragon soul form. Indeed, a faint black dragon soul appeared at the explosion site. At this moment, Malthus harbored deep resentment towards Qingfeng, unable to comprehend why, even after surrendering, he was still being pursued to the end. Malthus believed that becoming a god-level dragon servant would be a better choice. For Malthus, this state was actually an advantage. As long as the mage before him wasn't proficient in necromancy, Malthus, as an undead dragon, would be invincible. He began calculating the timing for a counterattack once the opponent's giant magic wore off. However, reality quickly shattered Malthus's fantasy. From the sky, a powerful spatial fluctuation emerged, and a silver tower, 1,000 meters high, appeared out of thin air, standing silently in the void. This was the Reincarnation Tower, one of the 3 sacred artifacts of the human race. Its appearance sealed Malthus's fate. The Reincarnation Tower would suppress and refine this powerful alien soul, transforming it into a new high-star martial soul. Qingfeng would also receive compensation in the form of soul power stronger than Malthus's spirit, along with substantial economic rewards. Qingfeng gazed at the towering Reincarnation Tower, which seemed to stare back at him. The scene was still for a few seconds before the spirit of the Reincarnation Tower broke the silence. "Greetings, powerful adventurer," a gentle and elegant female voice spoke. "I am Hutu, the spirit of the Reincarnation Tower. This dragon soul is quite rare, and I can refine it into a new 9-star divine martial soul. Would you be willing to part with it? In exchange, I will offer you double the soul power and a cash compensation of 10 billion star coins." The spirit of the Reincarnation Tower spoke in a calm and friendly manner, without any hint of superiority, even introducing herself. This surprised Qingfeng, though he understood it was because he maintained his powerful heaven and earth transformation ability. The imposing presence of the great sage equaling heaven's form far surpassed that of a fully integrated 10-star soul master, compelling the tower to engage with him on equal terms. Qingfeng was well aware that without this advantage, the Reincarnation Tower might have directly subdued the dragon soul and left compensation without any negotiation. Even a divine artifact spirit is not free from worldly concerns. "I agree to the trade," Qingfeng readily accepted. Although he had considered bargaining, he was powerless against Malthus at the moment, and the opponent might teleport away at any time. He couldn't afford to delay. Besides, the terms offered by the Reincarnation Tower spirit were quite generous. "Excellent." The spirit of the Reincarnation Tower seemed relieved. In an instant, the entire tower emitted a rainbow glow, precisely enveloping the soul of the dragon god Malthus. Malthus was immediately thrown into a panic. Though unfamiliar with the Reincarnation Tower, it could sense the terrifying power contained within those colorful lights. Each beam possessed sealing power on par with that of a deity. It tried to escape, but was unable to break free. In fact, from the moment the tower appeared, it had lost control over its soul. "Do not extinguish my soul. I surrender. I truly surrender." No. With several harrowing screams, Malthus's dragon soul was completely subdued. From then on, Human Alliance Soul Masters gained a new 9-star, divine martial soul option, the Evil Dragon God. Qingfeng suddenly felt an immensely powerful and pure soul force flooding into him. His martial soul fusion rate instantly surpassed the 10 threshold, soaring directly to 12. Simultaneously, his second soul skill was activated. "You have activated the second soul skill, Immobilization." An idea flashed through Qingfeng's mind. Unexpectedly, the second soul skill didn't give him a choice, but automatically awakened as the great sage's iconic control skill, Immobilization. Upon reflection, Immobilization was indeed a top-tier soul skill. If an enemy attempted to teleport away next time, it could be directly interrupted. Qingfeng focused his thoughts and began to examine the specific effects of the second soul skill. Martial soul name, Monkey King. Martial soul description, a stone monkey born from a celestial stone that emerged during the creation of the world, with unknown abilities. Qingfeng gazed at the newly acquired information about his martial soul, feeling both thrilled and slightly disappointed. Although its star level was unknown and the fusion rate was only 12, it already showed incredible potential. His first soul skill, Divine Power, Heaven and Earth, allowed him to transform into a towering giant, significantly boosting his attack power and speed. Despite consuming all his mana, it lasted for a full 10 minutes with no cooldown restrictions. The second soul skill, Spell, Immobilization, was a powerful control ability that could freeze the target in place. Although it required 10,000 mana, its 10-second duration and only 10-second cooldown meant he could almost continuously immobilize his opponents. Qingfeng excitedly thought, as long as I have enough mana, I could use the immobilization spell for endless control. The Great Sage Martial Soul is incredibly powerful. Despite not obtaining the coveted fiery eyes, he was still quite satisfied. A system notification informed him that 1 billion star coins had been deposited into his account, and the reincarnation tower had successfully suppressed the spirit of Malthus. After a brief farewell from the tower spirit, Qingfeng was left contemplating the secrets of the 3 divine artifacts. He secretly hoped to one day master such artifacts. As Qingfeng dreamed of the future, a settlement notification from the Tongtian tower spirit suddenly appeared. Dear Challenger, congratulations on clearing the nest-level difficulty dungeon, Dragon's Calamity. Completion time, 53 minutes, setting a new record. Rating SSS. Rewards, 1 premium military merit, 20 million star coins in cash. You may choose to announce or remain anonymous, and return immediately or delay. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the stingy reward, Qingfeng decided to scour the planet of magical beasts further. Noticing the option to delay his return, he thought, of course, my mech is still flying up there, not only with Princess Alice inside, but also holding the dragon-slaying battle materials. How could I possibly return now? The Tongtian Tower Spirit seemed to understand his thoughts and directly transported the recently deactivated Qingfeng back to the mech's cockpit. Inside, Princess Alice, who had witnessed the divine battle firsthand, remained in a state of awe and excitement, her eyes filled with disbelief. Alice was intently gazing into the distance when she suddenly sensed someone appearing out of thin air beside her. Startled, she involuntarily screamed, "Ah! Who are you?" "Alice, don't be afraid, it's me," a familiar voice softly reassured her. Only then did Alice focus and realize it was Qingfeng who had returned. Her expression shifted instantly from terror to fervent admiration, her eyes sparkling like stars. "So it's you who have returned," Alice exclaimed excitedly. "That formidable evil dragon god was defeated by you. You must be a divine being, right? May I know your revered name?" Her tone became exceedingly gentle and respectful, as though she were in the presence of her most idolized figure. Alice's heart surged with an overwhelming joy that was hard to believe. The Iris Magic Kingdom had been saved in such a short time. From the moment she activated the ancient teleportation array to send the distress signal to the annihilation of all the fallen dragons on Dragon Island, it took less than 2 hours. The numerous divine-level battles that occurred in between left her utterly dazzled. She was convinced that Qingfeng must be a benevolent human deity who, unwilling to see the extinction of humanity on this planet, came from the distant heavens with the divine artifact, the Tower of Reincarnation, to suppress the fallen dragon god and save the remaining humans. At this moment, Alice was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. At the same time, she regretted why she hadn't learned the language of the starry sky humans sooner to send out the distress signal earlier. Even if it had been just a few days earlier, it could have saved tens of thousands more lives. Qingfeng, noticing Alice mistaking him for a lofty deity, couldn't help but find it amusing. Having awakened the great sage martial soul, he felt no reverence for deities, nor did he feel inferior for being human. "Alice, you're mistaken," Qingfeng explained solemnly. "My name is Qingfeng, and just like you, I am human. I was simply lucky to inherit the legacy of an ancient powerful being." Upon hearing this, Alice was stunned. She murmured in disbelief, "What is he saying? He is human. There exists such a powerful human in this world. No wonder the starry sky humans could roam the cosmos thousands of years ago." In that moment, it was as if Alice had opened the door to a new world. A strong desire ignited within her to leave this planet that had both nurtured her and brought countless painful memories, to follow Qingfeng to the distant reaches of the starry sky and witness firsthand how truly powerful humans live. However, Alice felt this wish was too extravagant. This youth, as mighty as a deity, had already saved her world. How could he possibly be willing to take her, a burden, away with him? She looked at Qingfeng with trepidation, not daring to voice her thoughts directly. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Iris Magic Kingdom, an urgent conversation was taking place. This city, once heavily protected by mage towers, now lay in ruins. Most of the buildings on the streets had turned to rubble, the mage towers outside the city had collapsed, and even the lofty royal castle was shrouded in darkness, as if it had been through countless fiery trials. Within the battered royal castle, Grand Court Mage Malin was persuading King Caesar, 19, to evacuate. Your Majesty, the situation is beyond salvage. Malin's voice, though elegant, was filled with urgency. You and all the knights and mages within the Iris Magic Kingdom have already given your all. But the dragons from Dragon Island are too powerful. The black dragon crowned as the dragon god has likely already mastered divine-level power. It hasn't even intervened personally, yet the Iris Magic Kingdom is on the brink of total destruction. I fear it may descend upon the capital at any moment to deliver a final blow. Malin continued to urge, for the sake of your and Princess Alice's lives, Your Majesty, make a decision soon. The small world I've created through spatial magic is the size of a small town, with a complete ecosystem, enough for you and Princess Alice to spend your days in peace and tranquility. Malin's tone sounded as if she were discussing a strategic retreat, as if there was still hope for a counterattack. But both Malin and King Caesar, 19, knew in their hearts that the day of counterattack would never come. Caesar, 19, sat on his throne, his graying golden hair silently narrating over 50 years of life's trials. Although not particularly old, the monarch's eyes betrayed an unmistakable weariness. His reign coincided with the 30-year decline of the Iris Magic Kingdom, battling fate every single day. Caesar, 19, had exhausted every effort to save his kingdom, rallying powerful wizards and assembling brave knights for counterattacks time and again. Yet, against foes beyond any individual's capabilities, each attempt ended in failure. The continuous setbacks, like a dull blade, gradually wore down his spirit. At this moment, the old king's eyes were cloudy, his expression vacant, as if he were a soulless shell. The suggestion just made by Master Merlin echoed in his ears. After a few moments of silence, Caesar, 19, slowly lifted his head, a faint, bitter smile forming on his lips. Master Merlin, his voice was hoarse and weary. I understand your suggestion comes from compassion. However, he paused, a flicker of pain passing through his eyes. For 30 years, I have watched more than 99% of my subjects die in war. I am an unforgivable sinner. How can I have the face to continue living? Taking a deep breath, Caesar, 19, continued. I appreciate your kindness, but I will not leave this castle. As for Alice, his tone softened slightly. She is still a child and your disciple. When she returns from the Forbidden Forest, you can take her to live in the magical world. The old king's gaze drifted into the distance as if painting a picture of a far-off future. Perhaps in 10, 20 years, the fallen dragons will forget their hatred for humans. By then, you may emerge from the magical world, find other survivors, and live out your days in peace. Master Merlin sighed deeply at his words. Although she had anticipated this outcome, hearing it firsthand was still profoundly moving. In her eyes, Caesar, 19, was far from a muddled ruler. On the contrary, he was capable, kind-hearted, and responsible. Had he been born in a time of peace, he would surely have been an outstanding sovereign. However, the goddess of fate did not favor Caesar, 19. This wise ruler of a powerful magic kingdom spent his life enduring painful failures, ultimately facing martyrdom alongside his last subjects. As the only remaining master-level mage of the Iris Magic Kingdom, Merlin was powerless to change this fate. All she could do was honor Caesar XIX's final wish, taking Princess Alice and striving to ensure her a happy life. Just as Master Merlin was about to offer words of comfort to the old king, she suddenly felt a shift and swiftly turned her gaze skyward. An unexpected meteor streaked across the night sky, catching her attention. Caesar, 19, startled by Merlin's sudden movement, also noticed the unusual meteor. He frowned, his voice tinged with tension. What is that? Is the evil dragon god attacking? Malin took out a magic wand embedded with dozens of different magical gems, its shaft shimmering with a mysterious light under the castle's illumination. She spoke solemnly to the old king. Your Majesty, there may soon be a fierce magical duel here. Please retreat to the shelter now to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Kaiser, 19, sighed, a hint of resolve flashing in his eyes. No need for that. If the intruder is truly the evil dragon god Malsus, then Lady Malin, you should retreat immediately and find Alice. Take her away. I will stay here and await Malsus's arrival. Upon hearing this, Malin's expression froze, her brow furrowed. As she hesitated over whether to leave as Kaiser, 19, had suggested, her eyes, enhanced with a blessing spell, suddenly captured an unexpected sight. It wasn't a fearsome dragon god, but a finely crafted, elegantly designed humanoid automaton, speeding towards the castle. A human mage capable of piloting an automaton this fast. Malin's expression turned peculiar, yet her tension eased considerably. As long as the visitor wasn't the evil dragon god Malsus, she and the king could handle it with ease. The crisis is temporarily averted. It seems the visitor is a human mage. Malin noted, maintaining a vigilant stance, her eyes fixed on the rapidly approaching automaton. Kaiser 19, hearing that the visitor might be an ally, showed even less inclination to leave. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes, eager to see if, at this critical moment for the Iris's magic kingdom, there was indeed an ally coming to their aid. Soon, the automaton flew swiftly over the king's castle, circling a few times before its speed noticeably decreased. It finally descended gently, landing on the castle's grand terrace. Malin and Kaiser 19 were less than 100 meters away from the automaton, yet neither appeared tense. Instead, they curiously examined the automaton. What advanced craftsmanship! What perfect design! Malin marveled inwardly. I wonder who designed and created such an automaton. It's truly impressive. Kaiser 19 was captivated by the automaton's intimidating energy weapons and universal weapon launchers. He couldn't help but imagine that if the Iris's Magic Kingdom's army were equipped with such automatons, they wouldn't have lost so badly before. But now, even if he had countless automatons, there were no soldiers left to pilot them into battle. Under their complex gazes, the cockpit door of the automaton's abdomen suddenly opened, and out jumped a figure neither Malin nor Kaiser 19 expected. Princess Alice. My daughter. Malin and Kaiser 19 exclaimed simultaneously, quickly exchanging a glance before decisively moving forward to greet Alice. They feared Alice might be a hostage captured by the enemy and needed to get close to her to plan a rescue. However, to their surprise, Alice did not run directly towards them after descending from the automaton. Instead, she turned back to the automaton's cockpit and asked, Su, are you leaving now? It turned out that Su Qingfeng, seeing there was still plenty of time, had directly piloted the mecha to bring Alice back to the castle. This scene left Malin and Kaiser 19 even more perplexed. They exchanged puzzled glances, waiting for further developments. On the way back, Alice struggled to find the right moment to ask Su Qingfeng if she could accompany him on his journey. As Su Qingfeng was about to leave, she finally mustered the courage to speak, her voice filled with anxiety and nervousness. Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng emerged from the mech cockpit and started disassembling the mech by hand, packing it into a large box. Without looking up, he replied, Yes, what is it? Meanwhile, Grand Mage Malin and Caesar 19 quietly approached Alice. They watched Su Qingfeng curiously as he conversed with Alice in a strange language, filled with questions. Caesar 19 was thrilled. As someone in the know, he had guessed that Su Qingfeng was a member of the Starry Sky tribe. Recalling his decision to send Alice to the Forbidden Forest to activate the ancient teleportation array, he couldn't help but feel grateful that this gamble had paid off. The appearance of a black-haired, black-eyed member of the Starry Sky tribe gave him hope for saving the Iris Magic Kingdom. However, a trace of worry also lingered in Caesar XIX's heart. Su Qingfeng seemed to have come alone. Could he be merely a scout or investigator? Whether the Starry Sky tribe would be willing to help depended on this young man's attitude. The king pondered over what promises he might make to persuade Su Qingfeng to send an army to aid them. If possible, he was even willing to offer everything in the royal treasury. Although Su Qingfeng noticed the presence of Malin and the old king, he paid them no mind. In his eyes, they posed negligible threats, and with the language barrier, he chose to ignore them. Seeing Alice's hesitation, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but ask, Am I supposed to stay here if I don't go back? The dragons of Dragon Island have been wiped out, and with your current strength, dealing with those unorganized beasts shouldn't be too difficult, right? Alice quickly shook her head and explained, No, that's not what I meant. After the evil dragon god's death, the magical elements of this world have returned to balance. Our kingdom's magicians will soon regain their peak strength, enough to protect the citizens of the capital. What I meant was, could you take me with you? Su Qingfeng was taken aback, incredulous as he asked, Why do you want to come with me? With eyes like clear lakes, Alice said expectantly, Because you are powerful and you saved my kingdom. I'm curious about the world of the Starry Sky tribe. Besides, you arrived via a teleportation array. As long as we can afford the teleportation fee, traveling between the two worlds shouldn't be too hard, right? Su Qingfeng shook his head and calmly explained, No, you're overthinking it. That ancient teleportation array won't be operational anytime soon, unless your world faces another apocalyptic crisis. I can't take you with me. His words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Alice. Her hopes dashed, she broke down in tears. Before setting off, Su Qingfeng had already understood the special status of the Beast Star through the background information of the Secret Realm. This planet was not only carefully selected by the Human Alliance as a backup plan, but was also an incredibly precious habitable planet. In the vast universe, planets capable of supporting human life are few and far between, and aside from being a bit distant, the Beast Star was nearly perfect. Su Qingfeng knew well that revealing the existence of the Beast Star before the Human Alliance faced an existential threat would be akin to self-destruction. Therefore, he concluded that the ancient teleportation array must be strictly restricted and not something Alice could activate at will. However, Su Qingfeng's blunt refusal left Alice heartbroken. The young princess had mustered great courage to propose traveling together, only to be met with such a cold response, causing her to burst into tears. Standing nearby, Grand Mage Malin witnessed this scene and frowned slightly. Though she couldn't understand their conversation, as Alice's mentor, she knew her student inside out. With her profound magical skills and keen insight, Malin quickly saw through the situation. Alice had developed feelings for this mysterious young man with black hair and eyes. As for why Alice cried, Malin easily deduced that Su Qingfeng had rejected her. Everything happened so suddenly, leaving Malin utterly perplexed. Her student had merely gone to the forbidden forest on the outskirts and returned with such a peculiar man, entangled in emotional turmoil. Instinctively, Malin glanced at Caesar 19, expecting to see a similarly puzzled expression. To her surprise, Caesar 19 appeared calm, as if he had already understood everything. Moreover, he seemed to know the true reason for Alice's tears. Caesar 19 gently comforted. Alice, my child, don't be so sad. Tell your father, what harsh conditions has this celestial visitor proposed to have the starry sky humans dispatch an army to save our kingdom? Startled by his words, Alice realized that her father and teacher were already beside her. She quickly wiped her tears, composed herself, and gracefully greeted the two elders. Then, with a trembling voice, she introduced, Father, teacher, this is the mighty warrior sent by the starry sky humans to rescue us. His name is Su Qingfeng. She then introduced the identities of the two elders to Su Qingfeng in the common language of the human alliance. Considering the language barrier, Su Qingfeng merely nodded slightly. Caesar 19 and Grand Mage Malin did not mind, as Su Qingfeng was a distinguished guest from beyond the heavens. As Malin observed Su Qingfeng, she curiously asked, Your Highness, the starry sky humans you mentioned earlier, are they the mysterious and powerful race recorded in ancient texts that could traverse the star seas thousands of years ago and made brief visits to our world? She was well-educated and had heard the rumors, but was unaware of the existence of the teleportation array and the ancient pact. Alice's eyes sparkled with pride as she eagerly explained, Teacher, Su is one of the strongest among the starry sky humans. He's here to save our Iris magic kingdom. Archmage Merlin listened, her brow slightly furrowed. Her gaze swept over Su Qingfeng, filled with doubt. Was this young man truly as powerful as Alice claimed? She couldn't help but question whether Su Qingfeng really belonged to the starry sky humans. However, out of politeness, she kept her thoughts to herself. Caesar XIX's expression grew more serious upon hearing this. He inquired again, Alice, what harsh conditions did this outsider impose that brought you to tears? If his demands aren't too excessive, even if it means emptying our treasury, it's worth it. As long as he will inform the starry sky humans to send an army to eradicate those fallen dragons and save my people. Alice felt a tinge of embarrassment at her father's words. She took a deep breath, trying to conceal her true feelings. Father, there's no need to notify the starry sky humans to send an army anymore, she exclaimed excitedly. Just now, the great Su led me directly to Dragon Island and wiped out all the dragons there, including the evil dragon god Marsus. The Iris magic kingdom is saved. Caesar 19 and Archmage Merlin looked at each other in disbelief, their faces full of shock and skepticism. As powerful high-level mages, they always believed that true strength came from formidable magic. Yet, Su Qingfeng, standing before them, showed no magical aura, making it hard for them to believe Alice's words. Alice noticed their reactions and quickly added, It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Teacher, Father, both of you have strong perception abilities. Surely you sensed the multiple divine spell surges from Dragon Island earlier. Moreover, after the evil dragon god Marsus was defeated, the instability in the elements affecting countless mages' advancement has completely dissipated. Even I can sense this change. Surely you can't deny it. Archmage Merlin and Caesar 19 listened to Alice's account, their expressions turning peculiar. As Alice mentioned, they had indeed felt the disturbances from the divine spell surges. This fact forced them to reevaluate the seemingly ordinary young man before them, filling them with complex emotions. The pessimism and urgent persuasion of Merlin the Great Wizard stemmed from a shocking discovery. Young Su Qingfeng had mastered powerful divine magic and successfully slain the fallen dragon and the evil dragon god Malsus. This news struck Merlin and Emperor Caesar 19 like a bolt of lightning. The two exchanged glances, and though shocked, they found the situation somewhat reasonable. After all, how else could Su Qingfeng have defeated such formidable opponents without divine magic? However, a question lingered in their minds. Had the god-level Malsus truly fallen? With this question, Merlin and Caesar simultaneously entered a state of meditation, carefully sensing the surrounding magical elements. Their expressions quickly shifted from doubt to astonishment, then to incredulous joy. The magical elements in nature were more abundant and harmonious than ever, seemingly within reach. In such a state, Anyone capable of sensing magical elements could aspire to become a high-level mage or even a grand mage. This discovery undoubtedly confirmed the fall of Malsus. After all, if this god-level dragon were still alive, he could easily absorb and disrupt 90 of the world's magical elements, making such an ideal magical environment impossible. Upon confirming this fact, Merlin and Caesar reacted in starkly different ways. Merlin silently marveled at the strength of the starlight human race, understanding why Alice was smitten with Su Qingfeng at first sight. She gently held Alice's shoulder, both to comfort her and to prevent the princess from losing composure due to grief. Caesar 19, on the other hand, was eager to fulfill his promise. He excitedly told Alice, "Quickly take our esteemed guest to the castle basement treasury and let him choose his reward freely. Remember, whatever he desires, let him take even if it is my crown and scepter." Alice sighed inwardly. "What I most wish for him to take is me, but unfortunately, he doesn't want that." With this wistful thought, she conveyed the king's decree to Su Qingfeng. Upon hearing that he could choose any treasure as a reward, Su Qingfeng was immediately invigorated. He accepted the reward without hesitation, as enjoying a little after saving the world seemed only fair. Accompanied by Alice and Merlin, he entered the treasury of the Iris Flower Magic Kingdom. However, the sight that greeted him was somewhat disappointing. This was not a glittering palace, but rather sparse and humble. Under the glow of magical stones, the treasury's barrenness was evident. This was understandable, given that Caesar XIX's 30-year reign was marked by constant wars, leaving the national treasury depleted. Looking around, aside from some physical gold, only a few magical items caught Su Qingfeng's interest. Considering that Alice and the king still needed resources to restore the nation's strength, Su Qingfeng did not take everything greedily. He took only half of the gold and magical artifacts. Merlin quietly observed the scene, her eyebrows slightly raised. She suddenly realized that this young man, named Su Qingfeng, seemed to be a genuinely good person. To prevent Alice from remaining in perpetual sorrow, Merlin decided she needed to do something for her student. Alice watched as Su Qingfeng quickly selected his reward and stored it in his storage ring, understanding that their farewell was imminent. Her gaze remained locked on Su Qingfeng, internally struggling with the urge to plead with him once more to take her away. However, Alice ultimately restrained herself from acting on this impulse. She knew that after Su Qingfeng's clear refusal, persisting would only breed his disdain, an outcome she could not bear. Since separation was inevitable, Alice hoped to at least leave a fond impression in Su Qingfeng's heart. Su Qingfeng smiled and waved goodbye to Alice. "Well then, farewell, Princess Alice." He prepared to summon the spirit of the Tongtian Tower in his mind to teleport him back. Alice bit her lip hard, silently thinking, "Goodbye, but will we really meet again?" Just then, she heard her teacher, Master Mage Malin, suddenly speak. "Alice, give this magical artifact to our guest from afar, quickly." Turning, Alice saw Master Mage Malin holding a light feather emitting a dazzling seven-colored glow. Her face showed surprise. "Teacher, isn't this your sacred artifact, the Scarlet Feather? Why are you?" The Scarlet Feather was a magical artifact crafted by Master Mage Malin when she reached the demigod realm, using an ancient divine bird's tail feather found through ancient texts. It possessed powerful time-space teleportation abilities, although it could only determine a single coordinate for one-way teleportation, and each use required a significant recovery time for its magic. Undoubtedly, it was a life-saving treasure. Such a precious item should have been a cherished possession of Master Mage Malin, so why would she so readily give it away? Alice couldn't comprehend. Master Mage Malin offered little explanation, merely stating, "My life was saved by this young man, so what's wrong with giving him a protective treasure?" What she didn't tell Alice was that the current teleportation coordinate set for the Scarlet Feather was her own bedroom. If Su Qingfeng ever found himself in a situation where he had to use the Scarlet Feather, it would be the moment he and Alice met again. This was Master Mage Malin's greatest effort to preserve a thread of connection between Alice and Su Qingfeng. Alice hadn't considered this possibility. She believed Master Mage Malin was simply sincerely grateful to Su Qingfeng. Thus, she handed over the invaluable Scarlet Feather to Su Qingfeng, explaining its function and usage in detail. In times of crisis, infuse it with your mental energy to activate the artifact. The teleportation process takes about 1 second, so be mindful of that. Su Qingfeng hadn't anticipated such an unexpected gain. Although he believed he likely wouldn't need to use the Scarlet Feather, a magical artifact of this caliber would undoubtedly fetch a high price. Even if he sold it, it would probably be worth at least tens of billions of star coins. He smiled and thanked Malin. "Thank you, Lady Malin." Even knowing that Master Mage Malin wouldn't understand his words, Su Qingfeng still expressed his gratitude. Malin smiled slightly and bowed in return. With this, Su Qingfeng's matters on the B-star were completely resolved. He signaled to the spirit of the Tongtian Tower that he was ready to return. Soon, Su Qingfeng saw a text prompt from the spirit of the Tongtian Tower in his vision. "Guiding teleportation. please remain still, adventurer. In the next moment, he felt his surroundings blur and his thoughts begin to drift. As his vision cleared, Su Qingfeng found himself back in his personal space within the Tongtian realm. His eyes were immediately drawn to the large screen on the wall, displaying the updated attribute panel after his martial soul fusion had increased. Su Qingfeng examined each data point carefully, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Name, Su Qingfeng. Martial soul, Monkey King, star level unknown. Fusion degree, 12. First soul skill, divine ability heaven and earth. Effect, upon activation, gain the true form of the martial soul, greatly enhancing attack power and speed. Cost, all mana. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown none. Second soul skill, spell immobilization. Effect, immobilizes the target's body, rendering them unable to move. Cost, 10,000 mana. Duration, up to 10 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Basic attributes. Single arm pulling force, 2,733 tons. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 200 kilograms. Reaction rate, 24,296. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1. Perception ability, 36,445. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1. Abnormal resistance, 141,481. 1 fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1. Life, 121,481. Fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1. Mana, 121,481. Fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1. Combat power level, 73,141. Fusion degree for a 1-star soul master is 1 inch. Su Qingfeng couldn't help but smile. With his martial soul fusion degree reaching 12, his combat power level had soared to a staggering 73,000. The maximum pulling force of 2,733 tons with one arm was enough to tear a dragon apart with his bare hands. His other basic attributes had also risen significantly, dazzlingly impressive. After admiring for a while, Su Qingfeng glanced at his watch and noticed it was already past 3:40 in the afternoon. He had agreed to meet in Ruosu at 4, so it was time to head out. But before leaving, he had one more thing to do. Su Qingfeng quickly accessed the communication interface and sent the video footage he had captured on the Beast Star using multiple cameras on the single soldier mech to his good friend Liua. He left a brief message. All the material for the third video is here. Take a look and use what you can. I'll leave the editing to you. Shortly after, Su Qingfeng received a reply from Liua. Got it, Feng. I'll check out the footage first. Not long after, Liua sent a flurry of messages. Holy crap, Feng, are these video clips for real? Don't tell me you actually went dragon slaying and planted those giant mushrooms. This is insane. Wow, Feng, I admit I underestimated you. You really are my idol, the sensational guy, actually planting giant mushrooms with your bare hands. Even though it's just your soul skills giant form, it's still over the top. Don't worry, man, with material like this, if I can't make a great video, I'll cut it off myself. Su Qingfeng occasionally glanced at Liua's astonished messages, merely smiling without replying. Given his relationship with Liua, there was no need for formalities. Once he was ready, Su Qingfeng strode out of his personal space and used the teleportation array to quickly arrive near the military hospital at the Lingzhou Salvation Army base. However, just as he was about to reach in Ruosu's ward, a high ponytail female doctor with an air of confidence blocked his path. Su Qingfeng, right? The female doctor's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Do you remember me? I'm Yilan, the chief medical officer here and the attending physician for your friend in Ruosu. Can we talk? As Yilan spoke, she carefully observed Su Qingfeng, as if trying to glean something from his expression. She had always been curious about the mystery behind Su Qingfeng's martial spirit. Despite its incredible strength, it allowed Su Qingfeng to blend in like an ordinary student. In the hospital corridor, Yilan stopped Su Qingfeng, who was on his way to visit Enrusu. Looking at the seemingly ordinary young man in front of her, Yilan's curiosity deepened. If she didn't know Su Qingfeng's true abilities, she might have mistaken him for an ordinary, unawakened person. Su Qingfeng frowned slightly. He had timed his visit to see Enrusu precisely and didn't want to be delayed by anyone. However, considering that Yilan was Enrusu's attending physician, he took out his phone and called Enrusu. Sisterin, I'm at the hospital, but Dr. Yi has stopped me saying there's something to discuss. Can you wait a moment? Inside the ward, Enrusu, who was playing games with a young client named Yun Xinyao, changed her expression upon hearing this. She hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice to warn, Xiaofeng, Dr. Ye's identity is not simple. Be careful when you talk to her. This brief reminder instantly put Su Qingfeng on alert. He instinctively glanced at Yilan, who had clearly heard the conversation. Yilan merely smiled and shrugged, making a harmless gesture. After hanging up, Su Qingfeng's expression turned cold, and Rusu's short warning revealed two key pieces of information. Yilan had another identity, and she had investigated him through Enrusu. Considering Yilan's previous professional demeanor when she took Enrusu away, it now seemed like a facade. Sensing Su Qingfeng's displeasure, Yilan immediately confessed, "I'm sorry, Su Qingfeng. I did investigate you due to my responsibilities, but it was a misunderstanding. I'm here now for a different reason, a good one. Will you hear me out?" Seeing Yilan's sincere attitude, Su Qingfeng still held some reservations, but replied briefly, "Go on." "Su Qingfeng, have you heard of the Jing'an Division?" Yilan asked cautiously. The Jing'an Division was a secret organization under the Human Alliance government, tasked with countering the infiltration of alien races. It was led by 12 powerful commanders. Yilan's mother, Meng, was one of them, codenamed Qianlong. Yilan approached Su Qingfeng with the intention of recruiting him into the Dragon Group, led by her mother. However, Su Qingfeng had no interest in work focused on rooting out traitors. He preferred the thrill of battle on the front lines. Even without the earlier unpleasantness, he wouldn't consider joining the Jing'an Division. "Sorry, I'm not into pyramid schemes," Su Qingfeng said, turning away and leaving Yilan standing there in surprise. As Su Qingfeng turned and walked away, Yilan was momentarily stunned. She had anticipated that he might refuse to join the Jing'an Division, but she hadn't expected such a blunt mockery. The word scam hit her like a slap in the face, instantly igniting her anger. "Wait, stop right there." Yilan raised her voice to call out. Being a significant figure in the military hospital, she was used to having her orders followed without question. However, Su Qingfeng ignored her completely, continuing his confident stride forward. To him, he was merely a family member there to discharge a patient. So why should he heed the commands of a doctor who seemed more interested in recruiting than discussing the patient's condition? "Su Qingfeng," Yilan shouted through gritted teeth. For the first time in her life, she faced such blatant disregard, and her anger broke free from the chains of reason. Without hesitation, she unleashed her soul skill, and the formidable shadow of a black panther materialized beside Hera, manifestation of her 8-star beast martial soul, the druid ancestor's most powerful combat form. With speed enhanced 100-fold, Yilan instantly appeared before Su Qingfeng, her voice cold as she demanded, "You insulted the Jing'an Division. Apologize." Su Qingfeng responded with a mocking smile. "It's you who brings shame to the Jing'an Division, isn't it? Dr. Yi, you're in my way. And you should know that using a soul skill first is a provocation. I can retaliate at any time." Just as Yilan was about to retort, Su Qingfeng softly uttered the word freeze. This seemingly ordinary syllable left Yilan completely immobilized. She was horrified to find she couldn't even move her eyes, as if her soul had been separated from her body, forced to watch everything unfold from a fixed perspective. The overwhelming control sent alarm bells ringing in Yilan's mind. She regretted recklessly provoking Su Qingfeng Sumweon she couldn't intimidate, unlike the Special Task Force Captain Pan Wujiao of the Lingzhou Enforcement Bureau. "Dr. Yi, you asked me to try. I've tried now, are you satisfied?" Su Qingfeng's face bore a calm smile as he looked serenely at the immobilized Yilan. Su Qingfeng stood at the doorway of the hospital room, calmly watching Yilan. He didn't rush to leave. Instead, he patiently explained the situation to her. "Yilan, you stopped me before, insisting that only you could save Sister N. At the time, I truly believed in your expertise." Su Qingfeng's voice was deep and powerful. "But you ruined your own reputation. I know Sister N's character. If you hadn't done something to unsettle her, she wouldn't have spoken ill of you to me. You must have frightened her. Now, you'll get a taste of your own medicine." As he spoke, Su Qingfeng's fingers moved swiftly, casting the immobilization spell 5 times in succession to prevent Yilan from crying out. Yilan was forcibly restrained for a full minute, during which the effects of her Black Panther Soul technique gradually dissipated. Yilan's expression changed rapidly, from initial anger to terror, and finally to calm. She began to reflect on her previous actions. By the time Su Qingfeng left, Yilan no longer harbored any resentment or dissatisfaction. She even felt grateful that Su Qingfeng was a law-abiding young man who did not inflict any irreversible harm on her during those long 60 seconds. At that moment, Yilan profoundly understood the saying, "There's always someone better." Su Qingfeng's strength was not only physical, which explained his audacity in casually rejecting the invitation from the Jing'an Division. However, Yilan also realized that Su Qingfeng's actions might completely offend the Jing'an Division, potentially leading to unnecessary trouble in the future. Just then, Yilan's phone suddenly vibrated. She picked it up and saw it was her mother, Meng, calling. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she answered the phone. "Mom, Xiaolan, didn't you recommend a young man named Su Qingfeng to me before?" Meng's tone carried a hint of exaggeration and helplessness. "I just tried to look up his file, and guess what? With my authority, I couldn't access his information at all. I even had to apply for a report from the secretary of the Commander-in-Chief's office." Meng continued, "Xiaolan, I know you have a good eye, but don't try to send someone like him, already reserved by the Commander-in-Chief, our way. Our Jing'an Division is too small to accommodate such a big deal." After hearing this, Yilan fell into a long silence. At 4:05 p.m., Su Qingfeng finally entered in Ruosu's hospital room. Although he was only 5 minutes late, he still felt a bit guilty. Sisterin, I'm sorry I'm late, Su Qingfeng apologized. And Ruosu, who had been helping the young girl Yin Xinyao with her homework, immediately got up and gave Su Qingfeng a big hug when she saw him. Xiaofeng, thank you for coming to pick me up. And Ruosu said with a smile in Su Qingfeng's ear, her voice full of joy and gratitude. Yin Xinyao watched this scene with wide eyes. She hadn't known that the gentle and lovely sister and had a boyfriend. She couldn't help but scrutinize Su Qingfeng's appearance, finding the handsome young man increasingly familiar, even developing a fondness for him. This familiarity actually stemmed from the final moments of the blood sacrifice incident. In Yun Xinyao's last moments of consciousness, she had witnessed Su Qingfeng rushing into the screening room to rescue people, a scene deeply etched in her memory. During the 2 days Yun Xinyao was hospitalized, doctors selectively erased some of her memories to eliminate the influence of the outer deity statue. This caused Yun Xinyao to forget her first encounter with Su Qingfeng, but deep down, she retained a vague impression of being rescued from a hellish abyss by a big brother, which led to an inexplicable fondness for him. Su Qingfeng noticed in Ruosu's low spirits over the past couple of days, but he didn't distance himself out of awkwardness. He gently wrapped his arm around Ruosu's shoulders to comfort her and asked with concern, "Njie, is there anything you're uncomfortable with?" And Ruosu forced a faint smile and softly replied, "There's really nothing wrong." She released Su Qingfeng's embrace, turned to point at Yun Xinyao standing nearby, and cleverly shifted the topic. "This is Xiaoyao. Her background is quite similar to yours. Her father also sacrificed himself on a foreign battlefield." Su Qingfeng nodded slightly in understanding. He noticed that Ruosu didn't mention Yun Xinyao's mother or explain why Yun Xinyao was an orphan. He speculated that Yun Xinyao's mother might have remarried. Although such circumstances were uncommon, they weren't unheard of. Nonetheless, he was relieved that Yun Xinyao had met a good sister like Ruosu, believing that under her care, the young girl would grow up healthy and happy. With a gentle smile, Ruosu introduced Yun Xinyao. "Xiaoyao, this is the big brother Su Qingfeng I often mentioned to you. He's quite remarkable, excelling in his studies and possessing a very powerful spirit. You should look up to him, study hard, and train diligently to become a strong soul master in the future." Upon hearing this introduction, Yun Xinyao displayed a peculiar expression. Tilting her head, her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she blurted out, "Brother Su Qingfeng? I think I've seen your videos online. Aren't you the top student from Lingzhou No. 2 High School who gave up the 9-star divine martial spirit?" These words made both Su Qingfeng and Ruosu a bit awkward. And Ruosu quickly coughed twice, trying to correct Yun Xinyao's thoughts. "Ahem, Xiaoyao, you must be mistaken. It's definitely a coincidence of the same name. You should spend less time on your phone and avoid watching those random marketing videos. Your brother Feng is really impressive. Don't believe the nonsense online." However, from Ruosu's flustered explanation, Yun Xinyao discerned the truth. Her eyes gleamed as she regarded Su Qingfeng, filled with admiration. To her, it was incredibly cool that Njie's boyfriend turned out to be an internet celebrity. Shortly after her father's sacrifice, Yun Xinyao's mother abandoned her with the pension and remarried. This experience made Yun Xinyao deeply understand that in this world, being criticized and cyberbullied wasn't the worst. The most unbearable was being ignored, abandoned, and unnoticed. Thus, her greatest dream was to become an influencer or celebrity, living in the spotlight and becoming the focus of countless people's attention. Upon learning of Su Qingfeng's heroic deeds, Yun Xinyao's admiration for him grew even more. She secretly resolved to learn from Su Qingfeng, striving to one day become a figure as noticeable as he was. With Su Qingfeng's assistance, Ruosu and Yun Xinyao's discharge procedures were quickly completed. To facilitate care, Ruosu invited Yun Xinyao to temporarily move in with her. Su Qingfeng keenly observed that the doctor had prescribed both Ruosu and Yun Xinyao medication for calming and settling their minds, with clear instructions for them to take it on time for at least a week before returning for a follow-up. This detail made Su Qingfeng realize that Ruosu might have been lying when she said she wasn't affected. Considering the situation, Su Qingfeng thought it necessary to make some arrangements. He contemplated whether to hire a caregiver for Ruosu and Yun Xinyao. However, finding a suitable caregiver posed a new challenge. Su Qingfeng fell into deep thought, weighing various potential solutions. Su Qingfeng summoned a luxurious hovercar to escort Ruosu and Yun Xinyao home. Inside the vehicle, the soft seats and temperature control system made the two women feel exceptionally comfortable. Upon reaching Ruosu's doorstep, she retrieved a bank card from her elegant handbag and handed it to Su Qingfeng with a bright smile. "Xiaofeng, thank you so much for today. There's 50,000 star coins on this card, just a little token of my appreciation. Don't think it's too little," Ruosu said with a playful wink. Hearing this, Yun Xinyao's eyes widened in shock, her jaw nearly dropping. "A 50,000 star coin tip? Could Sisterin be a secret heiress? She thought to herself, her gaze flickering between Enruosu and Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng looked at the shimmering bank card, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He gently shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Sisterin, you should take it back. I really don't need the money right now. Humph. Enruosu feigned displeasure, her brows slightly furrowed. You make it sound like I'm the one who needs the money. Why did you insist on giving me money before? Don't you realize that transferring money to me makes it seem like everything was for profit, making me feel embarrassed? Su Qingfeng shrugged helplessly. I just didn't have any other way to express my feelings. He knew what Enruosu truly desired: a stable relationship, perhaps even marriage. But even without Nangong Liua in the picture, Su Qingfeng couldn't fulfill that wish. His heart was still too young to settle down with one woman so soon. To avoid hurting Enruosu too much, he chose to maintain his distance. Enruosu fell silent for a moment. She knew Su Qingfeng understood her feelings, and also knew why he pretended not to. This must be what they mean by the falling flower has intentions, but the flowing water is heartless. Her only consolation was that she had never confessed, allowing them to continue as brother and sister. In any case, please take the money back. Don't make me feel uneasy. Enruosu pleaded, a trace of sadness in her voice. Seeing this, Su Qingfeng reluctantly accepted the bank card. Enruosu forced a smile, turned to open the door, and led Yun Xinyao inside. Sisterin, why did you just? Yun Xinyao began to pry but stopped short when she saw Enruosu's face, inexplicably streaked with tears. Silenced, she stood awkwardly by her side. Su Qingfeng watched the door slowly close, sighed deeply, and turned to leave. Back home, he found a new message from Luo Ping. Brother Feng, the rough cut of the third video is done. I've sent you the sample. Check it out, and if you're satisfied, I'll upload it. In the chat software, along with the message, there was an encrypted short clip attached. Su Qingfeng quickly downloaded and unlocked it, beginning to watch the roughly 5-minute video. Unexpectedly, it was a sci-fi and fantasy mashup short film. A beautiful planet suddenly invaded by countless dragons, threatening the human empire. Galactic warriors descended from space, piloting high-tech mechas and wielding futuristic weapons to battle the dragons. Ultimately, the mighty dragon god appeared, demonstrating its world-destroying power. However, the galactic warriors, undeterred, transformed into celestial beings to fight back. After an epic battle, the galactic warriors succeeded in defeating the dragon god and summoned the mysterious Tower of Reincarnation to forever seal the dragon god's soul within. Although Luo Ping knew little about the background of the Dragon Calamity secret realm, his additional plot descriptions were surprisingly logical. This was exactly what Su Qingfeng wanted, as he needed that kind of ambiguous, key information blurred feeling. Watching the rough cut video Luo Ping sent, Su Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction. Some AI-generated video materials are indeed less than satisfactory, Su Qingfeng mused, but with more investment to enhance the quality, they can be uploaded without issue. He quickly calculated in his mind. The cost of purchasing computing power can be directly deducted from the video account balance. With this in mind, Su Qingfeng sent Luo Ping a brief comment, and then left the matter alone. After watching the rough cut video, he was convinced that Luo Ping was perfect for the role, and the subsequent work could be entirely entrusted to him. As for Su Qingfeng himself, he decided to return to Tontian Realm to handle the spoils obtained from the Beast Star and update his equipment. Upon receiving Su Qingfeng's approval, Luo Ping felt elated. He immediately followed Su Qingfeng's suggestion, withdrew 500,000 star coins from the video account balance, and upgraded all the materials in the video to the highest quality before confidently clicking the upload button. Just 2 minutes after the video was uploaded, Luo Ping saw a flood of new comments emerging in the comment section. Haha, great. The spoiler brother has released another exciting video. Front row seat. Strange, why does today's video look different from the previous ones? Yeah, the previous videos were all live action, but now there's a tech vibe? Oh no, could it be fake footage? Honestly, as long as it's entertaining, it's fine as a stress relief video. Holy cow! Jump to 208. Spoiler brother launches a mech to bomb a giant dragon. So cool. 458 is even more awesome. Spoiler brother uses a giant avatar to shove a fusion bomb into the dragon god's mouth. Epic. Attention everyone. Jump straight to 520. One of the 3 divine artifacts, the Reincarnation Tower, makes its appearance. The Reincarnation Tower is beautiful. What's with you guys skipping through an exciting video like this? Although the focus of the comments varied, Luo Ping was relieved to see that most were discussing the video content itself, rather than attacking or insulting. This indicated that the majority of loyal fans waiting for updates accepted his cinematic style editing. Luo Ping thought, if the loyal fans could accept it, then casual viewers would likely not resist either. Besides, even if they did, it wouldn't matter. Loyal fans formed the core audience of the account. This meant Luo Ping had secured his position in video operations. However, Luo Ping was unaware that among the loyal fans waiting for updates, there was someone with a very special identity. At that moment, In the Salvation Army's frontline command headquarters on the Abyss battlefield, Luo Pinghai had just finished his duties. He picked up his phone to check his messages and saw a notification from a video app. The exclusive spoiler from a video blogger you follow has released a new piece. Click to view. Exclusive spoiler? Luo Pinghai frowned. In his daily life, he had so many things to consider that unimportant memories often faded away automatically. Luo Pinghai tapped his phone screen lightly, opening a notification. His eyebrows furrowed slightly as he recalled the protagonist of this exclusive news, a mysterious powerhouse who had slaughtered hundreds of thousands of lizardmen on the foreign battlefield 17173 and recently broke his long-standing record on the 51st level of the Ascension Step secret realm, known as the Insect Sea Disaster. Luo Pinghai's eyes flickered as he remembered instructing his assistant, Lian, to contact this individual and invite him to join the military, only to be politely declined. That kid who said the timing wasn't right, he murmured to himself. I'm curious to see what earth-shattering feat you've accomplished now. Driven by intense curiosity, Luo Pinghai clicked on the video. 5 minutes later, his expression turned peculiar. Wait, he muttered. Didn't this guy refuse to join the military? Where did he get a Lingyuan model mech and fusion mines? Luo Pinghai's mind raced. Although Lingyuan model mechs and fusion mines were consumables within the military, only the most elite landing assault teams had the privilege to use them. Ordinary people couldn't possibly access such high-level equipment, let alone publicly use it and upload combat videos. His first thought was that this mysterious blogger might be a genius warrior from the landing assault team. But he quickly dismissed this idea. Elite assault team members wouldn't upload classified videos just for attention, and official promotional videos would have clear disclaimers. Suddenly, Luo Pinghai remembered the set of landing assault team gear he had sent out through Li Yin not long ago. His eyes widened slightly. Could it be? Qingfeng is the owner of this video account. This speculation made Luo Pinghai's expression complex. On one hand, he felt gratified to have uncovered more secrets about Qingfeng. On the other hand, he felt a tinge of regret for losing a potential peerless talent. Putting down his phone, Luo Pinghai raised his voice and called out, Li Yin. Sir. Li Yin quickly appeared in front of Luo Pinghai, standing straight. Luo Pinghai chuckled and gestured for Li Yin to sit down. I gave you some time off, so why didn't you take a longer break before rushing back? Li Yin bowed his head slightly and respectfully replied, Sir, my work is my rest. Luo Pinghai chuckled softly. It's good to be dedicated, but don't stretch yourself too thin. Li Yin didn't respond. He knew that with the strong vitality granted by his world tree martial soul, he wouldn't feel tired unless in combat. Even if he went without sleep for a year or more, he wouldn't feel any discomfort. In terms of diligence, no one could outmatch him. Luo Pinghai didn't press further and handed his phone to Li Yin. Watch this video, and then we'll talk. Li Yin took the phone and watched attentively. A few minutes later, a peculiar expression appeared on his face as he returned the phone to Luo Pinghai. Did you notice anything? Luo Pinghai asked with interest. Li Yin gave a wry smile. Sir, this video blogger is that young man named Qingfeng. No wonder he was so resistant when he met me before. Is that so? How come you never mentioned it before? Luo Pinghai leaned forward slightly, showing keen interest in the topic Li Yin brought up. Luo Pinghai chuckled softly. From the kid's perspective, it's understandable if he thought you were a bit much. But after your conversation, he should have dispelled any doubts, right? Probably, Li Yin replied, rubbing his hands awkwardly. Actually, Qingfeng might not know yet that it was me who invited him to join the military through direct messages on the short video platform. Luckily, things didn't fall apart in the end. That's just a minor episode, Luo Pinghai said with a relaxed expression, then turned serious. Now that we've confirmed Qingfeng is indeed the video creator, how do you assess his potential based on his soul skill combat power? Do I even need to say it? Li Yin remarked with a hint of admiration in his voice. Qingfeng is undoubtedly a top-tier civilization, seed-level talent. He went on to explain, the Human Alliance government and the Salvation Army have a special protection plan for top geniuses called the Cradle Plan. Out of the Human Alliance's billion-strong population, over 1 billion students take the martial arts exam each year. These geniuses aren't just for show. They are the top soul masters who can truly influence the standoff between the Human Alliance and the myriad races. As such, they often become targets for the Starry Sky's myriad races, even facing assassination attempts. Li Yin pointed to himself. Take me, for example. As the extremely rare 9-star divine martial soul world tree possessor, I was classified as a low-tier latent dragon-level talent. After secret training, I became your personal secretary at the age of 20, and I am expected to at least reach the rank of planetary garrison commander in the future. He looked at Luo Pinghai. And you, commander, as the 10-star divine martial soul Taotai awakener, are a true god-level talent in the Cradle Plan, having received secret protection and ultimately becoming the supreme commander of the Human Alliance Salvation Army. Above these levels, there are the highest civilization seed-level talents, who are destined to inherit the three divine artifacts of humanity and become wielders of supreme authority. In my view, Su Qingfeng has already met the standards for this level. So you also hold him in such high regard. Luo Pinghai smiled. I thought it was just me. That kid has now achieved first-class military merit. And with the interstellar teleportation array activation incantation for the Sea Demon clan he provided earlier, his individual achievements are comparable to a brigade commander. Commander, you're joking. Li Yin shook his head with a wry smile. Even though Su Qingfeng and I had some misunderstandings before, that doesn't affect my objective evaluation of him. Unfortunately, the talent evaluation for the Cradle plan isn't up to us. The council will probably take another 10 days or so to review the list. Luo Pinghai shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his voice as he furrowed his brow. This kid is so high profile, posting combat videos on short video platforms every day. It's no wonder the powerhouses of the starry races have their eyes on him. He paused, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. To be honest, I'm hoping the Cradle Project Council steps in soon to protect him. Need money? Just give him 1 trillion or 2-star coins. We can't let a future candidate for the sword bearer be held back by a little money. Li Yin couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. The commander could speak so casually of astronomical sums like 1 trillion star coins, even though Li knew the commander's personal savings probably didn't come close to 1% of that amount. But upon reflection, the figure wasn't all that exaggerated. Members of the Cradle Project, as civilization seed-level talents, already enjoyed nearly unlimited resource allocations. Of course, standing out and eventually becoming the sword bearer of the human alliance, who wields the 3 artifacts, posed unprecedented challenges. All right, let's put this aside for now. Luo Pinghai waved his hand dismissively. Su Qingfeng still doesn't know the real situation of the human alliance in this star region. Let him enjoy a few more days of ease. Once he officially joins the Cradle Project, he'll naturally understand that with greater power comes greater responsibility. After Li Yin left, Luo Pinghai lit a cigarette he hadn't touched in a long time, his gaze growing deep. Because of my mistake back then, Su Qingfeng's parents went missing on the Abyss battlefield. This kid might hold a grudge against the Salvation Army. I need to find a chance to talk to him face-to-face. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng was sitting on his sofa at home, making a phone call. On the other end, Pan Wujia, the captain of the Special Operations Brigade of the Lingzhou Law Enforcement Bureau, was speaking angrily. You brat, what do you take me for? Just get a caregiver and stop bothering me. I'm so busy I haven't even had lunch. Why don't you ask Yilan to help take care of Enruosu? Su Qingfeng chuckled and retorted. Is Yilan that impressive? I'm not even keen on having her around. Sensing Pan Wujia's displeasure with Yilan, Su Qingfeng's words hit the mark. Sure enough, Pan Wujia perked up instantly. Oh, did she cross you? You better be careful. That woman has strong backing, a small mind, and is an expert at legally tripping people up, leaving you with no recourse. Don't worry, Captain Pan. I'm not afraid of her, Su Qingfeng replied lightly. Su Qingfeng confidently said, I recorded our conversation earlier, Captain Pan. If you don't help me sort out the reliable caregiver issue, I'll let Chiefy listen to it. I hope you know what's good for you. Damn, you're even more cunning than that woman Yilan. Captain Pan Wujiao knew Su Qingfeng was joking, but he almost broke out in a cold sweat. Don't mess with me. It's a small matter. I'll help you with it. Considering you're a first-class hero, I'll handle it out of my own pocket. Captain Pan, you're such a good person, but there's no need to spend money. With my net worth in the tens of billions, I'm not going to take advantage of you. Su Qingfeng said with deliberate exaggeration. Boasting. Pan Wujiao replied with disdain. He believed that once Su Qingfeng matured or got together with Nangong Liua, his net worth wouldn't be low, but he didn't think Su was there yet. Su Qingfeng wasn't bothered to prove himself to Pan Wujiao. Shortly after hanging up the phone, Su Qingfeng was greeted by the female caregiver Pan Wujiao had arranged for him. She was a simple, honest woman in her 40s who looked clean and decent, without any messy makeup or bad habits. After a brief interview, Su Qingfeng advanced her a week's salary and took her to Enruosu's doorstep, where he knocked on the door. Who is it? A cute girl's face appeared as the door opened. It was Yin Xinyao. Her eyes lit up with excitement and surprise when she saw Su Qingfeng. Brother Feng finally came to cheer up Sister In. That's wonderful. Since Su Qingfeng left, Enruosu had been in a low mood. Yin Xinyao wanted to take care of her, but didn't know how. She realized that only Su Qingfeng could help as he was the reason for Enruosu's sadness. Yet, every time Yin Xinyao wanted to reach out to Su Qingfeng, Enruosu would stop her, fearing that her actions would only push Su further away. She preferred to endure the emotional slump herself. Yun Xinyao, having no other choice, hoped Su Qingfeng would realize and wasn't as strong as she seemed. That's why she was so thrilled to see him. Inside the house, Enruosu felt both surprised and embarrassed by Yun Xinyao's candid remark. Nevertheless, she blushed and came out of her room upon hearing Su Qingfeng's arrival. Su Qingfeng cleared his throat and pointed to the caregiver behind him. Sister In, Xiaoyao, since you're still on medication, life might be a bit inconvenient. I hired this lady to help with cleaning and cooking. She knows a bit about medicine too, so if you feel unwell, you can tell her. I hope you both recover soon." Hearing that Su Qingfeng had found a caregiver for them, and Ruosu felt a wave of gratitude. "Xiaoyao and I can take care of ourselves. Why go to so much trouble?" she said with a smile that was both teasing and slightly reproachful. At that moment, Yun Xinyao interjected, shaking her head. "Sister is wrong. If you're as down as before, I can't take care of myself and you at the same time. I think the caregiver brother Feng hired is great." And Ruosu felt a bit embarrassed by Yun Xinyao's bluntness, not expecting her to be so straightforward about her little lie. Su Qingfeng felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing that Ruosu had been unhappy for so long. However, he knew that changing his attitude and defining their relationship solely because of this would seem too frivolous. "No matter what, sisterin, you must take good care of yourself. Health is always the top priority. That's something you used to often tell me. Haven't forgotten, right?" Su Qingfeng said, and Ruosu's eyes brightened at his words, surprised that Su Qingfeng remembered such details. It showed that he still cared about her. And Ruosu's feelings for Su Qingfeng are complex and profound. She still remembers the first time she saw Su Qingfeng, a cute little boy timidly following his parents into Lingzhou. Since both families came from military backgrounds and interacted frequently, she gradually discovered that this neighbor's younger brother was not only handsome, but also a versatile young man proficient in both academics and sports. The turning point came when Su Qingfeng's parents went missing on the Tianyuan battlefield. During that time, staff from the Human Alliance government and the Salvation Army's welfare department frequently visited the Su family, trying to persuade Su Qingfeng to accept an official foster family. However, each time they were met with a closed door, and ultimately, they arranged for social workers to visit regularly. When Ruosu saw Su Qingfeng again, her heart ached. His once bright and sunny demeanor had dimmed. From that moment, she secretly vowed to protect this brother who had lost his parents and to help him regain his smile. Unknowingly, she took on the responsibility of caring for Su Qingfeng until he reached adulthood. As for when her feelings for Su Qingfeng changed, even in Ruosu couldn't pinpoint it. Perhaps she was drawn to his outstanding talent. Or maybe it was the special bond formed from their daily interactions. In her eyes, there was nothing wrong with these feelings. So when Su Qingfeng gave up the 9-star divine martial soul, she wasn't regretful. Instead, she was secretly pleased, thinking it meant they could finally be together for life. However, reality struck her hard. The appearance of Nangong Liu, coupled with Su Qingfeng's astonishing abilities, forced Ruosu to put away her unrealistic fantasies. Having witnessed his perfection, she knew it would be difficult to feel the same way about anyone else. At this moment, Su Qingfeng not only arranged for caregivers for her and Yun Xinyao, but also comforted her with her own words. This reignited hope in Ruosu, who had felt hurt by being distanced. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Qingfeng left. "And yeah, you're so ungrateful, aren't you?" Yun Xinyao teased, watching Su Qingfeng walk away. "I gave you a perfect assist, yet you don't praise me and instead keep restricting my actions. You're so clueless." And Ruosu blushed slightly and turned her head, defensively saying, "What do you know? You're just a child." "Huh, don't underestimate me. I might know more than you think." Yun Xinyao said smugly. "The biggest problem between you and Xiaofeng Gige is that he sees you as his sister, but you want to be his lover. If you ask me, you should take a step back now, maintain your current relationship, and wait for a better opportunity." Yun Xinyao naively believed that the issues between Ruosu and Su Qingfeng were solely between them, so her attitude was inevitably overly optimistic. And Ruosu, upon hearing these words, instinctively thought of Nangong Liua, who was as perfect as a clear moonlit sky. She shook her head with a bitter smile. "Xiaoyao, you don't have to say any more. That is something that will never happen. Absolutely impossible." After leaving home, Su Qingfeng headed straight to the teleportation array at the Soul Master Training Ground of Lingzhou No. 2 High School. As soon as he reached the entrance of the training ground, a clear female voice greeted him. "Su Qingfeng, I finally caught up with you." Pei Qingyu approached quickly. "Which teleportation array did you use to return to Lingzhou? I didn't see you come out from the training ground." She was wearing a white sports outfit, her perfect figure subtly revealed, exuding youthful energy. As a young teacher in her early 20s, she wasn't much older than Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng withdrew his slightly impolite gaze and looked her in the eye. "Miss Pei, have you been waiting for me all afternoon?" "Not really," Pei Qingyu explained with a smile. "I asked some other students to keep an eye out, and they also said they didn't see you. I thought you might not leave the Tongtian realm today." As she spoke, she took Su Qingfeng by the wrist. "All right, come back to the apartment with me. I have that promised gift for you. It's quite valuable, so it's not suitable to show in public. You can look forward to it, but don't expect too much. It can't be sold for money." Hearing this ambiguous description, a bold thought flashed through Su Qingfeng's mind. Could the gift be Ms. Pei herself? He quickly dismissed the idea, silently cursing the negative influence of Luo Ping. Keeping his gaze straight ahead, Su Qingfeng followed Pei Qingyu to her teacher's apartment. It was a cozy one-bedroom unit, with a living room filled with cute plush toys, revealing the girlish side of this seemingly capable teacher. As Pei Qingyu went into the bedroom to fetch something, there was a sudden urgent knock on the door. A man's voice followed. Pei Qingyu. I'm here, open the door. Just as Su Qingfeng felt awkward, Pei Qingyu's voice came from the bedroom. Su Qingfeng, could you open the door for me? It's my brother. Hearing the word brother, Su Qingfeng felt slightly relieved. However, when he opened the door and saw the familiar face outside, both were stunned. It's you, Su Qingfeng. How can it be you? You're Pei Qingmi's sister's student. Standing outside was Pei Xiaojun, a member of the 17173 Foreign Battlefield Teleportation Array Defense Team. Su Qingfeng then remembered that it was Pei Xiaojun who had initially taken him to the Ghost King Valley near the Lizardman base for combat training during his first entry into the foreign battlefield. Later, while eliminating a large number of Lizardmen, Su Qingfeng also took the opportunity to collect his comrades' belongings for Pei Xiaojun. However, he didn't hand over the belongings directly to Pei Xiaojun and quietly returned from the battlefield. The extent of Pei Xiaojun's understanding of Su Qingfeng remained a mystery, but reuniting with an old friend was undoubtedly a comforting event. I didn't expect you to be teacher Pei Qingyu's brother. What a coincidence. Su Qingfeng laughed, spreading his arms wide and embracing Pei Xiaojun tightly. After all, they were comrades who had been through the trials of battle together. Pei Xiaojun scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Yeah, such a coincidence. If I had known my sister was going to give you the sword, I wouldn't have gotten so worked up. You totally deserve that sword. Su Qingfeng was puzzled by this and asked, what sword? Does it need approval to be given away? Of course, Pei Xiaojun chuckled and then turned towards the house, calling out, Sis, bring out the old man's sword. Let my good brother try it out and see how it feels. Pei Qingyu appeared with a stern face, clearly not expecting things to unfold this way. She and Pei Xiaojun were siblings, both children of Pei Wuji, the commander of the 17,173rd Alien Battlefield Garrison. The gift Pei Qingyu intended to give Su Qingfeng was a battle sword retired by Pei Wuji. This sword was originally cherished by Pei Xiaojun, but Pei Qingyu had taken it away, leveraging their father's favoritism. When Pei Xiaojun, on leave, learned that his sister was planning to give away the sword, he was furious. His intention in coming was to demand an explanation and assess the capabilities and character of Pei Qingyu's student to see if they were worthy of the sword. However, after meeting Su Qingfeng, they became good friends. Pei Xiaojun, who was initially reluctant to part with the sword, now couldn't wait for his sister to hand it over to his brother. Pei Qingyu found the situation absurdly coincidental, as if her gesture of gifting the sword had somehow facilitated the bond between these two young men. She couldn't help but exclaim, Pei Xiaojun, why couldn't you take your leave earlier or later? Why come back to bother me now? You were the one who was adamantly against giving away the sword, and now you're the one eagerly insisting on it. Can you make up your mind? With that, Pei Qingyu drew the sword 3 inches from its sheath. Su Qingfeng gazed at the blade, which shimmered brilliantly, clearly no ordinary weapon. Considering its extraordinary background, it added to its legendary allure. Su Qingfeng nodded to himself, realizing that teacher Pei hadn't exaggerated. This sword was indeed a grand gift, and his efforts hadn't been in vain. Ah sis, don't be impulsive. Pei Xiaojun shrank back, explaining with a wry smile. I didn't choose to take leave now. After that mysterious strongman caused an upheaval on Duobao Star, the lizardmen were scared out of their wits. There's no combat pressure on the front lines now, and not only are we able to take leave easily, but there's even talk of reducing the garrison. At this point, Pei Xiaojun looked at Su Qingfeng with a complicated expression. When he received his comrades' belongings from the mission hall owner, he was told it was entrusted by Su Qingfeng, and he hadn't thought much of it. But later, the more Pei Xiaojun thought about it, the more something seemed off. Su Qingfeng had gone to Ghost King Valley to retrieve the belongings at the same time the mysterious strongman was causing havoc there. Yet Su Qingfeng appeared unharmed, leaving Pei Xiaojun with many questions. Brother Su, when you were in Ghost King Valley, did you encounter that mysterious figure rumored to be a 10-star soul master? Pei Xiaojun asked curiously, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he gazed at Su Qingfeng. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingyu's expression subtly shifted, and she pondered silently. Pei Xiaojun had mentioned the legend of the mysterious figure from battlefield number 17173 several times. Initially, Pei Qingyu dismissed it as merely a passing strongman. However, knowing that Su Qingfeng was present on Duobao Star at the time, she couldn't help but wonder, could the mysterious figure be Su Qingfeng himself? This notion surged through her mind like a tidal wave, refusing to be dispelled. She recalled another detail. She only knew Su Qingfeng had an incredibly strong physical body, but she had never seen him use any soul techniques. More intriguingly, in the widely circulated video of the Ghost King Valley battle, the towering giant figure was unmistakably a monkey. and Su Qingfeng's martial soul was named the Monkey King. Could such a coincidence truly exist? Pei Qingyu's heart was filled with doubt, and her gaze grew complex. Su Qingfeng noticed Pei Xiaojuan's suspicion and understood that he was beginning to suspect something. He didn't intend to completely hide his identity, but Pei Xiaojuan's question was too vague. So, he simply replied, "I didn't see the person you're talking about," while silently adding to himself, "because I am that mysterious figure." Pei Xiaojun looked slightly disappointed and was about to ask further, but Pei Qingyu interrupted him. All right. Why are you asking so many boring questions, silly brother? Don't forget, today I'm the main character." With that, she pushed Pei Xiaojun aside and took his seat, fixing her gaze intently on Su Qingfeng. She understood Su Qingfeng's implication. Naturally, he couldn't see himself. Pei Xiaojun, this clueless fool, couldn't see the forest for the trees how laughably dense. Pei Qingyu thought to herself, then turned to Su Qingfeng with a smile. "Su Qingfeng, thank you for standing up for the teacher this morning. This battle knife, although of medium-high quality and not overly expensive, is a general saber and carries a military aura that enhances damage against spiritual entities. It's quite practical. A good saddle for a good horse, a precious sword for a hero. I'm giving you this battle knife, hoping it will aid you in the future." After speaking, Pei Qingyu placed the straight sword in Su Qingfeng's hand. Su Qingfeng felt grateful, having initially thought the knife was merely a collectible, not expecting it to have practical use. Last time on Beast Star, he was almost helpless against the spirit of the evil dragon god, Malsus. Now that he has awakened his soul skill to immobilize, along with the general saber that can attack spiritual entities, at least he can give the opponent some trouble. Pei Qingyu smiled and said, "I'm glad you like the gift. No need to be so polite. Remember to come back to school for classes when you have time." She winked and added, "The teacher will help bring your little rich girl back to keep you company. You won't be bored." Su Qingfeng could only agree and then took his leave. Pei Qingyu watched him go, feeling a bit reluctant. Pei Xiaojun noticed and asked with a strange expression, "Sis, do you have a thing for that guy?" Pei Qingyu glared at him, linking her arm with his, and snapped, "What do you know? If you can't say anything nice, just keep quiet." Pei Xiaojun. Pei Xiaojun was helpless. He couldn't understand why his sister was gentle and kind to others, but so stern with him. "Sis, do you think my birth took away mom and dad's love for you, so you're always so harsh with me?" Pei Xiaojun asked timidly. Pei Qingyu was taken aback, not expecting her usually dull brother to bring up such a sensitive topic. She was moved, recalling that she did have thoughts like that when she was younger, but those feelings had long since faded. Her rough demeanor towards her brother was mainly because he was truly dense and hard to communicate with. Besides, she felt she could be straightforward with her own brother without holding back. "You're overthinking it. That's not the case," Pei Qingyu denied, her tone softening considerably. "I scolded you earlier because you speak without thinking. Su Qingfeng is my most outstanding student, and whether I can successfully become a full-fledged class teacher, get evaluated positively, and get promoted all depends on his performance. What's wrong with me being nicer to him? Besides, even if I did have a thing for him, so what? He has a beautiful girlfriend, the daughter of the president of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, with very high standards. She wouldn't be interested in your sister. Stop overthinking." Pei Xiaojun was left with his mouth agape, surprised to learn that Su Qingfeng had such capabilities and such a girlfriend, which could save him at least 3 generations of effort. After leaving Pei Qingyu's apartment, Su Qingfeng went straight to the Tongtian realm. He had contacted Huang Teng in advance to confirm that he was at the store, then headed to the Nangong Chamber of Commerce flagship store at Central Plaza No. 1. Huang Teng was already waiting at the entrance and eagerly led him to the VIP room. Once inside, Huang Teng skillfully handed him a soda he liked and asked with a smile, "What business do you need to handle this time, brother? What's the current price of gold?" Su Qingfeng replied, "I need to handle a batch of gold, about 3 to 4 tons, with high purity." Huang Teng adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and began to speak eloquently. "Actually, throughout the universe, stable heavy metals like gold are not abundant. Plus, the cost of mining gold is high, so the price won't be particularly cheap. The current market price for gold is around 500 star coins per gram." Huang Teng quickly reported the market trends, his fingers flying over the smart device as he calculated. "Assuming it's pure gold, for tons would be worth roughly 20 billion star coins. If you let me handle it, I'll definitely find the best channels to ensure the price doesn't drop below 500. Su Qingfeng nodded, agreeing with the valuation. Just as he was about to proceed with the gold transfer, Huang Teng respectfully suggested, "Please wait a moment, boss. I'll get a scale first." Although Su Qingfeng felt it was unnecessary, he appreciated Huang Teng's meticulous attention to detail and agreed. Huang Teng soon returned with a precision scale. Su Qingfeng carefully withdrew batches of gold from his storage ring, weighing them meticulously. The mound of shimmering gold glittered under the light, casting a mesmerizing glow. The final weight showed that the gold totaled over 4.5 tons. This gold came from half of the inventory in the royal treasury of the Iris Magic Kingdom. Even as the nation faced impending doom, it was not surprising that they had such reserves. More importantly, this gold had been magically refined to high purity, allowing it to be sold directly as pure gold. A simple calculation revealed that just the gold alone could bring Su Qingfeng an income of 22 billion star coins. Combined with the 10 billion star coins compensation for suppressing the evil dragon god soul at the reincarnation tower, his trip to the beast star had already netted him over 32 billion star coins. At this rate, I might actually become a billionaire, Su Qingfeng thought to himself, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Recalling the slight sense of inferiority he had felt when accepting financial help from Nangong Liua, he now felt completely at ease. At least in terms of financial strength, he no longer needed to look up to this wealthy young lady. Su Qingfeng then presented the magical artifacts he had seized from the palace treasury to Huang Teng for appraisal. After examining a few items, Huang Teng looked troubled. Boss, I'm not really sure about these mystical items. There are very few market records for magic-specific tools. They're different from cultivation artifacts, with complex operations and unique functions. Just say it, these magical tools aren't worth much, right? Su Qingfeng interrupted bluntly. Well, they might not catch your eye, Huang Teng explained with a sheepish smile. Su Qingfeng understood the situation. Most spirit masters had simple equipment needs, primarily for survival. For combat, their martial souls and spirit abilities sufficed. Items that slightly enhanced focus, elemental concentration, or spell casting speed were indeed hard to sell. Just as Su Qingfeng was about to entrust all the magical tools to Huang Teng, his gaze was drawn to a sapphire ring. The ring, named Source of Magic, seemed particularly special. This magical item seems quite suitable for me, Su Qingfeng mused as he examined the ring thoughtfully. The Source of Magic, a demigod-level magical item, greatly enhances the speed of mental and magical power recovery, with efficiency reaching up to 10 times. A line of green text appeared in Su Qingfeng's vision. It wasn't that his eyes had mutated or that he had suddenly acquired some miraculous ability. Rather, it was a special note made by the spirit of the Tongtian Tower specifically for him. Clearly, the spirit of the Tongtian Tower realized that this magical item was particularly suitable for Su Qingfeng and highlighted it for him. This ring is truly something special, Su Qingfeng thought with delight. Before awakening his second soul skill, he hardly consumed any magical power in battles, aside from activating his heaven and earth divine power. This meant that whenever he activated this power, it was at its maximum strength. However, the situation had changed since he awakened the second soul skill, the immobilizing spell, which consumed nearly 1/12 of his magical power each time it was used. Frequent use of the immobilizing spell in battle could lead to insufficient power for the heaven and earth divine power, making it difficult to turn the tide at critical moments. Therefore, for Su Qingfeng, the speed of magical power recovery became a crucial need. This demigod-level ring, the source of magic, was exactly what he needed. Initially, he thought he had picked up a pile of junk, but finding a valuable treasure among them balanced his mood significantly. As he put on the sapphire ring, he immediately felt more energetic, his mind became incredibly sharp, and his magical powers started to recover rapidly. However, the ring was too scarce. Su Qingfeng had 10 fingers, and he didn't want to rely solely on the source of magic after awakening more soul skills. Combined with frantically drinking recovery potions, still unable to withstand the magical power consumption. It would be best to have several similar high-level magical items as a precaution. Initially, he thought he wouldn't return to the Beast Star anytime soon, but now it seemed he couldn't sell the magical artifact, the Scarlet Feather. He needed to take some time to use that feather and make another trip to the Beast Star to acquire more high-level magical items. With this in mind, Su Qingfeng decided not to discuss selling magical items with Huang Teng anymore. Instead, he wanted to upgrade his equipment. Up to now, Su Qingfeng only had a set of black dragon leather armor as his defense and the meteor staff gifted by Nangong Liua as his main weapon. It's not that these two pieces of equipment were bad, but people tend to crave new things. Moreover, with tens of billions of star coins in his account and an additional 20 billion spending limit on his black card, he wasn't short on money, so he naturally wanted to look at new items. Firstly, in terms of defense, Su Qingfeng wanted a high-level piece of equipment that could be used in different scenarios. He started to express his requirements to Huang Teng. First, the quality must be high, at least at the level of a magical treasure. As for defense and combat power enhancement, a bit weaker would be acceptable. However, it must have a core feature, the ability to change appearance at any time. Could you check if there are any high-level pieces of equipment for sale that meet these criteria? Su Qingfeng asked. Understood, big brother. I'll check for you right away. Huang Teng replied, holding a terminal device specifically used by the store managers of the Nangong Commerce Guild, and began inputting Su Qingfeng's requirements. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Big brother, I found the magical artifact you need. With that, Huang Teng handed the device to Su Qingfeng for him to examine. Su Qingfeng glanced at the screen, which prominently displayed an image of a dark red robe. Below the image, the description read, Thousand Mechanisms Robe, high-level magical artifact, impervious to blades and bullets, resistant to water and fire. Feature 1, extremely strong defensive effect against 5-element magic. Feature 2, can change appearance at will. Seller, private. Price, negotiable. Estimated transaction price, not less than 10 billion star coins. Buyers without sufficient strength should consider carefully before contacting. This robe perfectly matched Su Qingfeng's requirements, but the only issue was that the seller was a private individual rather than the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. This meant Su Qingfeng couldn't enjoy a 30% discount and would have to negotiate with the seller personally, which was quite inconvenient. After reading, Su Qingfeng returned the device to Huang Teng and asked, Huang Teng, how many star coins do you think it will take to acquire this robe? Although the description marked the estimated transaction price as not less than 10 billion star coins, Su Qingfeng felt that this price was unlikely. After all, the Thousand Mechanisms robe was a high-level magical artifact. Su Qingfeng had previously sold mid-level artifacts to Nangong Liua for up to 50 billion star coins. It's hard to say, Huang Teng replied with a smile. Everyone knows that the maximum price for high-level magical artifacts can reach 100 billion or even 200 billion star coins, but those are special artifacts with powerful life-saving effects. Ordinary high-level artifacts, as long as they're not at an auction, might be picked up for less. Maybe you could get it for 10 billion. Clearly, Huang Teng was encouraging Su Qingfeng to contact the seller, as there might be a chance to negotiate a lower price. Su Qingfeng thought it over and agreed that Huang Teng had a point, so he replied, All right, help me contact the seller, and I'll negotiate with them. Also, try to handle that batch of gold for me, and quickly recoup the funds. At the moment, Su Qingfeng had a total of just over 30 billion star coins in cash, which included the 10 billion star coins compensation from the Reincarnation Tower and the 22 billion star coins earned from selling the core components of the interstellar teleportation array. If Huang Teng could quickly help him cash in the gold and bring back another 20 billion, Su Qingfeng would feel more confident in negotiating with the seller. Okay, big brother, I'll get on it right away. Huang Teng agreed and immediately set about contacting the seller of the Thousand Mechanisms robe and a buyer for the gold. Before long, Huang Teng had everything arranged. Big brother, the seller should be able to come to the store for a meeting with you in about 10 minutes. As for the gold, I've arranged to meet with the procurement officer from the Salvation Army Supply Department who helped us last time. I'm heading over to finalize the deal now. Su Qingfeng nodded, signaling for Huang Teng to go ahead while he stayed in the VIP room to wait. After Huang Teng left, Su Qingfeng leisurely finished a bottle of soda, quietly waiting for the person he was to meet. Finally, a mysterious figure, completely shrouded in a black robe, entered. From the person's graceful figure, Su Qingfeng could tell she was a woman, and an exceptionally beautiful one at that. Su Qingfeng extended his senses slightly and detected that the opponent's battle power level was no less than 2,000, indicating she was a 9-star soul master with nearly full integration. This level of power did not surprise him, as a woman capable of possessing high-level magical treasures would naturally be formidable. Su Qingfeng noticed that the woman in the black robe had been silently observing him since entering, seemingly waiting for him to speak first. Was she considering showing him the treasure first? After a moment of thought, Su Qingfeng decided to break the silence and speak up. However, he was caught off guard when the woman's gaze turned icy and hostile. Do you understand the rules? She questioned coldly, though her tone carried a hint of allure, as if intentionally trying to entice him. Before the transaction is complete, can a high-level treasure be casually handed over? What if you forcibly take my treasure? Su Qingfeng was taken aback, realizing that she wasn't targeting him specifically and hadn't used any soul skills. Her voice was simply a manifestation of her naturally high enchanting ability. No wonder she always cloaked herself in a black robe. With such a strong allure, she would cause a commotion wherever she went without it. He couldn't help but think that Nangong Liua might become like this in the future, leaving him with mixed feelings of true beauty that could bring down a nation. So what do you suggest? Su Qingfeng calmly responded, having composed himself. Despite the seller's mysterious and peculiar nature, it didn't deter his determination to purchase the 1,000 Transformations robe. At the very least, let me verify your assets first, to see if you have sufficient purchasing power, the woman in the black robe said softly, her voice still melodious. That's simple. Su Qingfeng took out his phone, logged into his bank account, and briefly displayed a balance of over 3 billion. The woman was slightly taken aback, not expecting such a young man to be so wealthy. Her attitude softened immediately. I apologize for raising my voice earlier. For the woman in the black robe, finalizing the sale of the 1,000 Transformations robe was no longer the main focus. The priority now was to avoid angering Su Qingfeng and perhaps even make a friend. Can we talk properly now? Where's the 1,000 Transformations robe? Let me inspect it. If you're worried, you can hold it yourself and show it to me. We're in Tongtian realm. I can't rob you and evade the punishment of the Tongtian Tower's spirit. Su Qingfeng put away his phone and said, I understand. The woman paused and said apologetically. Actually, the black robe I'm wearing is the 1,000 transformations robe. It's simply transformed into the appearance I desired. Hmm. Su Qingfeng's interest was piqued upon hearing this. He hadn't noticed anything special about the black robe earlier. This revelation meant the 1,000 transformations robe was even more practical than he had imagined. Confirming this, Su Qingfeng raised his price ceiling considerably. He felt that as long as the final price of the 1,000 transformations robe didn't exceed 3 billion star coins, it would be worth acquiring. Can you change it back to its original form so I can see? Su Qingfeng asked curiously, his eyes fixed on the woman in the black robe. Of course, I can, but my martial soul is a 9-star divine martial soul, the 9-tailed heavenly fox, which comes with a strong natural allure. Be mentally prepared, the woman explained gently, as if afraid Su Qingfeng might be caught off guard. 9-star divine martial soul, 9-tailed heavenly fox. Su Qingfeng raised an eyebrow slightly at the words of the woman in the black robe, but quickly regained his composure. He understood that only a 10-star divine martial soul was unique, while multiple individuals could awaken a 9-star divine martial soul. It was quite a coincidence to encounter a second 9-star soul master with a 9-tailed heavenly fox martial soul in such a short time. Please, go ahead, don't mind me, Su Qingfeng said calmly. His resistance value was exceptionally high, over 140,000, indicating a willpower far beyond the ordinary. Unless the woman used her charm-based soul skills with full force, she couldn't affect him. Even if he fell into an illusion, he could easily discern reality from deception. Such confidence. It seems your abilities are quite extraordinary. The woman in the black robe chuckled softly, touching her forehead with a slender finger. Instantly, the black robe receded like a tide, revealing her stunning figure. She wore a sheer, gauzy dress, her skin as fair as snow. Her long legs were like white jade, and the perfect proportion of her slender waist to her rounded hips was mesmerizing. Su Qingfeng had to admit that even without the added allure of the 9-tailed heavenly fox martial soul, her physique was perfect. No wonder she hid it under a black robe. Such a beauty would cause a sensation anywhere. As Su Qingfeng shifted his gaze to her face, he saw a delicate countenance in her early 20s. Her lively, mischievous almond-shaped eyes, a petite nose, and smiling cherry lips with shallow dimples added to her charm. Among the beauties Su Qingfeng had seen, her looks ranked just below Nangong Liua, but in terms of physique, she was her equal. So, did I meet your expectations? Her voice was melodious, with a captivating allure. Not bad. Worth a look, Su Qingfeng replied indifferently, as if he were merely appreciating a common sight. This nonchalance surprised the woman. She had encountered many men who lost their composure before her beauty, some claiming love at first sight, others persistently asking for contact information, and some even discussing terms. Young men like Su Qingfeng, who could admire her beauty yet remain composed, were indeed rare. Let me introduce myself, Duan Linglong, president of Linglong Abyss Exploration Club. This 1,000 machines robe was what our team acquired during our last mission, Duan Linglong said as she removed the dark red cloak-like garment and respectfully held it out to Su Qingfeng. Please, inspect it first. Su Qingfeng frowned slightly as his gaze swept over the robe. Miss Duan, shouldn't the robe you were just wearing be cleaned a bit first? His tone carried a hint of displeasure, clearly uninterested in garments that were not fresh. Duan Linglong was taken aback by his comment, her face showing a trace of embarrassment. She hadn't expected a young man to be concerned about wearing something she'd worn. I apologize for the oversight. I'll purify it right away. She quickly responded, summoning a bluish ghostly fox fire to cleanse the robe. The flames danced across the surface of the robe without causing any damage. Instead, after a few minutes, the robe became even cleaner and more radiant. Duan Linglong extinguished the flames and handed the refreshed robe back to Su Qingfeng. Is this better now? All impurities and odors have been removed. Su Qingfeng nodded as he took the robe, examining it briefly before saying calmly, I'll take it. Name your price. Duan Linglong was once again surprised by Su Qingfeng's directness. After a moment's hesitation, she said, This 1,000 machines robe was obtained with great effort from deep within the spiritual clan's territory by me and some friends. I had planned to keep it for myself if not for my recent lack of funds. So, the price won't be cheap, I hope you understand. Just give me a straightforward price, Su Qingfeng interrupted, clearly uninterested in the backstory. Duan Linglong blinked and quoted the price. The 1,000 machines robe is 1.5 billion, plus a 150 million handling fee from the Nangong Commerce Guild, totaling 1.65 billion star coins. Su Qingfeng had no objection to the 1.5 billion price for the robe, but was critical of the handling fee. Is the Nangong Commerce Guild's fee that steep? Duan Linglong quickly explained. It's not that unreasonable. The Nangong Commerce Guild has the most high net worth clients and can quickly find buyers for any rare item. A 10% fee is quite fair. Su Qingfeng didn't respond immediately, but instead took out his phone. Hold on a moment. Let me make a call. He dialed Huang Teng's number right in front of Duan Linglong. Before long, Huang Teng received a phone call. After listening to Su Qingfeng's explanation, he said without hesitation, "Brother, that's simple. Have Duan Linglong report a false price to the Chamber of Commerce. Just say the item sold for 1 million star coins and pay a 100,000 star coin fee as a token gesture." Huang Teng, committed to aiding Su Qingfeng, had no qualms about offering this underhanded strategy. Understood, Su Qingfeng replied and hung up the phone, turning to Duan Linglong. "Did you hear that, Miss Duan?" Duan Linglong was slightly taken aback, not expecting the seemingly generous Su Qingfeng to be so concerned over a small fee. "I heard it. I'll do as you say." Duan Linglong verbally complied, even though she knew this could potentially lead to the Nangong Chamber of Commerce penalizing her for false reporting. However, she dared not go against Su Qingfeng's wishes. As the president of the Exploration Club, Duan Linglong needed to sell numerous valuable items each month to expand her client base. Young and influential clients like Su Qingfeng were ideal for her business. Soon after, the transaction was completed smoothly. Su Qingfeng transferred 1.51 billion star coins to Duan Linglong, with the extra 10 million meant for the platform fee. Upon receiving the transfer, Duan Linglong promptly paid 1.5 million star coins to the Nangong Chamber of Commerce's trading platform. While she aimed to please Su Qingfeng, she also feared offending the chamber. Once the deal was finalized, Su Qingfeng asked a question he had been curious about. "Miss Duan, what kind of entity is your Tianyuan Exploration Club? Is it a travel agency?" Duan Linglong brightened up, delighted that Su Qingfeng finally broached this topic. "You've misunderstood. Our exploration club has nothing to do with travel agencies. Our members are more like bounty hunters. We venture through rifts in the abyss battlefield, transporting directly to distant planets to seek treasure. The 1,000-machine robe you just bought was acquired from a powerful Spirit Clan member during one of our expeditions. We have many similar treasures in stock." As Duan Linglong explained, her hopeful gaze rested on Su Qingfeng. The so-called Spirit Clan actually refers to plant and wood spirits. In the multitude of star races, the Spirit Clan's fate is quite tragic. Awakening and cultivation are challenging for them, and they are often sought after as natural treasures by other races. Despite having a significant number of strong individuals, the Spirit Clan cannot escape being harvested by other star races. Even Su Qingfeng felt intrigued upon hearing about Duan Linglong's team's success in the Spirit Clan's territory. Then, he asked a few unexpected questions. "How can I join your team? I'd like to visit the Spirit Clan's territory and make some quick money." Duan Linglong's expression turned peculiar as she assessed Su Qingfeng, thinking, shouldn't this young man be asking for more high-value treasures instead? Joining the team isn't easy. Crossing the abyss and secretly profiting in the Spirit Clan's domain is no simple feat. The ticket alone costs 80 million star coins per trip. I only guide the way and don't guarantee any gains. If you're interested, you can come to the Exploration Club in 3 days. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.